Chapter 146. Don't smirk when you eat, otherwise people who don't know you might think of you as a fool. Zhiqiu sat down next to Ning Rongrong, gently reaching out to help her wipe off the dry food residue from her mouth. It's okay, as long as you don't treat me as an idiot. Ning Rongrong leaned on Zhiqiu's shoulder, closed her eyes slightly, with a faint smile on her mouth. The other 7 monsters suddenly showed expressions of jealousy, turning their heads, as they didn't want to look again. The small area quieted down for a while. When everyone was resting for about half an hour, suddenly, Zhiqiu's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the dense forest in the distance. Not long after, Tang San also opened his eyes suddenly, cast his gaze in that direction, and at the same time reminded everyone loudly, "Alert, something is approaching at high speed. Zhiqiu, go up to the tree to see what it is." As soon as Tang San's voice fell, the other 7 monsters responded, and immediately released their martial spirit. Dai Mubai and Tang San stood guard in front of them. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were ready to respond at any time, and the 4 faintly surrounded Oscar in the middle. Zhu Zhiqiu still did not utter a word, quietly leaping up, cat's claws extending on her hands, climbing a large tree as if walking on level ground to look in the direction of whence the sound came. Cat's vision was extremely outstanding, even at night was no exception, let alone now when the sun was still at its zenith. The cooperation of the 7 monsters was very tacit, and they performed their duties. All of them had found their place in the morning. As for Ning Rongrong, as she stayed with Zhiqiu, no one would worry about her. At this time, the sound of Shu Sha became louder and louder, and everyone could already hear it. "Zhiqiu, have you seen what it is?" Tang San asked loudly. Very quickly, Zhu Zhiqiu's clear and cold voice came from the tree. "It looks like a flying serpent, only it doesn't fly very high, it can only fly about 3 meters off the ground. On its head is a crest, it would appear still larger than its head, bright red like blood. Its tail is comparatively unusual, fan-shaped." Zhu Zhiqiu's words were very concise, but the general description of this spirit beast was very clear so that people could understand it. It's a phoenix-tailed crest serpent. This kind of spirit beast is rare. The crest on top of its head has many fantastic effects. Oscar, you've been blessed. Unfortunately, we don't know how old this phoenix-tailed crest serpent is. Zhu Zhiqiu, watch closely the direction it moves. As soon as it changes direction to report to me. Dai Mubai exclaimed. Yes, it's heading straight in our direction very quickly, only, its body does not seem to have very good balance. Tang San suddenly asked, how long is this phoenix-tail crest serpent, what colors are its wings? Zhu Zhiqiu said, the wings are pale red, its length is roughly between 6 and 8 meters. Tang San at once made the calculations in his heart, speaking in a sure tone. This is a 1,000-year phoenix-tail crest serpent, pale red wings are the symbol of its 1,000-year evolution, going by its height, 6 to 8 meters, it should have cultivated between 1,300 years to 1,800 years, Oscar, just suitable for you. The phoenix-tail crest serpent is in itself not venomous. It's a rare formidable non-venomous snake. Attacking by winding around a person's body making them choke, its attack method is very singular, but it's surprisingly fast. And also stores every kind of nutrient in its crest, when in danger, it can grant a momentary speed boost effect. If you obtain this spirit ring, then, your next spirit ability should be related to speed. Whether it is an auxiliary speed boost or gives you additional speed, both are pretty good options. Because phoenix-tail crest serpent's attack power is not at all very powerful and also singular, as a result, 1,000 years or higher is very rare, this time your luck is pretty good. Oscar's pair of peach blossom eyes immediately shone up. Tang San, you are a spirit realm encyclopedia, ah, tremendous, truly tremendous. After the other 7 monsters listened to Tang San's words, they immediately stood ready. After Ning Rongrong smiled at Zhiqiu. She also consciously ran over. Standing behind a few people, the 7 treasure-glazed glass towers' first and second spirit ring amplification effects were simultaneously applied on everyone. Zhiqiu also stood up, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake can't go away, if Tang San and the others missed it, Zhiqiu would take action. He wanted Oscar to have this spirit ring just like the original story as it seemed to have the effect of flying. Zhiqiu was still very interested in flying things. It's coming, at this moment, Zhu Zhiqiu on the tree gave a low voice to remind everyone. As soon as the words fell, she bounced down from the 20-meter-high tree. Her eyes indifferent, and she did not fear that the other party was a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. The claws of the civet popped out with spirit power, and the first spirit ring also lit up at the same time. The first spirit ability stabbed directly to the flesh crown on top of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's head. At the same moment Zhu Zhiqiu pounced. A huge figure suddenly emerged from the dense woods. It was a 6 to 7 meter long snake with the thickness of a bucket. Just as Zhu Zhuqing described it, it had a huge red flesh crown on its head. The ribs had a pair of red wings and looked a little hideous. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which was flying at high speed and low altitude, was startled by Zhu Zhuqing, who suddenly rushed out, but it was a spirit beast known for its speed, and it naturally reacted quickly. When it rushed forward at high speed, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake twisted its head, avoiding the vitality of the head flesh crown, and suffered this with its own body. At the same time, it flicked its tail and slammed toward the one who dared to intercept itself. Be careful. Blue silver grass entangling. On the ground beneath the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, countless blue silver grass vines pierced the ground for a while, soaring to the sky, entangled in the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's body, trying to restrict its movement. At the same moment, Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire sprayed towards the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and a trace of scorching heat burned the nearby branches and leaves. Both Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu rushed towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb at the same time. Tang San and Ma Hongjun restricted it, and both of them were the main attackers. But the speed of them was not as fast as the tail of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It was too close to Zhu Zhuqing, and its tail was not pulled, and they had no time to rescue her. Zhu Zhuqing had nowhere to go in the middle of the air, and she had only time to put her arms in front of her, trying to resist the blow and give the other 7 monsters time to encircle it. At this moment. Chapter 147. At this moment, the moment when the giant tail of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was about to hit Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Zhiqiu's figure suddenly appeared next to Zhu Zhuqing, stretched out his hand to take Zhu Zhuqing's body, and took her behind him. Yi Zhiqiu also didn't know where his hand went, but he only knew that the place where his hand touched was very soft, and his palms seemed to be sinking. At the same time, he kicked towards the tail of the coxcomb snake. There was a heavy muffled noise in mid-air, and it was accompanied by the click of the bones, and then all of them saw the tail of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb as if it had been kicked by 90 degrees. Yi Zhiqiu's direct kick made crooked, and he couldn't turn it back for a long time. With Yi Zhiqiu's strong kick, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was kicked down from mid-air and fell into Tang San's blue-silver grass vines. Yi Zhiqiu moved his hand upward wittily and took hold of Zhu Zhuqing's waist and took advantage of the opportunity to turn back and land smoothly. As soon as he settled down, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly broke free of Yi Zhiqiu's hand and looked at him with a cold expression. The matter was urgent, don't care about such details. Yi Zhiqiu gave a dry smile and whispered. Just now Zhu Zhuqing was in Yi Zhiqiu's sideways position. So Yi Zhiqiu's movement of holding a certain part of her was not seen by others. It happened to be blocked by Yi Zhiqiu's figure. The rest of Shrek only saw Yi Zhiqiu holding Zhu Zhuqing's waist and falling. Zhu Zhuqing gave Yi Zhiqiu a fierce look, then ran to help quietly. At this time, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was controlled by Tang San's blue-silver grass, and its fleshy wings on both sides were tightly entangled. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun pressed the snake's body. Dai Mubai, with his third spirit ability, was holding the head of the snake with one hand and was slamming his fist against the head of snake. Seeing his appearance, it seemed that he wanted to knock the snake stunned. The situation had been brought under control with their teamwork, and it was only a matter of time before this phoenix-tailed coxcomb was hunted. Yi Zhiqiu looked at the cooperation of several people and nodded silently. If it weren't for the fear of killing the snake, it was estimated that Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others would have dealt with it faster. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with them, Yi Zhiqiu smiled slightly, rubbed his hands, and secretly recollected what he had just felt. Zhu Zhuqing's ass felt too great. It was incomparably good in comparison to Ning Rongrong's. On the side of the 7 monsters, as Dai Mubai's last fist containing powerful spirit energy fell, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb was finally knocked out, leaving only the snake body unconsciously twisting, but its tail was still bent. It was curved at 90 degrees, which looked a bit strange. It's done. The Shrek 7 devils cheered at the same time, and even Zhu Zhuqing, who had always been cold, had her lips slightly raised. The excitement on Oscar's face was beyond words, and he hurriedly thanked everyone, took out the dagger in 3 or 2 steps, and came to the position of the snake's head. Everyone looked expectantly at Oscar, only Xiao Wu showed a trace of unbearableness in her eyes and turned her head away. Just when Oscar was about to stab the knife, a husky shout suddenly sounded, "Stop." As soon as the voice fell, 2 figures swiftly jumped out from the direction where the phoenix-tailed coxcomb flew before and appeared in front of everyone. These 2 people were one old and one young, both women. The elder looked 60 or 70 years old, with a full head of white hair combed very neatly, although she was not young. Her mind was extremely hale and hearty, although the wrinkles on her face were not few, it was rosy like a baby's. She had a pair of bright and shiny eyes. Her right hand was holding a snakehead walking stick which was 3 meters long, and 6 spirit rings were moving rhythmically up and down her body. While her body did not show any changes, the spirit rings showed she already used her spirit, without the need to ask. The walking stick in her hand should be her spirit. Following at the old woman's side was a beautiful young lady. She had short purple hair that was just close to her ears, and her white cheeks were painted under her eyes. A few twisted purple lines gave her a wild beauty. Looking like 16 or 17 years old, wearing neat brilliant clothing, tightly covering her already very well-developed figure. Big dark brown eyes staring fixedly at that phoenix tail crest serpent in Oscar's hand. She also held a snakehead walking stick in her hand, but compared to the old woman's it was a bit shorter, only 2 meters long. The spirit rings on her body were also only 200 years. The eyes of the old woman scanned everyone in Shrek Academy, focusing on their spirit rings, with a look of shock in her eyes. These little guys, who seemed to be younger than her granddaughter, were already spirit grandmaster. From the perspective of spirit power fluctuations, they were also not new to the realm of spirit grandmaster. The kid who was about the same age as her granddaughter already had a third spirit ring. Where did such a group of genius-level teenagers pop up from? The sudden appearance of the old woman and the young girl shocked everyone in Shrek. When they saw the 6 spirit rings surrounding the old woman, their pupils contracted slightly. These 2 people prevented Oscar from hunting down the phoenix. The tailed coxcomb snake. It seemed that the visitor intentions were not good. Were they after this the spirit ring? After all, this kind of thing was very common in the spirit master world. About 100 meters away from there, Flanders and Zhao Wuji were hiding in the dark, watching the distance through the gap between the leaves. Boss Fu, that old woman seems to be the serpent grandmother. Isn't she trying to steal the spirit ring, right? Let's go and teach her a lesson. Are you stupid? We've already gone home. Gone home, understand? It's past. What if you are grabbed by the Chiu boy to hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast? Besides, she wants to grab something from Zhiqiu. Do you think it is possible? Zhao Wuji. Chapter 148. On the other side, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhiqiu. Seeing that he had no intention to come forward, he could not help but bit his lips and head a few steps forward and said, "Junior is Dai Mubai, what's the matter with Senior?" The old woman withdrew her gaze from the other people, looked at Dai Mubai, and said in a kind manner. "You little guys are very bold. If a spirit king and a few big spirit masters dare to enter this Star Doe forest is commendable for courage. However, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb cannot be absorbed by this little guy." After hearing her words, everyone in Shrek Academy frowned. They came to grab the spirit beast and can't just gave up on it. Tang San took a few steps forward and came to Dai Mubai. His palm was slightly against his secret weapons, and he had already planned to do something. "What's the reason?" Tang San frowned, his tone of voice was not good, and the others moved slightly, changed their positions, and faintly protected Ning Rongrong and Oscar behind him, and unknowingly came in their battle formation. The Shrek 7 devils were not very worried. On the contrary, they wanted to try to fight against this spirit emperor. Even if they lost the fight, Zhiqiu would watch over them from not far away. It was impossible to see them beaten, right? Seeing the small movements of the Shrek 7 monsters, the old woman showed a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Although these little guys were not very old, they responded instantly. They had good cooperation and fighting experience. If she could recruit them into their sect, then after 10 years, the sect might be able to compete with the top families. Don't be nervous, I don't have the habit of snatching things from juniors. It's just that we discovered and wounded this coxcomb snake first, so it should be our thing. It's just that this beast escaped accidentally, and it took all the way. I had followed it up to this point. The old woman said slowly with a faint smile on her mouth. Oscar stopped immediately after listening to her words. It was the spirit beast we caught. Didn't we have the right of ownership if we hunted it first? How do you prove that you hunted this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake first? We didn't see you when we caught it. Besides, the Star Doe Great Forest spirit beasts are an unknown thing, anyone can catch them. If I said I have attacked a 100,000-year spirit beast first, then is that 100,000-year-old spirit beast mine? Oscar exclaimed, dissatisfied. Chao Tianxiang was hit by Oscar's words, but was not angry, but smiled kindly at Oscar. Little guy, which sect do you belong to? Oscar was taken aback for a moment, and touched the back of his head with some doubts. I have no sect, I am a student of Shrek Academy. The others of the 7 monsters looked at the old woman warily, and no one made a sound. Shrek, Chao Tianxiang thought secretly in her heart, seemingly never heard of it. Having no sect is good, I'm afraid you will have a sect in the future. Little guys, Chao Tianxiang looked at everyone with a smile on her face. Since you are students of this Shrek Academy and come to hunt down the spirit ring in such a dangerous place as the Star Doe Great Forest, and the teachers of the academy did not follow for your protection. It's too irresponsible, don't you think? It's better to come to my sect. When you need to be promoted in the future, we will help hunt down the spirit ring to ensure your safety. After joining our sect, you will be on your own. It's okay to let the coxcomb snake to you. What do you think? Everyone else. The 7 monsters looked at each other silently, and they couldn't help but have a speechless look. Didn't expect this old woman to want to recruit them. Wasn't this a slap on the Shrek Academy teachers in the face? Even if we agreed, the boss of Chiu, who was the vice dean of the college, wouldn't agree. Ning Rongrong's body was surrounded by 2 spirit rings, but her 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda martial spirit had not been revealed. At this moment, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but blinked at Zhiqiu not far away and smiled mischievously. She wanted to try how the old lady would react if she released her 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda martial spirit, and whether she had the intention of soliciting the group of them after that. Senior Chao Tianxiang, you are blatantly disregarding the students of my academy, so you don't put me as the deputy dean of Shrek Academy in your eyes. At this time, Zhiqiu's lazy voice came over, and he walked past Ning Rongrong. When Rongrong was next to him, he pressed her shoulders and by giving a small gesture, stopped her as he walked to the front of the crowd. Deputy Dean. Chao Tianxiang glanced at Zhiqiu who came by with a bewildered look. She was a little confused and asked in confusion. You said you are the deputy dean of Shrek Academy? You younger than this kid? Zhiqiu spread his hands, with a casual smile on his face and said, a great man once said that age does not matter for great peoples. Chao Tianxiang looked at Dai Mubai and the others with questioning eyes but got the unanimous and affirmative response from the Shrek's 7 devils. She couldn't help but be stunned. Does this kid have special attainments in some way? Xiangxiang looked upright and looked at Zhiqiu with interest, and said. What is your ability to be the deputy dean of an academy? Although I have never heard of your academy's name, no matter how bad the college is, it shouldn't let a 12 or 13-year-old boy take the post of deputy dean. It's too childish. What vice dean? I think he might be the illegitimate son of the dean of Shrek Academy, so he was given the position of vice dean, that is, just in name. Ning Rongrong was immediately dissatisfied when she saw the girl insulting and slandering Zhiqiu. She stared at the girl and yelled. Please let me clean your mouth. After speaking, Ning Rongrong also stared at her as if she would stare her to death. Cut the crap. The girl curled her lips in disdain and raised her head as if she was too lazy to pay attention to Ning Rongrong. If it weren't for seeing her grandma wanting to recruit the group of them. With this girl's previous temper, she would fight up with Ning Rongrong. Zhiqiu didn't bother to pay attention to the girl, waved his hand back to signal Ning Rongrong to be quiet, and looked at Xiangxiang calmly. We don't have the time to discuss whether the deputy dean deserves his post or not. I think you just proposed, senior, very good. Oscar's family has no big background, it's a good choice to join your sect after graduating from the academy. I can't arrange for others, but if Oscar goes to your sect you will arrange your granddaughter as his bride. He can't help you for nothing, right? Zhiqiu pointedly glanced at the girl next to Xiangxiang. Chapter 149. Oscar heard what Zhiqiu said, and glanced at the girl fiercely. His eyes lit up suddenly. This girl, if he could get along with her, it would be pretty good. Is this the true talent of our vice dean, just a few words to save the spirit beast, and also the opponent granddaughter as a bride? It's just awesome. Even Chao Tianxiang was stunned after listening to Zhiqiu's words. The meaning of this kid's words is not only that he wanted the spirit beast but also wanted to marry her granddaughter to the other boy. It was kind of funny. You were very gutsy. Little guy, do you know your situation? You don't seem to have the qualifications to bargain with this old woman. If I want to, I can ask for the spirit beast and I can also take you, people, away. Chao Tianxiang scowled, trying to frighten Zhiqiu and his group. Puff puff, Ning Rongrong couldn't help laughing at once, and the other members of Shrek Academy also grinned while looking at her with weird eyes. It was the first time they had seen someone who said they would kidnap all their Shrek students. Zhiqiu was included among those tied up. Zhiqiu also grinned, with a relaxed smile on his face, and sneered. Then have you thought about your situation? Have you ever seen any college teacher who would be assured that a group of talented students would enter a dangerous place alone without arranging protection? After listening to Zhiqiu's words, Chao Tianxiang frowned and watched the surroundings vaguely. The group of little guys saw the power and fearless appearance of a spirit emperor themselves without being frightened, making her a little vigilant. She admitted that if her sect had such a group of genius-level figures, then she would assure that they would never come to this Star-Do Great Forest alone. She was not stupid. Was this Shrek Academy teacher stupid? Chao Tianxiang had lived for such a long time, so she was not naive. But she observed for a long time, but couldn't find anyone. Although Flander and Zhao Wuji were hidden in the dark, they were far apart, and their spirit power was much higher than Chao Tianxiang. Naturally, she couldn't find them when they were hidden. This made Chao Tianxiang's brows frown tighter. Generally, there were two possibilities in this situation. One was that these children were fooling her. And there was no teacher secretly protecting them. The second was that the person who was secretly protecting them was extremely powerful, and could not be discovered by a spirit emperor. Chao Tianxiang herself was more inclined to the second judgment. For a while, she dare not act rashly, and the scene was deadlocked. At this moment, the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake who was knocked out by Dai Mubai suddenly twisted, and the closed eyes of the snake suddenly opened, and it woke up. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake that just woke up did not choose to attack other people. Instead, it threw a pair of meat wings and wanted to escape. It was obviously wise. There were so many humans here. It was not their opponent. If you would lose during a fight then, slip away first. It was just that its tail was kicked by Zhiqiu and it didn't seem to have a good sense of direction. Its wings fluttered for a long time and couldn't fly, so it fell crookedly. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake reacted fairly quickly. It had hurt the tail but not the brain. It put a pair of meat wings together and attached it to the body, twisting the body to crawl and speed. It was not slow, but it seemed that it was a little difficult to control the body. "Boss," Oscar called out anxiously, his spirit ring was about to run away. Zhiqiu didn't turn around and just waved his hand behind him and looked at Chao Tianxiang. Cao Xiangxiang was also looking at him at this time and did not move. In Cao Xiangxiang's heart, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake could run very far. Its tail was severely injured, and it naturally didn't run fast because it had no sense of direction. She could catch up at any time. She cared more about these little guys than the phoenix-tailed coxcomb. Chao Tianxiang wanted to recruit them all into her sect, but she didn't want to use strong means, which gave her a little headache. At this time, Zhiqiu said, "Senior, you see that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb has already run away. Now we both want this spirit ring. Are we standing on the same starting line? Why don't we make a bet? From now on, let's see who is first. If you catch the coxcomb snake then it will belong to you, but if I catch it first then it will be ours." Zhiqiu suggested indifferently. Chao Tianxiang just thought for a while, then nodded, "Okay." At the moment when Cao Xiangxiang answered, the 7 Shrek monsters all looked at her with weird faces. Compared with our boss Qiu, we admire your courage." Zhiqiu smiled faintly and made a gesture of asking, "Respecting the old is a traditional virtue, please start first." Cao Xiangxiang was startled, as she didn't expect the kid in front of her to say such a thing. Her spirit power was obviously higher than him. But he still wanted to let herself go first. It seemed that the young man had not suffered setbacks, so arrogant. Such a good seedling couldn't be abandoned for long, it had to be beaten and taught a lesson. "Little guy, although good talent is precious, you still need to temper your mind, you can't be arrogant and complacent, do you know? You must know that there is always someone greater outside in the world." Chao Tianxiang looked at Zhiqiu with an expression of being an experienced person over here. "Yeah. What the senior said is true." Chapter 150. "If that's the case, this kid won't disrespect you, I will take the first step." Zhiqiu grinned, showing his white teeth, looking like a young naive boy with no scheming. As soon as the voice fell, Zhiqiu's originally black pupils suddenly turned slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the scarlet hexagonal pattern suddenly appeared, and before Chao Tianxiang could see his spirit rings he teleported away. As much as he knew that Chao Tianxiang was not his match and he didn't have much danger from her knowing about his spirit rings, he didn't want to show them just to be safe just in case she disclosed this to others. The Shrek's 7 devils had a calm and relaxed appearance as if they had been quite familiar with the occurrence. Oscar even joked, "This senior, our boss Qiu has already set off, aren't you going to set off?" Oscar's voice made Cao Xiangxiang regain her senses, and her mind suddenly became sober a lot. I had suffered, that kid had a teleporting spirit ability. As soon as Chao Tianxiang thought of this, she couldn't wait to chase after the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, but she had just taken the first step, and the next moment she was completely petrified in place. In front of her, Zhiqiu appeared silently again, just like when he had gone, and his spirit rings were also disappeared before anyone can see them. Once again, his pupils became the deep black as they had been before. The bucket-thick body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was caught under the armpit by Zhiqiu, and it was knocked out again. "Hey, senior hasn't left yet. It seems that we won this competition, let's pass. Xiao Ao, this spirit ring is yours." Oscar was overjoyed, turned around as the spirit ring had finally returned to his hand. Even the words of thanks were too late to say. Oscar was afraid that something might happen again, so he took his dagger and strode to the head of the coxcomb snake. The dagger pierced the gap between the fleshy crown of its head and the skull. The key position of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake could directly destroy its brain. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was struck critically. And the vitality in the body was fast flowing. Although in a coma, the body of the snake was constantly twisting. Oscar was shocked thinking that the coxcomb snake was awake and immediately slipped aside. It didn't take long for the snake's body to stop completely, and Oscar walked to it and sat down cross-legged. Summoned his sausage martial spirit, and began to pull a light purple 1,000-year-old spirit ring that emerged from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. During this period, Chao Tianxiang hadn't moved but stared at Zhiqiu blankly. Her eyes were shocked and confused. She was somewhat able to see his third spirit ring when Zhiqiu came back. Even though Zhiqiu's martial spirit was closed. It was very fast, but how could she not pay attention to spirit rings like the black 10,000 years old? Chao Tianxiang was sure that she was right. Your spirit ring, Chao Tianxiang seemed to want to say something. She was not able to see his other spirit ring, so she thought only his third spirit ring was special, but only that was able to give her such a big shock. She had never heard of someone having a 10,000 spirit ring as their third spirit ring. Zhiqiu interrupted her, "Senior, some things are personal secrets, and even you may not tell me if I ask them. As for the things you want to solicit, this is inconvenient for me. I can only remind you that among the 7 people in my group, 2 of them have a higher status than the next 4. 2 of them are from the top of the imperial royal family. That fat man is a disciple of our dean. You can only recruit Oscars. As for whether he is willing to join you, you have to wait until he has absorbed the spirit ring to ask it." After Zhiqiu gave a faint confession, he looked at the other 7 monsters and said, "Rest on the spot and wait for Oscar to absorb the spirit ring." The 7 monsters nodded their heads and found a place to sit down cross-legged to recover the spirit power that was used in the fight with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, although the spirit power used was not much. Caution was guaranteed at any time in this Douluo Great Forest. Enrichment was still necessary. As for the safety issue, wasn't there still Zhiqiu? They were worried at all. However, both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who were recovering their spirit power, were a little depressed. They had never revealed their identity and background, so how did Zhiqiu know? As for Tang San, he didn't know that one of the 2 people Zhiqiu said would be him who had a higher status than the next 4. Although he had met Tang Hao had not told him many things. He had always been kept in the dark. Zhiqiu saw that the 7 monsters were in a state of meditation, so he went to find a place to sit down as if Chao Tianxiang did not worry about any small movements while the 7 monsters were meditating. He had a good attitude towards Chao Tianxiang and he just wanted to try to match Oscar and Meng. After all, he robbed the wife of Oscar's original work. Zhiqiu still felt uncomfortable in his heart. He wanted to make some compensation. But Zhiqiu's good attitude did not mean that his temper was good. If Chao Tianxiang dared to attack Zhiqiu, wouldn't mind killing them both here. He walked aside and directly exposed the 7 monsters who were meditating and cultivating, but in his heart. He also had the meaning of tempting Kao Xiangxiang. But Chao Tianxiang had no intention of doing anything. It was just after Zhiqiu had spoken to her, that her face changed indefinitely, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Until Zhiqiu walked to the side and sat down, Chao Tianxiang took a deep look at him. And also led Meng to find a place to sit quietly. It seemed that she had not given up on soliciting the group of people, or at least she had not given up on soliciting Oscar. Time passed by minutes. About an hour later, Oscar hurriedly opened his eyes, and 3 spirit rings of yellow, and purple slowly rose under his feet. As soon as the absorption state was over, Oscar jumped up excitedly and laughed a few times with his hands on his hips to vent the joy in his heart. His laughter suddenly awakened the rest of the people who were meditating and cultivating. Only Tang San was still sitting cross-legged, entering a state of deep concentration. "Oscar, do you want to die? Why are you so crazy? Only a 3rd spirit ring can already please you." Oscar chuckled, "Die air, you should treat me better in the future, otherwise I won't give you the sausage of my 3rd spirit ability." Dai Mubai rolled his eyes silently, "Who wanted to eat your sausage?" "Okay, let's talk about your 3rd spirit ability effect." Zhiqiu walked over, looking a little expectant. At this time, the few people who Shrek woke up also gathered around, wanting to see Oscar's 3rd spirit ability. Even Chao Tianxiang and the girl curiously got up and leaned over. Chapter 151. When Oscar heard Zhiqiu asking him to show his spirit abilities, he suddenly became a little nervous. He looked at Zhiqiu bitterly and said, "Boss Chiu, should we go back first and talk about this later?" When Ma Hongjun heard this, he suddenly showed a wretched smile. He squeezed Oscar's arm with his hand and joked. "Oscar, your spirit ability spell is not more wretched than the first 2, is it?" No. Before he finished speaking, Ma Hongjun himself laughed happily. Oscar's face turned black, and suddenly he had an urge to strangle the fat man directly on the spot. Don't make trouble, Xiao Ao, quickly introduce your new spirit ability, Yi Zhiqiu said with a serious face. Oscar nodded helplessly. Then say it first, you must not laugh after listening to my chant. Yi Zhiqiu rolled his eyelids, stop talking nonsense, hurry up, we are all professionally trained, with our concentration, can you still think that we will laugh at your spirit chant? After listening to Yi Zhiqiu's words, the other 7 monsters nodded their heads with serious expressions, but the corners of everyone's mouths were slightly tilted. Oscar curled his lips, raised his hands, closed his eyes with an expression of risk, and said the spell of his third soul ability, I, your father, have a mushroom sausage. Puff ha ha ha. Hearing his words, everyone burst into laughter almost at the same time, even Tang San who was meditating grinned. Oscar's eyes widened and looked at everyone, didn't you say it's okay and you would not laugh? Unexpectedly, as soon as Oscar said this, everyone immediately laughed more loudly. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who had always been cold, bent over and shook her head. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu both held their stomachs, laughing. Ahem, Yi Zhiqiu smiled for a while and stopped first. Although he knew the plot for a long time, he still can't hold back his laughter when he watched Oscar's deity chanting the spirit chant seriously. When Oscar's spirit chant finished, a weird sausage with light blue light appeared in his right hand. It looked light blue. One end of the sausage had the shape of a mushroom head, like an enlarged version of a gnocchi mushroom. This mushroom sausage deserves its name. Humph, just laugh, from now on, you won't be able to eat my mushroom sausage as you laughed at me. Oscar was like a grieved little woman. See if you can, Yi Zhiqiu snatched the blue sausage from his hand and put it directly into Ma Hongjun's mouth, who was laughing next to him. Ma Hongjun was startled as he was stuck in his throat by the sausage. Fortunately, this sausage was formed by the condensed spirit power, and it melted away in an instant. At this moment, behind Ma Hongjun, 2 light blue translucent wings suddenly bounced out. Ma Hongjun, who had not yet reacted, subconsciously flapped his wings, and finally rushed into the sky with a swish. Dai Mubai and others all watched the scene that happened suddenly, dumbfounded. Only Oscar had a triumphant expression on his face, and he smiled and said. The third spirit ability, flying, can fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb for a minute, how about it? Good stuff, Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed with satisfaction, it seems that he can fly and play in the future. In this Douluo continent, even a titled Douluo still could have a lot of inability to fly. Oscar could obtain flying spirit ability at level 30, which was the best martial spirit ability for him. The flying spirit ability can only fly for 1 minute, but it can fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, so at least it can fly more than 200 meters in this minute. Dai Mubai analyzed. In his pupils, there was also an amazing look, and he murmured. Congratulations, Oscar. The future is boundless. The others in Shrek didn't have the thought of smiling anymore, and they congratulated Oscar. At this time, Tang San, who was not paying attention, suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed across his eyes. Xiao Ao, congratulations, Tang San walked over with a light smile. Although he was meditating just now, he knew a little bit about what happened outside. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at Tang San, with a satisfied expression on the corners of his mouth, it seems that there is more than one happy event today, Xiao San, have you exceeded level 30? Tang San was taken aback for a moment, and said with a wry smile. Zhiqiu, your eyes are too sharp, you can see this. Call me Chiu boss, Yi Zhiqiu joked dissatisfiedly. Tang San showed a speechless expression and rolled his eyes at Yi Zhiqiu. The other people of the 7 monsters did not pay attention to the ridicule of the 2 of them. They were all startled by Yi Zhiqiu's words just now. Tang San, level 30. He's only 12 years old, had Shrek Academy birthed another monster. Tang San, you are level 30. You are not yet 13 years old. Yeah, Tang San smiled and nodded. I don't know what's going on, just now when I meditated to recover my spirit power, I suddenly broke through. Everyone. This sudden breakthrough, we wanted too. Fortunately, the 7 monsters had been shocked by the more enchanting Yi Zhiqiu, and they had some adaptability to Tang San's sudden growth to level 30, so they quickly calmed down. But Chao Tianxiang didn't think so. The Shrek 7 devils gave her a shock one after another in a short period. Whether it was the 3rd Oscar flying spirit ability or the 12-year-old 30-level Tang San. Anyone who put it out was a top genius. Moreover, this young man who seemed to be the leader of this group of geniuses was even more amazing. Chao Tianxiang couldn't help it. These young people were too genius. And she would make a great profit if she could get any one of them. After all, the 8 of them seemed to be very close. This was a no-profit business of wooing one person and getting the support of other 7 people. Chao Tianxiang put her gaze on Oscar, and said slightly hoarsely, little guy, can we talk alone? With the voice of Chao Tianxiang, the 7 monsters all became quiet. Oscar cast a questioning look at Zhiqiu, and after seeing Zhiqiu nodding, he walked out. The two of them walked out of a distance of about 10 meters. They talked and discussed something in a low voice. Zhiqiu had no habit of eavesdropping, so he didn't bother to listen to them. How Oscar would choose was his own business, he had done everything he could do. Now Zhiqiu was more concerned about when would the great Titan ape come and take Xiao Wu away. He had some ideas and wants to try to implement them. This was about whether he could obtain a spirit ring of more than 100,000 years. Although it was 70 to 80,000 years old, the 9-tailed beast in his body can also push the threshold of 100,000 years for the spirit ring. But if it was truly 100,000 years, then it would be great, as they would still lose spirit bones. Those 70 to 80,000 years old were not necessarily so, all depends on luck. Chapter 152. The night after 2 days, 13 figures were sitting in a circle somewhere in the middle of the Star Do Great Forest, in addition to the 10 members of Shrek Academy. Chao Tianxiang, Meng Shu, and their granddaughter Meng Yiran were still present. Oscar agreed to Chao Tianxiang's invitation and promised to join their family after he graduated from Shrek Academy. As for the conditions, Oscar didn't say anything. But he had always been courteous in front of Meng Shu recently, and Chao Tianxiang had no intention of stopping him. The moment Oscar agreed, Chao Tianxiang naturally regarded him as her own. So she stayed, planning to go back with Shrek's students. That night, Meng Shu came over and was also persuaded by Chao Tianxiang to stay. Flanders and Zhao Wuji were also picked up by Meng Shu. The spirit power of the two of them was nearly 10 levels worse than him, so naturally, they couldn't hide their trace. From then on, a strong team was formed. In the past 2 days, the 7 Shrek and 1 Meng Yiran still had to go through dozens of battles every day. With nature becoming more and more tacit, Meng's 3rd spirit ring had also been hunted down. It was a 1,700-year-old mandala snake, very suitable for her. It was a pity that although he encountered a lot of spirit beasts, Tang San had not found a suitable spirit beast, and everyone had entered the central area from the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest to search for it. From the moment the group of people stepped into the central area, Zhiqiu began to secretly start to pay more attention. He estimated that the Titan Great Ape should be on the way here. Don't think too much, Zhiqiu didn't mean to hunt the Titan Giant Ape, he just wanted to borrow Xiao Wu's hand to try to ask for help from the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python. He didn't know about Titan Giant Ape, but the Sky Azure Bull Python should know a lot, right? For example, the remaining 100,000-year soul beast hiding places. As to whether they would help Zhiqiu, a human being, Zhiqiu just wanted to try Xiao Wu's relationship. After all 100,000-year soul beasts can't guard themselves, right? Deming and Erming might have other spirit beasts as their enemies. How about getting rid of them quickly? If this was the case, then Zhiqiu's chance would come. He might be able to have 2 100,000-year soul beasts as helpers. Brother Fu, what do you think of my previous proposal? Although the talent still is not as good as these little guys, it can be considered among the best in the whole continent. You have been pondering for a long time, what do you think? The voice was an elderly person who looked like 60 or 70 years old, gray hair, wearing a purple-blue robe, which looked very expensive, a large white beard on the chin with meticulous care. Although a bit old but still full of energy, this person was Meng Shu. Flander looked a little embarrassed, but didn't want to refute Meng Shu's meaning, and couldn't help but look at Zhao Wuji next to him for help. Zhao Wuji raised his head to look at the sky, ignoring him, and Flander's face twitched. All the Shrek students were even more irrelevant, pretending not to hear them. Since Meng Shu got to New Shrek Academy, he wanted to stuff Meng Yiran still inside, and Flander didn't want to go against his original intention to create the academy and only accept monsters, so the situation was so deadlocked. Meng Yiran was still 16 years old and level 31, and her talent in Douluo continent was indeed good, but compared with the Shrek students, she was far worse. Take Dai Mubai as an example. He was 1 year younger than her and had a spirit power of 36. How could he compare both of them? Seeing that no one was speaking for him, Flender couldn't help being a little helpless. He could only say, although I am the Dean of Shrek Academy, the 2 deputy deans also have a pivotal position, Senior Long, it is better to ask them what they think. Zhao Wuji. Ahem, I can do it, but you should ask Vice President Chiu first. Zhao Wuji hit a haha and kicked the ball out. Now, everyone present turned their attention to Zhiqiu, and they were waiting for an answer. Zhiqiu grinned in pain and said helplessly, the original intention of Shrek Academy was to accept only monster-level geniuses. Although Meng is still very talented, she hasn't reached this level. Both Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang frowned. This kid didn't give them any face. Meng Yiran still looked a little sad and smiled at herself. She had always thought that she was the proud child of heaven, but she didn't know how short-sighted she was before until she met these students of Shrek. After getting along for 2 days, her arrogance had long been blown out of her body. She didn't expect that now she even had the qualifications to enter an academy. But, although she can't join Shrek Academy with talent, she can live there as a family member of a student and can train together. Of course, if she thinks this is a charity and hurts her self-esteem, then I can't force her. Zhiqiu ignored other people's expressions. After expressing his attitude, he closed his eyes and rested against the tree. The rest of the people frowned. Looking at Meng still, whose expression changed, Zhiqiu's words could easily hit a person's self-esteem. This kid didn't hide anything, it was too direct. I'm willing. Meng still gritted her teeth, gave Zhiqiu a vicious look, and said suddenly. Oscar next to her was instantly happy. Meng still joined the academy as a family member of the student. The family member was naturally referring to him. Then he and Meng still had at least one name. And the relationship instantly became closer. Oscar could not help but secretly thank Zhiqiu in his heart. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang looked at each other and wanted to say something to Meng. The next moment, Meng Shu's eyes suddenly changed, revealing a solemn expression that he had never had before. He abruptly got up, and his whole body's spirit power surged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black rings. A total of 8 spirit rings rose from under his feet, and a bright golden dragon head scepter condensed in his hand. Beware, a powerful soul beast is approaching at a high speed. Meng Shu let out a low voice, staring at the dense forest in the distance. Flander and Zhao Wuji were taken aback by Meng Shu. They were not as powerful as Meng Shu, and they did not know that the Titan Great Ape was approaching fast. But seeing Meng Shu's solemn expression, the two of them didn't dare to be careless, and released their martial spirits in a hurry, blocking the group of Shrek students behind them. Are you here? Zhiqiu murmured, turning his head and looking at Xiao Wu, who was looking nervous. It seemed that it was indeed the Titan Great Ape. Before anyone could think about it, Zhiqiu took a few steps forward, came to the front of the group of people, and said quickly. It's too late to explain. You will not be allowed to attack. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to attack, especially you. Zhiqiu pointed emphatically at Tang San. Tang San. Chapter 153. Tang San looked at Zhiqiu dumbly with some speechlessness. Do you think I'm like the kind of fool who can go up and provoke that unknown powerful soul beast? Everyone had a solemn expression. Anyway, you remember what I said. Zhiqiu glared at Tang San, and now he had no time to explain anything. Tang San spread his hands helplessly. Okay. Almost at the moment when Tang San's voice fell, in the direction where Meng Shu, Flander, and the others were staring, a shocking scene suddenly happened. 2 dense trees over 20 meters high suddenly separated to each side, and a black shadow as large as a hill came out silently. Seeing this big guy, everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped, and many Shrek students finally knew why Meng Shu would show a solemn or even horrified expression. This was an existence like a mountain, black fur all over its body faintly twinkling with luster under the weak illumination of the moon and stars. Even though it was 4-limbed, the height of its shoulders already at least outstripped 7 meters. If it stood upright, the height might be over 15 meters. On the surface, this was an existence both like monkeys and a black orangutan. Apart from a pair of lantern-sized eyes with a yellow crystal-like luster, its whole body was pitch black. At night if it didn't move, even its body would look indistinct. This big animal's body was too majestic, its condition unimaginably awesome. Not only was its body enormous but all over its entire body. It was covered with muscles even tougher than granite, protruding like little hills. But such an enormous animal did not make any noise while walking, not even the sound of breathing. A pair of yellow pupils, like a lantern, was staring at the crowd, or rather, staring at Xiao Wu among the crowd. It was just that its eyes were too big, as if they didn't have a focal length, so they seemed to be staring at everyone. It turned out to be the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Tang San lost his voice a little, his voice hoarse. Zhiqiu told him not to do anything against this kind of spirit beast. Do I dare to do it? I dare not move at all. Zhiqiu also felt an oppressive force when he saw this spirit beast. He felt that this oppressive force was stronger than the sword Douluo. Of course, it was also possible that sword Douluo didn't express its breath specifically at that time. Xiao Wu. Zhiqiu whispered slowly. Xiao Wu just hesitated for a moment, then ran forward and stood beside Zhiqiu. Tang San was anxious at this scene. Now Zhiqiu and Xiao Wu were standing at the forefront of the team, which was directly exposed to this giant. In front of the ape, Tang San was afraid that the Titan giant ape could suddenly punch them both. The Titan Great Ape only moved his pupils, without any extra movements. Yi Zhiqiu turned his head and looked at the crowd. I will take Xiao Wu to deal with some things. You don't have to wait for the two of us and return to the college when you are done. I will bring Xiao Wu back in 3 days. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Zhiqiu pulled Xiao Wu's hand, and the third black 10,000-year spirit ring flashed, and the two of them disappeared instantly. The next moment, at the position of the shoulder of the Titan Great Ape, Yi Zhiqiu and Xiao Wu appeared as if they had crossed the space. The Titan Giant Ape saw that his Xiao Wu sister suddenly came to his shoulder, and he felt joy. However, after seeing a human kid standing next to her, the Titan Great Ape suddenly opened his mouth a little irritably and roared. Roar! As the Titan Great Ape roared, a black wave of air suddenly spread to the surroundings at high altitude. Pressing and bending the tips of the surrounding big trees as if they were about to break directly, and the sky was full of green leaves rolling. How could it let an arrogant human on it like a mount? The Titan Great Ape immediately wanted to raise his hand to kill this little bug. Not far away, Flander, Tang San, and the others all had a cold sweat for Yi Zhiqiu and Xiao Wu, but they still remembered what Yi Zhiqiu said before. No matter what happens, no attack was allowed. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu's faint voice sounded, Ming. The big hand of the Titan Great Ape paused in mid-air, with a humanized look in his eyes. Xiao Wu also looked at Yi Zhiqiu with shock. In her pink pupils, like the Titan Great Ape, she was a little confused and bewildered. How did Brother Qiu know the name, Ming? I didn't seem to tell him. Yi Zhiqiu smiled faintly, don't be stunned, let's move first. Xiao Wu also woke up suddenly. This was not a place to talk and immediately winked at the Titan Great Ape. Wu wow. The Titan Great Ape scratched the back of his head in a naive manner until Xiao Wu winked at it again before he understood it. Tang San and the others only saw the big head of the giant ape facing Yi Zhiqiu and Xiao Wu in a daze, and then it screamed strangely. After that, he slapped his butt, turned around, and suddenly rose, with only one ups and downs, and disappeared into the dense forest right away. Everyone! What's going on? Is this a happy run together? Ma Hongjun sighed and said, Boss Qiu is amazing, that gorilla is so terrifying. Boss Qiu dare to go and pick the tiger's whiskers. That's not a gorilla, it's the king of the forest among the spirit beasts. The Titan Giant Ape. 100-year-old Titan Giant Ape can compete with the ordinary 10,000 years soul beast, and the one just now looks at least 70 to 80,000 years old. A Qiu took Xiao Wu and went with him. I was a little worried. Tang San shook his head, feeling a little irritable. I am also a little worried, Ning Rongrong muttered, looking in the direction Yi Zhiqiu was leaving. Oscar came over to comfort him with a look of indifferent expression. If you are worried, then you should relax. Do you fail to hear that Boss Qiu just called the soul beast Ming? What does this mean? It means they know each other, and Boss Qiu has teleporting spirit ability. I guess that even if our group of people is wiped out in the Star Do Great Forest, he will still be alive and kicking. Therefore, your worry is not necessary at all. Finally, Oscar spread his hands. I don't think there is anything wrong with Xiaoao's reasoning. You are concerned for the wrong person. After Dai Mubai said, he suddenly leaned next to a few people and whispered. Actually, I have a guess. I think as Zhiqiu looks like a gorilla, the spirit beast was attracted to him. Otherwise, why doesn't the gorilla attack him? Tang San and the others were speechless. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help rolling her eyes. You are a gorilla, and your whole family is a gorilla. Ning Rongrong glared at Dai Mubai in a bad mood. At this time, Flander spoke. Okay, don't make any noise. Believe in your deputy Ding Qiu. He is not such an unscrupulous person. Let's continue to find the spirit ring for Xiao San, and we will have to return to the college and wait for them. On the other side, the Titan Great Ape was rushing towards the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest. Seeing its appearance, the dark face was full of joy. Take Sister Xiao Wu back, the Ming would praise me. This was what the Titan Great Ape was thinking now. It even forgot the other person on its shoulder. Chapter 154. On the shoulders of the Titan Great Ape, Yi Zhiqiu and Xiao Wu both sat casually. Brother Qiu, you knew it from a long time ago. It was from Nuoding Academy, or? She was not afraid of what Yi Zhiqiu would do to her. But she was a soul beast after all. Although she had been transformed into a human, she still could not avoid the fact that she was a soul beast. How should she get along with everyone in the future? Xiao Wu was a little bit afraid that after everyone knew the truth, she would dismiss her as not being a human, or deliberately alienate her. This was something Xiao Wu didn't want to see. What do you think? It does not matter if you are a spirit beast in the world, many people are worse than beasts. Yi Zhiqiu looked at the night sky, his eyes were deeply reflecting the stars, and the plain words were spat out from his mouth, but the strings in Xiao Wu's heart suddenly loosened, and a burst of warmth rose. As for your identity, you used to say it when you were sleeping and talking in your sleep. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Xiao Wu, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose while smiling. Xiao Wu was stunned. Did she reveal everything when she slept? Xiao Wu thought secretly. It seemed that only when she was at Nuoding Academy, her bed was next to Yi Zhiqiu. Could it be that time? While Xiao Wu was thinking about it, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly put a hand on her shoulder. Xiao Wu was startled and looked at him suspiciously. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu didn't have the kind of casual and indifferent look he used to, but a serious expression. Xiao Wu couldn't help but be more serious in her heart, and her sitting posture was a little more correct. She knew that whenever Brother Qiu made this expression, it was about business. Yi Zhiqiu pondered for a while, then slowly said, Xiao Wu, this time I may need your help along with Deming and Ming. I hope you can help me persuade them. I will, Xiao Wu almost agreed without hesitation. Yi Zhiqiu shook his head and said, don't promise so fast after listening to me, you should know what I am doing in the Star Do Great Forest this time. Xiao Wu's originally serious expression with a smile suddenly disappeared, and her pink pupils showed a faint disappointment and sadness. Brother Qiu is thinking, for the spirit ring of Deming and Ming, right? I thought of you as my brother, and you want the spirit ring of my two little brothers. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Xiao Wu's expression and knew that this girl was thinking of something awkward again, and he couldn't help but tap on her head. The small head of the Xiao Wu shrank, revealing an aggrieved appearance. What are you thinking? You are my sister, Deming and Ming are your friends, and naturally, my friends, do you think I am like the kind of person who will shoot at friends? But Brother Qiu, you said to help. Xiao Wu carefully covered her head with her hands, afraid that Yi Zhiqiu would come for her again. But as anyone could see from her bright eyes, the girl's mood suddenly recovered. Deming and Ming had stayed in this Star Do Great Forest for so many years, there should be many enemies of them that can't be solved. Or the trickier guys that cause problems for them. Yi Zhiqiu said slowly, he said more generally, but Xiao Wu understood. Yi Zhiqiu's words mean that if a soul beast was threatening the status of Deming and Ming, then the soul beast could be regarded as a hunting target. This could not only clear the opponents of Deming and Ming in the spirit beast world but also allow Yi Zhiqiu to obtain the 100,000-year spirit ring, which was a happy ending for both parties. I've been away for too long, I don't know, I have to ask Deming about this, although Ming is great, it has been dumb since childhood, nothing but fights, Xiao Wu said. Wu. Ming snarled dissatisfied when Sister Xiao Wu said that his brain was not working well. Although it thinks it was not too smart, it was not stupid at all. You can't say that it's too much, save me some face. Ow. Yi Zhiqiu smiled faintly, this Titan Great Ape was quite characterful. The core area of the Star Do Great Forest was shrouded by a faint mist all year round. These mists were not ordinary but condensed into a substantive spiritual aura. The vegetation here was much lusher than the outside, with exotic flowers and plants everywhere, and even the air had a fragrance of vegetation that was much stronger than the outside world. If ordinary spirit masters could cultivate in this environment, their cultivation speed could at least be increased several times. Such a marvelous sight could appear in this area entirely because of a large lake at the center of the area. It was called the Lake of Life and was the true core of the entire Star Do Forest. At this time, in this lake, a huge black shadow was standing upright with its head up. This was a huge strange creature with a bull-headed snake body. The two corners on the top of the head looked larger than the head, and they were shining with a dark light like obsidian. The thick body of the water creature was covered with dense blue scales the size of a fist. The upper body exposed to the surface of the water was nearly 10 meters in length, and the shadows under the water were heavily extending far away. A pair of large lantern pupils with faint green glow in the night, staring at a certain direction in the dense forest, it perceived that besides the breath of Ming and Xiao Wu, there was also a strange human breath. Wu! The Titan giant ape's figure was still far away, and the exciting roar was indeed transmitted first. After a while, the Titan great ape brought Yi Zhiqiu and Xiao Wu to the lake. The moment he saw the sky azure bull python, Yi Zhiqiu was also taken aback by its disposition. It was too big. Its head was the only part of the body that was exposed to the surface of the water. It was almost as tall as the Titan great ape. If the whole body was exposed, it would be 40 or 50 meters long, right? This was a monster among the spirit beasts, but its appearance made Yi Zhiqiu a little strange. Did a big python have a buffalo head? What gene mutation was this product? Was it a cross between a python and a buffalo? Humans, this is not where you should be. The sky azure bull python opened and closed its jaws, and a thunderous voice swayed in all directions, and terrifying coercion filled Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to make a move, Xiao Wu stepped forward and stood in front of him. Deming, Brother Qiu is not malicious, he is different from other human beings, he is my good friend, Xiao Wu hurriedly said. Oh. The Titan great ape also spoke, but Yi Zhiqiu didn't understand what it said. Along the way, Yi Zhiqiu talked a lot with Xiao Wu. The Titan Great Ape had heard it, and no matter how dumb it was, it knew that this human being was not an enemy. So he also helped Zhiqiu to speak at this time. Chapter 155. The Sky Azure Bull Python vented, looking at Xiao Wu a little helplessly. Sister Xiao Wu, don't be fooled by these despicable humans, he just wants our spirit ring and spirit bone. Xiao Wu's face was embarrassed. I have already transformed into a human, I am only 12 years old now, don't call me Sister Xiao Wu anymore, I am not that old. Zhiqiu glanced at Xiao Wu speechlessly. What kind of brain circuit do you have? Is it time to think about whether you are old or not? Shouldn't you explain to them that I am not that kind of person? Even the Sky Azure Bull Python's face stiffened after hearing Xiao Wu's words, and its pair of faint green eyes widened. No way, no, the Sky Azure Bull Python shook its huge head quickly and said. I grew up in an orderly manner. When I was a little green snake, it was Sister Xiao Wu and Auntie who brought me back to raise me. If you an elder sister for one day then an elder sister for life, the Ming will always be your little brother. Oh ho ho. The Titan Great Ape also nodded and yelled 3 times in agreement. Like the Sky Azure Bull Python, it was adopted by Xiao Wu's mother. He grew up with Xiao Wu and cultivated together. In the hearts of the two beasts. Both regarded Xiao Wu as their elder sister. However, later Xiao Wu chose to transform into a human, and they chose to continue with their animal body. Looking at these three, Zhiqiu's face turned dark. Seeing that Xiao Wu wanted to say something, Zhiqiu immediately snapped, I'm here to do business. I'm not here to listen to you discuss the problem of being a sister or not. Zhiqiu hurriedly rushed in front of Xiao Wu and said, Ming, I am coming this time, not only to bring Xiao Wu to meet with you but to also hunt down a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. However, Zhiqiu was only half of his words, and the Sky Azure Bull Python roared in anger. I said that humans are all despicable beasts, you still don't believe me Xiao Wu's sister, he admitted it himself. Zhiqiu. Could you let me finish? Zhiqiu stroked his forehead helplessly, as it was exhausting to talk to spirit beasts that lacked intelligence. If they didn't transform, they were not as smart as humans. Just like the Titan Great Ape, although Sky Azure Bull Python understands human language, he can also speak a few human words, but it was only a few sentences. These few sentences were force-taught by Xiao Wu's mother at the time. Titan Great Ape was not able to learn a foreign language, it was too difficult to learn for it. The Sky Blue Bull Python was a bit stronger than it, but it was not much stronger. One was a brute that could only go out to fight, and the other was a Sky Azure Bull Python that had been shrunk in the Lake of Life for tens of thousands of years. What kind of human language did you expect them to understand? Zhiqiu winked at Xiao Wu helplessly. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, nodded knowingly, and looked at the Sky Azure Bull Python and said. Ming, his name is Zhiqiu, he has helped me a lot in the human world, I already recognize him as an older brother, just like our relationship. Brother Qiu didn't mean to be an enemy with you, he just wanted to ask you if there was an enemy that could threaten you, if so, everyone will work together to solve it. Xiao Wu finished speaking in one breath. Sky Azure Bull Python did not dare to interrupt her, so this time it understood. Sister Xiao Wu, no matter how good he is with you, he is also a human being, as the Emperor of the Star Do Great Forest, how can I help humans kill our kind? Even if they're an opponent who we want to kill, I would rely on my strength. Sky Azure Bull Python said in dissatisfaction, it had its pride. Rely on yourself, Zhiqiu cursed secretly in his heart, really stubborn. Fortunately, from the words of the Sky Azure Bull Python, Zhiqiu still analyzed something useful to him. They should indeed have some enemies. After all, the treasure land like the Lake of Life had been occupied by the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape for tens of thousands of years. What did the other 100,000-year spirit beasts think? Those spirit beasts should also want to grab the territory, this was bound to happen, but it was hard to say whether they were the opponents of the Sky Azure Bull Python and the giant Titan Ape. If reasoning didn't work, it seemed I can only fool. Zhiqiu sighed, thought about it for a moment, and got an idea. His originally irritated look changed to a sincere one at the moment, and his sincere expression stunned Xiao Wu. Zhiqiu said, Ming, I admire your emperor-like character. But have you ever thought that if you don't take me to hunt other 100,000-year spirit beasts, then I can only find some 6 to 70,000-year-old spirit beasts, after all, I can't live without a spirit ring, right? As the Emperor of the Star Do Great Forest. Those 6 to 7,000-year-old spirit beasts are all your people, and if your people died wouldn't you feel sad? Your opponent's death is better than the death of your people so that you and Ming can live here quietly, not afraid of being robbed of the sight. I will occasionally bring Xiao Wu to accompany you, isn't it good? You don't want your little sister not to visit you in the future, right? Zhiqiu, bit by bit, introduced the pros and cons to the Sky Azure Bull Python and it froze it for a moment. The sky azure bull python spit out 2 long white air currents from its nose, and its oversized head was half tilted. Its big tail in the lake of life also turned up, scratching its head very spiritually. It seemed to be thinking. Xiao Wu glanced at Zhiqiu with weird eyes. She always felt that her brother Qiu could be the kind of person who liked to pretend to be forced or the kind of ruthless person who didn't care about anything but he actually cared for everyone, and now her belief solidified. Wow wow. At this time, the Titan great ape suddenly roared twice, as if conveying some news to the sky azure bull python. The blue eyes of the azure bull python settled, the old dragon's beard on the lower jaw trembled, and he said. Human, I think what you said is very reasonable. In the face of Sister Xiaowu, I and Erming can help you hunt down a 100,000-year-old spirit ring, but you seem to be very weak. I can perceive that your aura is probably as strong as 10,000-year-old spirit beast will. With the spirit ring you would not be crushed to death. Don't worry about this. After Zhiqiu replied almost without thinking, he opened his martial spirit, and the 3 purple, black and black spirit rings fell instantly, surrounding him. When the green bull python saw the second and third spirit rings on Zhiqiu's body, a look of shock was revealed in its faint green pupils. You had to know that no spirit beast that can grow to 10,000 years was good-natured, but this human had 2 10,000-year-old spirit rings. Besides, it was the second and third spirit rings. The sky azure bull python was a little stunned. Were human beings so powerful now? After that, will there still be room for us spirit beasts in this continent? He also promised to help him hunt the same kind. Wasn't this a disguised weakening of one's strength? At this moment, the sky azure bull python hesitated. Chapter 156. The pair of green eyes of the sky azure bull python suddenly became erratic, and Zhiqiu guessed his thoughts as soon as he turned his mind. The erratic expression of ordinary people's eyes meant that they were hesitating. This principle also worked on spirit beasts. Zhiqiu pondered for a while and said, Deming, I don't like killing. The peaceful coexistence of spirit beasts and humans is what I want to see the most. The eyes of the sky azure bull python suddenly showed contempt, and it only thought that this human kid was very hypocritical. Do you treat us spirit beasts as fools? If this is really what you want to see, then why do you still come to us to help you hunt for a 100,000-year-old spirit ring? Zhiqiu shook his head and said in denial, spirit beasts are just like humans. Some evil people deserve to die, and some evil beasts deserve to die. I just took their spirit rings as a way to improve my strength. If one day I become a titled Douluo of the mainland member, then I will use any means to change the embarrassing situation of humans and spirit beasts. But now, I can't do this kind of thing. I have to go further on the road to become stronger, and this road is destined to be bloody. For the greater benefit, some sacrifices are inevitable. Those who make big changes do not stick to trivial matters. Do you understand? Sky azure bull python listened to Zhiqiu's words and fell silent. There was a voice in its heart telling it that this kid was just talking big, trying to lie to himself and Erming just to get his work done. But when it saw Zhiqiu saying these things, those proud eyes that do not succumb to the rules and destiny of the world would always involuntarily pop up, trying to believe his ideas, even if this human being was still weak in his view. The sky azure bull python hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, 40 miles away in the east, there is a black forest. There is a one-horned evil dragon hidden there. It was making waves in the Star Do Great Forest a long time ago. Ming was injured and ran away. Later it relied on its ability to fly and often troubled Ming, who would go out alone to play. I can't go with you on this trip, otherwise, it will escape. 40 li, Zhiqiu raised his brows. It was because he was able to fly to the door of the spirit beast house easily. For the spirit beast, 40 miles was not too far, and it would not take long to arrive. If it weren't for the 200,000-year-old soul beasts that lived in the lake of life, the one-horned evil dragon would have tried to grab the territory directly. Just it, Zhiqiu hardly hesitated. Although being able to fly makes him feel a bit tricky, it's not that he couldn't fight. Oh. At this moment, Ming suddenly yelled a few times in excitement. And after he put Xiao Wu from his shoulders to the ground, he turned around. He jumped for a distance of tens of meters. In the blink of an eye, he and Zhiqiu disappeared into the mist. Xiao Wu stood there and stomped her feet angrily. This little brother was too much and threw her down. Deming, hurry up, take me over, Xiao Wu hurriedly urged. However, Deming did not listen to her this time, shook his head, and whispered, Sister Xiao Wu, your strength is too weak after being transformed into a human. And you can't bear the aftermath of 100,000 years of spirit beast fighting. If I take you there, then if the cunning evil unicorn dragon sensed the aura of the 200,000-year-old spirit beasts and ran away. Speaking of which, I don't think the two of them can gain anything this time. The evil unicorn dragon is not so easy to deal with. Deming stared in the direction where Zhiqiu and the Titan Great Ape were leaving and shook his head helplessly. It also knew the location of some other 100,000-year-old spirit beasts, and it was much easier to deal with than the unicorn evil dragon. It was just that those spirit beasts, from Deming's point of view, were very peaceful, just staying in their lair and practicing silently, looking for trouble for nothing. Deming couldn't do it. On the other side, the Titan Great Ape was moving at a very high speed. Its way of moving was a little special. Like a frog jump. It was traveling nearly 100 meters away in one leap. The speed was very fast, and the endless green quickly passed under it. Zhiqiu used Flying Thunder God to come to the top of the Titan Giant Ape. This position could help him to see farther. Even if the Titan Giant Ape landed, his height could be maintained above the treetop. The endless sea of trees was crawling under its feet, and only a few more prominent ones occasionally could slightly block the line of sight. Seeing the world inside the woods and seeing the world from outside the woods were completely two concepts, as if sitting upright in the clouds, giving people the illusion of having a panoramic view of everything in the world. At this time, Zhiqiu's clothing robe was being damaged by the high winds brought by Ming's high-speed movement. His long hair was dancing randomly behind him, and the strong wind blowing with the fragrance of vegetation hit his face. Not only did not hurt him, on the contrary, it was very refreshing. At this moment, Zhiqiu suddenly thought of a mount. It was a pity, he didn't find the ninjutsu of summoning in the system store, and Zhiqiu was a little sorry about that. But thinking about it carefully, for summoning to work he had to sign a contract with the beast there before he could summon the beast. Douluo's continent spirit beast didn't seem to conform to this rule. It was strange to say that, apart from the impossibility of psychic techniques, Zhiqiu had not seen other powerful ninjutsu for the time being, such as the infinite Tsukimi and the reincarnating the dead with Edo Tensei. These should also belong to the ninjutsu of the Naruto system, right? But in the system, they were not sold. Zhiqiu didn't think that this kind of technique would be too strong for the system to record, so there were only two possibilities. One was that the system had a limit due to the world, and the other was that the system might be upgraded, but he didn't know when it would be upgraded. Zhiqiu himself was more inclined to the second kind of guessing. After all, the source of the system was mysterious and unpredictable, and its force was destined to be unable to continue. Time slowly passed while Zhiqiu was thinking. It didn't take long for Zhiqiu to notice the changes in the woods in a distant area. The original endless green dense forest seemed to have been spotted with a piece of ink. And the giant trees were completely changed. The leaves of the stems turned into a dark color, and there was a faint black mist on them, revealing the slightest weirdness. If Zhiqiu got down to the ground, he would find that the surface here was emitting black air. If he shoot a horror movie here, he was sure that it would save money for special effects. The area covered by this black forest was about a few kilometers in diameter. The black and green on the margins formed a sharp contrast. One side symbolized vitality, and the other side was a dead place, and there was no sound. Zhiqiu frowned when he saw this. The spirit beast that could directly affect the surrounding environment was a powerful existence. Such changes in the environment were likely to be related to the characteristics of that spirit beast. If it hadn't been for Deming to say that he and Ming could fight this spirit beast directly together, Zhiqiu would have doubted whether an old monster was hiding here. Ming didn't think as much as Zhiqiu. When he came to the border of the Black Forest, he didn't mean to stop at all. He ran towards the center of the Black Forest in a familiar way. Seeing its appearance, it seemed that he did not come here to fight less. At this time, Ming yelled with excitement all the way, for fear that the owner here didn't know it was coming. Roar! At the center of the Black Forest, a dull roar shook the sky, and black airwaves escaped with the roar, seeming to respond to Ming's provocation. After a while, a black shadow no smaller than Ming suddenly rose into the sky and flew at high speed in the direction where Zhiqiu and Ming were. Chapter 157. Although it was late at night, Zhiqiu could still see clearly with his eyesight. It was a Tyrannosaurus-like spirit beast, a bit like those western dragons in Zhiqiu's previous life. The most conspicuous thing was the single horn of its head. The roots had the thickness of thighs and were dark in color. The tip was full of cold light under the moonlight. It was more than 2 meters long. Now, even if it was a giant beast of the size of the Titan Great Ape, it would probably also get a hole in the flesh if he was attacked by the horn. Behind it, there was a pair of equally black fleshy wings, exuding a metallic luster, and fist-sized black scales were scattered all over the body, shining with black light. This was a sub-dragon spirit beast whose whole body was jet black, and its body was surrounded by a faint black mist during the flight. A long black mist trail was drawn behind it. Is this the unicorn evil dragon? It looks pretty cool. Zhiqiu watched the spirit beast and his eyes brighten. If this could be caught as a mount. It was a pity that he lacked a spirit ring now, so he would catch a real dragon later. He believed that the appearance of a real dragon should be more handsome than it. The one-horned evil dragon landed on the ground dozens of meters in front of the giant ape. Its black eyes looked at the giant ape and then glanced at Zhiqiu on its head. When it saw Zhiqiu's outermost 10,000-year spirit ring circled, he couldn't help but be stunned. Roar! The unicorn evil dragon looked at the titan great ape and roared. It looked like it was questioning. Zhiqiu heard the anger from its roar. Oh oh! The titan great ape patted his chest with both hands and made a loud dong dong noise. Then, it made a move that made Zhiqiu stunned. The titan great ape suddenly turned around and lifted his butt and swayed it from side to side towards the evil dragon. Was asking for his no, this was a naked provocation. It seemed that Ming should have a deep resentment for this guy, but doing this kind of action would not suit your 100,000-year spirit beast's reputation. Well? Zhiqiu, standing on Ming's head, felt a bit embarrassed. What kind of strange provocation was this? However, the one-horned evil dragon on the opposite side was furious in an instant, and 2 long black breaths of air spurted from his nostrils. Roar! The one-horned evil dragon rushed along with its 2 strong and exaggerated short legs. Booming all the way, the big tree blocking it was either broken or slapped by its wings. There was a smug look in Ming's eyes with his back to it. Ming was afraid that this dragon would fly up. Every time it flew, Ming could do nothing to it. Instead, it was in Ming's best interest to do hand-to-hand combat. Seeing that the one-horned evil dragon rushed up recklessly as if he had lost his mind, Ming turned around flexibly and also roared. The grinning boss rushed up with excitement. The 2 giants blinked and approached, and their bodies collided fiercely. A muffled sound mixed with transparent airwaves spread to the surroundings, spreading far away. As this was the site of a 100,000-year spirit beast, other spirit beasts dared not approach it, otherwise, the battle of 2 100,000-year soul beasts might have blown them away. The 2 beasts fought in close quarters, their palms and claws fought against each other, and the battlefield became hot at the beginning. The horn on top of the evil dragon's head was the hardest part of its body. At this time, when both claws were restricted by the other side, it did not hesitate to lower its head slightly, and the horn was aimed at the top of Ming's throat. Ming's actions were much simpler, it was more inclined to human attack methods but more violent. Wow! Ming roared excitedly, and moved his head slightly to the side, avoiding the single horn that wanted to pierce his throat. Leaning his head back slightly, he suddenly slammed his forehead towards the back of the unicorn evil dragon whose head was slightly lowered. The heads of the 2 giant beasts collided, and the sound was like beating a drum, spreading far away. One-horned evil dragon was staggered, and Ming's yellow pupils suddenly showed a touch of color. Taking advantage of the unsteady shape of the evil dragon, Ming used his strength to stabilize his figure. Suddenly one of his legs lifted and stamped on the toes of the unicorn evil dragon. At this moment, the black pupils of the unicorn evil dragon widened, and Zhiqiu even saw tears in his eyes. Needless to say, this foot must be very painful. But this was not over yet. After Ming stamped his first foot, his foot lifted again and he chopped his second foot. Roar! The unicorn evil dragon's eyes were tearful, showing resentment. If you look at its feet now, you could find that the toe of one of its feet had been squashed. The angry one-horned evil dragon opened his mouth, and a mouthful of black inflammation sprayed towards Ming's head. Before it could get closer, Zhiqiu noticed a scorching tropical smelly smell on his face, and there was a faint tingling on his skin. Huh! Ming was taken aback. Why this beast couldn't afford to play fairly and was using the dragon's breath to fight melee. At this time, Ming wanted to evade his claws on the spot. After all, being spit by the dragon's breath was not a joke. It couldn't die because of its thick skin. But it was estimated that it had to burn all of his hair. However, even if Ming slammed his palms hard, he was unable to twitch. Its palm was firmly grasped by the claws of the evil unicorn dragon. At this time, the eyes of the evil unicorn dragon showed a sense of revenge. You can step on my toes, isn't it okay for me to spit? Just when Ming AOO yelled and wanted to carry it down, Zhiqiu, who was standing on top of it, put his hands flat on his chest, and the hexagonal windmill in his pupils turned crazily, and the tingling sensation came, and the 2 red lines acted as tears flowed. Bloodstains spilled from the corner of his eyes and slipped. Susanu. Chapter 158. Zhiqiu's face lightly snorted, as his voice fell, the faint purple spirit power twisted and escaped. Spreading rapidly from the junction of his feet and Ming's head, and the speed of the spreading was extremely fast, every time the purple on spread. At one point, pieces of dark purple coats would be quickly covered. At this time, the black flame of the unicorn evil dragon finally arrived, and the upper body of Ming was drowned in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the evil dragon suddenly loosened Ming's palm, and his wings soared into the sky as he spread his wings behind his back. The black flames gushed out from its dragon's mouth without interruption, covering a whole area underneath along with the black mist. In the forest, the center of Ming's location, surrounded by black mist, was destroyed. Only the piercing sound of sizzling could be heard. From the surrounding big trees, these black inflammations not only had a scorching high temperature but also seemed to be corrosive. The stems of the big trees with a trace of black inflammation were all corroded in an instant. And the area was like the end of the world, with countless trees dumped and messily littered around. At the center magma piled together, it was constantly flowing to the lower part of the forest, the location the Titan great ape was originally standing. The upper and lower jaws of a unicorn evil dragon flying in the air closed together, and a trace of doubt appeared in its huge black pupils. It fought against this monkey in the past, but every time this monkey got hit by his black flame, he uses his spirit power to shake the black flame away, never letting the black flame stay on his body for more than a second. What happened this time? Why is not responding for a long time? If anyone said that it was directly burned to death due to its flame, the unicorn evil dragon would not believe it. This old opponent was not so weak, and this move would hurt him at best. At this moment, in the magma formed by the black inflammation, a dazzling purple light suddenly pierced the surface of the slurry, like the first ray of dawn from the sky. The huge black eyes of the evil unicorn dragon shrank. He hurriedly fluttered its wings and continued to fly high. It felt conspired. The monkey had been soaking in his fire for so long and had not come out yet. It must be brewing something he didn't know. Sure enough, he guessed it. It had fought with Ming dozens of times, and he had never seen the Titan great ape use a move with purple light. The evil unicorn dragon moved more than 100 meters high before stopping. It felt safe at this position, enough for it to make various responses. After a little peace of mind, the evil unicorn dragon moved towards the position of the giant ape. Looking over, there was a touch of arrogance in his eyes. Even if you could jump high, you still couldn't fly. What's the point if you can't hit me? Wow! At this moment, Ming underneath suddenly roared in excitement. With it as the center, a circle of black airwaves suddenly spread, and the black flame adhering to it was suddenly shaken into a sky. At this moment, Ming's figure was completely revealed, and the dazzling purple on suppressed the surrounding darkness, and the originally pitch-black forest was covered by the brightly mapped Ming's purple coat at this time. From top to bottom, even the eyes were covered by a translucent coat for protection. Its huge body looked like a giant amethyst, dazzling. Above Ming's head, Zhiqiu squatted halfway, his face was a little pale, but the corners of his mouth were filled with joy. Susanoo Ming. Success. At first, Zhiqiu just had the mentality to give it a try, after all. Ming was a living thing. Unexpectedly, this idea was successfully tested the first time. It might be the reason for adding external objects. Spirit power and mental power were consumed a bit more than normal, which emptied the spirit power in his body. Zhiqiu drew some of the spirit power of the nine-tailed beasts in his body before covering Ming's whole body. Not only the one-horned evil dragon in the sky was curious about such things as Susanoo's coat. Even Ming, who was covered and protected by it, lifted his forefoot to look at it again, touching it a few times from time to time. He bounced happily on the spot a few times and gave out strange cheers. In Zhiqiu's opinion, the current Ming was probably as happy as the huskies he raised in his previous life suddenly given new toys to play, jumping completely unable to calm down. Ming, I will send you to the sky, and you are going to bring it down. Zhiqiu glanced at the one-horned evil dragon flying in the sky that didn't intend to come down. Huh. Ming wanted to scratch the back of his head habitually but suddenly found that the back of his head was covered with Susanoo's coat. While Ming was thinking about how Zhiqiu would send him to the sky, Zhiqiu above his head suddenly put a hand on its forehead. Zhiqiu stared at the unicorn evil dragon flying in the sky and calculated the distance. Flying Thunder God. Chapter 159. Flying Thunder God could instantly record and engrave the script within 50 meters. At this time, Ming and the unicorn evil dragon were 100 meters away, and naturally, Ming couldn't do anything. But Zhiqiu wasn't troubled. He could even close the distance between the two sides without any trouble, because his passiveness of Flying Thunder God was instant recording and printing. Ming was a little confused about how Zhiqiu would send himself to the sky. At the moment when Zhiqiu's third 10,000-year spirit ring flickered, it suddenly discovered that he went to the sky. At a height of 50 meters from the ground, Ming's huge body suddenly appeared, and the next flash disappeared in an instant. When Ming came back to his senses, it was already facing the unicorn evil dragon. Both beasts were a little startled, staring at each other with big eyes. But Ming was not like a unicorn evil dragon with wings and couldn't fly. In its stunning effort, its body begins to fall along with gravity. "Are you stupid? Punch it." Zhiqiu reminded loudly, and once again moved Ming up with Flying Thunder God. This time, Ming suddenly discovered that he was riding on the back of the unicorn evil dragon. Wow! A joyous cry came from Ming's throat. It never thought that one day he could be a dragon-riding ape. This feeling was really novel. The unicorn evil dragon had been cultivating for so many years. Wherever he had been ridden by a beast, he immediately became furious. Turning his head back, he wanted to give Ming, who was presumptuous on his back, a breath of a black flame. Unexpectedly, when its dragon's mouth just opened, Ming, a smart learner, took the first step and slammed its uppercut, hitting it on its jaw, and immediately slammed the unicorn evil dragon's head upwards. The dragon's breath that was about to be ejected was held back. It was like a drunk person who was about to vomit, and what he vomited into his throat suddenly swallowed back into his stomach, so uncomfortably, the one-horned evil dragon suddenly felt his stomach turned upside down. Wow! Ming's reluctant body leaned forward, his legs wrapped around the body of the unicorn evil dragon, one palm clung to its neck and pulled back vigorously. The other hand turned into the fist like iron, punching and punching. He went straight to the forehead of the unicorn evil dragon without interruption. Bang bang, sound shook the sky. The one-horned evil dragon was a bit stunned by Ming's fist attacks. It flew in the sky without any resistance, and its short legs and hands could not reach Ming on its back. At this time, the unicorn evil dragon looked a bit miserable. Its neck was almost broken by Ming's punches, and the flesh on it was deeply sunken. The black crystal-like dragon scales broke apart one by one. The scales on the head of the unicorn evil dragon cracked, black blood flowed down, and it was contaminated on the palm of Ming that was holding its neck, making a sizzling sound, and the palm of Ming was simply covered with Susanoo amethyst coat. The silky touch made the black blood fall directly, which did not cause any harm to Ming. Some groggy consciousness caused the unicorn evil dragon to flap its wings numbly. It could not fall. Once it fell to the ground, it would be even worse if it was hammered. At that time, this monkey could hammer not only with both hands but also legs. The one-horned evil dragon, which was not very clear-headed, flew around, and it didn't know where it flew. At the Lake of Life, when Ming and Xiao Wu watched Ming riding a one-horned evil dragon flying over them, their triumphant expressions were a bit daunting. Ming also took the time to wave his palms to greet them. Ming was confused and his green eyes were round. How did his second brother go to the sky? How could you ride on the head of the evil dragon? What was the amethyst-like armor that was wrapping it? This night, the Star Do Great Forest was not peaceful. Countless spirit beasts saw a great ape wearing amethyst armor, riding a black dragon flying over him, occasionally accompanied by a low bang. Even Tang San, who was still looking for spirit beasts in the middle of the Star Do Great Forest, saw one person and two beasts flying high in the distance, and the group of them were petrified on the spot. Ming had a deep grievance with the evil unicorn dragon. The two beasts had fought dozens of times, each time no one won clearly. However, because the evil unicorn dragon could fly, Ming had suffered more often, and he was often ashamed. Seizing the opportunity this time, Ming naturally wanted to retaliate against it. Whenever the evil unicorn dragon was about to fly out of the Star Do Great Forest, Ming would touch its neck and change the flight direction of the evil unicorn dragon and then once again rode it back to the Star Do Great Forest to show off its might. In addition to those low-level spirit beasts, several 100,000-year-old spirit beasts sensed the aura of both of them, and couldn't help but take a look. Ming and the unicorn evil dragon were both famous beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. One occupied the best habitat area, the Lake of Life. The other one was completely famous for its evil nature. These two beasts had fought a lot of times, and other 100,000-year soul beasts were also used to seeing them, but it was the first time for them to ride in the sky like tonight. Ming, are you done with playing? Send it down, and finish it. Oh, Ming looked at this unicorn black dragon that carried him for most of the night, and it was a pity that such a good mount was going to be killed. The next moment, Ming squeezed his right palm without hesitation, and his right shoulder tilted back slightly. On an obsidian iron fist, black spirit power gathered like a whirlpool. To strengthen the power of his punch, Ming even imposed his gravity field on his fist. Boom! A sonic boom was heard, breaking the speed of sound. Ming's fist was stamped on the back of the unicorn evil dragon with a sonic boom all the way. Zhiqiu seemed to hear the sound of cracking of bones in the loud noise, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Ming, this stupid beast wouldn't punch this unicorn dragon to death, right? Brother, this is my spirit ring. The one-horned evil dragon, whose head was dizzy, suffered a blow, stiffened, and passed out completely. It luxuriantly pulled his wings straight toward the earth below and fell like a meteorite. Oh! Ming banged his chest with his hands a few times, yelled in excitement. And his complexion was refreshed. For the first time, he completely defeated his rival. In the past at most, he beat him away. This time was different. It stunned the unicorn evil dragon. As for the one-horned evil dragon that was falling at this time, the height of more than 100 meters above the ground, Ming didn't care at all. It could jump 100 meters by itself, and if it falls like this, it would probably shake a little, which was almost the same as a punch of the same kind, with a surge of blood at most. Titan Great Ape, growing up in battle. Injuries were just like everyday meals, they were spirit beast races that enjoy fighting. Zhiqiu frowned, he was afraid that the unicorn evil dragon that had lost the power of resistance would just fall and die like this. Did this count as his own killing? It would definitely not count. Zhiqiu, who pressed Ming's forehead with one hand, stared at the head of the unicorn evil dragon, and the hexagonal windmill in his right eye turned for a while. In an instant, a scorching black flame emerged from the void and stuck to the head of the unicorn evil dragon. Amaterasu. Chapter 160. In the next instant, Zhiqiu, who was on the back of the unicorn evil dragon, activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared with Ming. The unicorn evil dragon fell with its forehead facing downwards, and the black inflammation was attached to its head. The falling wind blew the black flames spreading backward. And within a short while, it covered the whole body of the unicorn black dragon. At this time, its huge body looked like a meteorite falling from the sky, and then it slammed into the dense forest below. The place became, as if it had been bombed by more than a dozen missiles, a large pit appeared on the originally dense forest. The sky-like black flame spreads everywhere, if Zhiqiu ignored it, he was afraid that the entire Star Dough forest would be gone in 2 days. Roar! The intense pain of burning due to the flame caused the unicorn evil dragon to wake up and roar, trying to extinguish the flame. It never thought that one day, he would taste the effects of burning. It was just that this black flame was not able to extinguish easily and was flowing like magma. It was a pity that no matter how the one-horned evil dragon struggled in the flames, the aura of the black fire on its body had not weakened at all, and it burned more and more, encompassing all its more than 20-meter-high body. Amaterasu, unless you avoid it at the moment the caster casts it, otherwise, as long as it was contaminated, you can only cut the limbs and cut the flesh to get rid of it. If it didn't burn everything, it would not go out. Therefore, the appearance of the unicorn evil dragon at this time was a bit miserable. The first thing that hurts was its most vulnerable eyes, and it was blind almost instantly, and then, it was the weak parts of the body, such as its gun. Whenever the unicorn evil dragon screamed in pain, the black fire would pour back into its dragon's mouth, which in turn made it more painful. And its body was also burning, suffering from the black fire. It was its instinct to yell in pain, but this formed a vicious circle. 50 meters away from the unicorn evil dragon, Zhiqiu and Ming were standing still. Ming's eyes were a bit unbearable, and he turned his head slightly. This was a good opponent for the first half of his life. Although the beast was a bit violent, he just left. One-horned evil dragon, needless to say, was hopeless. From now on, in this Star Dough Great Forest, Ming himself probably won't be able to find another soul beast that could fight against him from time to time. Zhiqiu had a calm face. It wasn't that his heart was as hard as iron. But he felt that killing a soul beast was necessary for his growth, and it was also the nature of life. The unicorn evil dragon should have also killed a lot of spirits beasts to reach here. It didn't make much sense to sympathize with it. If the unicorn evil dragon was replaced by a human, Zhiqiu's heart might have fluctuated much more. Whether it was his past life or this life. Zhiqiu had never killed a person, at most he had injured them severely, such as the old tortoise from Sanhui Academy. As for their shadow clones, they might have killed others. But the memory of the shadow clones would not return until the clones were removed. So, it could be said that since Zhiqiu came to this Douluo continent, he had not tried the taste of murder. Some beliefs in his previous life were still reminding him at all times, and he did not know whether this was good or bad for him. Zhiqiu and Ming stood silently for more than 10 minutes. The evil dragon finally stopped moving. From this, it could be seen that its vitality was still very tenacious. Negative sentiment value from the unicorn evil dragon plus 9,660. At this time, the sky was shining and the black fire was rushing around. The trees in this area were all turned into coke, and the black fire was still spreading quickly to the distance. This was not going to work. Zhiqiu's right eyes eternal and started to extinguish the black fires everywhere. After finally extinguishing the flames on the unicorn black dragon, Zhiqiu sat on the ground with only the sensation of pain. The pain in his right eye was extremely high. This was a manifestation of excessive mental power consumption, which he had experienced before. When the spirit power is gone, he could directly adjust the tail beast's source to supplement it, but the mental power was not like that, and he could only wait for it to recover on its own. After opening the Susanoo for so long, and using Amaterasu, Zhiqiu didn't faint, but he was already at his limit. Wow! Erming walked over and whispered twice at Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu could not understand what it said, but he could also guess what it was saying. Don't worry, I'm fine, Erming, you protect me. I'm afraid that other 100,000-year spirit beasts will make trouble while I absorb the spirit ring, Zhiqiu said with solemn eyes. This worry was not superfluous, he had consumed a lot of energy now, and couldn't use the power of his eyes in a short time. Don't worry, you can absorb it at ease. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Zhiqiu turned his head to take a look, the corner of his mouth couldn't help showing a relieved smile, as Deming had brought Xiao Wu over. At this time, Xiao Wu was standing on top of Deming's head and waving at him. Huh, Zhiqiu let out a long sigh. 200,000-year spirit beasts were protecting him, should the other 100,000-year soul beasts would still dare to come? Glancing at the scarlet 100,000-year-old spirit ring condensed on the corpse of the one-horned evil dragon, Zhiqiu walked over quickly with some excitement. He did not rush to absorb the spirit ring but turned around the corpse of a unicorn dragon. When he saw a long black crystal pressed under the unicorn on its head, Zhiqiu's eyes lit up and he quickly bent over and picked it up. This object looked like a rectangular crystal block, about 1 meter long, and it was soft and jade-like. Zhiqiu scratched the back of his head. This thing should be the spirit bone exploded by the unicorn evil dragon, but which part of the spirit bone was this? Why does it have this shape? The limbs are not like this, even the torso bones are too long. I can't even stuff my head in. With some doubts, Zhiqiu put away the rectangular black spirit bone first, planning to go back and study it slowly. Now, absorbing the spirit ring of this evil unicorn dragon was the most important thing. After all, after the death of the spirit beast, the spirit ring could only exist for some time, and then it would disappear. Zhiqiu's eyes also showed a little look of expectation. He heard that the million-year spirit ring was golden. Needless to say, it was significantly higher than the red 100,000-year ring. If his tailed beasts could increase the age of his spirit ring, then it would be best. He found a slightly clean place beside the unicorn evil dragon, and Zhiqiu began to use his consciousness to establish a connection with this 100,000-year spirit ring. Chapter 161. The moment Zhiqiu's consciousness was connected with the spirit ring, the nine-tailed beast's phantoms in his chi sea of Dantian suddenly opened his eyes. They looked up to the sky and stared up. The direction they looked at was exactly where the one-horned evil dragon's 100,000-year spirit ring was. Here comes, Zhiqiu was excited in his heart. Could it turn to a million-year ring? Could or couldn't? As for absorbing the spirit ring, it wouldn't take much for him to do it at all, and the 9 free laborers would automatically handle it for him. At this moment, the 9-tailed beasts opened their mouths at the same time. The one-horned evil dragon spirit ring of 100,000 years was suspended in the air and was swallowed into the body by them in the blink of an eye. It was divided into 9 parts and was swallowed up completely clean, leaving nothing behind. The spirit ring was swallowed, and the 9-tailed beasts became silent. Zhiqiu was excited and started to flip through the system store. Once he bought a ninjutsu and the 9-tailed beasts returned the spirit energy, he would most likely have his first million-year spirit ring. Rasengan 300 negative emotion value. Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands 100 negative emotion value. Mind's Eye of the Kagura 10 negative emotion value. Zhiqiu went through the system store for a long time and found 3 ninjutsu that he preferred. There was originally S-class forbidden ninjutsu called reanimation jutsu but when he thought of going to dig up the rotten corpse and taking a living person as a sacrifice, he directly dropped it. Needless to say, the several techniques selected now were also quite good. Rasengan, although the basic version was not much powerful but once enhanced by the 100,000-year spirit ring would inevitably change in nature. Zhiqiu had no doubt that it could perform equal to an S-level or even the power of Super S-grade ninjutsu, and when combined with his own Flying Thunder God, it would almost certainly hit. If the Rasengan was used by Zhiqiu, with his almost inexhaustible spirit power, he was afraid that it could be used as a big killer move like the Kamehameha in Dragon Ball, and there was a lot of variations of Rasengan that could be used. As for Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands, this was the ultimate move of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage in Naruto. Even in the final battle of the Naruto world, it was ninjutsu that showed its power. As for the mind's eye of the Kagura, this was a kind of functional ninjutsu. This was perception-type ninjutsu that appeared in Naruto Shippuden. It had a lot of perceptual and probing ability. With it, a ninja was able to find and track chakra over a vast distance, as well as perceive any unusual chakra activity within a radius of several dozen kilometers. You had to know that, this was not an ordinary perception. This technique was like a person watching a black and white animation from a high perspective. This was a magical skill in auxiliary ninjutsu. If Zhiqiu used it by himself, he felt that it would be no big problem to perceive 100 kilometers with his mental power, and the effect of the 100-year spirit ring would not be too bad. These three ninjutsu were very good. Zhiqiu fell into a tangled state for a while. Which one to choose? All three looked pretty good. After hesitating for a while, Zhiqiu pointed to the top at Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands. He was thinking how cool it would be to use it in a fight. However, the next moment. System prompt, no would release, insufficient conditions. Zhiqiu. Are you playing with me? I finally made up my mind, but what did I get? The conditions for the Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands were not enough, so he could only choose one among Rasengan and Mind's Eye of the Kagura. Zhiqiu thought about it for a long time but decided to buy Mind's Eye of the Kagura. He at least knew how to develop the Rasengan technique by himself. Maybe he could try to research it out by himself later. After all, Douluo Dalu also had a lot of self-made spirit abilities, and his idea of independently developing Rasengan should be feasible. And as for Mind's Eye of the Kagura, he didn't know the principle of this thing at all, and he couldn't do it by himself. This technique was very useful, and Zhiqiu didn't want to just give up. In fact, according to Zhiqiu's thoughts, he felt that he did not lack powerful killer moves. And he wanted to buy the Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands before, but it was purely for show. After all, he had Susanoo. If he wanted to, he could use it as a substitute. Now he needed more functional ninjutsu like his first three spirit abilities. Such attacking ninjutsu like water escape and fire escape may be gorgeous when bought in the early stage, but as you become stronger in the future, you might be eliminated, and this functional ninjutsu won't, they will always be effective. Chapter 162. Zhiqiu, who wanted to know everything, did not hesitate to spend 10,000 points of negative emotion value to buy Mind's Eye of the Kagura. At this moment, the spirit power of the nine-tailed beasts began to release out. The spirit power that was spat out first strengthened Zhiqiu's physical body again before it began to escape from the body and condense in the form of the spirit ring. During this process, Zhiqiu's complexion was not very good because, he discovered that, except for the spirit power that the nine-tailed beast vomited was about 100 years, the other spirit beasts, each of them only vomited about 50 years of spirit power. Damn, why are you like this? Why can't you learn from the nine-tailed beast and give some more spirit power? Zhiqiu looked at the source of his Dantian Qi Si, and couldn't help cursing with a black face. Is his own million years spirit ring directly gone? But after thinking about it, it was estimated that the spirit power reserves of the first few tail beasts were probably a little more than the ordinary 100,000-year spirit beasts. They only sucked 1/10 of the spirit ring energy of the evil unicorn dragon, which was about 10,000 years. In the end, they vomited the amount of 50 years. Thinking about it this way, it seemed to be pretty good. Zhiqiu knew this and was only complaining this childishly because it was just a kind of desire and dissatisfaction that humans have, and they always want more. Outside of Zhiqiu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, a scarlet spirit ring slowly condensed out, and due to excess spirit energy, his second and third spirit rings also evolved and became a 10,000 and 100,000 ring respectively. The fourth spirit ring was also 200,000 years. Unique coercion spread from this fourth ring to the surroundings. The nearest Daming and Erming were throbbing in their hearts. There was an illusion that the subjects had seen the king. Xiaowu almost couldn't stand still, staggering and taking the support of Deming before standing again. At this moment, she was a little bit afraid to look directly at Zhiqiu's figure. Turning her head slightly, only in this way, the coercion she suffered would be much smaller. At this time, everywhere in the Star Do Great Forest, all spirit beasts more than 100 years old had sensed this unique pressure coming down. They put aside the things at hand and looked in the direction where Zhiqiu was. Zhiqiu, whose spirit ring was condensed, did not rush out of the state of concentration, but first checked the effect of the fourth spirit ability. Mind's Eye of the Kagura, a super wide range of perception ninjutsu, the stronger the mental power, the larger the range of perception. 200,000-year spirit ring additional effects. Passive, spiritual power is transformed into a purer form and would slowly increase automatically. Passive barriers of gods. The sea of consciousness forms barriers of gods, which can resist up to 3 times the mental attack of someone with the same mental power. Introduction. Under the divine mind, everything is visible. After seeing this spirit ability, Zhiqiu's originally dark face because the spirit ring hadn't reached 1,000,000 years, slowly regained its color. Seeing the 2 passive abilities of his 4th spirit ability, Zhiqiu was agitated. It was worthy of being an additional effect of the 200,000-year spirit ring. Mind's Eye of the Kagura was biased towards spiritual ninjutsu, and its passiveness was all based on mental power. These 2 passives could be taken out randomly, and both could be regarded as magical skills. Because of the continuous upgrading of the Sharingan, his mental power was already strong. Now that he had this spirit ability, he was afraid that no one in Douluo continent could make him suffer from his mental attacks. As for the spiritualization of spiritual power, Zhiqiu also knew a little bit, and he had read a lot of cultivation novels in his previous life. Did this mean that he could not only perceive the surroundings in black and white with Mind's Eye of the Kagura but could perceive the surrounding in color? Perceiving the surroundings is not the point. It was mainly because of the spiritual knowledge, which was of great help in the battles. With his Sharingan, absolutely no one in Douluo continent could make small moves in front of him without being discovered. If mental power was compared to water, then spiritual consciousness was hard ice, the 2 were not comparable. While Zhiqiu was thinking, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. The host had reached level 40, and the Naruto negative emotional god system would begin to upgrade. It would take 3 days. During the upgrade, the store is closed. Zhiqiu. I thought that my system might be upgraded before, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Zhiqiu was still looking forward to things like system upgrades. Although there was a lot of ninjutsu in the store now, he didn't like them. If there was no more useful ninjutsu, his 5th spirit ring might only be blindly picked. Generally speaking, the system upgrade was a piece of good news and unexpected joy. Everything was over. Zhiqiu, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. And a glimmer of light in his eyes flashed away. After slowly getting up and stretching, Zhiqiu withdrew his martial spirit, and the pressure of the 200,000-year spirit ring that filled the Star Do Great Forest suddenly dissipated. Out of curiosity about the role of divine consciousness, Zhiqiu tried to spread out his divine consciousness, and then Zhiqiu was a little confused. Chapter 163. Spiritual sense spread out dozens of miles around Zhiqiu in the blink of an eye, and it continued to extend. 60 miles. 80 miles. It wasn't until it had spread for more than 110 miles that it slowly stopped and continued to spread. Zhiqiu noticed a trace of mental exhaustion, and he stopped decisively. The range of 110 miles was already pretty good. This was still using himself as the center of the circle. If he directly expands his spiritual consciousness in one direction, it was estimated that he could see farther. Moreover, he did not use spirit abilities now, that was to say. He had not used Mind's Eye of the Kagura. This was just a passive incident of Mind's Eye of the Kagura, and the coverage was already so large. If he was using the ability of Mind's Eye of the Kagura, how far did it extend? Zhiqiu didn't know, but it was not less than 150 miles away. As for the effect, it was indeed the same as the introduction. In the land covered by the divine consciousness, everything was visible. This 110-mile range with oneself as the center of the circle, everything was in sight, as if transparent. A small world-like scene was constructed in one's mind, as large as the spirit beasts outside, and the leaves of grass trembling. The actions of the small world formed in the sea of knowledge would instantly synchronize. Zhiqiu even saw the scene where Xiao Wu was wearing no clothes. Those clothes that she wearing outside seemed to be useless under the divine consciousness. I also want that, well you see for the greater good of society. I just want to help everyone, nothing else. This perspective was too strong. For this kind of thing, Zhiqiu could only silently say sorry to Tang San in his heart. I didn't mean to look at your future wife's body. But then too he checked again just for study purposes. Xiao Wu hadn't noticed Zhiqiu seeing her body, and even De Ming and Er Ming, who was covered by divine sense, hadn't noticed anything abnormal. Although they were soul beasts that were 100,000 years old, it would be very difficult to perceive Zhiqiu's prying eyes with a level of spiritual power lower than his spiritual power. According to Zhiqiu's estimation, in the Douluo world, if he wants to upgrade his mental power to divine consciousness, he was afraid that he must be at least level 99 in the ultimate Douluo. This was the kind of ultimate Douluo with strong mental strength. Brother Chiu, how about the 4th spirit ability? Isn't it particularly powerful? The pressure just now was too terrifying, and it almost pressed people down. Zhiqiu smiled and said, "Not bad, this time I have to thank you, Deming and Erming." "Hey, don't mention it," Xiao Wu smirked. She was still very happy to be able to help Zhiqiu. But Daming suddenly said, "In fact, we didn't help much. Erming has fought the unicorn evil dragon many times, everyone knows what methods it uses, without you, it can't damage the unicorn badly." "Wow." Erming grinned and lifted his huge head and smiled. Erming was still very happy to be able to kill the evil dragon with a single horn in one battle, but it was a pity that he had lost an opponent. Zhiqiu smiled carelessly, too lazy to be polite. Spirit beasts were much cuter and more straightforward than humans. Just as Zhiqiu was about to take back his spiritual sense and return to the Lake of Life with Erming and others, his spiritual sense suddenly felt something under the water surface of the Lake of Life. And he felt a strange wave of fluctuations. This aura fluctuated very unstably, sometimes strong sometimes weak. In his previous life, Zhiqiu had only watched the first part of Douluo Dalu, and he hadn't had time to catch up with the next few parts, but he had also heard about the top 10 fierce beasts, but he didn't know where they were. Suddenly under the surface of the Lake of Life, he noticed a faint fluctuation. When the aura was strong, only Zhiqiu could see it. The 200,000-year-old soul beasts Deming and Erming were far inferior in comparison to his mental power. They were like an ordinary 100-years-old spirit beast. This involuntarily caused Zhiqiu's curiosity. Below, shouldn't it be the other top 10 fierce beasts? After all, there should not be many people who could make themselves feel terrifying. What could it be? Zhiqiu followed Deming and them back to the Lake of Life while spreading and covering the lake with his divine consciousness. Originally, he had never thought that there would be something under the Lake of Life. He might have found one of the top 10 fierce beasts. Zhiqiu couldn't help but feel a little excited. Hundreds of thousands of years of spirit beast, if it could be killed, his fifth spirit ring is likely to exceed the million-year limit. Now that Zhiqiu absorbed the spirit ring of the unicorn evil dragon, he was already level 45. If there was a fierce beast that is hundreds of thousands of years old hidden under this Lake of Life, Zhiqiu would probably wait until he was level 50 and come back here to kill the fierce beast. What he had to do now was to explore what kind of spirit beast was hiding under this lake surface, so he could prepare in advance. Thinking of this, Zhiqiu couldn't help taking back all the divine consciousness that had spread out, and pressed his head under the Lake of Life, searching for that breath. The lake was deeper than Zhiqiu expected. He didn't know where it leads to. Divine sense spreads downwards until it was pitch black and there was no light. Chapter 164. The darkness under the Lake of Life was never ending. Zhiqiu couldn't help but complain secretly, what spirit beast would like to stay in such an environment like this? It was estimated that only the spirit beast with darkness nature could like this kind of broken place so that it could blend with the darkness. Zhiqiu couldn't help but look at the sky azure bull python next to him, and asked aloud, "Deming, you have been staying in the Lake of Life, have you noticed anything unusual in it? Abnormal?" Deming's green eyes flickered. "No, there is nothing else in the lake except for more energy than the outside world." "Is that so?" Zhiqiu raised his eyebrows. This sky azure bull python was not honest, as the saying goes, eyes are the windows of the soul. Before you lied, close your lantern eyes and I might believe it. Zhiqiu's relationship with Deming could not be said to be so good. After all, he only met today for the first time, and because of Xiao Wu, they were destined not to become enemies. There were some things, Deming, because of Xiao Wu's face, would not hide Zhiqiu. But this time it concealed something under the lake. This showed that the things under the lake were very important in Deming's heart. At least it didn't want Zhiqiu, an outsider, to know. Since Deming didn't want to say anything, Zhiqiu didn't bother to continue to ask questions. Zhiqiu, who planned to stop now and come to explore after level 50, was caught by Deming's unwillingness to tell anything. If someone wants to hide something, then you just want to see it more. The thought fell, and Zhiqiu's spiritual consciousness continued to poke toward the bottom of the Lake of Life. The more he explored downward, the narrower the space inside became. The bottom of the Lake of Life was actually like a funnel shape, big at the surface but narrow at the bottom. Zhiqiu wondered if there was any treasure at the bottom of the Lake of Life. Otherwise, why did the Lake of Life contain more energy than the outside world? Thinking of this, Zhiqiu's eyes lit up, and his spiritual consciousness continued to spread downward. At this time, his spiritual consciousness had penetrated more than 10 miles under the Lake of Life. The spiritual consciousness spread in the lake, and the resistance it received was more than 10 times greater than in the outside air. More than a dozen li, almost reaching the limit of Zhiqiu, and he already had a faint sense of fatigue. Give up. Impossible. Zhiqiu, who had a stubborn temper, instantly used Sharingan. His pupil power had already recovered a little at this time, and opening his eyes was not a big problem. At this moment, among the 4 spirit rings of purple, black, red, and red slowly started to rotate around Zhiqiu, the outermost spirit ring flashed with dazzling red light. The 4th spirit ability, Mind's Eye of the Kagura, was used by Zhiqiu for the first time. At the bottom of the lake of life, the consciousness that had been unable to go down anymore, at this moment seemed to be doping, suddenly condensed into an arrow-like shape, breaking through the calm water, and rushing down. It crossed a distance of 5 or 6 miles in the blink of an eye, and his castration remained unabated. Zhiqiu knew a little bit about the ability of his 4th spirit ability, Mind's Eye of the Kagura. At this moment, this thing was similar to his spiritual consciousness. After using it, it could instantly increase the intensity of one's consciousness especially. Its only shortcoming was probably that the picture you watch was black and white, but now this only shortcoming was also compensated by the effect of his consciousness. Spiritual consciousness, most of the time, was clearer than the eyes. As the spiritual consciousness spread downward, a fork-like path appeared at the bottom of the lake of life. Zhiqiu just felt it a little bit. On the other side, there seemed to be no aura fluctuations. Of course, it might be deeper than he could not perceive. Without thinking about it, Zhiqiu continued to dive quickly with his spiritual consciousness in the direction he perceived. After the spiritual consciousness spread down for a total of about 19 miles, a small soft light suddenly lit up in the seemingly endless darkness. Zhiqiu was overjoyed, and as it seemed to be in his vision limit. Today, he wanted to see what the beast looked like. If it is cool, he would find a chance to catch it as a mount. If he looked ugly, he would come back at level 50 and put a few more Amaterasu to burn it to death. The million-year spirit ring was also very appealing. He was thinking of using the powers of others to deal with it, as he was not powerful enough to deal with it on his own. As he continued to dive for a while, the soft white light became brighter and brighter, and it was already possible to see the appearance of the thing faintly, like a rectangular crystal coffin. There seemed to be a person lying inside. Chapter 165. Zhiqiu's spiritual consciousness condensed into his appearance, slowly falling and stepping on the crystal coffin. The space here was about the size of a room, about 10 meters in length and width, and surrounded by dark rocks of unknown texture, which seemed to have some light-absorbing effect. The soft light emerging from the crystal coffin disappeared after a few hundred meters, otherwise, it would surely spread farther in this complete darkness. When the scene in front of him was fully seen, Zhiqiu, who was sitting on top of Ming's head and returning slowly, was a little dazed. At the same time, under the lake, his spiritual consciousness that was condensed in his appearance was also dazed. The deity and the consciousness were completely synchronized. It was a person. Zhiqiu looked at the figure in the crystal coffin, a little shocked. Is this a spirit beast? A person, right? A human-like spirit beast like Xiao Wu? The woman in the crystal coffin looked like she was about 17 or 18 years old. The silver hair on her head was not prominent, but it added a bit of coldness to her. Her eyes were tightly closed, she seemed to be in a state of deep sleep. She also had a pair of beautiful eyebrows as if they had been carefully modified, it had been bent into a nice arc, and the skin was white and ruddy, and it looked very smooth and tender. At this moment, her thin red lips were pursed slightly. Only looking at her face, Zhiqiu could feel a coldness similar to Zhu Zhuqing from her, but her face was more delicate, and the person in the crystal coffin was like no one. If the spirit beast is like this, I would not bear to use her as a spirit ring if I killed her, Zhiqiu muttered to himself unconsciously. Zhiqiu had only seen the first part of Douluo in his previous life but hadn't seen the latter part at all. He didn't know much about this spirit beast, he only heard that it was one of the top 10 fierce beasts. But this trip to the bottom of the lake of life gave Zhiqiu a refreshed understanding. He thought that she was Dtian. Zhiqiu himself was a little unsure as he didn't know about its human appearance. He only knew that it was a golden-eyed black dragon, and the aura emanating from this woman now was terrifying. Zhiqiu couldn't think of any other spirit beast in Douluo continent with such a strong aura fluctuation. What do I do? I originally thought there is a spirit beast at the bottom of the lake, but there is only a sleeping beauty. I don't want to kill her for a spirit ring. While Zhiqiu was thinking, the silver-haired woman's aura fluctuated, which frightened Zhiqiu, thinking she was about to wake up. As a result of releasing the terrifying aura, the woman's body weakened in an instant, and even her complexion was a little pale. But her original cold temperament had become soft and gentle, elegant and quiet. Two completely different temperaments appeared in her. Is this mental illness? Bah, split personality? While walking around the crystal coffin twice, Zhiqiu tried to touch it everywhere with his spiritual sense and found that the crystal coffin was made of a special material, which could isolate his spiritual sense. If someone wanted to touch the person inside unless a deity comes down and violently remove the coffin. It was impossible to pass. It seems that today was doomed to be futile. He could only wait to be level 50, come back again, and decide what to do. Thinking of this, Zhiqiu slowly withdrew his consciousness. When Zhiqiu's consciousness left, the place became silent again. The eyelashes of the figure in the crystal coffin trembled lightly at this time, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing deep purple pupils. She looked at the direction in which Zhiqiu's spiritual consciousness was leaving, and she fell asleep again after a while. If Zhiqiu saw this scene, he would be astonished. This woman could actually find his spiritual sense prying. Zhiqiu returned to the surface of the lake of life, sitting cross-legged by the lake, and start meditating to recover with the rich heaven and earth vitality there. In the battle with the unicorn evil dragon, his pupil power and spirit power were consumed very much, basically making him exhausted. The spirit power depletion was not much of an issue as there were 9 tail beasts whose origins were directly drawn and supplemented his spirit power, but it was a little troublesome to restore pupil power. This could only be done slowly, waiting for it to recover on its own. Closing the eyes and meditating could only slightly increase the speed of recovery. During Zhiqiu's sitting meditation, Xiao Wu and Ming had a good time. Ming, the sky azure bull python, was hiding in the lake of life, with only his big head exposed, staring at Zhiqiu not far away. It looked like a security guard that was looking at a thief. Although Zhiqiu was meditating, he could still perceive what was happening outside. For Ming's behavior, he just smiled helplessly in his heart. Are you a fool? Even if I don't know anything, if you make this gesture, even a fool can guess that there is something at the bottom of this lake, right? If I were you, I would pretend to be nothing. This spirit beast does not transform to human, and its brain lacks a bit. One night passed. Early the next morning, Zhiqiu stood up vigorously. Have you recovered? Xiao Wu stepped forward and asked. Yeah, Zhiqiu smiled and nodded, and said. Enough fun, it's almost time to go back. Okay, Xiao Wu looked reluctantly at Ming next to her, and Ming who was lying in the lake in the distance with only his head exposed. Big sister Xiao Wu, remember to be safe and visit us often. Ming poked his head out, his mouth opened and closed, his tone a little low. Wow. Ming also yelled a few times to see Xiao Wu off. Zhiqiu stretched out his hand and placed it lightly on Xiao Wu's shoulder, revealing the 4 spirit rings. Xiao Wu's eyes darkened, but she looked at Ming and smiled happily. You two don't learn, I am younger than you, so you can't call me big sister. As soon as her voice fell, there was a flash of red light, and the breeze passed, and the 2 people at the place had disappeared. Chapter 166. In the middle of the forest, nearly 700 miles away from the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest, next to Ningrongrong, Zhiqiu suddenly appeared there with Xiao Wu. Zhiqiu, who had just returned with Flying Thunder God Jutsu, put away the Xiao Wu. Yeah, they are all here. Zhiqiu looked around the scene, chuckled lightly, and reached out to take Ningrongrong's waist next to him. At this moment, Tang San was absorbing the spirit ring. And beside him was a spider the size of an elephant that was hammered over. It looked a bit miserable. The 8 spider legs were broken, and the body was sunken, even though it was dead. There was still a faint atmosphere of evilness around it. The others were all protecting Tang San, scattered everywhere, with their backs to this side, carefully watching the surroundings. Ningrongrong and Oscar were auxiliary soul masters, so they were naturally surrounded by a group of people. Ningrongrong was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zhiqiu. But after seeing him clearly, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She freed herself from his arms. And gently held Zhiqiu's arm, with a calm and natural face, and a faint smile on her face. At this time, the rest of the people also found the 2 who came back, and both of them were surrounded by the group for gossip. After all, the scene where Zhiqiu and Ming rode a unicorn evil dragon last night was eye-catching. According to the information, that was a 100,000-year soul beast. Zhiqiu teamed up with the Titan Great Ape to hunt down another 100,000-year-old soul beast. When everyone saw it, they shouted, "Fuck," and they could not help but drop their jaws being surprised. Wasn't it a consensus that soul beasts were hostile to humans? Why did you change this? Can you also hunt and kill the soul beast with another soul beast? Except for the older generation who was able to calm down a bit, the rest of Shrek's students gathered around and asked in a rush. Fuck, Boss Chiu, Dai Er said that you are a soul beast in the form of a human. I didn't believe it then, but now I believe it. Can you tell me what soul beast were you before you became a human? Ma Hongjuan's expression was exaggerated. Among all the people present, he was the most unreasonable. Oscar pulled Ma Hongjuan beside him, squeezed Ma Hongjuan away, probed over and said with a charming smile. Boss Chiu, if you don't want to change into your main body, don't worry, just tell us about it. I promise we won't tell anyone that you are a soul beast. Dai Mubai's face was dark, and he secretly backed away from the group he had leaned over. What happened to these two idiots? Are you going to just sell me? What a pig, teammates. Even if you are going to sell me, just don't spout more nonsense than necessary. Are you sick? If you do this, will you be able to live better in the future? Zhiqiu glanced at the two of them playfully and faintly glanced at Dai Mubai, who was sneaking away. Oh. Dai Mubai said that I was a soul beast in the form of a human. Do you want to see my main body? Well, when I was fighting with Teacher Zhao that day, it seemed to be my main body. Why? Would you like to see it? Zhiqiu looked at them. Although there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai heard the coldness in Zhiqiu's tone, and their body stiffened. The two of them followed the way Dai Mubai was gone, and while backing, they waved their hands and laughed. No need, no need. Seeing this, Xiao Wu, who was standing behind Zhiqiu, stuck out her tongue mischievously. Originally, she thought she couldn't hide her identity. She didn't expect that the doubt would be on Brother Chio's head. She became a little speechless. At this time, Flender came over and smiled. Vice President Chio, you came back safe as expected. From what you look like, has the 100-year spirit ring hunted successfully? Following Flander's questioning, everyone present looked at Zhiqiu, and they all pricked their ears. That soul beast was not very powerful, it just flew for a long time and was killed when it got tired of flying. Zhiqiu nodded and said lightly. Everyone. Is he really not a human being? 100,000-year soul beast has become useless in your mouth. It got tired and died. Are you talking human words? We also want such a useless spirit ring, please give me a chance. When the group of people was silent, Tang San, who was meditating to absorb the spirit ring, snorted, his expression showing some pain, and his forehead was instantly covered with tiny beads of sweat. Little San, Xiao Wu exclaimed and was about to step forward, but was held back by Zhiqiu. Don't go, there is no problem. Zhiqiu faintly frowned, he felt an evil aura in Tang San's body just like that big spider. If he remembered correctly, this was probably the breath of the human face spider attached to the spirit bone. Although the world had undergone some changes because of his presence, the wheels of history were rolling forward, and the imprints left along the way were rarely changed. In other words, Tang San, who was the son of luck in the world, had already paved his way. He was born in response to the fate of the world, but there was a small episode in the middle. At this time, Tang San still killed the human-faced demon spider, and he still got the external spirit bone. With Zhiqiu's reminder, the other people who wanted to step forward to check also took a few steps back. At this moment, a piece of blue-purple skeletal material suddenly condensed on the back of Tang San, who was sitting on the ground. Following Tang San's painful roar, on top of the bones, 8 objects like spider legs stretched out, 6 long and 2 short, protecting Tang San's body. These spider legs were purple-blue, like those made of alloy. The tips of the spider legs were very sharp at first glance, and there were some green lines on them. Needless to say, this thing was poisonous. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun and several people who originally wanted to turn around run to check Tang San's condition wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Fortunately, they didn't go. If they got stuck with this stuff, they could guess it would be much worse than just uncomfortable. At this time, Tang San had already regained consciousness and was kneeling on one knee, leaning forward, panting violently. The 3 spirit rings of yellow, and purple circled his feet. Judging from the spirit ring, he succeeded in absorbing the 3rd spirit ring. He was supposed to be congratulated by all these people, but at this moment they couldn't say anything. All because of the 6 long, 2 short, and 8 spider legs that stretched out from behind Tang San. It was really scary. Everyone looked a little dazed, even Tang San himself was in a dazed state. Originally I thought Boss Chio was a soul beast in the form of a human, but I didn't expect you to be the imposter. Ma Hongjun was stupefied. Tang San gave him an angry look, this fatty never learn. At this moment, Zhiqiu took a few steps forward, crouched down beside Tang San, and said in deep thought. Little San, this thing behind you should be an external spirit bone that is more precious than an ordinary spirit bone. Don't reject it, try to control it, perceive its existence and then manipulate it. External spirit bone. Tang San was startled. He had heard of spirit bone, but he hadn't heard of external spirit bone. But this was not the time to think about this. After listening to Zhiqiu's words, Tang San sat down again, trying to establish a thought link with the 8 spider lances on his back. Flanders, Meng Shu, and Chao Tianxiang, hearts turned up and the waves were raging. They didn't recognize what it was for the first time, and only after listening to Zhiqiu's words did they react. While shocked by Zhiqiu's knowledge, they secretly envied Tang San's good luck. As for Dai Mubai and other Shrek students, they didn't quite understand the meaning of external spirit bones, they just knew this thing may be a kind of spirit bone. Yi Zhiqiu didn't admire Tang San very much, and he was not too dependent on spirit bones. Even if he didn't have a spirit bone, he could still run rampant in this world, the system was his greatest confidence. Time passed by minute and second, and at a certain moment, the 8 spider-lance spirit bones behind Tang San began to slowly retract until it disappeared completely before Tang San exhaled and slowly stood up. Little San, Xiao Wu hurried over. Tang San smiled softly at Xiao Wu, I'm fine. Ahem, Flander coughed a few times, and after attracting everyone's attention, he smiled with relief. No one should have broken through level 30 again, right? If not, adjust the formation, return to the academy. That, Dean, I'm also level 30, Xiao Wu smiled embarrassedly. Everyone. But when I advanced last night, Brother Chiu helped me hunt a beast down by the way. Xiao Wu looked at everyone's speechless expressions, stuck out her tongue playfully, and blinked at Yi Zhiqiu. The others all looked at Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu was silent for a while, nodded, and said. Yes, that's right, that's it. Chapter 167. Can you not take so much break when you speak, can you not just finish talking in one breath? Everyone looked at Xiao Wu speechless for a while. Okay, Xiao Wu also got the 3rd spirit ring, which is a good thing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, you 3 must cheer, don't be demotivated, you will also get in the future. Flender pushed his glasses, although it was the tone of the lesson that urged people, he was grinning. This group of students gave him one surprise after another. After Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing heard what Flander said, their expressions were relatively calm, but they nodded solemnly. Among the 7 monsters, they were the youngest. They were now at level 27 and level 28, which was not bad for their age. Only Ma Hongjuan's expression was a little bit distressed, he was about the same age as Tang San, at this time he was only level 28, and he was among the weakest in the 7 monsters. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but forcefully whispered, Dean, it's not that we don't work hard, it's really that they are more perverted in training. Flender glared at him, and scolded angrily, if you could use the time that you used to go to the red light area to practice, you would be 30 levels earlier. Ma Hongjun, Is it where I want to go? My little brother can't hold it back anymore, he wants to go. I'm worried that it will go alone, so I will have to go with it, okay? I am responsible for the well-being of my little brother. Just as everyone was about to return to the academy, Yi Zhiqiu smiled and said, I think it's easier to fly back than to run back, let's hold hands together. Shrek Academy, the originally empty playground, after a gentle breeze, 13 figures suddenly appeared silently. Looking at the familiar environment around them, Flanders and the others, who had never experienced the ability of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, were shocked and took a deep breath. They all knew that Yi Zhiqiu had teleporting spirit skills, but he teleported directly from the middle of the Star Do Great Forest to the Shrek Academy more than 1,200 miles away. The center spanned 700 kilometers outside of the Star Do Great Forest. And there were 500 miles between the Academy and Star Do Great Forest. The distance between the forests was very large, and Yi Zhiqiu also brought so many people. What kind of spirit skill was this? If it was not a personal experience, they would have taken it as a joke. If someone would tell it to them, they would just take it as a joke, right? They start to think for the first time that Yi Zhiqiu was hiding so deeply. An enchanting character, in the Douluo continent 10 years later, there must be a place for this son, it's a pity I was one step behind the 7 treasures glazed glass sect. Meng Shu looked a little dull and muttered in shock to himself. Meng Shu looked at Yi Zhiqiu and shook his head regretfully. Then he looked at Flander and said, Dean Flander, I'll not trouble you anymore, we will leave first. Flander nodded and said with a smile, Duke Long can rest assured and dare not preach, there is no problem with safety. Both Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang nodded and walked slowly outside the academy. Yi Zhiqiu looked at the 2 people who were leaving, his thoughts turned around, and he looked at everyone and said, I'll send off the 2 seniors. Then, Yi Zhiqiu chased after the 2 of them. Shrek Academy's teachers and students were all at a loss. When did Yi Zhiqiu become so polite? At the gate of Shrek Academy, Yi Zhiqiu caught up with both the seniors. The 2 seniors, please wait. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang turned their heads and smiled at Yi Zhiqiu, who was coming over, and asked, Is there anything wrong with Vice President Chiu? Yi Zhiqiu nodded, It's not a big deal, it's the fact that my spirit ring configuration is a secret. I hope that the 2 seniors will not spread it out, and will just act as if they haven't seen me in this Shrek Academy. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang looked at each other, a little strange symbol appeared in their eyes. Many people in the Douluo continent want to be famous, and those spirit masters who fought hard in the great arena held this mentality. They were once famous and valued by the big powers, and they had since become famous. This kid was good, he didn't want to be famous, and wanted to hide. However, Zhiqiu's request was not easy for Meng Shu to refuse, so he nodded and said. Don't worry, we husband and wife are not long-tongued people, if you propose, naturally we won't talk nonsense. Thank you for the 2 seniors, then. Zhiqiu smiled lightly and hugged his fists. After sending the 2 out of the Shrek Academy's small breach, he turned and returned. What the couple did not know was that Zhiqiu had used a mental suggestion technique on them with the help of Sharingan just now. He came up, especially for this. Everyone in Shrek Academy had his instructions, so naturally. They wouldn't disclose it, but Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were outsiders, so he had to pay more attention. So that people who were interested in it would not cause any trouble to him or his clones. After returning to Shrek Academy, Zhiqiu went directly to the cafeteria. It was morning. When he was in the Star Do Great Forest. He was eating dry food every day, and there was no time to eat some fresh food. Its taste had already faded from his mouth. Zhiqiu, who came to the cafeteria, was startled. Everyone, no less, was there, and there was one more. Hey, master, when did you come? Zhiqiu walked up quickly. Next to Flanders, sat a man with a little facial paralysis. His expression seemed to never change. It was the master Yu Xiaojiang. After seeing Zhiqiu, Yu Xiaojiang's corner of mouth twitched and he smiled stiffly. I arrived yesterday, but you all went to the Star Do Great Forest and we didn't meet it. Xiao, I just heard about you from Flanders. Having said that, your talent is extraordinary, and the future is limitless. Giving enough time becoming a title Douluo is almost a certainty. Master, I think you have a very unique vision, but your evaluation is a bit low for me. Zhiqiu was not humble at all. Instead, he smiled and sat next to Ning Rongrong, grabbed a chicken leg, and gnawed on it. Everyone. Fuck, shameless, title Douluo is a little bit low. Are you going to go up to the sky side by side with the sun? Even Yu Xiaojiang's stiff face twitched after hearing Zhiqiu's words. He found that this Chiu boy seemed to be more temperamental than before. But the master was a master, after all, his temperament was still very calm, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. Yu Xiaojiang slowly said, you have been to the Star Do Great Forest these days, and some news may not have been received by you. On the way to the college, I heard some news. In Spirit Hall, a holy child was established. Chapter 168. Everyone's movement stopped for a while, even Zhiqiu was stunned. Does the Spirit Hall have a holy son? Does the original have this plot? Doesn't seem like it. Does in the Douluo continent, besides himself and Tang San, another anomaly had not appeared, right? As Yu Xiaojiang was talking, his eyes suddenly looked at Zhiqiu, and he said in a deep voice, you may not believe it, when I heard the news, I was shocked for a long time. The name of the son is called Zhiqiu. Everyone. Zhiqiu. After Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, everyone present looked at Zhiqiu with weird eyes, and the group of people had different expressions. Boss Chiu, when did you go to the Spirit Hall to be a saint? Ma Hongjuan's expression was exaggerated, and he couldn't help asking aloud. The others also looked at Zhiqiu silently, waiting for him to reply. Ning Rongrong, who was sitting next to Zhiqiu, stared at him angrily, cheeks bulging. When did you become the son of Spirit Hall? Shouldn't you at least tell me? I didn't care if you don't join 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan, but you should have told me about it. Ahem, Zhiqiu gave a light cough, and said silently. Can you stop looking at me with this kind of eyes? I am also very dazed, okay? I'm with you, when have I left? Not to mention the Saint Child of Spirit Hall, maybe it is the same name as the old tortoise from Sanghui Academy. Zhiqiu spread his hands, a little helpless. Everyone was taken aback. It looked like Zhiqiu had never left Ning Rongrong's side. Was it just the same name and last name? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head at this time, and slowly said, I went to the Spirit Hall branch hall of Soto City to testify as soon as I heard the news, and it is estimated that it has already been announced to the world. Saint of Spirit Hall, Zhiqiu, 12 years old. From the Holy Spirit village of Nuoding City, recommended by the deacon Su Yuntao of Nuoding City, joined the Spirit Hall. On the first day of entering the academy, he defeated the youngest 7 geniuses in the Spirit Hall. The team formed by the trainees was valued by the Pope of Spirit Hall and was accepted as a disciple. And established the position of Holy Son that day. I won't talk about it much, since from the Spirit awakening at the age of 6. Various deeds of the Spirit Hall have been marked in detail, and all the details of the identity can be checked. You can see it on the bulletin board of the Spirit Hall branch in every city. After Zhiqiu heard what Yu Xiaojiang said, the chicken legs in his mouth almost squirted out. When he heard that Su Yuntao recommended him, Zhiqiu remembered that his clone was taken away by Su Yuntao. What he gave to the clone seemed to be in order to go to the Spirit Hall casually. He did not expect him to become the holy son of Spirit Hall. This was too ridiculous. That, I think I need to explain. Zhiqiu reluctantly opened his spirit, and the 4 spirit rings of purple, black, red, and red appeared instantly. The first and second black 10,000-year spirit ring lit up slightly. Next to Zhiqiu, after a boom of smoke, another Zhiqiu suddenly appeared. Looking at the appearance, it was no different from Zhiqiu's, and even the clothes were the same. After being observed by everyone, Zhiqiu let the clone disappear by itself. Rongrong, you should remember that when we left the Holy Spirit Village, I was stopped by Su Yuntao and asked me to join the Spirit Hall, right? I gave him a clone, and you should be able to guess it too. Ning Rongrong listened to Zhiqiu's explanation and was suddenly stunned, and the original depressed expression suddenly lightened up. The others were staring at another Zhiqiu who had just disappeared in a daze. They finally knew what other spirit abilities Zhiqiu had that he had never used before, and that was a cloning ability. Only Ning Rongrong and Chen Xian knew a little bit about the second spirit ability multi-shadow clone technique. But they didn't know much. They only knew that Zhiqiu could only produce 10 clones, but in reality, Zhiqiu could produce several thousand. The bottom line of this was still unknown. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, although they spent 6 years at Nuoding Academy with Zhiqiu's spirit skills had never been shown to them, neither of them knew about them. Even when they left the Holy Spirit Village, Zhiqiu only took Ning Rongrong with him, and Su Yuntao took away Zhiqiu's clone after that. Tang San and the others didn't even know it. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, and said with some worry, Xiao Qiu. Do you mean that the newly established Saint Child in the Spirit Hall is just your clone? If this is true, then you may be in trouble. If things are known to them, the Spirit Hall will lose face. Which is equivalent to mocking them directly. Zhiqiu rubbed his head as he sensed a headache. I didn't expect this to happen, so I will figure out a solution by myself. By the way, Master, you are more knowledgeable, help me see which part of the spirit bone this is. Zhiqiu moved his right hand and took out the one-horned evil dragon's 100,000 years old spirit bone from the black jade bracelet and handed it to Yu Xiaojiang. When he first got this spirit bone, he had studied it, but he didn't know which part of the body it was. At this time, he wanted to let Yu Xiaojiang, a polymath in the spirit master world, study it. Spirit bone. Yu Xiaojiang casually took the long black crystal-like spirit bone from Zhiqiu's hand and held it his hands in front of his eyes for a moment, and his expression condensed in the next moment. Xiao Qiu, if I'm right, this spirit bone should come from a high-level spirit beast. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhiqiu and said in a deep voice. Zhiqiu nodded, yes, it is from the one-horned evil dragon that I hunted before. Master, can you see which part this spirit bone is? 100,000 years. Everyone exclaimed, their expressions hot when they looked at this long strip of spirit bone. In Douluo continent, people who had seen 100,000-year-old spirit bones could be counted with one hand. They saw 100,000-year-old spirit bones today, and they couldn't help but stare at it. After Yu Xiaojiang knew that he was holding a 100,000-year spirit bone, his hands trembled. He has seen a spirit bone, but it was the first time he had seen a spirit bone of 100,000 years. Although this thing looked a little strange, it was priceless. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but look more closely. If he could have 100,000 years of spirit bone for him to study and watch, he already felt that even if he belched now, he could die without regret. Chapter 169. After observing for a long time, Yu Xiaojiang handed the spirit bone back to Zhiqiu with some dismay and sighed, I have seen the spirit bone of 100,000 years only once in my life. There are too few materials to prove it. But it will not be the limbs and the head spirit bone, even the torso bone, is too thick and too long. If I have to give a conclusion, I think it should belong to the external spirit bone like the 8 spider lances Xiao San just showed me. The specific effect needs to be researched by yourself. After you have absorbed the spirit ring of the 100,000-year-old spirit beast, you should be able to resonate with this spirit bone. Zhiqiu's face turned dark, and his mood sank. The ability of the spirit ring to resonate with the spirit bone should be the trace of consciousness of the spirit beast remaining in the spirit ring. And his spirit ring had no consciousness. It was estimated that it either turned into a negative emotion value or was swallowed by the tail beasts. He even didn't know how to attach it. Shit. After breakfast, everyone went back to the dormitory to rest. After all, the trip to the Star Do Great Forest was still very tiring for them. And starting from tomorrow, Master Yu Xiaojiang said that Shrek's training courses would be arranged by him. Zhiqiu couldn't help but mourn for a second in advance for the 7 monsters and Meng Wei. As for himself, he would not waste time doing the kind of heavy-duty long-distance running, that would not help him much. Zhiqiu did not accompany Ning Rongrong to the dormitory to sleep and rest instead. With Flying Thunder God's technique went directly to the dome-hanging tower at the top of a tall building in Suatua City. This place had his special seal of the Flying Thunder God seal. When coming to Suatua City, Zhiqiu would always appear here. He came to Suatua City to see what his clone had done. After arriving at the entrance of the martial spirit sub-hall of Suatua City, Zhiqiu was startled. Before the bulletin board, there were too many people. There were 3 floors inside and all of them were flooded with people. What's the source of this new Saint Son of Spirit Hall? 12-year-old 3-ringed spirit grandmaster. Are you blind? Didn't you see the latest information that was just recorded today? The 3-winged spirit grandmaster went through the sunset forest alone and hunted down a 100,000-year soul beast when he came out. He was already a spirit elder, and the soul rings were purple, black, red, and red. Damn it. Let me in front of calm, let me in. Fuck, who touches my ass? Zhiqiu stroked his forehead speechlessly, went to find a tea shop next to him, and sat down, ordering the most expensive tea and started sipping it slowly. Then, he released his spiritual consciousness. The bulletin board of the Spirit Branch Hall was immediately clear. There was a special recording board that could be disassembled, and the most conspicuous piece was written on it. It was similar to what Yu Xiaojiang said. Except that the above was more detailed, and Zhiqiu's deeds from childhood to life were recorded. From awakening, his martial soul to first entered Nuoding Academy for 1 year, intermediate Nuoding Academy for 5 years, and then recommended to Spirit Hall by Deacon Su Yuntao of the Nuoding City Spirit Hall branch and so on. Even Zhiqiu saw the names of his parents, and some names he hadn't heard. Was this the recording of the names of his ancestors' 18th generation? At the bottom of the recording board, the latest information was his deeds of returning from slaying a 100,000-year spirit beast through the sunset forest alone. In addition to his storyboard, Zhiqiu also saw the wanted order issued by His Highness Pope. The Akatsuki, a bounty of 50 million gold soul coins. Charges: stealing from the Spirit Hall, the upper 3 sects, the lower 4 sects, and the 2 empires, 8 kingdoms under the empire, and more than 20 principalities. There were no less than 20 wanted orders from the Spirit Hall on the recording board. If the recording board was big enough, Zhiqiu suspected that the Spirit Hall would directly record all the members of the Akatsuki found so far. What kind of grudge is this? Don't I just steal some minor things from you as a clone? But having said that, one of my clones had become a holy child in the Spirit Hall, and the others were all wanted by the Spirit Hall. Isn't it ironic that it is like watching a show? The corner of Zhiqiu's mouth was slightly lifted, and it seemed that he had to take time to play in the Spirit Hall and replace his clone. It would be very interesting. Let's set the time was set to go after the research of the spirit bone is completed, and wait for the system update to end by the way. Thinking of this, Zhiqiu looked around, and when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, a red light flashed in place, and he disappeared. Chapter 170. On the side of the Shrek Academy's playground, Zhiqiu appeared suddenly, found a big shady tree, and laid down comfortably underneath. The one-horned evil dragon's 100,000-year spirit bone was brought out by Zhiqiu from the black jade bracelet. External spirit bone, where to attach it? Zhiqiu looked at this huge spirit bone painfully. This thing was a circle thicker than his thigh bone, and he didn't dare to put it on himself casually for a test. It was hard. Zhiqiu tried to break it off, but it didn't budge at all. This should be the spirit bone transformed from the horn on the evil unicorn dragon's head, and the unicorn head was the hardest part of the evil unicorn dragon. Naturally, it could not be destroyed so easily. If the spirit bone that burst out of the arm was used for the arm, the spirit bone burst out of the head was used for the head. Then the spirit bone that was transformed from a single horn, did he have to grow a horn before it could be used? Zhiqiu was a little confused. Does Douluo continent have this kind of spirit bone? There were 6 types of spirit bones, for hand and leg, torso bone and head, spirit bones, and at most 1 external spirit bone. Will this one have never appeared before in Douluo continent? After all, 100,000-year spirit bones, the total amount was only that small. Doesn't it mean that a new type of spirit bone can appear? Zhiqiu's eyes lit up, and he felt that he might have thought of a certain point. How about, try refining first? Refining was different from directly integrating spirit bone into the body. For all spirit bones, the first step was to refine it first and then melt the bone and integrate it into one's body. Refining was almost equivalent to imprinting the magic weapon with its brand in this world. But Zhiqiu only planned to complete the first step and put the spirit bones before the second step. Just thinking about it, Zhiqiu didn't hesitate. A faint purple spirit power wave filled his palm, and the small purple light spot slowly clung to the spirit bone of the unicorn evil dragon, gradually surrounding the whole spirit bone. The process of refining was smooth, and it didn't take long to complete. For the spirit master, it was difficult to melt bones and destroy them. Yi Zhiqiu fixedly looked at the spirit bone in his hand, the one-horned evil dragon's spirit bone. After refining, except for a faint connection with him, it seemed like nothing changed. Does he have to try melting bones? It is annoying. Yi Zhiqiu slammed the broken thing to the ground with an annoyed face. However, at the next moment, something that made Yi Zhiqiu's jaw drop happened. The spirit bone of the one-horned evil dragon on the ground changed. The original elongated object had become somewhat similar to some indescribable object. Not to mention the two ends, the middle part was smooth and round, like black crystals. The overall look was somewhat artistic, but it was a bit big. Yi Zhiqiu looked at the suddenly changed spirit bone in a daze, seeing it his mood suddenly improved. But then he thought, is it a good thing? It shows that this spirit bone is still useful. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes lit up, and the spirit bone was picked up. What caused it to become like this? If this can change, can it become something else? The more Yi Zhiqiu thought, the brighter his eyes became. This thing, he felt that it might be more useful than those spirit bones that needed to be installed on his body. Yi Zhiqiu, who thought about it more and more vigorously, smirked while holding this 100,000-year-old spirit bone. At this moment. What are you doing? Next to Yi Zhiqiu, a cold girl's voice suddenly rang, her voice still slightly angry. I'm not doing anything, just researching the spirit bone. Yi Zhiqiu already knew that Zhu Zhuqing was coming. He was in a good mood, so he didn't react. He held the spirit bone in his hand and waved it at Zhu Zhuqing to show her. At a certain moment, Yi Zhiqiu looked at the right hand that he stretched out and suddenly froze. Zhu Zhuqing, who was on the opposite side, also froze. In the scene at this time, a man and a woman were standing in the shade of the Shrek Academy playground. With a faint stiff smile on the boy's face, he was showing a certain shape of black crystal spirit bone to the girl next to him to watch in one hand, and his other hand is touching something soft. The picture was picturesque and beautiful. Chapter 171. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Yi Zhiqiu looked at Zhu Zhuqing dumbfounded. When did you come so close? Why are you here so coincidentally? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yi Zhiqiu and her face became darker and darker. Zhu's lips lightly opened, and after cursing in shame, "Men are real scumbags," she turned away. Yi Zhiqiu. Wait, Zhuqing, listen to me, let me explain. Yi Zhiqiu hurried to chase after her. If he didn't chase, what would he do in case she told everyone about it? Wouldn't his fame would be lost? This news would be circulating in the whole Shrek Academy the following day. Yi Zhiqiu shuddered even by just thinking about this kind of scene. Could he still mix in Shrek Academy in the future? What else can you explain? Zhu Zhuqing stopped, her face glowing red, her teeth biting her lower lip. Cough cough, Yi Zhiqiu scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and said with a smile. You misunderstood just now, I just want to show you my spirit bone. If you don't believe me, you can see it, it has changed from before. As Yi Zhiqiu spoke, he flipped his right hand and took out the spirit bone hidden behind him. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing glared at him fiercely, but this thing, when you look closely, it seemed that it was indeed similar to the spirit bone that Yi Zhiqiu took out during breakfast before, and it looked of the same material. After all, the black crystal-like color was very conspicuous. Yi Zhiqiu looked at the shape of the soul bone in his hand, his face twitched, and he suppressed the depression in his heart and said, change to a long sword. As Yi Zhiqiu's voice fell, the spirit bone in his hand changed under Zhu Zhuqing's shocked eyes. The round bone body slowly became flat, one end condensed into a sword hilt, and the other end turned into a sword point. It was almost just a breathing effort, and the spirit bone had completely changed its shape. A black crystal sword with a length of about 1 meter was condensed in Yi Zhiqiu's hands. The blade was transparent and the hilt had a fine texture as if it was from a master swordsmith. Zhu Zhuqing was surprised. The thing before her turned out to be so good-looking. Where is the sword? It is a work of art, too delicate. Yi Zhiqiu grabbed the hilt of the sword and smiled lightly. How is it? Not bad. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion slowly calmed down, and then returned to the cold appearance like before. But why did you turn your soul bone into that shameful shape, and why don't you control your other hand? Speaking of this, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have thought of something again, and her pretty face blushed. The spirit bone was in shape in, you know what, before. That was an accident, do you understand? Yi Zhiqiu smiled helplessly and explained the previous situation to Zhu Zhuqing, only to completely convince Zhu Zhuqing that he was not a pervert. By the way, after the trip to the Star Do Great Forest, aren't you tired? Why didn't you take a break and instead came to discuss with me? After the two of them lay down leisurely under the shade of the tree, Zhu Zhuqing said embarrassedly, I want to learn the trick you used in the previous battle with Teacher Zhao. What Rong Rong said is like 8 gates. 8 gates? Yi Zhiqiu frowned. If it can't be spread out, just think like I haven't said it. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yi Zhiqiu's frowning brows and said quickly. In Douluo continent, it was taboo to probe someone else's spirit abilities and was quite well known. She came to Yi Zhiqiu only because she wanted to become stronger quickly. She didn't want to force him for her gain. In Shrek currently, she had the lowest spirit power, she was only 27, which was one level lower than Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun. Although Zhu Zhuqing was also the youngest in the group, her arrogance made her a little unbearable. The most important point was her sister. If she couldn't defeat her sister, she would have nothing but death when she returned to the Star Luo Empire. The combination of these led Zhu Zhuqing to find Yi Zhiqiu to learn 8 gates. She just wanted to become stronger quickly, then defeat her sister and live on, nothing more. Yi Zhiqiu started to weigh the pros and cons in his mind, then spoke. You don't need to be so nervous, and I didn't say that I can't teach you. Yi Zhiqiu lay on the ground while continuing to say indifferently. 8 gates, every time you open a door. Your combat power is increased by multiples, but at the same time, it puts a heavy load on the body. Even with my monstrous physics, it is now estimated that I can barely open up to the 7th door. If we consider your physique, opening the first door may be okay, but the second door is probably going to suffer internal injuries. Are you sure you want to learn? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and nodded firmly. Well, you don't have to regret it, I will teach you the first one tomorrow. Are you my apprentice? Why don't you come and rub the shoulders for your master? Yi Zhiqiu was relatively indifferent to teaching the 8 gates. Of course, it depends on who was taught. Would he have thought if there was someone from Shrek Academy other than Zhu Zhuqing? Hell no. Yi Zhiqiu was still worried that Zhu Zhuqing would not be able to stand it physically. After all, he had a plug-in, while Zhu Zhuqing didn't. While opening the 8 doors, she would endure more pain than Yi Zhiqiu. Therefore, Yi Zhiqiu intended to take his time to teach Zhu Zhuqing the 8 gates, and she must put her physical training on priority. In addition, the control of the spirit power in the body was also the key. Otherwise, after opening 8 doors, her meridians were likely to be damaged. The damage to the meridians of the Douluo continent was relatively serious. The spirit power here was not as calm and peaceful and didn't have healing effects. Without a healing spirit master, this kind of injury was very difficult to heal, and he could only wait for it to recover slowly. Oscar's recovery sausages would not have much effect on the damage of meridians. Since Yi Zhiqiu wanted to teach, he would naturally teach well, and all preparations must be considered for her. Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect Yi Zhiqiu to think so much for her. She just felt that this person was so shameless. He hadn't taught herself anything, and was already putting on the air as a master. The thoughts tangled in her mind, but Zhu Zhuqing still could not resist the temptation to become stronger, and slowly got up, came behind Yi Zhiqiu, and placed her hands gently on his shoulders. Zhu Zhuqing grew up without doing this type of work. No matter where she pinched his shoulders, her movements were naturally a little strange. Therefore, under the shade of the tree at this time, Yi Zhiqiu's reminder would sound from time to time. Heavier, stronger. Aim at it. Go up, yes, that's it, comfortable. Yup, just push there, so exciting. Chapter 172. One morning passed, and after lunch break finished, the rest of the Shrek students discovered a strange scene on the playground. Ma Hongjun and Oscar became speechless. Zhu Zhuqing, would an iceberg like her give someone a massage? Tang San and Xiao Wu started to gossip. Dai Mubai felt a little green on his head. Ning Rongrong was a little jealous and froze in place, almost screaming on his face, what you two are doing. Meng was still a little transparent. What they were doing, she was doing it, and more often with Oscar. Oscar now had a shaved beard and looked a lot more handsome. It should be the focus of everyone, but no one was paying attention to him at this time. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing's face was dark and red, because the guy lying on the chair fell asleep comfortably. Originally, Yi Zhiqiu was awake, and she could ask Yi Zhiqiu to stop, but now it's a bit embarrassing and she couldn't stop it. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing punched Yi Zhiqiu in the head. Fuck! Yi Zhiqiu suddenly woke up like a nightmare. After seeing the expressions of everyone, Yi Zhiqiu instantly guessed the cause of the incident. His face became a bit red but quickly returned to normal. He said lightly. Look everyone, let me introduce you to my new accepted apprentice, Zhu Zhuqing. Isn't it normal for the apprentice to massage the shoulders of the master? What type of expressions are you making? After listening to Yi Zhiqiu's explanation, everyone who was already sluggish suddenly became more sluggish. What the hell? When did Zhu Zhuqing become your apprentice? Can't find a better excuse. However, among the 7 monsters, probably only Ning Rongrong dared to contradict Yi Zhiqiu with 1 or 2 words. Other people. Even Tang San were a little bit embarrassed when they saw Yi Zhiqiu's face. After all, Zhao Wuji was pushed to the ground by him. This was still vividly clear in their minds as if it just happened yesterday. Ning Rongrong walked to Yi Zhiqiu's side, looked at the two suspiciously, and asked a little bit coquettishly with her hands on his hips, "Say, what is the relationship between you two?" Master-disciple relationship. Master-disciple relationship. Yi Zhiqiu and Zhu Zhuqing almost replied in unison, and the two of them immediately glanced at each other with some guilty conscience. Yi Zhiqiu was okay, he was too mature to get ashamed by this. Zhu Zhuqing was too tender. At this time, although her head was lowered, her cheeks were glowing red. Although she had nothing to do with Yi Zhiqiu, why does she feel like being caught red-handed? The relationship between master and apprentice? I don't think it's that simple, right? Yi Zhiqiu rolled his eyes and pressed Ning Rongrong on the spot. As soon as she sat down on the wicker chair behind him, he pressed her on his leg. Then there was a crisp, pop sound. Yi Zhiqiu tilted his head slightly, looked at Ning Rongrong, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "I said it was a master-disciple relationship, is there a problem?" "No, no problem," Ning Rongrong, who had originally looked savage, was now chanting like a mosquito. Yi Zhiqiu held her and spanked in the crowd, her cheeks were already red as if blood was dripping. Yi Zhiqiu smiled faintly, flipped his hands, and turned Ning Rongrong around, and like a princess hugged her in his arms. Then he sternly looked at Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others. "You haven't seen anything, understand?" "Understand." Ma Hongjun was the first to turn around, and ran to the cafeteria with a chipping. "Ah, the sun is too dazzling today, I'm turning blind." Oscar closed his eyes with a painful cry, as if he had been seriously injured, and ran away with Meng. Tang San and Xiao Wu silently turned and left. Dai Mubai hesitated for a while, but also turned around and left. All of a sudden, Yi Zhiqiu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were left on the court. Ning Rongrong poked his head out of Yi Zhiqiu's arms, looked at Yi Zhiqiu, then at Zhu Zhuqing behind him, and asked again, "Are you really only master-disciple? Why, do you still want to be spanked?" Yi Zhiqiu raised his eyebrows, he was not guilty at all, after all, it didn't matter. Between him and Zhu Zhuqing, they were innocent now. Well, for now. Ning Rongrong noticed Yi Zhiqiu's hand on her hip, and she couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly said, "Okay, I believe it, but you said Zhu Zhuqing is your apprentice, what are you going to teach her?" Yi Zhiqiu walked to the cafeteria with Ning Rongrong in his arms, and said casually, "8 gates, do you want to learn? That's the move you used to show green light all over, right? Can I learn it as an auxiliary spirit master?" "Of course, you can, but you are an auxiliary soul master, with a weaker physique, and you may have to suffer more than Zhu Zhuqing." "Is that so?" Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment and said firmly in the next moment. "I want to learn, I want to break the common sense that auxiliary spirit masters cannot fight, and be the first auxiliary that can both fight and increase the power of other spirit masters." Yi Zhiqiu was stunned, and after a slight pause in his footsteps, he returned to normal. Perhaps, after learning the 8 gates as an auxiliary spirit master, Ning Rongrong would be stronger than a normal auxiliary spirit master. After all, her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial spirit could also increase the effect on herself. 8 gates with her martial spirit, in that scene, Yi Zhiqiu felt terrifying even thinking about it. Chapter 173. After going to the cafeteria to have lunch at noon, Yi Zhiqiu separated from Ning Rongrong and went to the dormitory of Flander. Bang bang, Yi Zhiqiu knocked on the door. After a while, the wooden door opened, and behind the door was Yu Xiaojiang's somewhat stiff face. After seeing Yi Zhiqiu, Yu Xiaojiang's mouth twitched. "Xiao Qiu, what's the matter?" While talking, Yu Xiaojiang greeted Yi Zhiqiu at the door. "There is indeed something, wait until we meet Dean Flender together." The two went up to the second floor together and sat down by the wooden table in the living room. After a while, Flander came out of the room with a bright face. He looked at Yi Zhiqiu and smiled. "Deputy Dain Qiu, if you have nothing to do, you won't come to me, what's your order?" Flander's attitude towards Yi Zhiqiu might seem strange to people who didn't know about Flander, and it would make people doubt who was the dean of Shrek Academy. After all, when he was in front of Yi Zhiqiu, he always had a smile on his face, and he had never put on the dean's airs. Only when he was alone, he would call him Qiu boy. Yu Xiaojiang was very clear about the character of his old friend. As long as he was paid a lot of money, he would do everything that did not violate his principles. It was not surprising at this time, but his face was still twitching and he was a bit embarrassed. "I have not come to give you some orders, Dean, can you be a bit normal? Today I'm here to talk about something." "Talk." Flender looked straight, sat down at the table, poured a cup of tea for Yu Xiaojiang and Yi Zhiqiu, and then slowly said, "Let's talk about it." Zhiqiu pondered for a while, picked up the tea, and was about to take a sip. When he saw the thick layer of tea foam floating on it, he put the tea down calmly. Zhiqiu looked at the two of them lightly and said, I plan to go to the spirit hall in a few days, it may take a while to come back. Flender and Yu Xiaojiang frowned upon hearing Zhiqiu's words. In a few days? Flander asked. 3 days. Flender and Yu Xiaojiang looked at each other, their faces were not very calm. Are you going to deal with your clone? Although you have the teleport spirit ability, you must be careful. As far as I know, there are no less than 5 people in the spirit hall that are titled Douluo. If they know that you used your clone to play with them, they will not let it go. This is a major event that damages the face of the spirit hall, you need to pay attention. Don't worry, Zhiqiu smiled faintly. Actually, I have something else to do when I came here today, Master. How did you arrange the training for the 7 devils? Listening to this, Yu Xiaojiang got a little bit of interest, and he sat up straight. First of all, I think the combination of food is reasonable, after all, they are all growing up now, including you. Secondly, I plan to develop a long-distance running plan in the morning to exercise their physical fitness. In the afternoon, they will practice meditation to restore their energy consumption of the morning, and at the same time, they can cultivate their soul power. At night, in the Suatua City Great Arena, they would do group fights to improve cooperation between them. This is discussed together with Flander, and used every minute and every second. What do you think? After Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, the corners of his mouth tugged stiffly. He felt that this plan was foolproof. The only shortcoming was probably that Shrek Academy did not have a good mimicry practice environment. Zhiqiu nodded, making a careful plan, as if Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing want to learn 8 gates, this amount of training was not enough for them. But at present, they had to get used to it slowly. And he couldn't arrange the kind of brainless death training for them all at once. This kind of just right training happened to be very good for them at this moment, which could prepare them for the future. Lay the foundation for them both first. For higher intensity training, he could slowly consider it after he returned from the spirit hall. But the spirit power control must be put on the agenda. As for how to practice, Zhiqiu already had plans. Master, let's add a tree climbing lesson to a group of them tomorrow evening. Zhiqiu seemed to think of something, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Climbing a tree. In the early morning of the next day, students from Shrek were informed that they had to gather outside Shrek Academy early. A group of people was talking and laughing. They didn't realize how tragic fate they would experience later. Zhiqiu was not with them, but moved a wicker chair and lay leisurely under a big parasol, playing with a few balloons filled with water in one hand, and in the other hand. The one-horned evil dragon's 100,000. The spirit bone was constantly changing its shape, turning into a sword, sometimes turning into a sword, and sometimes turning into a brick. Zhiqiu was thinking about other uses for this spirit bone. After all, if it could only change shape, it would not be of great help to Zhiqiu. Beside Zhiqiu, Yu Xiaojiang was preparing something. After everything was ready, Yu Xiaojiang held his hands and walked slowly towards Tang San, who had already lined up. When he came to the group of people, Yu Xiaojiang revealed a cold expression. Tang San and the others, who were waiting for him to give the course instructions, felt chills behind their backs, and their heart tightened. Chapter 174. In the morning class, you would go back and forth from Shrek Academy to Suatua City 10 times, and no spirit power is allowed. Lunch will be eaten after running, Yu Xiaojiang said coldly. Tang San suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Why the scary aura? Isn't it just long-distance running? Although it may be a little tiring. Based on the physical quality of the spirit master, it will not be too difficult to go back and forth for 10 laps. At most 2 auxiliary-type spirit masters will be a little tired. After all, the distance between Shrek Academy and Suatua City was about 5 miles away, a total of 10 miles round trip, plus 10 round trips, it is only 100 miles away. The next moment, Yu Xiaojiang's slightly hoarse voice sounded. You will also carry some weight on your back, there is a note for each of you, which has been distributed according to your physical capabilities. Yu Xiaojiang pointed to the 8 bamboo baskets placed side by side. That's right, there were 8 baskets, and the extra one of them was for Mangyuran. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others walked forward silently, their expressions stiffened after seeing the contents of the bamboo basket. In these 8 bamboo baskets, there were various kinds of stone rocks of various sizes, and in each bamboo basket, there was a note with the name of one of the 8 people. Among them, Tang San and Dai Mubai had the most weight, and the whole bamboo basket was almost full. Followed by the 5 bamboo baskets of Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Mangyuran, about 2/3 of the height of the bamboo basket was filled with rocks. Ning Rongrong had the least, only 1/3. Master is too cruel, Ma Hongjun whispered depressed. Running with a load and running without a load were two completely different concepts. If they could use their spirit power, they would not be troubled much. But when the use of spirit power was forbidden, running 100 miles with a heavy load was not so comfortable. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, you won't have to eat lunch until you finish running. Dai Mubai didn't say a word, carrying his share of the bamboo basket, and ran out first. When the others saw this, they also picked up their bamboo baskets and followed behind him. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the 8 figures that were gradually going away, his stiff face couldn't help showing a faint smile. Tang San and the others estimated that it would take some time to come back. Naturally, Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't be silly waiting on the spot. He walked back in a few steps, leaning like Zhiqiu, sitting on the wicker chair under the big parasol. When Yu Xiaojiang saw the unconscious movements of Zhiqiu's hands next to him, he was a little puzzled. Playing with balloons will help you study spirit bone. Zhiqiu, who had closed his eyes, was suddenly disturbed by Yu Xiaojiang's sudden noise. The balloon in his right hand burst with a poof and the water inside flowed to the ground. Zhiqiu was practicing the Rasengan, but he couldn't control the rotation of his spirit power and directly punctured the balloon. Zhiqiu opened his eyes a little depressed. First, he took out a water-filled balloon from the black jade bracelet and held it in the palm of his hand to play with. Then he looked at Yu Xiaojiang and replied. Master, what do you think your spirit power nature is? Under normal circumstances, can we condense it into a spiral shape and present it in the palm and let it rotate on its own to form a cycle? Does it not dissipate? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhiqiu in a daze. Are you serious about this question? Isn't it a consensus that spirit power dissipates from the body? Even if it was a powerful spirit ability, after being released by a spirit master, it would slowly calm down, because the energy would escape and return to the environment. And Zhiqiu's question beats his theory. Zhiqiu looked at Yu Xiaojiang's expression and knew that he probably couldn't help him. Zhiqiu, who originally thought that he knew the principle and that developing Rasengan shall be easy, found himself thinking about it too simply. The real Rasengan according to Zhiqiu's understanding, should have 3 steps that were rotation, power, and containment. The power of the Rasengan should be highest at the moment when the condensing was completed. When attacking others, the Rasengan would first touch the target, then the coat would shatter, and the spiral force inside would burst out to injure the enemy. This was also the reason why sometimes people hit by the Rasengan would spin and fly out. Zhiqiu was stuck at the step of the spiral coat now. There was no coat to protect the energy inside. Once he stops inputting the spirit power, it would dissipate on its own without letting it constantly rotate. How can he contain the spirit power? Zhiqiu threw the water ball aside with a headache and rubbed his head. The development of the Rasengan was stuck, and it seemed that he could only study this 100,000-year-old spirit bone first. Zhiqiu also discussed with Yu Xiaojiang yesterday afternoon about his one-horned evil dragon 100,000-year spirit bone. The appearance of the 8th type of spirit bone in the Douluo continent shocked Yu Xiaojiang, but he could also not deny the fact that it could be possible as there were too few 100,000 spirit bones. But also didn't understand anything about it. In desperation, Zhiqiu had to explore on his own. The only thing he understands right now was that his spirit bone could change shape, and it could become hard. It was very abnormal. Yesterday, he tried to open 6 doors, but he couldn't break the spirit bone nor deform it. As for the other abilities, he could control it by his voice, or he could control it directly by giving orders from your spiritual sense. Suddenly, Zhiqiu seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Spiritual control. He had never tried to control this thing to fly with his spiritual sense. If it could fly, does it mean he can still be a sword fairy? Then this spirit bone is much more useful. Chapter 175. Zhiqiu's thoughts moved, and his spiritual consciousness controlled the 2 ends of the black crystal sword, and the sword-shaped one-horned evil dragon spirit bone suddenly floated crookedly. Fuck, Zhiqiu's eyes were shining brightly as he watched the scene before him, and the joy on his face couldn't be hidden. It's flying. Zhiqiu jumped up from the wicker chair and stepped on the sword with 1 foot. Crack, the sword that had just floated a little was stepped on the ground. Zhiqiu. Can't the sense of mind hold its weight? Zhiqiu frowned for a while and thought about it, and quickly realized that he immediately increased the output of the spiritual sense. He could have covered the 110-mile range with his spiritual sense, but at this moment, it was completely compressed on the 100,000-year spirit bone. If he used his spiritual sense to lift the 2 ends of the sword before, it was like hanging the sword with 2 silk threads. Now, it was like wrapping the entire sword with thick and reinforced steel wires all over the place, and the blade, which was originally crooked and unstable, suddenly became stable. The black crystal sword was about 1 meter above the ground, floating steadily. Zhiqiu leaped slightly and stepped on the sword. The black crystal sword didn't even sway, and it steadily carried his body weight. It succeeded. With a thought, the sword rose slowly, nothing unusual happened and Zhiqiu suddenly became bolder. He began to control the black crystal sword to fly slowly and gradually disappeared from Yu Xiaojiang's sight. Only a jaw-dropping Yu Xiaojiang was left in place. What was this operation? At this moment, Zhiqiu was flying with the sword about 10 meters above the ground, and Tang San and his group could already be faintly seen not far in front. Zhiqiu immediately lowered the height of the black crystal sword, accelerated, and flew slowly following aside at a speed similar to them. Yeah, keep running. Tired, do you want me to go to Pseudo City to buy you some melons? The negative emotions value from Tang San plus 366. From Dai Mubai's negative emotion value plus 366. From Zhu Zhuqing. The group stopped involuntarily, looking at Zhiqiu in amazement, and then at the black crystal long sword under his feet, a little dazed. But due to Zhiqiu's ridicule, several people hated it. God knows how uncomfortable it was to run without spirit power with a large basket of stones on their back, and he was leisurely flying on his sword. Zhiqiu looked at a group of people with dark faces and couldn't help but laugh. Come on, I'm going to Sotu City soon, I'll take the step first. As soon as the voice fell, Zhiqiu's figure suddenly moved away as an arrow fired from the string, and he was gradually becoming more proficient in controlling the flight of the sword by his spiritual sense. No wonder so many people like flying swords. That feeling is unexpectedly cool. Coming to the outside of Sotu City, Zhiqiu descended by a tree and stretched out his hand. The sword flew into his hand as if it had eyes. Zhiqiu placed the sword in front of him and muttered. I thought you were useless, but I didn't expect you to be a spirit bone driven by spiritual consciousness, that is something else. In that case, I can't bury you, I also have to give you a domineering name. The sword body trembled slightly as if it could feel the meaning of Zhiqiu's words. Zhiqiu thought about it for a while, then smiled faintly. Since you can change everything, just call you. Is it very suitable for you? Zhiqiu put away the sword, and after walking into Pseudo City to buy a few melons, he casually walked out of the city. He stepped on the flying sword while eating melons, he followed Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others on the way back to the academy, and said from time to time, come on, we are almost at the academy, and we are about to finish a lap. The words that were supposed to be encouraging, were played by Zhiqiu with a mocking effect. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, while enduring the hardship, were also enduring the torment in their hearts. All of them were thinking the same thing, we are exhausted due to running, and you are eating melons and talking mockingly, which is too much. Can it make people exercise and complete the course? Even Ning Rongrong wanted to take Zhiqiu off the flying sword and beat him. This guy was so deliberate. Zhiqiu himself looked at the negative emotion values that floated from time to time, as the system would be updated the day after tomorrow. Although he already has a lot of negative emotional values, he should be prepared for more. It was not until he returned to the entrance of Shrek Academy that Zhiqiu let the group off in a comfortable mood, and went back to lie down on the wicker chair. A few small balloons filled with water were touched out by him again. The difference was that this time he was holding a sliced watermelon in his left hand. Tang San and the others looked at the melon in Zhiqiu's hand, and at the large bowl of salt water in their hands, they were a little bit eager to cry. The group swallowed the saltwater with painful expressions and started a new round trip between Shrek and Sotu City. Zhiqiu also calmed down, and silently studied the changes in the Raisingan there. With time, the scorching sun stood in the sky, and the air that had been cool in the morning had long since disappeared. Tang San and the others, who had run back and forth under the blazing sun, were all sweating, and everyone's breathing became difficult, and their lungs were burning like fire. The clothes had long been soaked with sweat. Zhu Zhuqing's black tights tightly clung to the delicate body at this time, drawing out an amazing curve. It was a pity that the rest of the people had no energy to pay attention to this beauty, and they all ran back to the academy gate out of breath. The 8th lap was over. After drinking the warm salt water prepared by Yu Xiaojiang, the group gritted their teeth and set off again in the direction of Sotu City. It was almost noon at this time. Zhiqiu's spiritual consciousness spread out, always observing the group of them. On the 9th lap, everyone except Tang San was almost at the limit. The weight behind Ning Rongrong and Oscar's 2 auxiliary spirit masters was also handed over to Tang San and Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun didn't reach level 30 and consumed more spirit power, but they persisted. Until they ran back to Shrek Academy, everyone panted, taking a break by drinking warm salt water. Zhiqiu was no longer in the mood to tease them, and stood up and said with a serious face. Rongrong and Zhuqing, if you still want to practice the 8 gates, stick to the full course, otherwise, you are not qualified to practice, I will not teach you as it will be hurting you. Yi Zhiqiu looked solemn when he said this, he had never been so serious. Boss Chiu, you are, actually planning to give them a small advantage. I also want to learn. Ma Hongjun was as tired as a dead dog, his face was pale, but at this time he was still grinning. But Yi Zhiqiu just ignored him. I'll finish it, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth. Her condition was not much better than Ma Hongjun's. If it hadn't been for Tang San to help her share her weight, she would have been lying down. Zhu Zhuqing didn't say a word and nodded indifferently. She was stubborn, and the weight behind her had never been given to anyone. She was consumed more spirit energy than Ma Hongjun. Okay, we are on the last lap, everyone, come on. Dai Mubai loudly encouraged. Even though he said that the double pupil in his pupil was almost shrinking into one. He fought Tang San the most. If you say that among 8 people, who was the most tired, then it was none other than him. Chapter 176. On the last lap, although the group was lifting their legs with all their strength, their physical strength was too little, and they could no longer stand the weight, so they could barely move their steps. Walking 2 miles away from the finish line, Ma Hongjun, who was almost on the verge of fainting, was supported by Tang San. Walking 4 miles away, was Zhu Zhuqing with Xiao Wu. At 1 mile distance, Dai Mubai almost fainted, supported by Tang San. Oscar took back his share of the load. The group supported each other, and in the last few hundred meters, the finish line almost appeared in everyone's eyes. At this time, their bodies were completely supported by willpower to move forward. It was very difficult to move every step. In the last 100 meters, Ning Rongrong almost completely hung on Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, and she lost the strength to even move with them. Standing on the far right of the group of people, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, her black pupils turned a little red. Not only did she have to bear her weight, but she also had to bear half of Ning Rongrong's weight. 80 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Seeing the demeanor of the group, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help being shocked. It turned out that a person's willpower could be so strong sometimes. Breaking their limits is a genius trait. Worthy of being the 7 Shrek monsters in the original book, each one was excellent. Even Meng Yiran was persistent. Yi Zhiqiu also saw the stubbornness in her eyes. She was desperately joining the group, she didn't want to be just a little baggage. Sometimes, people could infect each other. This long-distance load-bearing training was to increase the willpower and strength of the 7 monsters. Under such physical exhaustion, it was impossible to persist, but they supported each other and moved forward. The whole process was over. Although, it was now more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which was far from the completion Yu Xiaojiang had set. But no one would say that they were not doing well. On the other hand, Yi Zhiqiu didn't think they could do better than this on the first day. For the last 10 meters, everyone was hell-bent to finish. If they hadn't put their hands on each other to support each other, everyone might have been lying on the ground. Behind them, even the mud road was wet with their dripping sweat. All were severely dehydrated. Tang San and the others vaguely saw Master Yu Xiaojiang smile at them, as if saying something. But they couldn't hear him with their unstable minds. But Tang San knew that the master was complimenting him, and Tang San grinned, finally unable to hold on. Tang San, who was among the crowd, fainted first, with bamboo baskets hanging from the front and back of his body, and Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were dragged to the left and right. It was a miracle that he could insist on reaching the end. Tang San's fall suddenly seemed to have a chain reaction, and they lost consciousness and closed their eyes. At the moment before Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing fell to the ground, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly appeared between them and hugged them with one hand each on their waist. Master, I'll take these 2 away, and leave the rest to you. As soon as Yi Zhiqiu's words fell, he disappeared. Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang, your training method is ruthless, not even I am this strict. Flanders smiled wryly, and walked out with the group of academy teachers, including a woman hired from a nearby village. Don't talk nonsense, take them to the medicated bath. Yu Xiaojiang's face was stiff. Numerous academy teachers hurriedly removed the bamboo baskets from the fainted students and ran into the academy holding them. Zhu Zhuqing was also taken away by the Chiu boy. Flender was stunned. He thought that Yi Zhiqiu at most took Ning Rongrong, but he didn't expect him to take Zhu Zhuqing too. He told me that Zhu Zhuqing was his apprentice. Yu Xiaojiang was also speechless. Flanders suddenly had weird eyes, and said with emotion, "It's nice to be young." Tang San and the others were sent to their respective rooms. The teachers took off the clothes of male students directly and threw them into the tub, while the female students were taken care of by the woman hired by the nearby village. In Yi Zhiqiu's room, Ning Rongrong had been stripped naked by him and thrown into the tub. At this time, he was picking Zhu Zhuqing's clothes. After a lot of effort, he took off Zhu Zhuqing's tights, clothes covered with sticky sweat, and placed her next to Ning Rongrong. This process could not be described in words. He could only say, Too big. And the buoyancy was super strong, half of the big ones were floating on the surface of the water, how could he not soak them in the medicated bath? Zhiqiu immediately pressed it down, but unfortunately or fortunately, it resurfaced again and he had to press it several times. However, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion turned a little red, and she snorted softly. Cough cough, Zhiqiu touched his nose and sprinkled some rose petals on the surface of the water. Because Ning Rongrong especially likes to put these things in the bath, he also had a large stock in his black jade bracelet. It was a good chance to glance more at the two of them, but Zhiqiu shook his head and went out directly. When the 7 monsters and Mengyuran were still running on the 9th lap, he faintly touched on the cohesion method of the Rasengan. However, seeing the group who might faint at any time, he was a little worried, so he focused on them, postponing his research. Watching them, and preparing to use the Flying Thunder God to respond remotely. At this moment, when he was free, Zhiqiu couldn't help but think about it. He went straight to the dormitory and took out a balloon filled with water. Chapter 177. Zhiqiu discovered that after he had put his spirit power into the balloon and quickly turned the spirit power inside, the faster it turned. The more stable the spirit power would be, and the slower it would cause the spirit power to collapse easily. This was like inertia. For example, in a windmill, when its rotation speed reaches a certain level. Even if it loses the effect of the wind, it could still rotate for a long time. And when the speed of this rotation reaches a certain level, the leaves of the windmill are no longer visible. You can only see a rotating circle. If you stare for a long time, you may still be able to see it vaguely. But the edge of the windmill would be a little distorted. This was the function of vision. But windmills were objects after all, unlike chakras and spirit power. When the energy gathers together and rotates to a certain extreme speed, it would naturally condense out of the coat, just like a tornado. The two principles were similar, but the shape changes were different. Zhiqiu's had a misunderstanding before, and the Rasengan, which was able to revolve on its own after successfully condensing it, might be stronger in the future after he was able to develop it properly, but he would never be able to do it now. The Rasengan did not remain endlessly after they were condensed, but after the condensing is successful, they relied on this inertia to rotate. When it reaches a certain point, it would be urged by its energy to maintain the speed of rotation. This was also the reason why many people use Rasengan without it leaving their hands. According to Zhiqiu's guess. The principle behind various strange Rasengan versions in the later period was likely to be the same, but the injected energy was more and more difficult to take control of. Therefore, if he wants to use Rasengan with a changing nature, he must first master the first level Rasengan. Otherwise, once the energy was not maintained well, it would explode, and the nearest one would be the first to be injured. Bang, the balloon in his hand burst. In the center of Zhiqiu's right palm, a dark purple sphere of spirit power slightly larger than his fist was slowly spinning. The spirit power inside the sphere was rotating very fast, it seemed to be slow, causing a visual illusion. Zhiqiu's spirit power was purple, so his Rasengan was also dreamy purple. Just looking at the appearance, this Rasengan looked very good, not as a killer move, but more like an amethyst ball with a little halo inside. Zhiqiu grinned with satisfaction. Let's test your power, Zhiqiu murmured and teleported to the small forest outside Shrek Academy, and used the Rasengan in his hand on a big tree with a thick trunk nearby. The moment the Rasengan touched the tree pole, the balance was broken, and the Rasengan's spirit power that was originally rotating steadily inside suddenly stagnated and then burst out instantly. Under the impetus of Zhiqiu, this burst of spirit power squeezed towards the position of the tree pole. The fragile tree body suddenly broke into a big hole, and the Rasengan was like a high-power drilling machine, but the drill bit was a bit bigger. Almost half a second had passed and Zhiqiu's arm had passed straight through the tree, and the big tree with the thick bucket-like trunk was punched with a big hole to the front and back. Zhiqiu pulled his arm out, looked into the tree hole, and took a breath. From the outside, the tree did not seem to have any major problem, except that a big hole slightly thicker than the arm was broken in the stem. But the inside of the tree body, the surface layer that directly touched the Rasengan, was covered with dense spiral lines on the inside. There were countless small cracks inside it. Some people might think that if even a tree was not broken, this spirit ability was rubbish. But Zhiqiu wanted to say that this was only because the tree was so strong and the power of the Rasengan had not exploded to the limit. It had been penetrated back and forth, and the remaining strength was dissipated in the air. But even if it was only a part of its power, the vitality of this big tree was completely wiped out, and it was fine on the outside, but the inside of the tree was covered with small cracks like earthworms. The Rasengan was originally a move for the injury. Just now, if Zhiqiu had chosen to hit a big rock or a mountain wall, that power would be fully manifested. It's the signature ninjutsu of the protagonist of Naruto, it's a good thing, Zhiqiu muttered, thinking about whether other ninjutsu could be developed by himself. After thinking about it, Zhiqiu found out that none of the principles of ninjutsu were understood by him. Zhiqiu regretfully gave up the idea of continuing to develop other ninjutsu. Today, he had thoroughly studied the spirit bone and REINCARNATION, and he has gained a lot, so he should be content. Shaking his head, Zhiqiu returned to Shrek Academy with Flying Thunder God. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. According to his estimation, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing would probably not wake up until night after falling asleep. There was still possible due to the medicated bath and the strong physique of the spirit masters. If ordinary people had such severe body dehydration, it was estimated that a coma was possible for 1 or 2 days. Looking at the 2 sets of dirty clothes covered with sweat and sand that were thrown on the bed, Zhiqiu touched his nose, picked them up, and threw them into the tub next to him. Then he went to Zhu Zhuqing in Xiao Wu's room, intending to help Zhu Zhuqing pack a set of clothes. After all, she couldn't wear Ning Rongrong's clothes. Pushing open the door, the first thing that came out was a pungent medicinal smell like his own room. Zhu Zhuqing, who was supposed to take a bath with Xiao Wu, was in Zhiqiu's room. Naturally only Xiao Wu was in the wooden barrel. Zhiqiu was not very interested in peeking at her. After all, she was not much different from Ning Rongrong is not much different. Both were flat-chested. After picking out a set of inner and outer clothes from Zhu Zhuqing's closet without squinting, Zhiqiu walked out and helped Xiao Wu close the door. After folding the clothes of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing and putting them next to the bed, Zhiqiu went to find a big wooden bucket and put it in the bedroom. The small bedroom suddenly seemed a bit crowded. This wooden barrel was used for the 2 of them to wash their bodies after they woke up. After all, the smell of the medicated bath was too great. Even if Zhiqiu sprinkled some rose petals to cover the smell, it was still a bit pungent. Chapter 178. When Zhu Zhuqing woke up from sleep at night, she only felt a warm feeling spreading into her body from all directions. And the warm comfort almost made her groan. At this time, her body was like dry land, and she suddenly got it. The medical water was so comfortable. Settling down, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes and found that she was already in the dormitory, but this dormitory does not seem to be her dormitory. Looking at Ning Rongrong who was still sleeping across from her, Zhu Zhuqing looked around again. This looks like the room for Zhiqiu and Ning Rongrong. After all, only their room, the beds were put together. Looking at her naked body, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed. Ignoring the faint soreness in her legs, she hurriedly got up, reached out, and lifted her hand toward the clothes on the bed. On her clothes, there was white paper. Zhu Zhuqing picked it up and looked at it. I knew you will wake up first, don't panic. Anyway, after reading it, it's useless to panic. Remember to wash away the smell of medicine on your body with warm water next to you. By the way, wash and hang your clothes with Rongrong. Find me in the playground so that I could teach you the 8 gates. Your handsome master. Zhu Zhuqing. The note was suddenly crumpled into a ball by her. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky was full of stars. In the silent night, insects and birds sounded from time to time, and the air was not as hot as it was during the day. At this time, Zhiqiu was lying comfortably under the big tree on the side of Shrek Academy's playground to enjoy the cool air, and the wicker chair was swinging back and forth leisurely. In the distance, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had changed their clothes, slowly appeared in Zhiqiu's sight. The 2 of them weren't supposed to be here together. Zhu Zhuqing took some time to clean her clothes. After drying them out, she also did the same for Ning Rongrong's clothes. When Ning Rongrong woke up, she stayed in the dormitory to wash her body. Zhu Zhuqing went to the canteen to eat and brought her food. After Ning Rongrong finished eating, the 2 came over together. When the 2 of them got closer, Zhiqiu got up with a faint smile and said, "It's late. I originally wanted to arrange some other courses for you. Considering that you will have a long distance running tomorrow morning, let it go. We can talk about some knowledge of 8 gates, and let's talk about the rest tomorrow." Ning Rongrong suddenly patted her small chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She was weak in physique and she couldn't stand the toss of another training. Zhu Zhuqing was very calm, but the look in her eyes was a little strange. Zhiqiu didn't care about the look of the 2 of them. After walking to Ning Rongrong, he put his hand on top of her head and said, "The so-called 8 gates are the 8 acupuncture points in the human body. Usually, these acupuncture points are closed, but every time the 8 doors are opened, the corresponding acupuncture point will open. Like this place." Zhiqiu patted the top of Ning Rongrong's head, and while watching the 2 of them he continued to speak. The acupuncture point on the top of the head corresponds to the first door of the 8 doors. Opening this door removes the user's mental inhibition to achieve the goal of fully exerting one's physical potential. This category does not directly improve strength, but it can fully display one's hidden potential. This creates the illusion of strength improvement. The second door break can relieve the physical fatigue limit, overload, and squeeze the body's potential and energy. The position of the second gate is in the brain. Ning Rongrong was very cooperative and motionless, secretly remembering Yi Zhiqiu's words in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing also listened carefully, watching Yi Zhiqiu's finger position and comparing it with herself. The appearance of these two people made Yi Zhiqiu smile with satisfaction. And then he continued to point down. This time, he pointed his finger between Ning Rongrong's breasts and it immediately made Ning Rongrong's cheeks red and her body took a step back unconsciously. Don't move, Yi Zhiqiu patted her head gently and said. This is the third acupuncture point located on the spinal cord. Its release causes the skin to turn red from increased blood flow. The fourth acupuncture point is located on the spinal cord. Its release increases the user's speed and power at the cost of potential tearing in muscle tissue. The fifth acupuncture point is located in the abdomen. Its release further increases the user's speed and power. Sixth gate. Every time Yi Zhiqiu talked about one door, Yi Zhiqiu would tell the two of them in detail. When talking about the seventh door, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly gave a bad smile, pointed out his finger, and it happened to be at the position where Ning Rongrong's lower abdomen was slightly downward, almost hitting the girl's private parts. Needless to say, Ning Rongrong, who had to experience it personally, even Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks were slightly red from the sidelines. Ahem, Yi Zhiqiu said sternly. This is the seventh door, which is located below the stomach. Its releases cause every pore of the user's body to emit a turquoise-colored sweat that instantly evaporates and gives the illusion of a chakra coating. Unfortunately, the side effects of opening the seventh gate are that the user's muscle fibers become fragile to the point that anything can rip them to shreds. The seventh door opens, and the increase in combat power is extremely terrifying. A 30-level spirit grandmaster while opening the seventh door, at least can defeat the spirit king. From the first door to the seventh door, if you connect the positions pointed by Yi Zhiqiu's fingers, you could find that this was a straight downward route. Starting from the top of the head, until near the pubic area. Yi Zhiqiu looked up at the sky and slowly concluded, opening 8 doors is extremely dangerous. If you don't have strong physical support, you will inevitably be injured after use, and you will even die directly. It is very late today, I would teach you the first one tomorrow night. Isn't it 8? Is there another one? Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't ask questions, Yi Zhiqiu could tell from her eyes that she also wanted to know. The 8th I can't teach you, not now, and never in the future. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes were firm and he shook his head directly. Because after using the 8th door the user will inevitably die, right? Zhu Zhuqing's face was cold, and there was no change in her expression when she said the word death. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at her and said, yes, when you open the 8th door, if there is no accident you will inevitably die, or you will die a very miserably and ugly death. Besides, you are my apprentice, and you should be passionate about your teacher and not think about it. When he said the last sentence, Yi Zhiqiu blinked at her, and the corner of his mouth showed an inexplicable meaning. Zhu Zhuqing's face suddenly turned black, and with a hum, she turned and walked towards her dormitory. When Yi Zhiqiu turned his head back he suddenly found that Ning Rongrong was looking at him angrily. Say, are you two related? Yes, Yi Zhiqiu nodded directly and admitted, smirking. Isn't the relationship between master and apprentice counted as a relationship? Ning Rongrong folded her arms and turned around. She always felt that these two were hiding something from her. Yi Zhiqiu touched his nose with a headache and took a step forward. Amidst Ning Rongrong's exclamation, he put her on his shoulder and walked towards the dormitory. Chapter 179. On the next day, outside the Shrek Academy, Tang San and the 8 of them were still the same, once again carrying their respective bamboo baskets and starting long-distance jogging. However, today they did not have the slightest uncomfortable expression on each of their faces, instead, they looked excited. Because this time, their mission was only 5 round trips from Shrek to Sotu City. Compared to the 10 round trips yesterday, today's course was undoubtedly too easy. This was specifically requested by Yi Zhiqiu. In the afternoon, Tang San and the other 8 people's class would be taught by him. If a group of people continued to run 10 laps, Yi Zhiqiu was afraid that he would not be able to teach the class before he went to the spirit hall. Yu Xiaojiang agreed to Yi Zhiqiu's request only after a little thought. He also wanted to see what methods Yi Zhiqiu would have if he didn't teach well. He would handle it by himself tomorrow, just for one day. Yu Xiaojiang could still wait. For the 5 laps in the morning, Tang San and the others didn't feel too tired, and before noon, they had finished running. After drinking the warm salt water prepared by Yu Xiaojiang as usual, the group of people happily gathered around Yi Zhiqiu. Boss Chiu, you saved our life. Ma Hongjun started clinging to Yi Zhiqi. Get off, Yi Zhiqiu cursed with a dark smile. Everyone burst into laughter, and it can be seen from this that they were in a good mood. Looking at the group of people, Zhiqiu said indifferently, "You can take a break during the rest of the morning, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you will gather on the playground." "Yes." The group of people responded loudly. Afterward, Xiaowu took Tang San and left first, and the group was naturally unwilling to waste the leisure time that was finally waiting for them. Oscar smiled a few times at the crowd, raised his eyebrows proudly, and also left with Meng Yiran. The two of them had been supporting each other since they ran to exhaustion yesterday, and they held on to the last moment together. Although the relationship had yet not proceeded much, everyone could see that Oscar's pursuit of Meng was only a matter of time. Dai Mubai sighed somewhat depressed. He wanted to go to Suatua City to find the twins, but time didn't allow it. He couldn't just enter the room with them and be finished in 3 seconds, right? Shaking his head, Dai Mubai also left for her dormitory. Seeing the group walking away, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "What's so special? You all have someone to go to, but I don't. Is there no happiness for fat people? What's the matter, fatty, why are you suddenly listless?" Ning Rongrong looked at Ma Hongjun's gloomy expression and couldn't help asking aloud. Ma Hongjun looked at Ning Rongrong, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Rongrong, do you have any other little sisters in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan to introduce me?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment. Zhiqiu also grinned, patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, and said with a serious face. "Fatty, there is a truth you have to understand, even if someone is a piece of shit, he will meet his life partner someday. Believe me, you would meet your life partner, so you don't have to worry about such trivial things." Ma Hongjun. From Ma Hongjun's negative sentiment value plus 266. "I feel you are not comforting me." Looking at the back of Zhiqiu who was holding Ning Rongrong with his right hand and Zhu Zhuqing next to him, Ma Hongjun choked silently. "Unexpectedly, you dare to say things like this. Beast! You are taking 2 flowers." The group finished their lunch and did not wait until 1 p.m. They came to gather in the shade of the playground early, and they all looked a little excited. They were thinking about what Zhiqiu would teach in the afternoon. Could it be the 8th gate that was so fierce as to beat Teacher Zhao? Among the crowd, only Zhu Zhuqing had a calm face. She already knew about the afternoon class. It didn't take long for Zhiqiu to lead Ning Rongrong over, and Yu Xiaojiang was also with him. Yu Xiaojiang was a little worried, so he planned to come and have a look. "The afternoon class is not here, let's join hands with each other, and I will take you to the other place." Zhiqiu smiled indifferently. So after the people joined hands with each other, Zhiqiu used Flying Thunder God and teleported. In the woods outside Shrek Academy, Zhiqiu appeared with others. "Focus on me, and outspread in a circle, and sit down," Zhiqiu told everyone while taking out a watermelon and spoon from the black jade bracelet. No one knew what Zhiqiu was going to do, but they still obediently found a place to sit down. Zhiqiu was surrounded by a group of people in the center. Regardless, he divided the 5 watermelons into 10, by cutting them in half for the 8 people and Yu Xiaojiang, and left half for himself. 5 melons were just enough. "Damn, Boss Chiu, you didn't bring us here to eat melons. Although this melon is sweet, it does not make us strong." Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes immediately. "Are you stupid? You are not comfortable sitting and eating melons. If it weren't for my mouth that was full of melon, would have given you some nice words. Not to mention, I like this training method of Boss Chiu." Yu Xiaojiang frowned when he looked at the half melon in his hand, wondering what kind of plan Zhiqiu had. Everyone had different expressions. "It's okay, just eat and say anything," Zhiqiu stood among the crowd and said while eating his melon. "I didn't want to disturb the master's course, but after tomorrow, I have to go to the spirit hall to deal with my clone. I won't be back for a while, so I have to arrange some courses for you in advance." Everyone stopped their movements when they heard it, and Ning Rongrong was even taken aback and wanted to say something. Zhiqiu stretched out his hand and pressed it virtually to calm her down. Zhiqiu walked slowly among the crowd and said, "Among your peers, everyone is considered a genius, but in my opinion, it is not enough, you also need to grow faster. The master's physical training can help you lay a good physical foundation, I can't do better than him." Having said this, Zhiqiu stopped, took a bite of melon, smiled, and said, "But, I can teach you skills." Chapter 180. Skills. Yu Xiaojiang was silent but was thinking about what Zhiqiu could teach that he could not. Seeing the puzzled look on everyone's face, Zhiqiu said, "Let's take Xiao San as an analogy. His blue silver grass martial spirit's first spirit ability is bind. It is excellent in control, but lacks sufficient lethality, right?" Everyone nodded. This was a consensus that everyone knew. Zhiqiu smiled and suddenly said with a mysterious face, "Then if you give Xiao San a few hundred good swords and let him wrap the attacking enemy with blue silver grass, what do you think?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly showed a grassy expression. If Tang San controlled hundreds of swords on the field, it would be like a tentacle monster dancing around. Not to mention the control, the lethality would be very strong. If one of his opponents was accidentally entangled by blue silver grass, he might get chopped into meat sauce. Such an opponent would be very difficult to fight. Also, Dai Mubai, your white tiger shield body barrier, when used, can be condensed only in front of or behind you. What will happen if you can condense it wherever and whenever attacks come from? It does not save a lot of spirit power. Rong, your 7 treasure glazed glass tower increase can be added to your teammates the moment they fight against the enemy. Once they are out of their enemy's range, you can release the effects. This will not only make you unexpected but also save your spirit power. Fatty. Among the 7 monsters, almost everyone was named by Zhiqiu. Their use of spirit power was too rigid and formed a mental limit and would not be flexible. And Zhiqiu, who had come over from the 21st century, was full of cool ideas. Countless ideas came out of his mouth, and the group of people was bluffed for a moment. Yu Xiaojiang was even more shocked. If possible, he would like to slice Zhiqiu's brain to see how it was different from his own. After Zhiqiu said a lot, he quietly ate melons in the center of the circle to give them time to accept new things. When they almost recovered, Zhiqiu tossed the melon skin that he had eaten in his hand, and said, "In fact, those just now were just some small ideas, just appetizers for the afternoon class." What? This is still an appetizer? I feel like I'm about to take off. Tell me this is a joke. What on earth will you teach in the afternoon class? Your lesson in the afternoon is very simple. It is to improve the control of your spirit power. Especially Fatty, your martial spirit is mutated, causing you to lose control of your spirit power, and you can only go to the hookout to solve the problem, which has a great impact on your cultivation speed. Zhiqiu looked at Ma Hongjun and said. Spirit power has been used for years and months. For every spirit master, its control has been maintained at a certain level and takes a lot of time to improve and master. This is like a habit. How easy is it to change? Yu Xiaojiang asked with a stiff expression. He felt that what Zhiqiu said was not unreasonable, but it was too difficult for spirit power control to change this kind of thing and to take the initiative to improve. It's like an old smoker who had been smoking for 10 years. Who could stand it if you suddenly ask him to quit smoking? The control of spirit power is the same. Shrek had so many students who awakened their spirits at the age of 6, and now they were all teenagers. After 6 or 7 years of spirit power operation, they had reached a point in the control of their spirit power. It was not impossible to break through this point, but it required an opportunity. To control the breakthrough by yourself was simple to say but difficult to do. Yu Xiaojiang felt that Zhiqiu was wasting time. In Douluo continent, he had never heard of anyone practicing fine control of his spirit power. Zhiqiu smiled without speaking and walked straight to a big tree. It's not that there is no way to practice spirit power control, but you haven't found a way. Your course this afternoon is tree climbing, but not ordinary tree climbing. Zhiqiu said as he stretched his legs and stepped on the tree. If you looked closely, you could see a faint purple spot wandering around his feet, like some water. As Zhiqiu stepped onto the tree with one foot and raised the other foot, his body miraculously formed a 90-degree right angle with the stem of the big tree. He walked up like this step by step as if the world's gravity did not affect him. Watching it, Yu Xiaojiang and the others were dumbfounded. What kind of trick is this? Spirit skills? Zhiqiu walked steadily up to a height of more than 10 meters before stopping and standing still on a branch with thick legs. Then he lowered his head and smiled and looked at the people below. Are you wondering how I did it? The group nodded. For them, it was easy to get on a tree, but like Zhiqiu, it was difficult to walk on the ground step by step. Zhiqiu explained to everyone, actually, the principle is very simple. It is a training method used to gain more skills with spirit power control. This training involves focusing a fixed amount of chakra on the bottom of one's feet and using that to climb a tree without using one's hands. If the stream of spirit power is too weak, the user will lose their footing on the tree and fall off. If it is too strong, the user will be pushed away from the tree, causing the tree to break around the point of contact and the user will fall. When Zhiqiu said the last sentence, suddenly his feet slipped as if he could not stand firmly on a tree branch, and his body suddenly fell backward. Tang San and the others were startled. And then they recovered their calmness. Zhiqiu has a teleportation spirit ability. Even if it didn't, he wouldn't be killed if he fell from this height. As Tang San and the others expected, Zhiqiu's backward body did not fall directly downwards, but hung upside down on the branch extending from the tree pole, with the branches attached to the soles of his feet. Steady, how could it continue to fall downward? Understood, right? If you use less spirit power, it will be like me just now. not only you will not be able to hold the tree pole, but will also fall. Tang San and the others nodded eagerly. Zhiqiu had not only shown them personally but also explained the principles clearly. If they didn't understand anymore, they could buy a piece of tofu and hit it to death. Chapter 181. Yu Xiaojiang fixedly looked at Zhiqiu with mixed emotions in his eyes. How did this kid come up with this training method? Is he only 12 years old? Not to mention he is strong like a monster, even the thinking is so terrifying. This mode of training spirit power control was almost tailor-made for Tang San and others. Yu Xiaojiang wanted to smash Zhiqiu's head to see if there was something different in it, whether there was something more than himself. Is it true that someone is born destined to be omniscient and omnipotent? Zhiqiu kicked his legs, fell from the tree, and looked at the people. Climbing a tree is only the first stage of training. When I return from the spirit hall, I will teach you the second stage of spirit power control training. Hopefully, then you can climb the tree step by step steadily as I did just now. Now, find a tree and start practicing. Tang San, Dai Mubai. And the others were already a little impatient. As soon as Zhiqiu gave his instructions, the group of people dispersed separately. There were big trees more than 10 meters high everywhere in this small forest, enough for a group of them to practice. Zhiqiu took the melon that Ning Rongrong had only eaten a few mouthfuls of and then set it aside to continue eating. After finding a big rock and sitting down, his spiritual consciousness spread. Observing the progress of the group of people. The reason he was teaching them was not something selfless like helping the protagonist but just for future planning. He did not know what would happen after the first part of Soul Land, so he wanted to be prepared for anything, and their protagonist Halo could also help him. Among the 8 people, the best performer was Tang San. He had a superior inner strength mental method, with stable internal force operation, neutrality, and peace, and he had good control of himself. Tang San raised one leg and stepped on the tree first, and was not in a hurry to climb the tree. He closed his eyes and felt it for a while before he took the second step. The posture was the same as Zhiqiu's previous posture, except that his body was not so straight and his upper body hung slightly. If it weren't for his feet sticking to the tree pole, it might have fallen. Tang San tried to walk up a few steps and it seemed feasible. There was a slight joy in his heart, but at the moment when his mind was a little relaxed, the spirit power under his feet suddenly was used a little more, and the tree pole made a faint click sound and sank a little. Tang San hurriedly retracted his spirit power when he found that something was wrong, and gently kicked the tree pole with one backflip to the ground. The first attempt failed, but he was already the best among them. Like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, they both had already changed a tree. The first tree was full of pitted footprints. Zhiqiu wondered whether these two came to tear down the trees or train. In addition to Tang San, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the 2 auxiliary spirit masters could be ranked second and third among the 8. The spirit power of the auxiliary spirit masters was more gentle than that of the war spirit masters. Easy to control. Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yiran, and Xiao Wu, 3 of them were better than Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Zhiqiu watched the crowd and reminded them a few words from time to time, and Tang San was the first to reach the top of the tree when it was approaching evening. He was able to master the skills so quickly. The mysterious heaven skill of the Tang sect played a huge role, and it was indispensable. The rest were wanderers at a height of 3 to 8 meters, and they had made considerable progress. It was estimated that even Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, the 2 with the most violent spirit powers, could complete the task of reaching the top of the tree within a week. Tang San came to Zhiqiu in a few steps and said with some excitement. Zhiqiu, I found that your training method is indeed very effective. My control of the spirit power in the body has improved a bit, although not great. The effect is remarkable. What is the second stage of training? Tell me in advance. The others suddenly looked at Tang San with some envy. So this kid was going to start the second stage of training? Zhiqiu grinned and patted Tang San on the shoulder. Little San, you are a team. Of course, you have to wait for everyone to complete the first stage to start the second stage of training. During this time, you can climb trees and practice. And wait for me to come from Spirit Hall to teach you. Tang San. Seeing Tang San's somewhat depressed expression, Zhiqiu was secretly happy. Who told you not to teach me mysterious heaven skill before? This time I also hang your appetite. The ghost knows when Zhiqiu would return from the Spirit Hall. Maybe a week or 2 if it's fast. It's hard to say if it was slow, it might even take a month or 2. Of course, Zhiqiu was not going without arrangements during this time. During his absence from Shrek Academy, there would be others who would come over to teach Tang San and others how to adapt them to actual combat. He had just used his spiritual sense to contact his clone chief Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing, the clone, never left Zhiqiu 10 miles away, but now the distance had spread to 100 miles. He was like Yi Zhiqiu's ear, collecting useful information from all over the world from the other clones. And reporting to Yi Zhiqiu at the beginning of each month. If Yi Zhiqiu had any instructions, he would directly ask him to give the orders to the other clones, and then he would notify the remaining clones. Bai Xiaoxing's avatar was equivalent to the head of the house of his clones, and it was also equivalent to a professional messenger who transmits information. At this point, he went on the way to deliver the message. Chapter 182. By the next day, Yi Zhiqiu had already left Shrek Academy. At this time, outside of Shrek Academy, there was an unexpected guest. This was a middle-aged man with a height of about 185 meters. He was dressed in a red cloud robe with a black background, with long black hair draped to his waist. His eyes were awe-inspiring, and he was walking with a wild and unruly domineering display in an imposing manner. In his pupils, there were circles of striped patterns, forming 3 circles, and only the small circle in the center was black. These eyes, which were completely different from ordinary people, naturally attract people's attention. It was noon at this time, and Tang San, who had just run 8 laps back and forth, was still panting and resting at the gate of Shrek Academy. Together with him was Yu Xiaojiang. Seeing this person who appeared suddenly, Tang San's pupils shrank. He had seen this familiar outfit once in the Rose Hotel before. What's the matter with the members of the Akatsuki organization coming to Shrek Academy? The people here are very poor, and there is nothing to steal for you. As the master's voice fell, in Shrek Academy, several powerful aura fluctuations were suddenly revealed. Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and several other teachers came to the school gate in a few jumps and start looking at this person with a high guard. After all, Akatsuki's notoriety was too great, although there were also a few members who often do good things in it, more of them were spirit masters who were notorious to the world. Entrusted by a trusted ally, I came here to teach these 8 little guys how to fight. Don't be nosy if you don't want to be beaten together. The middle-aged man in a red cloud robe with a black background stopped 10 meters away, folded his hands on his chest, and raised his eyebrows. A gust of wind blew and opened the hem of his clothes, revealing a red-brown armor skirt under a red cloud robe on a black background. Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang glanced at each other, frowning. Entrusted by a trusted ally? Whose trusted ally? Would Akatsuki's people be so kind? Coming to Shrek to teach students for free? And you are too crazy to talk, right? What do you mean by not wanting to be beaten together? In the crowd, Ning Rongrong suddenly ran out, came to the middle-aged man with a sly face, raised her hand, and poked his arm. Zhiqiu asked you to come. The people at Shrek Academy suddenly squeezed a cold sweat for Ning Rongrong, who was talking so rude to a member of the notorious Akatsuki organization. You are not afraid of death. The middle-aged man looked down at this little thing that only reached his chest, the corner of his mouth curled up, and a bang hit Ning Rongrong's head. His shot was so precise that it would only make this girl feel painful, not harm her. If you think I will be as good-tempered as him, then you just wait to be beaten. The middle-aged man's smile faded. Ning Rongrong covered her head with a grievance, gritted her teeth, and made a grimace before returning to the team, and said to everyone. It's probably the person Zhiqiu called. It's fine, if these people are dangerous, Zhiqiu will not arrange for this person to come. Flander hesitated, waved back, and left with many teachers. Since Yi Zhiqiu called him over, he was naturally relieved. After all, Ning Rongrong was his little girlfriend, he could never put a dangerous person next to his little girlfriend. Yu Xiaojiang thought, watching the middle-aged man asked, what is your code name? The members of the Akatsuki organization had their code names, and they would not bother to use the codes of other people in the organization. This seemed to be a rule of their organization. If it were not for the code names that were notoriously wanted, Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't worry about handing so many Shrek students into his hands. The middle-aged man looked straight and said, the crazy one is known as Madara, from now on. 8 of them will be taught by me in the morning. In the afternoon, apart from climbing trees, they will fight with me. When I feel satisfied, I will leave. Holy Spirit Village, Visinhuo Province, Nuoding City. Yi Zhiqiu used Flying Thunder God to return to his hometown. The clone that was protecting his parents was lifted, and the memory began to be checked. He was more afraid of what moths would come to his home. After all, his information on the bulletin board of the Spirit Hall was too clear, and the 18th generations of his ancestors were listed by the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, after looking at the recent memory, there was no major event. It was like nothing in the world had changed. Even if Ye's father and mother were already rich, they didn't stop working in the fields every day, but it was not as busy as before. The only change was probably that their family had become a model family in Holy Spirit Village. He heard that the village elder Jack planned to change the name of the village. During this period, Yi Nan and Lu Qingqing had nothing to do except being visited several times by senior officials of the Spirit Hall branches. Yi Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief, and after he again made a clone and ordered him to protect his parents at home, he used Thunder God and disappeared. This time, he appeared directly in a luxuriously decorated bedroom. Here was the Spirit City, the center of the boundary between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. It was also the location of the main branch of the Spirit Hall. In the exclusive room of the Saint Child of Spirit Hall, two identical figures stood opposite each other. One person was dressed gorgeously, wearing snow-white robes and boots exclusively for the Saint Child of the Spirit Hall, with a little bit of crystal diamond inlaid on it. Standing like this, he was a little dazzling, with his long black hair on the back of his head that was floating with air. The whole person looked very extravagant, saying that he was the Saint's son Yi Zhiqiu without any doubt. Chapter 183. Master, this clone looked cold, and after seeing Yi Zhiqiu, he just nodded slightly and said hello. Remove the clone, Yi Zhiqiu gave the order. Bang, after a soft sound, Yi Zhiqiu was left alone, and the clothes the clone was wearing fell to the ground. As the clone was lifted, all kinds of memories came together. The useless info was directly removed by Yi Zhiqiu, and the information that was good for him and that he needed to know, Yi Zhiqiu remembered them. After his clone came to the Spirit City, he first studied at the Spirit Hall Academy outside of Spirit City. Because of his indifference and dislike of being close to others, he offended many people. In the process of being asked for trouble, he showed his terrifying strength, and later directly defeated several of the best leaders in the Spirit Hall Academy. This was the place that was valued by the higher levels of the Spirit Hall, and within 2 days he entered the sight of the Pope in the Spirit Hall. The purple, black, red, and red 4 spirit rings that he revealed looked exactly like the members of the Akatsuki organization. If it weren't for the well-documented background from childhood, he might have been imprisoned in the Spirit Hall that day. But even now, he had not completely gained the trust of the Spirit Hall. The Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall did not want to designate him as a holy son, but she did not want to miss such talent because of doubt. After all, although she had doubts, there were still many differences between him and Akatsuki members. First, the two had different eyes. Second, one seems to have emerged out of thin air, any kinds of information could not be found. The 18th generation of the other family's ancestors could be investigated clearly. Third, after the clone came here, apart from being a bit colder, it didn't show any other purpose. The beating was also because of other provocations. This was a genius among genii and was also a person in her own Spirit Hall Academy. If Bibi Dong just cleaned him out because of a simple suspicion, wouldn't she be sick? The current state of this clone could be said to be in a relatively awkward period, and it could not be reused, but he did not mean to give up. Bibi Dong's attitude towards him was still very good, the clone was even more distinguished in front of outsiders. But for some major events, the Spirit Hall seniors would not notify Yi Zhiqiu's clone. They want to use the time to prove everything. As expected, someone who can be the Pope is very calculating, Yi Zhiqiu smiled lightly. If it wasn't for his clone that also had teleporting spirit skill, and could come and go like the Akatsuki organization members, Spirit Hall might have classified him as the next Pope candidate. After all, the effect of the spirit ability was so similar, that this Saint Child clone was still somewhat suspicious. The effects of his spirit skills revealed in Spirit Hall are: the first spirit ability, Substitute Technique. Second spirit ability, Multiple Shadow Clones maximum 10 people. The third spirit ability, Teleport. Fourth spirit ability, Perception Technique. Yi Zhiqiu had to remember all this information, after all, he would have to play this role well for a while. As for Yi Zhiqiu's visit to the Spirit Hall, one of them was to come and understand the situation. Secondly, there were the places where the gods were inherited. He was very curious about the gods' trials. And finally to meet Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Shui. After picking up the exclusive clothes of the Saint Child of the Martial Spirit Hall of the Clone, Yi Zhiqiu found that there was a token in the clothes. He didn't know what material the token was made of. The front was a sign of a seraph with arms stretched out, legs staggered, holding a scepter, on the back was a holy character, the token was a bit cold. Yi Zhiqiu flipped through it at random and put it into the jade bracelet. Then he took off his coat and put on the special clothes for the Saint Child. The Spirit Hall had strict rules. Although his clone was cold-tempered, he was very obedient and had never broken the rules. Clothes, pants, boots, and so on were very simple to wear, but this Saint Child crystal crown was a bit embarrassing for Yi Zhiqiu. His hair had always been draped directly behind his head. Sometimes, he would take a hairband and tie it at will, and he had never tied them formally. How did you wear this crown before? I seem to classify that part of the memory as spam and had selectively forgotten it. Fuck. Yi Zhiqiu cursed secretly. After fiddling with the crown for a long time, Yi Zhiqiu reluctantly carried the crystal-like hair crown crookedly on top of his head. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhiqiu thought about the temperament of his clone before and began to try to straighten his face. Overall, it was his own clone, it shouldn't be much difficult. After finishing everything, Zhiqiu went out. Although he was still a student of Spirit Hall Academy, it was just in name, and he didn't need to go to class. The cultivation of the Saint Child and Pope candidate was taught by the Pope himself. So the place where Zhiqiu lived was not the dormitory of Spirit Hall Academy. Like Hulayina, he lived in Spirit City, the east side hall of the Spirit Main Hall. This was the privilege of the status of the son and the saint of the Spirit Hall. In addition to the two of them, Pope Bibi Dong also lived there. There should also be Qian Renshui, but she was not in Spirit City at this time. After exiting his door, Zhiqiu walked slowly towards the main hall of Spirit Hall. In the afternoon, he still had classes, and the place where he was going to class was in the square of the main hall of the building. Generally, Pope Bibi Dong taught the actual combat class in person. If she had trouble, it would be Chrysanthemum Douluo. Along the way, Zhiqiu met a small group of guard posts wearing armor and holding spears every dozen of steps. When they meet Zhiqiu, they would stop, slam their spears on the ground, squeeze their fists on their left chest, and bow their heads in salute. They didn't say any words, but from their uniform movements, Zhiqiu could see the strict rules of the Spirit Hall. Zhiqiu learned the appearance of his clone but didn't pay attention to it. As usual, he walked past with a cold face. After passing through the halls, Zhiqiu came to the entrance of the main hall square of Spirit Hall. He stepped up the stairs step by step, and just when he ascended to the highest point, a slender figure leaned forward and ran over in a hurry. Chapter 184. She was about 17 or 18 years old, with short, orange-yellow hair, a face with melon seeds, curving eyebrows, and round red lips. Even if her martial spirit was not revealed, her face still had a hint of intrigue. From the moon-white dress robe studded with gold silk on her body, it could be seen that in the Spirit Hall, her status was not low. Zhiqiu knew this person, or she was known by Zhiqiu's clone, Hulayina. Since Zhiqiu became a saint's son, she would wait here almost every day, and then go to the main hall square with Zhiqiu to have classes. It was just that Zhiqiu's clone was a well-mannered, straight-steel man, who rarely paid attention to her. "Little brother Qiu, you will be late if you don't hurry, and the teacher's punishment is very severe." Hulayina pulled Zhiqiu's hand and quickly ran towards the square. Because Zhiqiu spent a long time trying the crown in his room, they were indeed late, or in other words, they were already late. The two hurried to the square. From a distance, Zhiqiu had already seen a figure standing in the center of the square. "Is this Pope Bibi Dong?" Zhiqiu looked at her without changing his expression. The memory of his clone was like watching TV, but he must see it clearly with his own eyes. This was a mature and beautiful woman. Just looking at her appearance, she was about 25 or 16 years old. She was wearing the exclusive robe of the Pope. Wearing a 9-curved platinum crown, holding a little taller than her, symbolizing the Pope's purple gold scepter of authority. Originally, Zhiqiu thought that there were enough spar pendants on his clothes, but after seeing Bibi Dong, he knew he had underestimated the importance of clothes decoration here, as her Pope's robe was decorated with various decorations. As he came closer, her appearance became more beautiful. The light pink long hair was coiled under the crown, revealing a smooth forehead. There were a few strands of hair hanging down on the temples. Corresponding to the hair color, she had a pair of beautiful eyebrows and pupils, which were also pale girlish pink. But just in such pupils, there was a sense of the majesty of a superior, which make people afraid to look directly. She had thin lips, slightly pressed, and a faint luster was reflected from them. Under the Pope's robe, a pair of straight and slender jade legs were exposed, and the translucent stockings couldn't block the visual enjoyment brought by her white skin. Elegant, noble, and all kinds of beautiful words in the world could be presented to her one by one. Wearing high heels, she was half a head taller than Zhiqiu, and a desire to conquer emerged involuntarily in people's hearts after seeing her. Zhiqiu was how much of a fool a person must be to leave her in her difficult times. The hate he had buried in his heart for Yu Shaojiang emerged again. At this time, Bibi Dong's brows were slightly frowning, and her eyes looked a little unpleasantly at Zhiqiu and Hulayina, who had hurriedly arrived. "Teacher! Teacher!" Two voices sounded at the same time. One voice was slightly worried, and the other voice was cold and calm. "You are late. Have you forgotten your identity?" Bibi Dong looked at the two, and said, "How many times have I taught you, no matter when, you need to be calm and always follow the schedule. How will you lead the Spirit Hall in the future?" "Yes." Hulayina lowered her head and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Zhiqiu held his face desperately and looked at Bibi Dong calmly. Bibi Dong saw the crooked crystal crown on his head and was taken aback. Her brows suddenly tightened. Zhiqiu's face remained calm, and when Bibi Dong's eyes were fixed on the top of his head, he suddenly cried out in his mind, "Is it still not good? I have spent so much time on it. I just came here. Don't be like this. Zhiqiu, do you know what the crystal crown on your head means?" Bibi Dong looked solemn, and Zhiqiu felt a sense of majesty in her. It symbolizes the authority of the Saint Child of the Spirit Hall, and the face of the Spirit Hall. Zhiqiu looked directly at Bibi Dong's eyes and said lightly. He didn't clean up this memory as rubbish, he could remember it clearly. That's what Bibi Dong said when she solemnly awarded him this crystal hair crown in the main hall of the Pope. But, what with the nickname Zhiqiu? Is this what I was called? Do I still have the majesty of the Saint Child of Spirit Hall with this childish name? Zhiqiu didn't know this part of the memory, maybe he had selectively forgotten it. When Bibi Dong called out this name just now, Zhiqiu almost couldn't hold his expressionless face and planned to talk about it. Yeah, it's too hard to be a saint's son. The thoughts in his mind had turned so much, but only a few seconds had passed. Bibi Dong looked at Zhiqiu and nodded, "Since you remember, then you can explain to me why are you wearing your crystal crown this way?" Zhiqiu. Can I say that I forgot how to wear it? How to do it? How to do it? He was very anxious. At this moment, Hulaina suddenly whispered, "Teacher, maybe when I just ran with Brother Chiu, it got messy." Zhiqiu. Exactly. You are so right. That's right. That's it. It's all your fault, it was you who took me to run, which made the crystal hair crown run out of order. Zhiqiu didn't reply, trying hard not to let himself laugh, and looked at Bibi Dong calmly. He was also grateful to Hulaina. Bibi Dong looked at the two in silence, sighed slightly, a little tired. She didn't think more about it. They are my only two apprentices, although they are both talented. But one's character is not mature and stable, and her work is frizzy, and the second one has a cold personality. Always stern, as if everyone owes him money, and there is also suspicion on him. How will these two people manage the Spirit Hall in the future? The position of the Pope, no matter who it was passed to, she would not rest assured. Chapter 185. Come here, Bibi Dong said softly while looking at Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu obediently took a few steps forward, keeping the distance of 2 steps. In this position, if Bibi Dong suddenly attacked him, he could still take less damage and then calmly run away. Looking at Zhiqiu, who was still 2 steps away from her, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows, and said again, "Come here." This time, her voice was a lot harder. Zhiqiu hesitated for a moment, then moved forward. "I am not afraid of you, but I don't want any fight." Zhiqiu thought secretly in his heart, and after taking 2 steps in a row, he almost touched Bibi Dong's body directly, and the two were about to stick together. A very good faint scent lingers on the tip of Zhiqiu's nose for a long time, but he was not in the mood to enjoy a few more breaths. At this time, Zhiqiu's body was a little stiff as he was so close to Bibi Dong that he was nervous. Zhiqiu and Bibi Dong looked at each other. No one was much taller than the other, he needed to look up slightly, and his momentum was suddenly slowed down. Zhiqiu suddenly got so close, that Bibi Dong was also taken aback, but she didn't think much about it. In her eyes, Zhiqiu, like Hulaina, was just a child. That's why she would call them Nana and Zhiqiu, and occasionally she would call him Xiao Zhiqiu in private when she was in a good mood. Take it, Bibi Dong handed out the Pope's scepter in her right hand to Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu subconsciously caught it a little dazedly. It seemed that Bibi Dong didn't suspect him much. Otherwise, why would she give him the Pope's scepter, which symbolizes the authority of the Pope? Zhiqiu felt a little at ease. But, what is the purpose of giving me the Pope's scepter? Seeing that I'm too handsome and excellent not to preach me as the Pope. Zhiqiu's thoughts fluttered. At this time, Bibi Dong placed her 2 lush white jade hands on Zhiqiu's shoulder and pressed them lightly. Zhiqiu didn't resist, so he squatted slowly under her strength, half kneeling on the ground. Zhiqiu. Do you really preach to me as the Pope? Zhiqiu himself was a little dazed, it was too sudden. I don't want to be the Pope. Zhiqiu hurriedly said, Teacher, I think you are still very young, it is not a problem to live for 1,000 years, my qualifications are relatively low, it is too early to announce me as the Pope. Zhiqiu didn't think too much, the thoughts in his heart suddenly blurted out, and his face still showed a touch of confusion. Hulaina was stunned. With her hands pressed on his shoulders, Bibi Dong, who was leaning forward, was also stunned. Oh. What if I have to pass it to you? Zhiqiu. What's wrong with you? I don't want to be a pope now. Zhiqiu gritted his teeth and said, This disciple will pass it on to senior sister Nana as she is more qualified than me. Hulaina looked at Zhiqiu with strange eyes and mixed feelings. There was no expression on Bibi Dong's face, but there was an imperceptible smile in her eyes. Tell me why you don't want to be Pope. Bibi Dong's tone was soft. Zhiqiu could feel that at this moment she seemed to have some changes in her attitude towards himself, or did she change in a better direction? Although the previous Bibi Dong had a good attitude towards Zhiqiu's clone, it was the duty of a teacher, but this time, Zhiqiu could feel the intimacy in her tone, as if she had let go of something. Zhiqiu thought in his heart while looking at Bibi Dong's pink eyes. Teacher, the Pope has a lot of things and is busy every day, that is not the life that a disciple yearns for. I will be more than happy to stay by your side and help you instead of becoming a Pope. I can also work in Elder Hall. Zhiqiu looked at Bibi Dong cautiously in a negotiating tone. Bibi Dong, who was not surprised at first, suddenly laughed after hearing Zhiqiu's words this time, which was amazing. Zhiqiu was started for a while. Don't think about the Elder Hall. Bibi Dong looked at the Elder Hall in the distance, and a cold stern flashed in her pink eyes. When she looked down at Zhiqiu, she softened again. Remember, you will always be mine. Bibi Dong bent down and stroked the head of Zhiqiu. At this moment, she was not like the cold Pope in the Spirit Hall, but like a gentle big sister. I will always be your person. Zhiqiu couldn't help but think about such ambiguous words. But from the information revealed in Bibi Dong's words, Zhiqiu guessed something. Her relationship with the Elder Hall might not be good. In other words, the relationship with some elders in the Elders' Hall was not good. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she leaned forward and half-bended to help Zhiqiu tidy up the crystal crown on his head. The beam crown was really troublesome to wear. You need to arrange your long hair and twist it into one strand, then slowly stuff it through the middle of the beam crown. And finally fix it on the crown. Every step in the process took a lot of time, and the unskilled ones would cause scalp pain. Chapter 186. Bibi Dong's hand movements were very gentle. Although she was not very skilled, Zhiqiu did not feel the pain of his long hair being pulled. Zhiqiu understands at this moment. It turns out that Bibi Dong let himself kneel before, to help him tidy up his hair. You should have said that earlier. I thought you were going to pass me the position of the Pope. It also seemed to be a blessing in disguise as because of Zhiqiu's misunderstanding, he completely gained Bibi Dong's trust. This was also the reason why he later noticed that Bibi Dong had changed her attitude. After all, if he was still suspected as the undercover agent of Akatsuki, shouldn't Bibi Dong preach his position as Pope in secret? How could she do it in the open and so randomly? Zhiqiu, who had figured out everything, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Perceiving Bibi Dong's patience while adjusting the crown on his head with gentle movements, Zhiqiu felt for the first time that under the crown of the Pope, she was not as bad as in the original novel. Subconsciously, Zhiqiu raised his head slightly and looked toward Bibi Dong's face. He wanted to see what Pope Bibi Dong was like when she was gentle. However, when he raised his head, his hair, which had already been trimmed halfway, collapsed in an instant, and the strands of hair slipped down. Bibi Dong, who had a serious look on her face, immediately lowered her head and glared at Zhiqiu. She was a Pope who had never adjusted the hair crown of someone. Others were not qualified for it, so her movements were naturally very strange. Now, she could still do it because she also wore it when she was a Pope candidate. Don't move. Bibi Dong stretched out her hands and pressed Zhiqiu's head, slowly reaching out to help him gather the scattered strands of hair. However, with the press of Bibi Dong, Zhiqiu suddenly realized that his eyes were blinded. The collar of the Pope's robe was V-shaped, and the two sides extend high up to the stand-up collar that covered the neck. The V-neck in the middle was originally a good fit. If Bibi Dong stood up straight, he couldn't see anything. But now, Zhiqiu was half kneeling on the ground. She wanted to help Zhiqiu tidy her hair, so she naturally bent forward and leaned forward. The current posture of the two of them happened to be that Bibi Dong's head was slightly above Zhiqiu, and he was naturally facing her chest. Under the bow, there were some spacious and luxurious papal robes, which naturally fall a little. All the beautiful scenery was directly exposed in front of Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu. I can't see it. This can cause problems. At this time, Zhiqiu's mind seemed to have two voices reverberating. One of them told him to be a beast and see as much as he can, and the other told him that it would be wrong if he saw something. Is it better to be a beast or not? Need to think about this question. Zhiqiu decided to be a beast. He stared at the white snow mountains in front of him without blinking, and the two pink-red beams on the snow-white mountains. Bibi Dong didn't notice Zhiqiu's movements, but Hulaina, who was next to him, could see them. She couldn't help but look at Zhiqiu with a weird look in her eyes. If Zhiqiu hadn't been expressionless from beginning to end, she probably had already reminded Bibi Dong. That's right, the little brother Chiu is only 12 years old, and he is cold-tempered like an ice cube. What can he understand? Hulaina thought secretly. But no one knew that Yi Zhiqiu's expressionless face was because he was dumbfounded by the sheer beauty. All right. After a long while, Bibi Dong let out a long sigh of relief and straightened up. Yi Zhiqiu got up with some regret in his heart and handed the Pope's scepter back. Thank you, teacher. It's really rare to hear your little guy say thank you, Bibi Dong said with a faint smile. Both of you are late today, the rules must not be broken, go and run 10 laps around Spirit City and return here before the evening, see if you can't finish it, and I will punish you tomorrow, remember it and go together. Hulaina. Yi Zhiqiu. Seriously? Spirit City is so big, it is at least 200 miles away in a circle, right? 10 laps are 200 miles. This was still a conservative estimate. At least 200 miles away. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had to come back before the evening, which was about 5 o'clock, and there were only 3 hours left. Running for 200 miles in 3 hours, even if you can use your spirit power, you will probably be exhausted, right? Teacher, Hulaina showed a bitter face and wanted to act like a baby and plead. Bibi Dong looked sternly, hurry up. Yi Zhiqiu and Hulaina looked at each other, turned around reluctantly, and ran in the direction outside Spirit City. After the two of them ran away, Bibi Dong smiled faintly and turned to leave. With a distance of 200 miles, even the Spirit King might not be able to finish it in 3 hours, let alone Yi Zhiqiu and Hulaina, two spirit ancestor. The 3-hour rule also destined that they must go all out to use their spirit power, and the two of them would run out of spirit power sooner or later. The next road must depend on physical strength. She gave the order that the saint's son and saint's daughter must go and return together, which also meant for the two to cultivate feelings. After all, Yi Zhiqiu's attitude towards Hulaina was too cold, which made her teacher a little worried. If both Saint Childs of Spirit Hall can't be one in mind, wouldn't it be laughter to say it? Hardships together and mutual support were the fastest way to increase relationships. It had to be said that Bibi Dong resembled Master Yu Xiaojiang in some respects. Chapter 187. Outside Spirit City, Yi Zhiqiu and Hulaina ran side by side, both of them were very fast. One person's purple spirit power was boiling, and the other was pink spirit power, leaving 2 long trails on the road they ran. Hulaina's spirit power was level 48. 2 levels higher than Yi Zhiqiu. At her age, with this spirit power level in Douluo continent, she was indeed counted as the proud girl of heaven. If the 7 monsters in the original work didn't eat the fairy grass, their spirit power would never catch up with her. At this time, she slowed down a bit and did not show her full strength. Because Hulaina was afraid that Yi Zhiqiu could not keep up with her speed. Although Yi Zhiqiu's spirit abilities were powerful, this kind of punishment did not allow to use of spirit abilities. Bibi Dong said that the saint's son and saint daughter must complete the punishment together, which had been able to explain a lot. She and Yi Zhiqiu were not stupid, and naturally, they understand the meaning of Bibi Dong's words. Little brother Chiu, you can call your sister when you can't run, sister will carry you. Hulaina ran, still in the mood to watch Yi Zhiqiu while covering her mouth, laughing and teasing, intriguing. Yi Zhiqiu. I don't know where your self-confidence comes from. Who said I will need help? Yi Zhiqiu cast a faint look at Hulaina and suddenly accelerated. Sorry, just now I saw you run so slowly and then followed so slowly. I didn't expect you to be proud of it first. Seeing Yi Zhiqiu, who was going all the way, Hulaina was a little confused. Is that the speed at which the spirit ancestor can run out? Do you have 8 legs? Little brother Chiu, wait for me, Hulaina yelled, hurriedly speeding up her moments. But no matter how she speeded up, she could only see Yi Zhiqiu's back from a distance. The two seemed to keep this distance forever. As soon as Hulaina slowed down, she would find that Yi Zhiqiu, who was in front, also slowed down. Bastard, this guy did it deliberately doing it, Hulaina ground her teeth angrily. The first lap, the second lap, and the third lap passed slowly in this state. The speed of the two was not slow, but after 3 laps, nearly an hour and a half had passed. At the beginning of the 4th lap, Hulaina's spirit power had already bottomed out. She should have run out about 5 laps before exhausting her spirit power. But Yi Zhiqiu kept hanging her in front, which made Hulaina grit her teeth tightly. After chasing, the spirit power was in a state of full output. How could her level 48 spirit power stand her consumption? After Hulaina completely squeezed the spirit power in her body and barely ran to the starting point of the 4th lap, she discovered that Yi Zhiqiu hadn't walked first like the previous few times, but stopped there instead. It's too late, the time is less than an hour. Looking at Hulaina, who was dripping with sweat and breathing fresh air, Yi Zhiqiu said lightly. Hulaina was half bent, with one hand resting on Yi Zhiqiu's shoulder, and the other swaying. It took a long time to relieve her anger. It's okay, you don't understand what the teacher meant, the saint's son and saint daughter will go home together, she wants to see the two of us in harmony, Indiana the future, we will work together to take care of the martial spirit hall, it shouldn't matter whether we can run the whole course or not. Then you want to continue running tomorrow? Did you forget the last sentence the teacher said? Hulaina's face suddenly showed a bitter expression. But we can't run. Brother Chiu, you are so energetic, why don't you run with someone behind your back? Hulaina, who was slowing down, returned to her previous intriguing expression, put her lips together in Yi Zhiqiu's ear, and spit out teasingly. Seducing me? Yi Zhiqiu smiled in his heart. Come up, Yi Zhiqiu bent down slightly. Hulaina's eyes suddenly brightened, and she felt that today's Yi Zhiqiu seemed a little different from the past. The previous Yi Zhiqiu didn't seem to care about her very much, and couldn't say 3 words all day long. Not to mention being able to do things like getting yourself on his back and running behind his back. Here I go, little brother. Hulaina's red lips slightly cocked, her hands opened, and she fell on Yi Zhiqiu's back with a light leap, her arms folded on his neck, her legs crossed his waist, she was like an octopus entangled on Yi Zhiqiu's back. Yi Zhiqiu subconsciously reached out to support her round and elastic legs. The moment when Hulaina came up, what Yi Zhiqiu first felt was the soft and elastic touch from his back. Then there was the slippery feeling on her legs. Hulaina, who was sweating a lot from long-distance running, had a special feeling when her legs touched slightly. Let's go, Yi Zhiqiu did not look back, he was afraid that the faint smile in his eyes would be discovered by Hulaina. After the conversation, Yi Zhiqiu's body suddenly burst out with strong green energy. Hulaina was a little confused and was just about to ask. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhiqiu seized the opportunity, not allowing her to speak, and instantly accelerated. After 8 gates were opened, his speed was too fast. Ordinary people could only see a green light like lightning, just like that. In one breathing time. The two of them crossed a distance of nearly a kilometer. The sandy road outside Spirit City seemed to have rolled up a salon. On the road he was running, behind him, smoke rose more than 10 meters high. You have to know, that Yi Zhiqiu now was not like when he played against Zhao Wuji. After obtaining the 4th spirit ring, while his mental strength improved, his physique also strengthened again. It was no exaggeration to say that now when the 45th level Yi Zhiqiu opens the 8 gates, he could at least hit up to 2 times more powerful than when he opened the 8 gates when he didn't get the spirit ring at level 40. At this ridiculous speed, Hulaina, who wanted to open her mouth, almost get choked by the wind that came when Yi Zhiqiu started running. At this moment, she was burying her head behind Yi Zhiqiu's head, shrank, and rolled her eyes. It took a long time to catch her breath. Hulaina glanced at the surroundings with charming autumn eyes, she didn't dare to speak. Yi Zhiqiu's speed was so fast that the surrounding scenery couldn't be seen clearly. Her dynamic vision couldn't keep up with Yi Zhiqiu's current speed. She could only see countless colorful things quickly passing through her retina. The scenery which she secretly glanced at just now made her feel uncomfortable and made her almost vomit on Yi Zhiqiu's back. Chapter 188. In the dark, Yu Guan, who was responsible for overseeing the punishment of the two, was a little dazed. Does his own spirit hall saint child still hide such a hand? If it weren't for the order given to them to run around the city 10 times under the crown of the Pope, I'm afraid it would still not be exposed, right? This green energy seems to be the power to stimulate your body's potential. The little fellow saint's son is messed up, how can he use this kind of secret technique of wounding yourself for an ordinary long-distance running punishment? Yu Guan frowned and followed from a distance. If he used all his strength, he would be able to catch up with Yi Zhiqiu, but he would be exposed, so after a while, Yu Guan lost them. This was the first time he failed to secretly protect and supervise them according to his mission. Yi Zhiqiu clicked the corner of his mouth. He knew that Yu Guan was observing him from the dark, and he took the initiative to expose 8 gates intentionally. In places like Spirit Hall, only the more genius you were, the more attention you would receive. As long as he didn't expose anything too serious, he would be safe. Under Yi Zhiqiu's high-speed movement as he opened 6 doors, Hulaina squirmed restlessly on his back, and her soft chest would rub Yi Zhiqiu's back from time to time. Yi Zhiqiu took advantage of this opportunity to vaguely rub Hulaina's legs with both hands. Not to suffer and miss any opportunity was Yi Zhiqiu's motto. Yi Zhiqiu spent the remaining 6 laps in this state of enjoyment. It took half an hour. Near the end of the 10th lap, Yi Zhiqiu's control of his body's spirit power shook, and his blood surged and his face instantly paled. The 8 gates technique was closed, and the green energy dissipated. Yi Zhiqiu ran a few more steps slowly and then stopped slowly after 10 laps at the end. After Yi Zhiqiu put Hulaina down, he staggered, showing an appearance of over-consuming and internally injured. Excessive spirit energy consumption was real, after all, after opening 8 gates to the 6th door, and running 6 laps around Spirit City with Hulaina on his back, he would also feel tired. As for the internal injury, it was purely Zhiqiu's acting. He didn't want to hide his strength or something. He just wanted to tell the people in the spirit hall that my secret technique had a cost and was not so good, so don't come to me to learn it. Little brother Chiu, Hulaina found out that something was wrong the moment when Zhiqiu's steps were unstable, and quickly reached out to support him. At this time, Zhiqiu's face turned blue, and his lips were pale. To make the effect more realistic, he rolled his eyes and suddenly shocked Hulaina by falling. She didn't think Zhiqiu was going to fall like this. Before he could think about it, Hulaina carried Zhiqiu on her back and quickly ran towards the square of the main hall of the spirit hall. She was a little flustered. The first thing she thought of was to find her teacher. In the main hall of Spirit Hall, Yu Guan had slipped back and was reporting the situation with Bibi Dong. When he said that Zhiqiu used a secret technique and ran 10 laps with Hulaina on his back, which seemed to be too exhausting and possibly self-damaging, Bibi Dong couldn't listen anymore. Aren't you there to stop him immediately? Bibi Dong glared at Yu Guan angrily and quickly walked outside of the palace. Although she was impatient and hurried, her complexion was very calm. The elegant and noble temperament that was revealed invisibly seemed to be with her from the moment she was born, and it was as if nothing could shake her state of mind. In other words, Bibi Dong was very good at hiding her emotions. The side that she used to show others was always this attitude of being calm. After Bibi Dong walked away, a gloomy hoarse voice sounded in the Pope's palace, with a ridiculous tone. Yu Guan, I think that you are not being trained properly, don't you feel uncomfortable? Hey! This was a figure whose whole body was shrouded in a black robe, even the face was not revealed, only the ghostly green eyes were revealed. If this person went out to wander around at night, it might scare many people to death. Next to him, there was a middle-aged man with long shoulder-length brown hair and, wearing brown soft armor with a sinister face. His face was like a woman's. Painted with black eyeshadow, and even his thin lips were smeared. The jet-black makeup with red makes him look a little weird, coupled with his sharp voice he gave off an evil aura. If Zhiqiu was here, he would probably say, "Brother, why are you buying women's clothing?" These two people were Bibi Dong's confidants, Ghost Douluo Dalu, both of them were of level 95 strength. Although they were named the Elders of Spirit Hall, they only listened to Bibi Dong's orders. Old Ghost, you have been taught less often. Are you still thinking about me? Ghost Douluo. Chapter 189. On the main hall of the Martial Spirit Hall, Hulaina hurriedly ran over with Zhiqiu on his back. From afar, she saw Bibi Dong standing there waiting for the two of them. Teacher, little brother Chiu is seriously injured, her voice had arrived before she arrived. Hulaina was indeed anxious, she wouldn't be so yelling, otherwise, if Bibi Dong didn't know the reason for it, it would be another reprimand. Bibi Dong frowned and took a few steps forward, reached out to pick up Zhiqiu from Hulaina's back, bent her knees, and squatted down, laying Zhiqiu flat, letting Zhiqiu's head rest on her chest. She held Zhiqiu's shoulder with her left hand and put her right hand on Zhiqiu's chest. The rich pink spirit power filled her palm, and she looked into Zhiqiu's body to check Zhiqiu's injury status. At this moment, Zhiqiu almost couldn't put it on anymore, the soft touch on his head made him a little fanciful. Moreover, Bibi Dong's spirit power directly penetrated his body, comforting him. Zhiqiu, who wanted to continue to pretend to be dizzy, immediately opened his eyes. The original deep and energetic eyes were a little gloomy at this moment. His injury was real, and the confusion in his body was also real. Naturally, his expression would not be too good. Teacher, I'm fine, it will be fine after I go back and rest for a day or two, Zhiqiu struggled, trying to get out of Bibi Dong's arms. Don't move, Bibi Dong glared at Zhiqiu, and then slowly said. Fortunately, the injury is not serious, but the physical exhaustion is serious. I will help you regulate the spirit power in the meridian, you will not be so messy in the future. Oh, Zhiqiu responded weakly. He found that after Bibi Dong's spirit power had penetrated his body, it was very gentle to help him adjust and calm the spirit power that was originally in the riot. The body was warm and comfortable. He simply closed his eyes, arched his head on Bibi Dong's chest, found a comfortable posture, and went to sleep. Bibi Dong's face turned dark, almost unable to control the movement of her spirit power. After hearing Zhiqiu's even breathing, Bibi Dong suppressed the urge to slap Zhiqiu in her heart and continued to help Zhiqiu regulate the chaotic spirit power in the meridian. Helping others to adjust their spirit power was a meticulous job, and with Bibi Dong's strength was also a lot of effort. After about half an hour. Okay, Nana, you send him back to rest after he wakes up for a few days, he doesn't need to come to class anymore, so that he can take care of his health, so as not to have any sequelae. Bibi Dong supported Yi Zhiqiu's back and put Yi Zhiqiu on his back. Pushing him into Hulayina's arms, after giving a command, she turned and left. Hulayina nodded in response. Seeing that Yi Zhiqiu was fine, the big rock hanging in her heart was finally put down, and then Hulayina carried Yi Zhiqiu on her back and walked towards the bedroom of the east side hall. Yi Zhiqiu, who was lying on Hulayina's back, slowly opened his eyes, with a faint smile in his eyes. It's okay not to go to class, he had enough time to do what he wants to do. For example, go to the place where the angel gods were inherited. The land of the angel god inheritance seemed to be guarded by the 99th level limit Douluo Dalu. He didn't know if there was a chance to sneak in. Or go to the place of inheritance of the Raksha god, but he didn't know where it was. Speaking of it, after coming to the spirit hall, Yi Zhiqiu felt that Bibi Dong and Hulayina were both very good to him, and he couldn't bear to do something bad. If there is any way for my dear teacher to take him to the place of inheritance of the gods, the assessment of gods will be undoubtedly the fastest way to improve spirit power. Yi Zhiqiu didn't want to inherit the Pope's status, but he wanted the reward for the Pope's status assessment. After all, the reward was too tempting. It could increase the spirit power level and increase the age of the spirit ring. It seemed that it might even bestow a spirit ring. Yi Zhiqiu felt that if he could get a chance for a bestowed spirit ring, that would be too great. In Yi Zhiqiu's room, Hulayina gently put him on the bed, took off his shoes, and covered him with a thin blanket before turning and leaving. Bang! After the sound of the door closing, Yi Zhiqiu sat up from the bed. He closed his eyes slightly, and his spiritual sense started spreading towards the surroundings while keeping his room as a center. Everything in Spirit City could be seen immediately. Hulayina, who had just left the door, the group of soldiers patrolling in the city, Bibi Dong who was discussing something in the Pope's palace. And the secret room under the palace of the elders, where the person present seemed to notice some inexplicable prying, and suddenly opened his eyes. He was an old man with a white beard and white hair. This secret room was built about 20 meters deep below the ground, and the walls were inlaid with pearls emitting milky white light, reflecting the secret room transparently. In the center of the secret room, there was a snow-white seraph statue more than 10 meters high. He didn't know what kind of stone it was made of, and a faint soft light was escaping from the statue. This underground secret room was not dark but revealed a faint breath of sacred light. Before the angel statue, Daulu sat on the futon, frowning and looking around. For some reason, he always felt that someone was spying on him, but he couldn't find out where that person was. Could it be? Daulu looked at the angel statue behind him. Yi Zhiqiu in his room smiled faintly, as he expected. Without becoming a god, his spiritual power could never be transformed into divine consciousness. Although Daulu could detect his prying with his powerful strength, he couldn't find out where he was at all. As for Bibi Dong, who was discussing matters in the palace of the Pope, as well as Ghost Douluo Dalu and others, they didn't even notice that someone was watching their every move. Chapter 190. The corner of Yi Zhiqiu's mouth twitched, and he started trying to get close to Bibi Dong with his spiritual sense, and when the spiritual sense was about to touch her, Bibi Dong suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. A pair of beautiful eyes revealed their majesty, scanning the surroundings lightly. However, she found nothing. Yi Zhiqiu's spiritual consciousness had two forms. One was ordinary spiritual sense. This spiritual sense was invisible and unless someone also possesses spiritual consciousness, ordinary spirit masters couldn't discover his location. They couldn't even spot him spying. As for the powerful title Douluo, at best, like Daulu, could sense that someone was watching them. As for the other kind, it was like being at the bottom of the lake of life that day. The spiritual consciousness materialized and condensed into a form similar to himself. This spiritual consciousness was visible. But it is not a solid body, and it was something like an energy body. This state of spiritual consciousness required Yi Zhiqiu's full effort to condense it. This time, Yi Zhiqiu mischievously condensed his spiritual consciousness into the shape of a finger and gave Bibi Dong a light touch on her thigh. Bibi Dong, who just had sat down and calmed her mood, almost jumped up. Looking down and observing, but she found nothing. This made her a little nervous. She started wondering if her helping Yi Zhiqiu to regulate the meridians and calm his spirit power was causing her hallucinations due to stress. Is there a problem, Pope? Both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo looked at her with some doubts. It's okay, I'm too tired recently, I'll go back to the rest. Bibi Dong slowly walked out of Pope Hall with a plain expression and walked toward her room in a depressed mood. Yi Zhiqiu laughed. He suddenly realized that using the spiritual consciousness in this was fun, and it was different from the effect of using it normally. Now I have found the place of inheritance of the angel god, but it is a pity that Daulu is watching. This old man does not seem to be very easy to deal with. Yi Zhiqiu frowned and thought. This old head used that place as a bedroom. he probably wouldn't have the chance to engage in the inheritance of the angel gods. Forget it, let's look for the inheritance place of the Rakshasa god again. After all, there should be no one there. Bibi Dong was busy all day and rarely had time to go there. If he could find it by himself, then he could to the Rakshasa god's assessment to play in advance. Zhiqiu thought about it for a while, and his spiritual consciousness continued to spread out, directly covering the entire spirit city, searching carefully. No. Zhiqiu frowned. He was about to spread beyond spirit city with his divine consciousness to continue to check. But he suddenly found Bibi Dong, who was coming to his room. He paused and stopped spreading his spiritual consciousness to a large area. Zhiqiu lay down and continued to pretend to sleep. After a while, his room door was opened, and Bibi Dong walked slowly to the side of the bed, sat sideways on the side of the bed, and looked at Zhiqiu's face with rare complications and doubts. Zhiqiu. What is the situation with this look? You shouldn't have found me spying on you, right? No, even Qian Daolu didn't notice, and he is 99th level title Douluo, you are only at level 95, right? How can that be possible? It is unscientific. Seeing Zhiqiu, who was breathing evenly and seemed to be sleeping, Bibi Dong stretched out her hand and stroked his head, with a rare gentle expression in her eyes. Afterward, she put her right hand on her ring, and a bracelet made of 3 black beads appeared in her hand. Bibi Dong struggled a bit and put the bracelet on Zhiqiu's right hand a little bit reluctantly. After a light sigh, she turned and left. The door was closed again. Zhiqiu opened his eyes, and looked at the inexplicable bracelet in his hand in confusion. The 3 small beads were like obsidian and the thin line in the middle was milky white. Zhiqiu hadn't seen the material of the 2 things before. Just as Zhiqiu was a little confused, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bracelet that does meet the rules is detected and is being recovered. Successful recovery, sufficient energy, system upgrade completed in advance. Zhiqiu was stunned for a moment and then suddenly cursed in a depressed voice. You took it back even before I could appreciate the bracelet Bibi Dong gave me. Seeing the bracelet suddenly disappearing from his wrist, Zhiqiu was speechless. However, some doubts also accompany him at this moment, appearing in his mind. Why does Bibi Dong have First Hokage's necklace? Isn't this something in Naruto world? Does Douluo continent also have this stuff? Yes, the bracelet was exactly like the First Hokage's necklace from Naruto, the only difference was that here it was in the form of a bracelet instead of a necklace. And the system that was supposed to be upgraded tonight has been upgraded ahead of schedule? Just because you recycled this First Hokage's necklace? The more he thought about it, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Zhiqiu rubbed his temples with a headache. After some time of ignoring the depressing and distracting thoughts, Zhiqiu started to look through the upgraded system store with excitement. He didn't know what good things were added after the system was upgraded. Is there stronger ninjutsu? Or their equipment or something? At least you have to return First Hokage's necklace to me, otherwise, Bibi Dong would ask me where the bracelet is tomorrow. How can I explain? Chapter 191. Holy fuck. Zhiqiu looked at the updated system store, he was a little stunned. If the system store before the update was a cheap version 1.0, then the upgraded version 2.0 was an extravagant version. Zhiqiu glanced down. There were no items with a negative sentiment value of less than 50,000. Relatively, Zhiqiu was a little drooling from the introduction of these items. Elementary immortal human body, the price is 200,000 negative emotional value. In no rush to buy directly, Zhiqiu continued to look down. Sword of Tatsuka, 80,000 negative emotion value. First Hokage's necklace, 100,000 negative emotion value. Yada mirror, 70,000 negative emotions. This page was all about equipment, such as the Sword of the Thunder God, the golden canopy rope used by the Gold and Silver Brothers. And the Crimson Gourd Benihiseigo. The cheapest product was 50,000 negative emotional points, the slightly more expensive was 70,000, and the most expensive was 100,000 negative emotional value. Zhiqiu finally suppressed the desire to buy everything and began to look at ninjutsu skills. After all, ninjutsu was the most important thing to Zhiqiu. His future spirit skills must be promoted by this thing. He took a cursory look and found that the ninjutsu from the Naruto world was almost the same. Originally, Super S-grade ninjutsu only had Sage Artwood release, true several thousand hands, so he couldn't buy it and I could only see it. But now, other powerful Super S-grade ninjutsu, like the original Dust release and the original Bringer of Darkness technique, had also begun to appear on the shelves. But even though they were great, Zhiqiu still preferred Sage Artwood release, true several thousand hands. It was not that the Dust release was not as good as the Sage Artwood release, true several thousand hands, but it would not be as cool as summoning a giant Buddha statue and standing on top of it. However, when Zhiqiu suddenly saw the next ninjutsu, he instantly forgot the sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Spiritualism. You can choose one of the 9-tailed beasts from 1 to 9 tails as your contract beast. The tailed beast has a spiritual body, is transformed by spirit power, and obeys 100 of your orders. 1 tail, price 50,000 negative sentiment value. 2 tail, price 60,000 negative sentiment value. 8 tails, price 150,000 negative sentiment value. 9 tails, price 500,000 negative sentiment value. Zhiqiu pondered for a while and found that this 9-headed beast looked similar to the other tailed beast, except it was just too much more expensive than the others. The 8-tailed beast was still slightly more expensive than other tailed beasts, and the 9-tailed beasts were even more expensive. As for why it takes only around 100,000 to get Kurama spirit power. QB needs 500,000 to become his contracted beast. Zhiqiu guessed that it was probably because it was an enhanced version. Maybe this 9-tailed special summoned out was much stronger than the 9-tailed one in Naruto. As for choosing a tailed beast as the contracted psychic beast, Zhiqiu would naturally choose the strongest to buy, but he was only level 45 now, which seems to be a little far away from level 50. The plan to purchase spiritualism could be left alone for now. Now I'd better buy the equipment and physique. After 5 years, Zhiqiu officially checked his negative sentiment value balance for the first time. In the past few years, he did not order the system to refresh the negative sentiment value because he didn't need to buy anything special and he knew it would be too great, but when he saw the balance, it still scared him. Nearly 1.3 million negative sentiment value balance. Zhiqiu. So I am so rich. The biggest local tyrant is me. Zhiqiu first bought First Hokage's necklace cursively and put it on his wrist. This thing shouldn't need to be bought. The system, the unscrupulous profiteer, actually took it back and put it on the shelf. If I don't buy it, I'm afraid that Bibi Dawn will find that the bracelet she gave me is missing the next day. What should I do if she gets angry? After buying First Hokage's necklace, Zhiqiu spent another 200,000 negative sentiment points to buy the sword of Totsuka and Yata mirror. One of these two was unparalleled in defense, and the other was super strong in sealing ability, and they were good things to buy. As soon as he bought the 2 artifacts, they turned into 2 rays of light and entered his dantian, inside like 2 swimming fishes, happily shuttled among the origins of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Zhiqiu understood them a little. The sword of Totsuka and the Yata mirror were usually invisible, and only after he summoned them would they appear. After buying the 2 strongest artifacts, Zhiqiu looked at other equipment hesitantly. After looking at the remaining 1 million negative sentiment value, Zhiqiu gritted his teeth and started a big purchase. He didn't want this equipment for himself, but he wanted to give them to his women, like Ning Rongrong. If the auxiliary spirit master had a piece of life-saving equipment, the safety would undoubtedly be much improved. It would also be pretty good for his clone, like the Madara clone who was teaching Tang San at Shrek Academy. You could give him an Uchiha clan artifact for fun. An Uchiha clan artifact, the golden canopy rope used by the Gold and Silver brothers, and the crimson gourd Benihiseigo, Kahaku no J, the Bashsen. The 7-star sword, and other equipment, Zhiqiu bought them all in one go, costing him more than 400,000 negative emotions points. After stuffing all these messy things into the J bracelet, Zhiqiu spent another 50,000 negative sentiment points to buy the elementary immortal human body. A green fist-sized ball of light appeared in front of him, floating in the air, and a gust of vitality escaped from the ball of light. Just sitting next to it, Zhiqiu could feel that his somewhat exhausted body had recovered a lot, and he couldn't help but be shocked. How to use this stuff? Eat directly. It didn't mention it. Zhiqiu was a little dazed, and finally, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the ball of light in one bite. Zhiqiu believed that although the system was a little bit tricky, it should not harm him. Another meaning of not marking how to use it was just a way of saying, it should just be used directly. Zhiqiu understood this. Chapter 192. The green light entered Ziki's abdomen, and a breath of life symbolizing vitality began to slowly escape from the light ball, gently spreading to every corner of Zhiqiu's limbs, nourishing the body. Zhiqiu could feel that his physique was increasing and his cells were becoming more vigorous. Although the improvements were very slow, Zhiqiu, who had good control over his body, could still clearly feel these small changes. The night passed while Zhiqiu was absorbing the green light cluster. It was not until the morning of the next day that Zhiqiu, who was sitting on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He had spent the whole night cultivating. Not only did Zhiqiu not feel the exhaustion from opening the 6 doors before, but he also felt that his mental state was better than ever. His whole body seemed to have endless strength. Zhiqiu first checked the changes in his body. Looks like there is no change in appearance. But Yi Zhiqiu was suddenly a little dazed when he checked his spirit power. The total amount of spirit power has decreased. The original level 45 spirit power almost fell to level 44. Yi Zhiqiu frowned and thought about it, and he understood that this should be the spirit power compression mentioned in the introduction of the elementary immortal human body. To verify his thoughts, Yi Zhiqiu carefully checked the spirit power changes in his body. He found that the original purple spirit power now looked a lot darker, and it became more energetic when flowing through the meridians. Although his spirit power had dropped a bit, almost falling out of level 45, overall, Yi Zhiqiu felt much stronger. This was a good thing. However, if he continued and bought intermediate immortal human body, Yi Zhiqiu felt that he might fall back to level 44. However, he looked at the profile of the intermediate immortal human body. Yi Zhiqiu still couldn't help it. The last sentence of the world's creatures sharing joy and sorrow with you was too compelling. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't wait to see what this special ability was. Bye. The negative sentiment value dropped another 200,000 in an instant, leaving only a little over 300,000. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. The balance of the negative emotional value for buying spiritism was not enough. It seemed that he had to find a chance to let the clones do something. He had to prepare early so that when he went hunting down the 5th spirit ring, as to suddenly found that his negative emotions were not enough to buy ninjutsu, which would be embarrassing. After buying the intermediate immortal human body, a green light cluster similar to the primary immortal human body appeared. The difference was that the light cluster of the intermediate immortal human body was larger and brighter, and just by floating in the air like this, it seemed to have affected the environment, causing the changes in the surrounding environment. A breath of life essence kept escaping to the surroundings. Yi Zhiqiu found out that all the wooden furniture in his room was secretly sprouting, born from death. Revitalized. Sitting on the wooden bed, he was closest to the green light cluster, and the speed of the shoots and sprouts was ridiculously fast. Even if the branches were not moisturized by water, they grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, Yi Zhiqiu's room was green, and even Hu Laiina's room on his left and Qian Renshui's room on his right were affected. If Bibi Dong's room were not far away, it was estimated that when she returned to the room, she would see all kinds of wooden furniture resprouting. She would be confused on the spot. This green light group seemed to symbolize the beginning of all life. The fresh air that spread out seemed to purify the air in the spirit hall once. All kinds of small animals start gathering in Spirit City. The tops of the spirit hall were filled with birds of all kinds. The garden landscape area outside the house was filled with flowers and insects singing and dancing with the wind. This kind of change occurred in the East Pavilion, which immediately attracted the attention of many high-level spirit masters in the spirit hall, and their eyes focused. Some titled Douluo who couldn't help their curiosity rushed directly in the direction. In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong looked in the direction and her eyes changed. Go, Bibi Dong gave an order, and the two Douluos also quickly started approaching in the direction. The secret room under the Elder's Hall, level 99 limit. Douluo Qian Daolu suddenly opened his eyes and left the secret room for the first time in decades. If Yi Zhiqiu saw this scene, he might sneak in at this opportunity and try to take the angel test or something. Unfortunately, Yi Zhiqiu had no time at all now. When he noticed that many powerful auras around him were quickly approaching, he inhaled the nearly human head-sized light ball into his body. If you don't eat this yet and keep it outside, Yi Zhiqiu was afraid that the title Douluo in the spirit hall would be greedy for it. Not everyone was Bibi Dong, as she was the teacher of the saint child of the spirit hall. She would take anything from him if it didn't harm the spirit hall. From titled Douluo standing on the side of the elder hall, was estimated that many people would be troubled. It was estimated that no one would want to share a piece of the treasure that could give off this kind of vitality. It was too good for them not to use it for themselves, but to use it for their younger generations. The green light group entered his body, without showing any changes in his body. Yi Zhiqiu originally thought that a good thing that could emit this kind of life energy and cause visions around him would have a powerful effect. But the result was similar to the light mass of the primary immortal human body. Fortunately, the compression of spirit power and the energy emitted by the green light cluster seemed to form a balance. Yi Zhiqiu didn't feel that his spirit power would fall back to level 44 but was slowly increasing, approaching level 46. Yi Zhiqiu, who closed his eyes and tried his best to refine the green light group, did not notice the changes in the outside world. At this time, on his solid wooden bed, the branches that he pulled up seemed to be conscious, forming a large spherical cocoon, protecting him inside. Inside and outside the house, there was lush greenery. Just looking at this place, it didn't feel like a hot summer, but like a new year when everything is budding. Chapter 193. At the highest point of the East Pavilion, three figures suddenly appeared at this moment, and Bibi Dong rushed here first with the two Doulos. Bibi Dong first looked at the location of Yi Zhiqiu's room with some doubts, and then coldly looked at the fast-approaching figures with cold eyes. 1, 2, 3. A full 5 titled Douluo stood on the top of the hall at the entrance of the hall, facing Bibi Dong in the air. Under the crown of the Pope, all 5 nodded, saying hello, without much respect. They belonged to the staff of the Elder Hall and were under the jurisdiction of the elders of the Elder Hall, and did not take orders from the Pope. But if something happens to the Spirit Hall, the Pope faction and the Elder faction would reach an agreement, and they would also follow the orders of the Pope. Of the 2 major factions of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was weaker. If it weren't for the 2 titled Douluo Gui Mei and Yuguan, Bibi Dong would have no one to use. Why don't the elders stay in your Elder Hall, and come to our area? Bibi Dong said coldly. This. The 5 titled Douluo of the Elder Hall looked at each other, silently. Although they could not give much respect to Bibi Dong, they could not just ignore her position. In terms of authority and status alone, the Pope was the co-master of the Spirit Hall and handles all kinds of major events. Even Qian Daolu, the great elder of the Spirit Hall, was inferior to her despite his position as the level 99 ultimate Douluo, let alone them. These were just low-ranked elders in comparison to him. The 5 titled Douluo was a bit speechless for a while and wanted to go to Yi Zhiqiu's room to see what the treasure was, but were a little hesitant. Looking at the expressions of several people, Bibi Dong sneered and said, if nothing had happened, please leave elders. The 5 titled Douluo of the Elder Hall sighed in their heart, knowing that with their qualifications, they were afraid it would not be good for them not to give Bibi Dong some face. Just as the 5 were about to retreat, an old man with a white beard and hair suddenly appeared in front of the 5. He didn't have any powerful aura. At this time, he was like an ordinary old man. It was just that the old man looks energetic and there wasn't even a wrinkle on his face. If it wasn't for the white hair on the top and the long white beard on the lower jaw, someone would believe that he was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. This old man was the great elder of Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu. Under the Pope's crown, Qian Daolu smiled and nodded and said hello, then looked down at Yi Zhiqiu's room and said, it is a good thing that this kind of an endless breath of life appears in the room of Saint Sun. Spirit Hall luck should be great. However, although the treasures of heaven and earth are good, they also need to be used correctly. It is better to let the Holy Sun come out under the crown of the Pope. We old guys can help to advise him, lest he will wrongly use his talent. It would be such a waste if that happens. After listening to Qian Daolu's words, Bibi Dong started swearing at him in her mind. This old guy was really shameless. What kind of treasure was there? Do you want to say that the Holy Child is still young, and the Spirit Hall will take care of it? Just when Bibi Dong wanted to taunt a few words. Teacher, a soft shout suddenly sounded at this moment. At the main gate of the East Side Hall, Hulaina hurriedly took small steps and ran in quickly. Seeing Bibi Dong and the elders of the Elder Hall facing each other in the air, the clever Hulaina immediately closed her mouth without making a sound and moved gently towards Yi Zhiqiu's room. The few people present did not speak for a while but looked at Hulaina. They want to see what happens when Hulaina enters the room. Bibi Dong hesitated for a while, suppressing the idea of calling Hulaina in her heart. Seeing many big guys looking at her, Hulaina was nervous and tiptoed to the door. Before she pushed open the door full of green branches. The branches on the door that looked like little snakes started swimming and retreating. Hulaina stopped the movement of her hand in shock. Then, the door opened by itself. After the door opened, Yi Zhiqiu walked out calmly, and when he passed Hulaina, he just nodded, without any intention of stopping, and walked straight. The current Yi Zhiqiu had not absorbed the green light ball of the intermediate immortal human body. The green light ball had too much energy. And it could not be absorbed in a short time. Even if Yi Zhiqiu did not eat or drink, it was estimated to take more than a dozen days before he could absorb it fully. So Yi Zhiqiu simply allowed it to naturally dissipate the energy in his body and let his body absorb it on its own. Although the speed would be slower and might even take a month, it would not affect Yi Zhiqiu's free movement. Bibi Dong and Hulaina, who were most familiar with Yi Zhiqiu, felt that Yi Zhiqiu seemed to have undergone some changes, but when they looked closely, he seemed to be the same as before, and they couldn't see anything. When Yi Zhiqiu walked past Hulaina and stepped on the bluestone slabs in the yard, something shocking happened. The place he walked, in the landscape next to the bluestone slab, the grass spire broke the soft ground. And the shoot sprouted. The various flowers around were even more fragrant. The flowers also straightened, standing proudly, competing for beauty. The little birds who had been startled by many tidal Douluo flew back again in groups, surrounding him, and fluttered their wings cheerfully. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu could kind of understand the meaning of the introduction of the intermediate immortal human body. Chapter 194. The spirits of heaven and earth would naturally feel intimacy towards him, and they couldn't help but want to get close to him. This was even more effective for those little animals that had not developed their wisdom. And Yi Zhiqiu's emotions would also affect these little animals close to him. If he was happy, they would be happy too. If he was sad, they would be sad too. The rich vitality radiated from his body would directly affect the surrounding plants, flowers, and trees, and they would naturally be controlled by him. Yi Zhiqiu now could feel that he can display nature's transformation at will. As for its power, he hadn't experimented with it so he didn't know it. Yi Zhiqiu at this time could roughly infer how the nature transformation ninjutsu in Naruto was derived. Maybe after the green light cluster in the body was completely absorbed. He could try to compare it with the previous one. Or after the system was upgraded, a higher level immortal body would appear. Yi Zhiqiu believed that sooner or later his immortal body would be much stronger. It was only a matter of time. Teacher, elders, Yi Zhiqiu stood in the courtyard, nodded toward the people on both sides of the spirit hall, and faintly said hello. Bibi Dong stepped lightly and instantly appeared in front of Yi Zhiqiu from the top of the palace. When she looked at Yi Zhiqiu's face, she was in a daze, as if thinking of something. Teacher? Yi Zhiqiu asked with a sullen face. He just wanted to take out his clone who was the saint's son in Spirit Hall and have a fight. Yi Zhiqiu, who was so mean and liked smirking and swearing, had to be sullen all day due to clone previous nature and he was tired to death. Yi Zhiqiu's soft call awakened Bibi Dong. It was rare that Bibi Dong to remain in a daze. Qiu, tell me what's going on. Bibi Dong pointed to the flying birds circling. Following Bibi Dong's inquiry, Qian Daolu and others not far away suddenly pricked their ears. They could perceive the endless life energy that makes people feel like a spring breeze escaping from Yi Zhiqiu's body. But at this moment Bibi Dong was present, and they couldn't directly ask questions. In front of the juniors, even if they fought, they had to come secretly. Bibi Dong was the teacher of Yi Zhiqiu, and she was naturally the most qualified person to speak and ask questions. If these elders rushed to speak in front of Bibi Dong, they were going beyond their authority, and they were also disrespectful to Bibi Dong who was the Pope. Yi Zhiqiu glanced around because Bibi Dong was near, the flying bird ran away, looking like a good baby he replied obediently, I don't know. Everyone. Little brat is you going to fool around? You don't know. The titled Douluo from the palace of the elders all showed an aggrieved expression, staring at Yi Zhiqiu with wide eyes. We were concentrating on what are you saying just to listen to this nonsense. If it weren't for the Pope, we would have killed you. Qian Daoliu's expression hadn't changed much, he had always smiled faintly, like a kind and amiable grandfather next door. But Yi Zhiqiu knew that this kind of person was the most insidious. He smiled on the surface, but in fact, he didn't hold any good farts in his heart. Bibi Dong was very satisfied with Yi Zhiqiu's answer. If he spoke out in front of so many people, Bibi Dong guessed that he might be worried that the spirit hall would take his treasure and might use him for their purposes. Bibi Dong looked at the 6 spirit hall elders headed by Qian Daolu, and said lightly. It seems to be an accident, perhaps because of the special ability of his martial spirit, this is my disciple resident, and the elders have stayed here for a long time, if everything has been cleared, elders can go back. There was a hint of mockery in her eyes. Qian Daolu was an old monster, how could he not see what Bibi Dong means from her eyes? He was not angry, but smiled slightly, I am sorry to disturb the Pope's disciple, by the way, I want to know if Saint Sun is interested in joining the palace of the elders in the future. After that, Qian Daolu said while looking at Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu smiled stiffly, and replied, okay, give me your position and I would join. Qian Daolu was taken aback, and Huliana's face also twitched after hearing it. Negative sentiment value from Qian Daolu plus 966. After listening to Yi Zhiqiu's words, Bibi Dong smiled brightly. She did not expect that her little apprentice, who had always had no expressions, could sometimes speak sharply. Bold. Presumptuous. Qian Daolu had a gloomy face and had not spoken yet, and the elders behind him shouted with an angry face. Dang! Bibi Dong's papal rod shook the ground, and the originally flat courtyard suddenly blew up out of thin air, and the floor tiles cracked. My apprentice is not yours to teach, Bibi Dong said with a cold face, without any fear, directly at the few elders who spoke out. Yi Zhiqiu secretly glanced at Bibi Dong next to him, secretly happy. I didn't recognize her as a teacher in vain, and she was also so powerful and domineering. Bibi Dong was angry, and the elders on the opposite side were immediately stunned. They didn't dare to talk back to Bibi Dong directly, each of them suddenly became stiff, and some of them couldn't get off the stage. At this time, Qian Daolu waved back to signal the other elders to be quiet. He had returned to the appearance of the kind old man before, watching Yi Zhiqiu with a smile, and said, it is good for the saint's son to have ambitions, how can you discourage the enthusiasm of the son? Chapter 195. Qian Daolu seemed to have taken a step back. What the great elder said, the elders of the spirit hall were stunned at once and became quite save their face. Qian Daolu looked at Yi Zhiqiu with a smile. The old man can agree to the conditions of the Holy Sun, as long as you complete a task and achieve the position of title Douluo at level 99 in the future. The position of the great elder of the spirit hall is yours. As Qian Daolu finished speaking, several of the other elders suddenly showed dissatisfaction, but because of Qian Daolu's prestige, they didn't say anything on this occasion. This kind of thing they naturally had to go back and discuss. Task? Yi Zhiqiu thought secretly in his heart, but on the surface he was calm. He felt that the old guy would not keep his words, maybe he was thinking about how to cheat him. I will listen to the teacher, Yi Zhiqiu said without hesitation. The ball was kicked to Bibi Dong. Yi Zhiqiu was relaxed, but Bibi Dong was a little bit conflicted. After thinking for a long time, Bibi Dong said slowly, I have no opposition. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at Bibi Dong in surprise. Originally, Yi Zhiqiu thought Bibi Dong would oppose it, but unexpectedly she agreed. Okay, tomorrow I will assign a task to the Holy Sun, I hope that the Pope won't stop him at that time. Qian Daolu smiled, with a contented look, took the remaining title Douluo and turned around. Up. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Daolu's back with disdain. Even if Yi Zhiqiu was allowed to be the elder of the spirit hall now, Bibi Dong believed that Yi Zhiqiu would not stand on the opposite side of her. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Bibi Dong next to him, and asked quietly, Teacher, why do you agree? First let us go to your room, Bibi Dong ordered and walked towards Yi Zhiqiu's room first. Yi Zhiqiu and Hulaina naturally followed immediately. Chrysanthemum Douluo shrugged at Ghost Douluo and went to stand guard at the door, while Ghost Douluo floated up high on the top of the palace, observing the surroundings. The three of them entered the room together. After seeing what was inside, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina were taken aback. It was green everywhere, the wooden furniture was full of new shoots, even if they were not exposed to sunlight, they were growing very well, and there was no place without them on the ground. After searching for a long time, Bibi Dong couldn't find a place to sit. This made Bibi Dong feel a little speechless. Upon seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu stretched out his right hand and waved his finger. The branches of the trees on the roof seemed to come to life. They started crawling, entangled, and hung down. After a while, 3 swing-like seats were made. Well, it was very convenient. Hulaina looked at all of this with some novelty and first sat down on the branch swing hanging down next to her, swaying back and forth, seemingly having a good time. Bibi Dong glanced at Yi Zhiqiu with weird eyes and hesitated for a while, but the Pope's scepter aside held the hanging branches with both hands, and sat down on a swing. Yi Zhiqiu was smiling with his eyes, and thinking that the lovely Pope was swinging in his room, someone would believe it. Bibi Dong seemed to be aware of the smile in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes and she strained her expressions and asked, Qiu, tell me what's going on. Yi Zhiqiu had already sat down on the swing and was slowly swinging on it. Hearing what Bibi Dong asked him, Yi Zhiqiu had to confess. After killing the 100,000-year spirit beast in the sunset forest, I found it in its lair, green fruit with extraordinary shine, I ate that thing yesterday when I was too tired, and it became like this. Bibi Dong. If someone else said this, Bibi Dong would not believe it, but it was her little apprentice with facial paralysis who said this, would he lie? Bibi Dong thought he should have no such thoughts, so Bibi Dong believed him. Hulaina had no doubts at all, she said with envy, little brother Qiu, you are very lucky, if you find other good things next time, don't forget sister Yo. After finished speaking, Hulaina winked mischievously at Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu nodded indifferently on the face, but he couldn't help but complain. Can I find such a good thing, and can't eat enough to give it back to you? 200 negative sentiment value is very expensive. And in the system store, once I bought this thing the store, it dissipated from the store and I couldn't find the opportunity to use it again. Even if I had too much negative emotional value, I could never buy it again. So even if Yi Zhiqiu wanted to buy some things, he was still powerless. At most, he could give them some equipment items. This could be interpreted as a soul guide obtained by traveling or exploring. Yi Zhiqiu swayed casually on the swing, looked at Bibi Dong, and asked casually, Teacher, why would you agree to the old man's proposal? Just say it behind your back, don't call him that in person. Bibi Dong reprimanded, but her tone didn't mean much to blame. She didn't think that Yi Zhiqiu didn't know how to respect the elders, but she was afraid that Yi Zhiqiu would get used to it and might say to him that in person. Seeing Yi Zhiqiu's obedient nod, Bibi Dong said softly, there can only be one pope in the spirit hall. Although Nana is irritable, her character is more suitable to be a pope than you. I have to find a way for you in the future. The palace of the elders was originally out of my consideration, but Qian Daolu was able to make the position of the great elder, which made me change my mind. That's not right, teacher, Hulaina frowned. Even if the little brother Chiu becomes the elder in the future, will other elders listen to him? Chapter 196. Huaina may be frizzy sometimes, but she was not stupid. On the contrary, her vision was very unique, and she immediately discovered the problem. Bibi Dong sneered, "No doubt, those elders will not listen, but as long as you hold the position of the Pope and the Grand Elder, it is enough for them to feel uncomfortable. For other things, I will find opportunities as time goes." Zhiqiu. Fuck, it turns out that Bibi Dong was so insidious sometimes. If the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the position of the Great Elder of the Elder Hall were on their side. Even if the other elders did not listen to them, what about the people under the Elder of the Spirit Hall? The combination of those spirit Douluo was also an impressive force. He wanted to annoy Qian Daolu at the time, and he said that casually. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to think of going back like this. Thinking deeply, he could only say that she deserves the title of the Pope. It was a pity. Zhiqiu felt that her thoughts were a bit redundant. If they waited for him to inherit the position of the Great Elder of the Spirit Hall at level 91, would they not follow him? Haha. All the ones who were not obedient did not know him. Zhiqiu himself estimated that if he was level 91, he would be invincible in Douluo continent. Even if it comes to a few hundred title Douluo, he didn't have any fear. Maybe things would be different if they didn't wait until he became level 91. While Zhiqiu was thinking, Bibi Dong stood up and looked at Zhiqiu and said, "If the task assigned to you by Qian Daolu tomorrow is dangerous, just turn it off. If something happens, let him come to me." After finished speaking, Bibi Dong picked up the Pope's scepter, leaned on the table, and walked outside the door. "Wait, teacher, did you put this bracelet on for me? Where did it come from?" Bibi Dong didn't look back, but paused. "You don't need to know." Zhiqiu. Looking at Bibi Dong's back, Zhiqiu shook his head speechlessly. "Brother Chiu, then I'm leaving too." Huaina also got up and walked out of the house. When she reached the door, she suddenly looked back at Zhiqiu and squinted and smiled. "I will remember to say this every day from now on, don't talk like a stuffy oil bottle." Zhiqiu silently rolled his eyes at Huaina. Huaina covered her mouth with a chuckle and ran away. "Tomorrow, I don't know what task the old fellow Qian Daolu will assign to me," Zhiqiu muttered to himself and walked to the bed. The entangled branches on both sides spread out automatically, and it was not until Zhiqiu entered that they came together again and turned into a ball. On the next day, Zhiqiu was awakened while absorbing the green light ball. There was a slight, bang, knock on the door outside the house as if not to disturb him. The sound was not very heavy. "The door is not locked, come in." Zhiqiu was too lazy to get out of bed, and just scattered the branches of the trees that surrounded him. Crack, the door opened. Huaina came in with a letter in her hand and handed it to Zhiqiu. The envelope had been opened. It seemed that Bibi Dong and Huaina had already seen the contents. Zhiqiu reached out and took it, and while pulling out the paper inside, he asked casually, "What did the teacher say?" "The teacher said you let you choose, she will not interfere," Huaina said truthfully. "Yeah," Zhiqiu nodded lightly and checked the content of the letter. After a long time, the corner of Zhiqiu's mouth slightly rose, and Huaina, who was next to him, was taken aback. My younger brother with facial paralysis smiled. "Isn't it nice to smile? Why do you keep a straight face every day?" It seemed that he had noticed the look in Huaina's eyes, and Zhiqiu squinted again. "Senior sister, please help me with a message. I will take the task of the elder and set off in the afternoon." Zhiqiu took a pinch of his right hand and the letter paper in his hand was put back into the envelope. "Prepare yourself, this task is not easy, be careful," Huaina smiled and left directly. "Not easy?" Zhiqiu's eyes flashed. This Qian Daolu was quite interesting. The general content of the letter was to let him hide in the dark and go to the Heaven Do Empire to help Prince Xueqinghe of the Heaven Do Empire take the position of the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire without being discovered. The task would be completed when Xueqinghe became the Emperor. This task was not too simple and also not insanely hard. The letter said that although Xueqinghe was quite good as the prince, he still had competitors. But his competitor was a bit useless. If it were not for a title Douluo standing behind him, it was estimated that the position of Emperor of Heaven Do Empire would have been long ago won by him. Xueqinghe's identity was not mentioned in the letter, and even Bibi Dong didn't tell Zhiqiu specifically. In this matter, whether it was the side of the Bibi Dong or the Spirit Hall, they kept silent at the same time. But Zhiqiu knew that this Xueqinghe was Qian Renxue. Qian Daolu arranged him next to her. Zhiqiu guessed what he was doing. It was nothing more than helping Qian Renxue clear the obstacles in the road ahead, and at the same time borrowing her hand to test his attitude, and if possible, she would try to win him over or something. As for why Bibi Dong didn't tell the truth, he didn't know. But Zhiqiu always felt that things were not as simple as he thought. He estimated that if he was going here, it might be more than just helping Qian Renxue ascend to the position of emperor. And Bibi Dong obviously wouldn't change her stance at it either. The people on both sides centered on Yi Zhiqiu and started a chess game. This kind of situation that considered him a chess piece, to be honest, made Yi Zhiqiu quite unhappy. So, he planned to play a big one with revenge. Do you think you could hide it from me? Haha. Then I will pretend to be stupid, for you all. Let's see who is the final winner. Chapter 197. In the afternoon, Yi Zhiqiu didn't say anything to Bibi Dong and the others and directly came to the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire. Heaven Do Imperial City was the capital of the Heaven Do Empire and the most prosperous city in the Heaven Do Empire. Naturally, there was no shortage of the existence of Yi Zhiqiu's clone in this kind of place. In fact, in every city that was slightly larger, there was a clone of Yi Zhiqiu hidden. Where there was a clone, there would naturally be Flying Thunder God Seal. This was also the reason why Yi Zhiqiu could arrive instantly wherever he wants to go. Besides the most prosperous main road of Heaven Do Imperial City, a 5-story building with a large area stands. This was a hotel, and it was a very luxurious hotel with a weird name. Shop name, Ichiraku Ramen Hotel. Just looking at the name, no one would have thought that this would be the most luxurious hotel in Heaven Do Imperial City, a top hotel that earns thousands of gold soul coins a day. This Ichiraku Ramen Hotel was opened by a clone of Yi Zhiqiu. This clone had a strange personality and liked to make noodles, so he asked for money from his other clone and started this hotel by the way. Apart from accommodation, the hotel only sells ramen and there was no other food. But it was such a good hotel, that the business was extremely hot, and it was a place frequented by many nobles in Heaven Do Imperial City. At this moment, a big fat man in a red cloud robe with a black background was busy alone in the back kitchen of the hotel. There were 5 pots in front of him, filled with noodles. And the fragrance was permeating. Yi Zhiqiu, who had just appeared here, couldn't help but feel hungry. The master, the big fat man didn't turn his head back, and he greeted him and got busy at the stove again. Yi Zhiqiu scooped a bowl of noodles on his own, and while eating, said, "Give me a copy of the royal family information of the Heaven Do Empire. Presidential suite on the top floor." The clone was still the same, without looking back. Yi Zhiqiu threw the bowl away after eating, and with Flying Thunder, God went directly to the presidential suite on the top floor. The decoration there was not comparable to the small Rose Hotel in Sotu City, but Yi Zhiqiu had no interest in enjoying it. He went straight to a table, picked up the information on the table, and turned it over. Yi Zhiqiu himself was surprised by the level of detail of the information, as almost all the ancestors of the Emperor of Heaven Do Empire were listed above. There was also the current form of the Heaven Do Empire Imperial City, including how Prince Xueqing has smashed the other princes. The only existing prince qualified to fight for the throne, even though there was a poisonous fight standing behind him. There was also the 7 treasure glazed tile clan behind Xueqing. Yi Zhiqiu was dazzled by all kinds of information. Some of them were known to him a long time ago, and some were recently collected by clones. They were all very detailed. Yi Zhiqiu took a cursory look, then meditated cross-legged on the bed, continuing to absorb the energy of the small green light ball. As for going to see Xueqing, Yi Zhiqiu planned to go at night. He might not be able to see him on that day. He waited in the room until the sunset, and when the stars filled the sky, Yi Zhiqiu guessed that Xueqing should have returned to the sleeping hall before slowly getting up. Observing the area around the window, Yi Zhiqiu frowned. The Heaven Do Imperial City at night was more lively than during the day, and the streets were full of people. If he just walked out like this, he would be found out. It seemed that he had to change the way of entering the city. Yi Zhiqiu thought about it and let out his spiritual consciousness. He stuck in the blind spot of everyone's vision and kept moving with Thunder God in places where there were no people in the streets and lanes. Flying Thunder God move seemed silent, but in fact, there would be red flashes of spirit ring, which was even more conspicuous at night. If he encountered some powerful spirit masters, there was still the possibility of being discovered, but they couldn't see Yi Zhiqiu's face. To avoid trouble, Yi Zhiqiu was still cautiously exploring the road with his spiritual sense, and he entered the imperial city all the way, avoiding the blind spots of various bright and dark whistles, and fumbled towards Xueqing's bedroom. Yi Zhiqiu's speed was very fast. It only took about 5 minutes to reach the entrance of Xueqing's sleeping hall from outside the city. With his spiritual consciousness, he went all the way without surprise. He had to say that spiritual consciousness was a good thing. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Yi Zhiqiu didn't mean to conceal his moments anymore. He pushed the door directly in, as he had come to talk to Xueqing. In the room, a handsome young man with beige and short-eared hair was sitting in front of the desk looking up something, and seeing Yi Zhiqiu swaggering in, instead of panicking. He smiled slightly and put down the scroll in his hand, lifted the teapot, and poured a cup of tea and pushed it to Zhiqiu, who had sat cross-legged across from him. The Saint Child of Spirit Hall is extraordinary, Xueqinghe is glad to see you, so, Xueqinghe didn't stand up and salute, but smiled and nodded to Zhiqiu. Chapter 198. Zhiqiu's face was sullen, and after taking a sip of tea from the bottom of the cup, he said indifferently. The prince's palace is so calm, it seems that the news has been received in advance, although I don't know why the elder asked me to help, you seek the throne, but this is not my task, do I need to kill your father in advance tonight? Xueqinghe's face twitched slightly after hearing Zhiqiu's words. This man was almost the same as what her grandfather said. Except for his good talent and a cold facial paralysis. Now Xueqinghe added another one to his heart. He was a foolish man. But this kind of mindless man was good. The Elder Hall lacks this kind of talent. The current Elder Hall urgently needs some talented but easy-to-control younger generations to supplement fresh blood. After all, the geniuses of the younger generation of Spirit Hall were basically in Bibi Dong's hands. When this generation grows up, the Elder Hall would undoubtedly be weak. Just like Bibi Dong considered Zhiqiu as her apprentice, Qian Daolu also considered Qian Renxue as her granddaughter. He arranged for Zhiqiu, and undoubtedly wanted to try to see if there was a chance to pry Bibi Dong to a corner. After all, Zhiqiu's strength and talent that was shown in Spirit Hall were too strong, and his personality was cold. This kind of person was most suitable for his granddaughter's right and left hand. They had a good calculation, but will things develop like this? Xueqinghe chuckled dryly and said in a low voice, the saint's son must be joking, this plan still needed to be discussed in a long term, not in a hurry. Zhiqiu nodded, pushed the teacup in front of Xueqinghe, and motioned him to pour the tea. Xueqinghe silently cast his eyes to the teapot beside Zhiqiu, do you think of me as a servant? Having been a saint's son for some time, have your brain degraded? Click. Boom. Zhiqiu's fingers on the table tapped the tabletop. When he tapped for the second time, it seemed that he didn't control his strength well, so he immediately punched a small hole in the tabletop. Seeing Zhiqiu's cold expression, Xueqinghe was speechless. Your threat is too obvious, right? Does my grandfather send you to help me? From Qian Renshue's negative sentiment value plus 566. Spirit King. It was a good chicken. Zhiqiu smiled secretly, originally he thought Qian Renxue should be the spirit ancestor at this time. Xueqinghe suppressed the frustration in his heart, smiled dryly, and lifted the teapot to help Zhiqiu pour a cup of tea. Zhiqiu took a sip from his teacup and said, okay, you arrange it, it's better to hurry up, I'm very busy. You are very busy. Am I not busy? Xueqinghe sighed in his heart. If it weren't for Grandpa to order her to draw him in, she wouldn't have left this guy without doing anything. Xueqinghe looked at Zhiqiu with a dry smile and said, we will let the matter of the killing the emperor go first, it's not time yet, I have two other things I would like to ask you for help with. It came. Knowing that it was not that simple, Zhiqiu thought for a while and decided to see what was going on first. I declare in advance that the elder only asked me to help you ascend to the throne, things that have nothing to do with this, it depends on my mood if I want to help you or not, Zhiqiu said lightly. This nature, Xueqinghe laughed with him. I heard that although the Saint Child is only a spirit elder, his combat power is extraordinary, he went into the Sunset Forest alone to hunt down 100,000-year spirit beast, I wonder if it is true. Zhiqiu frowned and said, this has something to do with what you asked me to help. Xueqinghe said, naturally, I must at least know the strength of the Saint's son. Zhiqiu's eyes flashed, and the deep black pupils turned into a rotating hexagonal windmill in a blink of an eye, and the 4 spirit rings of purple, black, and red slowly fell from the top of his head. He didn't speak, but the spirit ring could prove everything. Xueqinghe looked a little dull, and the news he heard was as shocking as he saw with his own eyes. Tian would refer to Xueqinghe as he until he doesn't reveal his real identity. But he didn't believe that Zhiqiu hunted and killed the 100,000-year spirit beast himself. Xueqinghe was more willing to believe that this was the spirit ring that Bibi Dong secretly helped Zhiqiu hunt down, and then fake news of him hunting it himself, to help the Saint Child of the Spirit Hall, to build momentum. Not only did Xueqinghe think so, but many people think so, even the elders in the Elder Hall think so. They didn't believe it at all. A 12-year-old boy could hunt and kill a 100,000-year-old spirit beast by himself. That would be too fantastic to say. In this incident, they all just listened to it as a joke, and at most, they were shocked that Zhiqiu, a child, could withstand the pressure of the spirit ring of 100,000 years. And Bibi Dong herself did not intend to explain this matter. She was also dumbfounded. Seeing Xueqinghe's somewhat sluggish expression, Zhiqiu was secretly happy, but his face was calm. I don't know if my combat power is extraordinary, but if I fight a little rookie spirit king like you, I will probably give you one hell of a time, the punch is almost there. From Qian Renshue's negative sentiment value plus 566. Who are you looking down on? Meet Qian Renshue, who has innate spirit power at level 20, top martial soul seraphim, whose spirit power has broken through level 60. Although I have not obtained the 6th spirit ring, it is not someone a spirit ancestor with more than 40 levels that can repeatedly provoke. Right? The sun is quite rude. The smile on Xue Qinghe finally disappeared, looking at Yi Zhiqiu with an unhappy expression. If you are not convinced, let's spar. If this spirit ancestor can't defeat you with one move, it's my loss. Chapter 199. Xue Qinghe immediately laughed angrily. Okay, and let's a bet, the loser must unconditionally agree to the winner's 3 conditions. It's up to you. Yi Zhiqiu squinted at Xue Qinghe but didn't put him in his eyes. Xue Qinghe was obviously irritating him, but Yi Zhiqiu still agreed, because he had confidence in himself, and he would only use some of his power. With more than 50 levels of Spirit King, Yi Zhiqiu had hundreds of ways to deal with him. After Yi Zhiqiu finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe looked at him with some doubts. Is your brain sick? You don't want to fight here, do you? Xue Qinghe frowned suddenly. So arrogant, it's the first time I have seen you and you are talking so rudely, let's see if I won't be able to beat you to death. Seeing that Xue Qinghe hadn't moved yet, Yi Zhiqiu urged, give me your hand and I will take you to another place to fight. Can he teleport other people? Xue Qinghe was a little dazed. He knew that Yi Zhiqiu had teleporting spirit ability. This was recorded in Spirit Hall and was estimated as a teleporting ability for a long distance. But he can still teleport other people. While thinking, Xue Qinghe stretched out his hand slowly, moving slowly. Upon seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu rolled his eyes and squeezed his right hand directly. After that, the 3rd spirit's ability activated, the red light flashed in the room, and the 2 of them were gone. In the woods, not knowing how far away from Heavendo Imperial City, 2 figures suddenly appeared silently. As soon as he stood firm, Xue Qinghe hurriedly took out his hand, watching the surroundings somewhat vigilantly. There were tall trees everywhere, the weeds were as high as half a person. The surrounding area was pitch black, and the moonlight couldn't penetrate the dense foliage. If it were not for the Spirit Master's eyesight far beyond ordinary people, he was afraid that nothing could be seen. Around, from time to time, beasts were roaring far away, adding a sense of horror to the environment. Where did you bring me? Xue Qinghe's complexion was not calm. Why was this place so like the Sunset Forest? Of course, it's a good place to fight. Yi Zhiqiu's mouth curled up and then said in a joking tone. It's probably tens of thousands of miles away from Heavendo Imperial City. His Royal Highness is in Star Do Great Forest. You should have heard of it, right? From Qian Renshue's negative sentiment value plus 566. Yi Zhiqiu smiled wickedly while looking at the negative emotional values that would appear in the system from time to time. Hey, I said your Royal Highness, if I go straight away, how long will it take you to run back to Heavendo Imperial City? I guess even if you drive at full speed, it will take about half a month. Yi Zhiqiu touched his chin and said something quite true. Xue Qinghe. From Qian Renshue's negative sentiment value plus 566. You would not be able to do such a demeanor. Xue Qinghe gave a dry smile. He felt his mentality collapse. The kind of crashing was too new for him. This person was too shameless. Hey, you can guess whatever you want. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly smiled meanly. After keeping a sullen face for so many days, he was feeling quite irritated. At this time, he finally exposed his nature and instantly felt that everything around him was so beautiful. Yi Zhiqiu like this made Xue Qinghe even more afraid. I can guess. Guess your sister. By the way, I almost forgot the business. His Royal Highness still wants to fight. Yi Zhiqiu leaned back against the tree and joked with his arms folded. This, Xue Qinghe was in trouble. If he wins, this guy could use teleport and run away. What would he do then? And even if he loses, he has promised him 3 things. Xue Qinghe felt that her situation was too difficult, and she struggled. Yi Zhiqiu didn't know what he was thinking, and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Hey, if your Royal Highness can hold a move under my hand, wouldn't you be able to make 3 demands with me? With my Spirit Hall Saint Sun's face, it's still necessary to comply with it like a gentleman. Of course, the premise is that you can hold your ground. Xue Qinghe heard what Yi Zhiqiu said, and almost cursed. You are a gentleman. If you are still a gentleman while behaving like this, then everyone is a gentleman in the world. Why is the information different? Didn't it say that the Saint Child of Spirit Hall was a cold and scheming with facial paralysis? Xue Qinghe felt that he was more hurt than angry. He was a dignified prince who fights against the sky. He had seen a lot of bastards. The one who was not intrigued when the nobles went to court, impeached each other, and exposed each other all day long, it seemed to be very cheap to him. But it was not as cheap as the saint's son of the martial spirit hall was in front of him. This was the first time he saw him. It seemed that it won't work if he didn't fight himself. There was still a chance to win. If he didn't fight, Zhiqiu really might leave him here. Xueqinghe's handsome face was solemn, and a soft white glow escaped from his body. Behind him, a snow-white swan spread its wings and revealed a soft white light. The darkness around the star-dove forest seemed to be dispersed by a lot. At the same time, behind Xueqinghe, a pair of snow-white energy wings condensed out. The white feathers were distinct and trembling slightly as if they could spread their wings at any time. 5 spirit rings of yellow. Yellow, purple, and black rose from under his feet and surrounded him. It moved slightly. Chapter 200. Zhiqiu raised his eyebrows and made no other movements. Just watched with interest. This should be the exclusive heavenly swan spirit of the Heaven Do imperial family, right? This imitated one looks pretty good. Xianren Shui martial spirit seraphim should have 3 pairs of wings, and after the martial spirit was summoned, the aura should be more than that. Angel was synonymous with holiness, light, and goodness, but Zhiqiu had not seen a single character of that in this swan spirit. At most, the soft white light that it exudes was somewhat similar to the angelic spirit. It seems that His Royal Highness is ready. To show my respect, this saint's son will use the strongest self-created spirit ability he has never used. Your Royal Highness must be careful. Anyone who knew him knows that when this guy shows this expression, he doesn't hold his good intentions in his heart. It is the strongest self-created spirit ability. Xueqinghe frowned and looked solemn. But in his heart, he was not very flustered. Even if he had a 200,000-year spirit rings, the difference between them was a dozen levels of spirit power, which was enough to make up for the gap brought by spirit rings. Even if it was not enough, then too it was not easy to take him out in a single move. Defeating opponents strategically and going all out in battle was Xueqinghe's attitude. Bring the horse here. Xueqinghe peered a bit and shouted in a low voice. He didn't want to attack directly. After all, he would win as long as he took the next move. The defense was the mainstay, and it was the kingly way to remain unchanged and respond to changes. After taking the next move, Xueqinghe intends to make an all-out effort to beat this bastard and teach him a lesson. Zhiqiu looked at Xueqinghe as he looked at him with his guarded look, but didn't move a bit, and instantly guessed his thoughts. Want to defend? Have you asked me? Zhiqiu, who originally thought Xueqinghe would seize the opportunity to attack, was not in a hurry. He first left the tree with his back, stood up straight, and slowly raised his hands. Xueqinghe's pupils condensed, and his whole body straightened instantly. He thought Zhiqiu was about to attack. I'm tired. Zhiqiu raised his hands above his head, his face was a bit lazy, and then, he stretched. Xueqinghe, you're fucker. Negative sentiment value from Zhiqiu plus 566. Zhiqiu, who was stretching now, seemed to be much more comfortable, put his hands on his chest, and hold each other with his fingers interlocking. Only the index and middle fingers were erected. After coming to the Douluo continent for so long, Zhiqiu had not used this spirit ability cause of the damage it could cause, which shows that the power of the spirit ability this time was absolutely terrifying. Xueqinghe didn't know what Zhiqiu's hands holding the strange style meant, but Zhiqiu's somewhat solemn expression made him nervous. Just when Xueqinghe was fully on guard, Zhiqiu, who was making the seal with both hands, stared in the direction behind Xueqinghe. Suddenly his pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "Be careful, there is danger behind you." Zhiqiu, is a spirit beast approaching? Before he could think about it, Xueqinghe suddenly turned his head in reflex. As he turned his head, Zhiqiu teleported with a flying thunder god and instantly appeared behind Xueqinghe, but he was squatting. Xueqinghe didn't see any spirit beasts for the first time. Instead, he saw Zhiqiu squatting behind his ass, and he was a little surprised. The two looked at each other, and Zhiqiu suddenly showed an inexplicable smile at this moment. The ultimate profound self-created spirit skills, 100 years of death. Following Zhiqiu's voice, the seal pattern formed by his hands holding each other, instantly ruthlessly stabbed a certain part of Xueqinghe, who was looking at him in shock. How could Xueqinghe, who was stunned, avoid this killing blow? And his speed was nowhere comparable to that of Zhiqiu's. Zhiqiu's 2 vertical fingers immediately slammed, accurately hitting a certain part of Xueqinghe's body. With this powerful blow, he almost stabbed the hem of the royal robe behind his ass. Xueqinghe only felt a sharp pain in his ass at this moment and a bit of pleasure, and then he was stabbed and flew 3 or 4 meters high. In mid-air, because of the pain and pleasure coming from somewhere, Xueqinghe's hands were a bit deformed in the air. He collapsed tightly, and squatted on the ground with the big word. Shaw. On the ground, he didn't get up for a long time, and his body was shaking and twitching slightly. Looking at the silk hem behind his ass, it was sunken inward, revealing a series of folds, starting from the flying, until he fell on the ground and did not come out of a certain part. How could this scene be so miserable? Zhiqiu's mouth twitched, covering his face with his right hand, as he couldn't bear to look directly at this scene. It seemed, he had used a bit more strength, this baby will not be able to leave this shadow in his heart. It is really a sin. Qinghe kept on laying on the ground for several minutes without moving. It could be seen how much damage was done to him by this blow. This 1000-year of death secret technique, if it hits directly, could cause serious damage to both the body and mind. Whoever gets such a strong blow, probably couldn't stand it, and it was no wonder Qinghe couldn't get up. Zhiqiu waited for a while and saw that Qinghe was still motionless, but his body twitched slightly. Zhiqiu scratched his scalp in doubt. No, although the power of this blow was indeed terrifying, the strength I used was a little bit stronger. But at least not like in Naruto where Kakashi Naruto was smashed 10 meters high in the same way. You see, Naruto just turned green, and after a while, he was alive and kicking again. You are a spirit king, so you would be able to get up after nearly 10 minutes of injury. Are you pretending to be pitiful with me? Zhiqiu thought one after another in his heart, and finally, he decided to go and take a look. Chapter 201. Are you, okay? Zhiqiu walked to the side of Qinghe lying on the ground and asked in a low voice. Qinghe. Looking at Qinghe, who was lying on his stomach and didn't say a word, Zhiqiu gave a light cough, and first stretched out his hand to help him gently pull the hem of his buttocks. This caused Qinghe, who hadn't moved for a long time, to hum softly, and his body trembled, seemingly painful. Then, Zhiqiu put his hand under his armpit, thinking about helping him up first, and then speaking later. With a light hold, Qinghe slowly climbed up following Zhiqiu's strength, but he always looked down. The moment Qinghe stood firm, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes were a little moist, there were tears on Qinghe's cheeks, and his expression was a little distorted. Ugly bastard, I'll kill you, Qinghe raised his fist frantically and blasted at Zhiqiu's eyes with the strong wind. This fist was powerful, and if it had made contact, Zhiqiu's eyes would be blackened for some time. But Zhiqiu's strength and speed were more after all. Seeing Qinghe's punch, a master's instinctive reaction made his conditioned body slightly tilted, and the side of his head was slightly evaded. When the two attacked and defended, it just happened in an instant, but they didn't notice the gesture of each other. Zhiqiu's right hand was originally placed under Qinghe's armpit. Qinghe and Zhiqiu turned sideways slightly while being offensive and defensive, and his hand ran from under the armpit to his chest. The soft touch came, Zhiqiu then squeezed it in a daze, and then he suddenly seemed to react, and quickly let go and backed away a few steps. Qinghe's complexion was a little startled at first, and then a little panicked and angry. He was concerned that his identity might be exposed. And was angry as this person squeezed even after touching it. Zhiqiu calmed down, looked at Qinghe's expression, and guessed what he was thinking about. His Royal Highness lacks exercise, how can a man's chest muscles be so soft? You have to remember to exercise well in the future. Qinghe felt relieved after hearing what Zhiqiu said. Fortunately, this fool didn't seem to notice. The fact that his identity was almost revealed caused Qinghe a lot of attention to be diverted, and the depression in his heart dissipated a little. But it was impossible to let things go like that. The bastard used such shameless moves, and until now he was still feeling a little pain behind him. It was okay to stand still, and it hurt whenever he moved. Looking at Zhiqiu, Qinghe spoke with a bit of gritted teeth, then I should thank the sun for reminding me. It doesn't need to be, it is my responsibility as the stronger one here, Zhiqiu smiled and waved his hand. From Qian Renshue's negative sentiment value plus 566. Do you think I am thanking you? Qinghe cursed in his heart, but as his identity was not revealed he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Your Royal Highness, I won the bet, right? 3 conditions. Qinghe's face twitched, as he was bullied into this way. Are you still thinking about 3 conditions? Suddenly, Qinghe seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised this time. Is he smiling? Zhiqiu felt a little weird, is it possible that he is in a state of mind break due to my technique? You said before that one move can defeat me, right? Qinghe said with a cold face. Zhiqiu pondered for a while, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Then he said, that's right. Really? Qinghe even had a smile in his eyes this time, as if he had almost forgotten the unhappiness before, he slowly said. If you had defeated me by one move, then Qinghe was willing to follow your conditions, but you seem to have used 2 tricks. Xue Qinghe had an inexplicable tone in his tone, with his head held up, like a rooster that had won a fight, with a little pride on his face. Yi Zhiqiu. When did I use 2 tricks? This time it was Yi Zhiqiu's turn to be a little confused. Do you know that you lose? I don't know when I used the 2 tricks. His Royal Highness might as well talk about it so that the sun can understand. Otherwise, the sun may still think that some people can't afford to lose, and intend to play tricks. This type of people's reputation is not very good. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Xue Qinghe and said lightly. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly and stretched out a finger, and then he seemed to want to take 2 steps, but the pain from the back of his distorted his face and suddenly dispelled his thought. The first move, if I guess it's correct, you use teleportation, Xue Qinghe said, and then he stood there, extending his second finger and said. The second move, you used was that abusive move. There are 2 moves in total, am I right? When he said the next words, Xue Qinghe increased his tone and gave Yi Zhiqiu a hard look. Are these 2 tricks? Yi Zhiqiu looked at him speechlessly. You really can count. Generally speaking, this combination of attacks could only be counted as 1 move. This was the consensus of the Douluo mainland. Can the process of going to your opponent to attack be considered an attack trick? It can't it. Right. But Xue Qinghe was still counting it. According to his algorithm, Yi Zhiqiu used 2 tricks. Chapter 202. I never thought that His Royal Highness also mastered the essence of shamelessness, or to be more precise the Tao of shamelessness. Well, according to you, it was me who lost. If the 3 conditions do not violate my principles of life, just mention them as you like. Yi Zhiqiu shook his head and gave a wry smile. Xue Qinghe grinned and said somewhat proudly, speaking of shamelessness, Qinghe is still inferior to the Holy Sun. In this regard, Qinghe is willing to bow down. I have seen a new side of His Highness. Yi Zhiqiu rolled his eyes in anger. If it weren't for you being stabbed and cried by 1,000 years of death before, I would show you the true Tao of shamelessness. In this regard, it also matters that she was also a woman. And what he did was technically wrong, and he was also originally here to help Qianren Xue ascend to the position of king. And there were only 3 conditions. It was estimated that it would be completed quite fast. Even if, really encountered something that he didn't want to do, then was he bound to follow the bet? He didn't think so. Let us say I lost the bet, Your Royal Highness might as well talk about what I need to do. Yi Zhiqiu returned to the lazy appearance before, put his hands on his chest, and said calmly. Xue Qinghe pondered for a while and then said, I'm level 60, I need a spirit ring between 40,000 and 50,000 years, the Star Do Great Forest is just right, it's better to hunt it now instead of waiting for another day. Xue Qinghe originally didn't want to use one of the conditions for the hunting of spirit beasts. After all, in his capacity. It was easy to ask some high-level spirit masters to help him, but when he thought of his big loss from before, he felt frustrated in his heart. He wanted to borrow the hand of the spirit beast to teach this guy a lesson. 45,000-year-old spirit beasts were almost equivalent to the combat power of high-level spirit saints, and even some weaker title Douluo. It's not that I am looking down on you, but can you really absorb the soul ring of 40 to 50,000 years? Don't hold yourself too highly, I don't want to collect your body for you. Xue Qinghe's face turned dark. You really can't speak something from this mouth of yours, you just want me to die from anger, right? The matter of absorbing the spirit ring doesn't bother the saint's son. You can help me find a 40,000-50,000-year-old spirit beast of the light system to kill it. Xue Qinghe bit his silver teeth, forcibly calmed his heart, and said flatly. Oh, Yi Zhiqiu nodded lightly to indicate that he knew it, and then he pointed his finger behind Xue Qinghe. There is danger behind you. Xue Qinghe. Do you still want to lie to me? I don't think you could pull the same trick twice. What do you want to do now? Looking at Xue Qinghe, looking at his face with the expression that I would not be fooled, Yi Zhiqiu shook his head helplessly. He didn't lie this time. Behind Xue Qinghe, a huge white tiger walked out of the woods silently. It is 7 or 8 meters high and nearly 10 meters long. Although it was not as good as the Titan great ape he had seen before, it was definitely considered a huge monster. According to Yi Zhiqiu's understanding, this was a spirit beast that was about 70 to 80,000 years old. Its pupils, which were as big as yellow lanterns, were staring faintly at the 2 small dots standing on the ground. Xue Qinghe didn't seem to be aware of the danger yet, and his eyes looked at Yi Zhiqiu faintly, and deep in his eyes, there was a slight sense of guard against Yi Zhiqiu, and his hand subconsciously moved to cover his hips. Yi Zhiqiu sighed, feeling anxious about Xue Qinghe's IQ. At this time, the white tiger spirit beast behind Xue Qinghe seemed to be a little angry because it was ignored by Xue Qinghe. He slapped his nose and sprayed 2 long air currents from his nostrils. Spirit beasts also have dignity. How dare you ignore me? The abnormal sound behind him shocked Xue Qinghe's body. No matter how slow he reacted, he knew that there was something behind him. Qinghe couldn't help but turned his head stiffly. After seeing the beast's face, he suddenly felt a little bad. This was at least a spirit beast of 7 to 80,000 years. Still fierce tigers had always been the top group of spirit beasts. It had a strong attack, thick skin, and great power. Guru Qinghe swallowed hard. He felt that his life was too difficult. Why did he let him meet Zhiqiu, a bitch? Why did he follow him to this Star Doe forest? Had he done something bad recently to face such bad luck? The spirit beast of 7 to 80,000 years corresponds to a high-level spirit saint. And even some weaker titled Douluo could only run when seeing this kind of spirit beast. Even if Qinghe was a top spirit king, he didn't think he could escape living under the hands of this terrifying spirit beast. Even if he could fly after opening the spirit, it was estimated that this spirit beast would not give him a chance. Qinghe froze for a while, and he dared not move when he stood there. He was afraid that if he moved, this giant white tiger would attack him. As for Zhiqiu, he had been selectively forgotten by Qinghe. He didn't think Zhiqiu, the spirit ancestor, could do anything. Maybe that cheap bastard had already planned to run away with his teleport spirit ability. Saving him? Qinghe had never thought about it. After all, this white tiger was too close to him. It was estimated that he could swallow him with a peek of his head. Zhiqiu would have to take risks to save him. His Royal Highness, why are your legs shaking a little? Do you need help? Qinghe was stunned to hear him speak at this moment. After hearing Zhiqiu's voice, a surprise suddenly appeared in his heart. This bastard hadn't run yet, so he hurriedly looked back and signaled at Zhiqiu. Bastard, teleport and take me away. There was still a glimmer of life in teleportation. Zhiqiu seemed to be unable to understand Qinghe's expression. Instead, he smiled and said, "Have your Royal Highness not heard the famous saying?" Chapter 203. Qinghe was startled. What are you talking about with me at this time? Isn't escape the most important thing? The huge white tiger beside also showed an expression of interest in his pair of huge tiger eyes. It didn't mean to swallow these two human beings. After all, they were too small to stuff their teeth. He just heard a sound when passing by, so he ran over to play, after all. In this Star Doe, except for the few 100,000-year spirit beasts at the core, it was almost a king, and it was boring all day. These two little things, in his opinion, were still quite interesting. Looking at the one who was close to him, his legs were shaking and they are almost unsteady. I'm so powerful, no matter what creature sees me, he can only tremble. The white tiger started his narcissistic thoughts. Zhiqiu smiled secretly at Qinghe's crying expression. Look, I just got rid of 3 conditions and got retribution. Hey, your Royal Highness, as the saying goes, tigers don't eat their kind, you can just accept it as a daddy. Zhiqiu grinned, shaking his head, and advised him. Qinghe looked at Zhiqiu's expression a little dazed. Are you really in the mood to joke at this time? Especially when the person standing at the foot of this spirit beast is not you. You are not panicked, are you? I feel that you are targeting me. From Qianrenshue's negative sentiment value plus 566. When the white tiger spirit beast heard what Zhiqiu said, the huge tiger head was stunned. What is this little thing talking about? He was making another little thing recognize himself as a father to stop him from eating. Little things, your idea is very unique. Taking advantage of the moment that the spirit beast behind seemed to be stunned, Qinghe gritted his teeth, and his spirit power surged, and immediately he ran towards Zhiqiu. It was just that his movements look a little awkward, his legs were very uneven, and his face was filled with pain. Your desire to survive is a bit strong. You can still run with such a heavy blow. Zhiqiu felt a little pain for Qinghe. Qinghe's movements had changed a bit, but the speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, he came to Zhiqiu's side, took the initiative to hold his hand, and anxiously urged, "Quick, teleport back. Teleport back." Zhiqiu showed a bitter face, put on a tragic expression, and said, "No way, your Royal Highness, my teleportation spirit ability has a cooling time, at least it has to wait until dawn to activate it again." Qinghe, who originally thought that he was about to escape from death, suddenly became petrified in a place like a clay sculpture of wood. Roar! The white tiger screamed up to the sky, with a playful look in his eyes. These two little things were too funny, he decided to kill the time with them tonight. It's over, we could only wait for death, Qinghe murmured, his eyes a little blank. At this moment, he thought of a lot of things, probably everyone would have this kind of memory before death. Qianrenshui have been lurking in Heaven Do Imperial City until now from a very early age. I have tried my best to play the role of another person in my life. I have never been myself once and did everything just for the future grand plan of Spirit Hall. I never thought that it was for nothing in the end. If God gave me a chance to survive, I must cherish every moment of my time and live for myself. Xue Qinghe had complex emotions in his eyes, with various emotions of sadness, regret, and anger. If Yi Zhiqiu knew what he was thinking in his heart, according to his character, he might also sympathize with this poor girl. Maybe he won't tease him if he felt like it. Unfortunately, Yi Zhiqiu didn't know about it. I said, Your Royal Highness, won't you run? Of course, I have to run, and I will not just die like you. Xue Qinghe glanced at Yi Zhiqiu faintly, shaking his body. The martial spirit appeared behind him, and the white swan spirit energy wings popped out. You stay and wait for death. Xue Qinghe gritted his teeth and said. Suddenly his wings shook, and he rose into the sky. If he ran with 2 legs, it might be more efficient, but the conditions at this time were a bit problematic. It was still hurting somewhere. How could he run fast with his legs? Although he didn't have that kind of trouble while flying, it was too conspicuous, and it was impossible for the white tiger soul beast to just watch him slip under his nose. Xue Qinghe knew that he might not be able to escape, and running in front of Yi Zhiqiu might also directly attract the attack of the white tiger spirit beast, but he had no choice. After all, staying in the same place, didn't he die with Yi Zhiqiu, a bitch? If this were the case, Xue Qinghe estimated that he would not be stunned by the death. Yi Zhiqiu didn't move, but just stood there and shook his head. Do you not see your condition? At this time, if you want to fly, I guess the white tiger will not agree. Sure enough, just as Yi Zhiqiu expected, the white tiger spirit beast looked at Xue Qinghe ascending into the sky, with a playful look in his eyes. At the moment when Xue Qinghe rose into the sky, it ignored Yi Zhiqiu, who was standing there still, and suddenly jumped. The tiger's claws protruded, and it drew towards Xue Qinghe, who was already flying more than 10 meters high. The tiger palm was as big as a water tank. If it was taken on without the slightest defense, it was estimated that even Yi Zhiqiu's strong physique would not be able to withstand it, let alone Xue Qinghe. The palm of the tiger carried with it the wind that was visible to the naked eye, and the space seemed to be torn apart by the force of a claw, with terrifying power. Xue Qinghe saw this, and the corner of his mouth showed a touch of bitterness. This stupid tiger was so big, and then too it could jump so high with this little effort. In these times of crisis, Xue Qinghe had no time to hide anything. Chapter 204. In these times of crisis, Xue Qinghe had no time to hide anything. At this time, his eyes became resolute, his body was filled with a pale golden holy light, and a completely different aura filled his whole body. Yi Zhiqiu, who originally wanted to go up and help, stopped when he saw this scene. This should be the use of Seraphim's ability. It was said that Seraphim was the strongest martial arts spirit on the mainland. He didn't know what was special about it, as he didn't remember much about it, so Yi Zhiqiu watched with interest from below. The white tiger spirit beast didn't have the same thought as Yi Zhiqiu thought. Even though the little thing's strength in front of him seemed to have improved a lot, it still seemed weak and pitiful. His tiger claw was unabated, and it was getting closer and closer to Xue Qinghe. The second spirit ability, Angelic Descent. After Xue Qinghe used the power of Seraphim's martial spirit, it seemed that his whole temperament had become a little different. And a noble and holy aura permeated from him while, facing the tiger claws drawn toward him, his face was calm unlike before. Tiger claws cracked through the air and abruptly swept across Xue Qinghe, floating in the air. There was unexpectedly no splash of blood. Xue Qinghe seemed to be in another time and space. The tiger claws didn't seem to touch his body at all. Yi Zhiqiu was stunned. He found that this trick was quite good. It was a bit like Obito Uchiha, but it was not as powerful as that. Obito Uchiha could escape into nothingness anytime and anywhere, immune to most attacks. And Xue Qinghe's move didn't seem so powerful. At this time, he just used such a spirit ability, and his face was already a little pale. In fact, similar to Yi Zhiqiu's guess. Xue Qinghe's angelic descent could help him temporarily escape into a state of nothingness, but this was not true nothingness. He needed to use his spirit power to offset the damage that should have been received. When used against someone with the same level of spiritual power as his, then it would be regarded as a magical skill, innately invincible. But if he encountered a title Douluo above level 95, such as Sword Douluo, one move will likely cause him to drain his spirit power, and he might even die directly in the void. Generally speaking, this was a life-saving spirit ability, and it was quite good. Although Xue Qinghe used this trick to escape the strenuous claws of the white tiger spirit beast, he was a little uncomfortable, and the spirit power in his body instantly dropped by nearly half. Before the white tiger could think about it, Xue Qinghe took advantage of the white tiger. The spirit beast emptied a claw in the air, and his figure was a little unstable. When the tiger was falling, Xue Qinghe's wings flicked on his back. And his body immediately began to pull up quickly. As long as he flew high enough, the white tiger, a wingless spirit beast, would not be able to follow him. Zhiqiu had to say that Xueqinghe grasped the situation very well. If the white tiger didn't have the means of a long-range attack, he would escape this time. However, did white tiger have no means of long-range attacks? The white tiger martial spirit inherited from the Dai family of the Star Duo royal family had many long-range attack methods, such as white tiger intense light wave. The white tiger spirit beast that was falling realized that he had been tricked by this a little bit. It was immediately unhappy. When it was still falling, it opened its mouth before it stabilized and something started to appear in his mouth. It looked like a milky white light that could divide the space in half. The energy beam suddenly spouted from its hideous tiger's mouth and blasted towards the Xueqinghe, who had risen nearly 30 meters high. This beam of light was more than 2 meters in diameter, enough to cover Xueqinghe's entire body. And this was not like a normal blow from a tiger claw. This was a spiritual ability, and that too with a continuous output. Even if Xueqinghe used the life-saving spirit ability like angelic descent again, it was estimated that he would not escape the situation of death, if there was no miracle. The moment the beam of light appeared, was when he died. I still can't escape. Xueqinghe smiled miserably at the beam of majestic energy flowing toward him. The white glow from the beam of light reflected his paleness. At this moment, Xueqinghe didn't think much about what he should do to escape. But instead, he closed his eyes somewhat relieved. After today, I probably don't have to play another person all the time. While Zhiqiu closed his eyes and waited for death. Behind him, a somewhat beating sound suddenly sounded, and then Xueqinghe felt his waist tighten. Hey, what happened to your plan for survival, your royal highness? When you see that you are not strong enough, are you giving up? Zhiqiu, who appeared behind Xueqinghe with the flying thunder god, joked with a smile. Just as Zhiqiu's voice fell, Xueqinghe noticed a slight vibration. At this time, the beam of light from the white tiger spirit beast should have collided with him, but he seemed okay. Xueqinghe opened his eyes with some doubts. For the first time, he didn't notice Zhiqiu, who was holding his waist. Instead, he looked at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. White tiger intense light wave was close to him as if he could reach it by reaching out his hand, and he could even see that the space around the beam of light was distorted. But the beam of light with such destructive power was blocked. Chapter 205. It was a purple giant that was more than 20 meters tall and full of muscles. The giant was holding a purple round shield in his left hand and a purple sword-like hilt in his right hand. The beam of light spit out from the white tiger's mouth was blocked by the purple round shield. Whether it was the purple giant or the shield sword in its hand, it was translucent and does not affect visual observation. The purple giant didn't seem to have much defense, but the way it was blocking white tiger intense light wave was showing something else. Except for the slight vibration. No energy was poured in. At this time, the giant inside was like the safest place in the world. Seeing Xueqinghe's somewhat sluggish expression, Zhiqiu's mouth curled up. Xueqinghe, who was used to pretending to be composed, was not so composed anymore. Zhiqiu was currently using the third stage Susanoo. In the original third stage, it would not be so easy for Susanoo to resist the attack of the white tiger spirit beast. But Susanoo was held one of the strongest defensive artifacts in his left hand, the Yata mirror, which made the resistance to the white tiger's beam of light attack very easy. That beam of light, except for the pushing Susanoo, who was rising slightly in the air, could not break the defense of the Yata mirror. As for the hilt of the sword that Suzuo was holding in his right hand, it was the hilt of the sword of Tatsuka. When he didn't want to use the sword of Tatsukato attack, it was in this form, not only the sword of Tatsuka but even the Yata mirror. Both artifacts were in energy forms, and the Yata mirror would be ever-changing. And could even form a layer directly outside of Susanoo, but the defense of the Yata mirror would be weaker, unlike the current round shield. This form was the strongest defensive posture of the Yata mirror. Xueqinghe, who recovered from the sluggishness, suddenly realized that he was being held in his arms by that bastard. He had never been held so intimately even when he grew up, and he suddenly struggled. Don't move, as soon as I let go, you will have to fall outside of Susanoo. Do you want to be bombarded with white tiger intense light wave? Zhiqiu leaned in his ear and whispered softly. The two were very close, and they could feel each other's breathing and a faint fragrance lingering around the tip of their noses. His Royal Highness, which perfume are you using even after being such a big man? It's like a woman. Zhiqiu controlled Susanoo while not forgetting to tease Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe's face was black. Although he didn't dare to move, he mocked with dissatisfaction clearly visible in his voice. The Holy Sun is really deeply hidden. He is more than 70 levels and pretending to be a spiritual master for just over 40 levels. People are really easy to fool. It's pretty wicked. This ability to play and applaud the whole world is admirable. Zhiqiu said blankly, when am I over 70? The martial spirit's true body has come out, Saint Child still pretends to be weak now, Zhiqiu frowned. Zhiqiu suddenly rolled his eyes, how come anyone who saw his Susanoo thought that it was martial spirit's true body? This was how Zhao Wuji reacted at the beginning, and now Zhiqiu was also like this. Well, he could understand why they thought so, but then too they should at least give it some thought before concluding. His martial spirit was Sharingan and his spirit skills were also added by ninjutsu. In the future, Zhiqiu didn't know what his martial spirit true body would look like. But he knew that his martial spirit body could never be as simple as Susanoo. Before you trouble yourself to conclude, please see the number of my spirit rings, and then consider whether I am level 70 or not. Zhiqiu looked a little helpless. Also, my Royal Highness, I saved your life, 3 conditions should be offset by 1, this requirement should not be excessive. There was no danger at this time, and Zhiqiu didn't panic too much. He turned around with a little golden pupil, and smiled inexplicably, that's not good, I didn't ask you to save me, naturally, you can't count on saving me a condition. Oh. Zhiqiu nodded clearly. Well then, I will throw you out, and when you are dead, those 3 conditions will be gone, I'm so relieved. Zhiqiu. From Qian Renshue's negative sentiment value plus 566. When he noticed that the arm on his waist was loosening, Zhiqiu was shocked, bastard, are you really letting go? Zhiqiu squinted his eyes and smiled. His left hand tightened once again, and he took Zhiqiu back into his arms. He had a good time but didn't want to scare Zhiqiu's soul away. Zhiqiu thought this and he wanted to throw himself out from here. He turned his head and stared at Zhiqiu fiercely, and said angrily. Is it fun to play with me? And before, you obviously can resist the attack of this spirit beast, and you still pretending to see my embarrassed appearance, is it particularly interesting for you? Zhiqiu tilted his head to think about it for a while, and then nodded with a certain face, it's really interesting. When will I get the opportunity to mess with the calm prince if not now? Negative sentiment value from Zhiqiu plus 566. Zhiqiu's face was a bit flushed, he was not ashamed of being held in the arms of Zhiqiu, but because of the bastard. He was so angry that he hurts. If it weren't for them still being in the sky, it was estimated that Zhiqiu would hit Zhiqiu in the face with another punch. The two in the sky chatted, and the white tiger who stood on the ground spraying a beam of light for a long time was a little breathless. There was a bit of horror in its pupils. What happened to this person, why did he suddenly become so big? It felt like he couldn't beat it. In the spirit beasts, although the strength was not decided by the size, those who were super large would definitely not be weak. The white tiger spirit beast had been spitting light, trying to push the purple giant a little higher, so that it could give itself a little more time to run without the giant falling. Yes, it was ready to run away. After all, it had lived for so many years and it was not stupid. The purple giant could take its white tiger intense light wave so easily. Why doesn't he run instead of waiting to die? Chapter 206. The white tiger intense light wave splitting out by the white tiger spirit beast had been pushing Zhiqiu's Susanoo into the air for nearly 50 meters high, and the momentum slowly slowed down. It was not that the white tiger didn't want to push the purple giant higher, if it could, it wanted to spray this thing into the sky like a star, but it really couldn't push it. After the beam of light stagnated, the white tiger spirit beast spread its 4 feet and began to run frantically. Seeing the direction it went, it was the core of the Star Doe forest. Seeing this scene, Zhiqiu and Zhiqiu, both of whom were falling fast in the air, were slightly stunned. Wasn't you a bit aggressive just now? Why are you running away so suddenly? And that too this fast. You want to run after making such a big move? Do you think that you can still run past me? As for its small life, he would not take it. When Dai Mubai would be level 90, he will let him come and kill it. After all, this white tiger spirit beast was the best spirit ring choice for Dai Mubai. Seeing that Zhiqiu intended to chase the spirit beast, Zhiqiu immediately discouraged him with some worry. The age of the spirit beast is too high, even if it is killed, I will not be able to absorb the spirit ring, it is too much to stop now, forget about it, let's not make any trouble. His Royal Highness doesn't understand, right? Tiger penis soaked in wine is a great tonic. In the future, you will become the Emperor of Heaven Do Empire and there will be a large group of women waiting for you to spend their nights. Your small body will inevitably be overwhelmed, I will help you now. I will prepare a special medicine using the tiger's penis. Whenever you feel that your kidneys are becoming weak, drink it in a small amount and you will be again filled with energy and be ready to again go for a match. Zhiqiu put his arms around Zhiqiu's waist, smiled lightly, and said as if he was doing a great favor for him. If Zhiqiu was a man then maybe he would thank him. But Zhiqiu was a female. From Qian Renshue's negative sentiment value plus 566. Zhiqiu said with a black face, the prince is in good health, and there is no need for any medicine, let's go back as soon as possible. Qinghe hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhiqiu used a flying thunder god with his arms around him and instantly caught up with the white tiger who was running away. Susanoo couldn't teleport with flying thunder god originally, but if Zhiqiu's hand was against the purple crystal wall of Susanoo's coat, it would be different. Zhiqiu tried to use flying thunder god with Susanoo for some time before but found that he was teleported away, and Susanoo was cancelled as he left his position. Later he developed this kind of teleportation method. As long as he puts his hand on the crystal wall of Susanoo's body, he could teleport at the same time with it. While the two of them were talking, the white tiger spirit beast, who had run out hundreds of meters away, suddenly found that its tail was caught by something. It couldn't help it and its steps became stagnant. If it hadn't stopped quickly, the tiger's tail would have been torn apart by this force. Roar! Seeing that he couldn't run away, the white tiger spirit beast suddenly screamed, showing his fierceness. When he turned around, he opened his mouth and tried to bite Susanoo's coat. His claws were also unambiguously lifted and tried to slap against Susanoo's coat. However, before its head approached Susanoo's coat, Zhiqiu smiled lightly, controlling Susanoo's left arm. The white tiger soul beast, who was less than 10 meters tall, was suddenly lifted by Susanoo from his tail. How heavy was a white tiger spirit beast that was 8 meters high and 10 meters long? At this time, its 4 legs were suspended in the air, and the weight of its entire body was hanging from the thick tiger's tail. If the white tiger didn't have a strong physique, it was estimated that the tiger's tail would have been broken. The white tiger spirit beast fluttered with 4 claws for a while and found that the harder it moved, the more painful its tail became, and it suddenly quieted down wittily. The white tiger spirit beast, whose tail was lifted by Susanoo's left hand, was hung in the air, and its lower body was naturally exposed in front of Zhiqiu and Qinghe. Qinghe took a deep breath, turning his head to not want to see this scene. Zhiqiu was smug, his eyes narrowed with a smile. Don't be afraid, I will just cut your roots, I won't kill you, and I will just leave you after this. The white tiger still had this excitement when he heard the first half of the sentence. Originally, he thought it was over today and he was dead, but he did not expect to survive. But hearing the second half sentence, his pair of tiger eyes instantly widened. What are you talking about, humans? What does it mean to cut your roots? It's not like plucking your hair, I might as well die without a penis. Chapter 207. After the white tiger spirit beast froze for a while, it struggled fiercely again. It didn't want the tail anymore. Now it just wanted to run quickly, and it didn't matter if the tail was broken. After all, the tail could still grow out. If the tiger penis was gone, could he grow another one? The white tiger for the first time felt that his tail was so strong, he had been struggling so hard, but it still didn't break. Zhiqiu didn't mean to sympathize with it. After all, this tiger had troubled them first. It would be nice if he didn't kill it on the spot. With a touch of his right hand on the black jade bracelet, a scythe appeared in the right hand of Susanoo. And controlled by Zhiqiu's divine consciousness, its speed was as fast as an electric flash, suddenly passing between the white tiger's legs. The white tiger spirit beast only felt cold between his legs, and then a heart-piercing pain instantly hit his forehead, and its face was distorted, and it breathed cold air. As soon as the tiger penis was cut off, the scythe disappeared and the Susanoo palm grabbed the tiger penis that was falling in midair and pulled it back slowly. At the same time, Susanoo left hand casually threw the white tiger spirit beast away. And then slowly dissipated into the void inch by inch. Zhiqiu glanced at a certain object brought back by the right hand and tweeted a few times, that it was 3 or 4 meters long, and how much wine could be made from it. It was estimated that if he took it back to Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun would die to get their hands on it. Zhiqiu took the big tiger penis back into the black jade bracelet with joy in his heart. He was holding it with his right hand, and his left hand held Qinghe for a few moments before disappearing using Flying Thunder God. Only one beast was left in silent tears, lamenting its bad fate. About a dozen miles away from here, and several tens of meters high in the sky, Zhiqiu was taking Qinghe stepping on the long sword that he had pulled out after transforming. Didn't you say that you have to wait until dawn to use your teleporting spirit ability? You have used it many times just now. Qinghe said in dissatisfaction, but this time, there seemed to be no trace of hostility and that he wanted to kill Zhiqiu from his tone. It was just like a common complaint, just like a mutual inquiry between friends. Zhiqiu looked back at Qinghe, who was behind him with one hand on his shoulder. Yes, long-distance teleportation can only be used until dawn, short distance, I can use it unlimitedly if I have spiritual power. Qinghe. Hee, you want to fool me again. Do you think I would believe you after all the lies you have spit till now? You don't believe it? Don't believe it, I don't have to prove everything. As for a 50,000-year-old spirit beast, let's forget it, otherwise, what would he do if the pressure of the spirit ring accidentally crushes him to death? The old man Qian Daolu would then desperately find him to kill. It was better to absorb it more steadily than to rush for a few more thousand years and to risk his life. Yi Zhiqiu stood on the flying sword, looking like an old man deep in thoughts. Xue Qinghe behind him looked at Yi Zhiqiu's back with complicated eyes. Xue Qinghe now knew a little bit about why his grandfather would send Yi Zhiqiu to help him. The saint's son of the spirit hall had too many methods. If his spirit ring had no disguise and he really was a spirit ancestor, he would indeed be considered a one-lifetime genius with that much fighting power. The 70,000-year-old spirit beast could not make one or two moves in his hands and was easily subdued. And now the strange flying sword under his feet, Xue Qinghe could perceive that Yi Zhiqiu didn't use his spirit power to control it, but this flying sword was supporting the two of them to fly. What was the strange principle behind it? In the Douluo continent, flying this kind of thing. The strong titled Douluo could easily rely on the strong spiritual power to carry out the long-term flight. As for the ordinary titled Douluo that had just broken through, they could only do it for a short time. The flight was very taxing and spirit power consuming. Of course, there were no absolutes. For example, those spirit masters with wings or the ability to fly were not counted. But this spirit hall saint child with more than 40 ranks flew like this, which was too ridiculous, and this had to shock Xue Qinghe. He didn't even notice how Yi Zhiqiu flew or what method he was using. You plan to take me to find the spirit beast? There are dense forests underneath, covered by leaves, and you can't see anything. You are too perfunctory. You know what to say to irritate someone. Yi Zhiqiu didn't even turn his head. Although he seemed to be standing on the flying sword and doing nothing, it was like simply enjoying the riding sword. But Yi Zhiqiu's spiritual consciousness had already covered the area around them long before, and with him as the center, the area in a radius of 100 miles was fully presented in his mind. This was the inner surrounding area of the Star Do Great Forest. There was still a lot of distance from the core area. However, because it was the inner surrounding area, the age of the spirit beasts was just right, not too high or too low. It was more suitable for the current level of Xue Qinghe. Chapter 208. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu had discovered a lot of spirit beasts that were about 30,000 years old, but among these spirit beasts, none of them met the requirements. Xue Qinghe needed a light-type spirit beast, but many of the light-type spirit beasts didn't like fighting. In places like Star Do Great Forest, spirit beasts with this personality could easily become other spirit beast dishes. Yes, if there was no special ability, it would be difficult for the light-type spirit beast to survive here. What's more, what Xue Qinghe wanted must be 30,000 to 40,000 years old, which was very similar to finding a needle in a haystack. It's troublesome, Yi Zhiqiu murmured. If it was as good as finding a beast for himself, as long as the number of years was enough, no matter what type it was, it would have undoubtedly saved a lot of effort for them. What is the saint's son whispering? The faint voice of Xue Qinghe came from behind. Yi Zhiqiu gave a dry laugh, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing, just thinking that His Royal Highness is already level 60 at a young age, it's really too great." Xue Qinghe. If someone else said that, I must have felt that they were complimenting me. But coming from your mouth, why could I only feel it as a naked mockery? Just as Xue Qinghe wanted to say something, Yi Zhiqiu in front of him suddenly turned around a little excitedly and said, "I found it, the 40,000-year-old holy light unicorn should meet the requirements of His Royal Highness." Xue Qinghe was taken aback for a moment and suffocated by what he wanted to say. He turned his head down and looked around, his face getting darker and darker. "I'm afraid that the saint's son is again trying to play trick with me. Where is the holy light unicorn? Then your Royal Highness, would you like to make another bet? Within 2 minutes, I will send a holy light unicorn to you. How about a bet?" Okay, if Saint's son is interested, Qinghe will naturally accompany him. Xue Qinghe squinted and smiled lightly. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at him suspiciously. Why does he always feel that Xue Qinghe's smile was a bit treacherous? Yi Zhiqiu shook his head and suppressed the strange thought, "I'm going to speed up, His Royal Highness please stand firm, and don't fall." As soon as the voice fell, Yi Zhiqiu used his spiritual sense to control the flying sword to speed up instantly, and in the blink of an eye, anyone could only see a purple light passing by like lightning. 100 miles away, a pure white spirit beast about 4 or 5 meters high, like a Pegasus, was sleeping on a large branch that was more than 10 meters high. Its 4 legs swayed in the air, only its belly and head were close to the tree poles, and a pair of snow-white wings stretched like a quilt on both sides of its belly. The tree branch that no one could hold was following the unicorn's swaying legs, making a creak sound, shaking up and down, as if it could not support its weight. It was a leisurely picture, but the easy time of this holy light unicorn was coming to an end. In the distance, a purple ray of light had a clear purpose, and it rushed towards this side at a very fast speed. When Zhiqiu came to the sky above the holy light unicorn, he stopped silently. The holy light unicorn who was still asleep did not notice the two people who suddenly appeared on the fly sword. Zhiqiu looked at the faint white figure between the branches and leaves below, a little surprised. Zhiqiu smiled triumphantly. I won't talk nonsense. I won, of the 3 conditions. I saved you once and will help you get the spirit ring of this unicorn later, so with I winning the bet now I don't have to do the 3rd task. We are now even. Zhiqiu's words brought Zhiqiu back to his senses. He squinted and said. I heard that the 4th spirit ability of Saint Sun is related to perception. We only bet before, but we never mentioned the winning reward and the rules, so Qinghe is not a loss. Zhiqiu. Why are you playing tricks with me again? Does this thing still need to set rules? Isn't it the default of both parties? Zhiqiu let out a long sigh, and pressed the urge to hold down this chick in his heart and hit her, but, with set a smile on his face, unexpectedly, His Royal Highness has also mastered the essence of the speaking nonsense. I learned it from you. Zhiqiu had a smile in his eyes, spreading his hands. Holy Sun, you can hunt it down now, the spirit beast is awake. Zhiqiu cast a faint glance below, as Zhiqiu said, the holy light unicorn did wake up. After all, the two of them were talking above the head of the spirit beast without any concealment. If the holy light unicorn had no such vigilant awareness, it would have become a dish for other spirit beasts in this Star Do Great Forest long ago. Sorry, we are just here to borrow a spirit ring to use, after Zhiqiu murmured, his right leg suddenly stomped on the flying sword, and he leaped towards the holy light unicorn who was looking at him with a vigilant face. Zhiqiu was in midair. Having opened 6 doors in a row, the speed suddenly increased, and the green light passed by. The holy light unicorn had no time to react and it had already been kicked into the chest and hit the ground below with a boom. On the big branch where the holy light unicorn had been staying, Zhiqiu stood silently, with green energy surging all over his body, and his long clothes and hair fluttered. The unicorn that was hit to the ground showed horror in its eyes, and its 2-ribbed white wings fluttered, struggling to get up, and then it turned around to run away. It was originally not a spirit beast that liked fighting. What's more, it seemed to be unable to beat this little thing. It almost killed him with the kick just now. A few bones in his chest were already broken. He couldn't just wait to die. After running for 2 steps, the holy light unicorn flapped its wings. And its body began to lift off. The innate advantage of flight allowed it to avoid many attacks from other spirit beasts. Although that human being could also fly, this time it had no other choice, it was always faster to fly than to run. Zhiqiu looked at the holy light unicorn who wanted to run away inside. He stood there and raised his right hand slightly, and held it in the direction of the holy light unicorn. Chapter 209. The big tree beside the holy light unicorn at this moment moved a bit. As if were alive, countless branches immediately rose into the sky, winding towards the holy light unicorn that had already flown nearly 10 meters high. This move was somewhat like Tang San's first spirit ability entanglement, but its power was not comparable to Tang San's move. The thigh-thick branches flexibly formed a large net, sealing the way above the holy light unicorn, and the below branches immediately swarmed up, entwining the holy light unicorn firmly. These branches were extremely tough. If replaced with the previous ones, the light unicorns could easily break the branches of this thickness by a shock, but the branches controlled by Zhiqiu were very different. No matter how the light unicorn struggled, it didn't help. On the contrary, it was like a marsh. The more the unicorn struggled, the deeper it was pulled. The unicorn of light felt that he could not breathe. The green energy permeating Zhiqiu's body dissipated at this moment, and the sword also brought Zhiqiu to his side, and then automatically flew back to the ink jade bracelet in his hand. Saint Sun's old method was really powerful, but this new one is also not bad. Zhiqiu sighed. Now he was not surprised at Zhiqiu's new method. This guy had too many secrets, and all kinds of new spirit skills seemed to emerge from him. Like before, the ability revealed this time was also quite terrifying. The 200,000-year-old spirit rings on Zhiqiu's body were said to have been hunted down by himself. The original Zhiqiu didn't believe it, but now he believed it. This little man, although was a bit of a rascal. But it seemed that there were countless secrets hidden by him. He didn't know how many methods were not revealed till now. He was hiding too deeply. Zhiqiu just nodded indifferently to Zhiqiu's words of admiration and pointed to the holy light unicorn that was entangled like a bug in a spider web and was dragged to the ground and said, "It's yours, be careful when absorbing the spirit ring. If you die, I won't be able to go back and explain to the elder." Zhiqiu rolled his eyes madly. "Even if didn't die during absorbing the spirit ring, I will die due to you sooner or later." With a soft snort to Zhiqiu, Zhiqiu leaped to the ground gently from the tree and walked towards the holy light unicorn that was bound there without any haste. Seeing his walking posture, it seemed that his ass did not hurt anymore. The spirit master's resilience was still quite strong. After Zhiqiu came to the unicorn, he did not know where to stab the short sword. Regardless of the begging eyes of a unicorn, he stabbed a sword ruthlessly in its eye socket and finished its life neatly. Seeing this, Zhiqiu secretly sighed. This girl was crueler than himself. Qianren Shui played the role of His Royal Highness the Prince for so many years, so how could she be able to rise to the throne if she was not cruel? She knew that she would be suppressed by the other royal children if she was not cruel. Zhiqiu shook his head and sat down on the branches of the tree, leaning against the trunk of the big tree, protecting Zhiqiu while she was absorbing the spirit ring. For a 40,000-year spirit ring, it was still a bit difficult for an ordinary spirit master of level 60 to absorb. The 10,000-year soul beast corresponds to the spirit king, 30,000 years corresponds to the spirit emperor, 50,000 years corresponds to the spirit Douluo, and 70,000 years corresponds to the title Douluo. Of course, there were no absolutes. Many title Douluo couldn't beat 70,000-year spirit beasts, so they could only use 45,000-year spirit rings. These were just ordinary spirit masters, and Zhiqiu was obviously not in this case. The innate 20th level spirit power and top-class martial spirit seraphim was destined to be non-ordinary. It was normal to absorb spirit rings over the age limit. For example, if this 40,000-year-old holy light unicorn was absorbed by other 60-level spirit masters, they would not be able to absorb it. Maybe they would die suddenly in the process of absorbing the spirit ring. But Zhiqiu, who was sitting on the ground, had absorbed it, and his complexion was plain and he didn't seem to be struggling. Time passed slowly, and after about 2 hours, a whitish white appeared on the horizon. Before they knew it, it was dawn. Zhiqiu, who had absorbed the spirit ring, slowly opened his eyes this time. In addition to the 5 yellow, purple, and black spirit rings, another black 10,000-year spirit ring slowly rose. Before he could get excited, Zhiqiu appeared next with the flying thunder god, pretending to bow his hands. TSK, this spirit ring configuration seems to be a bit worse, but compared to those commoner spirit emperors, it's not bad. Congratulations to His Royal Highness for being promoted to spirit emperor. Listening to Zhiqiu's ridiculous words, and thinking of Zhiqiu's 200,000-year-old spirit rings, Zhiqiu suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be in that good mood. His face also darkened unconsciously. Zhiqiu smiled inwardly. Guarding you for 2 hours was not in vain. I heard that the task Spirit Som took is to help me ascend the throne of the Heaven Duo Empire. Zhiqiu said lightly with a black face. Zhiqiu nodded suspiciously. Didn't this have been mentioned before? Zhiqiu smiled suddenly. It seems that the mission of the Saint Child will not be completed. Suddenly, the prince does not want to be the emperor of the Heaven Duo Empire. Zhiqiu. Ahem, Zhiqiu gave a dry smile. I was joking before, so please don't be angry, Your Royal Highness. Zhiqiu had a teasing expression in his eyes. This prince is not kidding. Chapter 210. What? Why? It is not beneficial to do something like this without thinking about the consequences. Zhiqiu glanced at Zhiqiu in surprise. I can't see that Saint Sun is very good at politics, but his talent to intervene in everything is literally very brilliant. Zhiqiu's face turned black. Are you insulting me when you have just made such an idiotic decision? This Saint Child's literary has no talent in politics, but His Highness' decision is not very good for empire. Zhiqiu looked at Zhiqiu and said with a serious face. Oh. Why? Why? Do I really have to tell you the reason? Look, if you are not the emperor of the Heaven Duo Empire, the throne can only be inherited by the silly Shuebang. As for his IQ, you also know that it is a lot worse than you. If he inherits the throne, will not the Heaven Duo Empire be in chaos? When the Heaven Duo Empire is in chaos, the Star Luo Empire will take the opportunity to attack. At that time, the people of your empire will suffer, be tortured by the war, displaced, and homeless. As the Prince of Heaven Duo Empire, are you bear the responsibility when it happens? Zhiqiu persuaded with all his heart, with a look of compassion. Looking at Zhiqiu's reassurance and emotion, Zhiqiu felt that if he would not inherit the throne, he would become some kind of villain. He couldn't help but lower his head and thought for a while, feeling that what Zhiqiu said also made sense. I can't tell, although this person is a bit cheap, he still has the interest of the common people in mind. It seems people have to be in contact for a long time before they can understand the true qualities of each other. I, Qianren Shui, bear the angel martial spirit that symbolizes light and goodness and is the spokesperson of the angel god. Do I want to live happily for myself, regardless of my grandfather's orders, regardless of the life and death of the people of the kingdom? No way, I can't just act for my selfish desires, just ignore my grandfather's expectations and push the people of the world into the war between the two empires. At this moment, Xue eyes were surprisingly firm. The saint is right, it is Qinghe's disregard of the overall situation. I am really ashamed. Qinghe must be the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, and will not let what the sun said becomes reality. Yi Zhiqiu. I just said what came to my mind first, I did not expect you to believe it. Is it really this easy to convince people? Yi Zhiqiu, especially like people like you. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yi Zhiqiu cautiously said, it shouldn't be too late, let's go back now, and secretly slaughter your old man, and then you will succeed to the throne as a matter of course. How does your royal highness feel? Xue Qinghe frowned. He wanted to say that he was not his father, he was saying it as if he was a big bad guy who wanted to kill his father and usurp the throne. But he couldn't say such things. Xue Qinghe felt a little panicked in his heart, so he smiled bitterly. This matter is not yet in time. There are still many nobles in Heaven Duo Empire now headed by Prince Xue, who are on the side of Xuebang. And Xuebang seems to have a very good personal relationship with Douluo, and if the emperor died now, the owner of the throne will not be known. We still need to be prepared before that. Yi Zhiqiu frowned. He knew all about it as he had watched the show and knew the power dynamics of the throne. It seemed that the cruel struggle of the children of the royal family was not as simple as talking about it. There was Prince Xue behind Xuebang, and Douluo had a personal relationship with Prince Xue. This was equivalent to a title Douluo standing behind Xuebang. It seemed difficult to deal with. Xue Qinghe had not recognized Ning Fengji, the lord of the seven treasure glazed glass sect, as a teacher. It was estimated that Xuebang would also use this in their favor. If Emperor Shui died suddenly now and had not established a will, the Prince Xuebang should also be eligible to inherit the throne. So Xue Qinghe could not act rashly. The best course of action would be to make Emperor Shui realize that his body was not as good as before and made him write his will declaring Xue Qinghe his heir. With Yi Zhiqiu's mind and the insights he had brought from the 21st century, he understood these things at a glance. If this was the case, then it seemed that Emperor Shui really couldn't die right now, at least he would die after he had issued a will. Or there was another way, Yi Zhiqiu could surreptitiously kill the people from the opposing faction. This was undoubtedly the fastest. But if this were the case, Xue Qinghe would be the target of everyone's suspicion. Even if he was on the throne of Heaven Do Empire, he would probably lose his reputation by killing his father and brother. Chapter 211. Fuck, it's troublesome. Yi Zhiqiu cursed secretly. He originally thought that this task would be completed easily. He didn't expect that there were so many obstacles in it, which was a headache. He didn't want to carry the burden and wanted to quit. But when he thought of how Qianren Shui had struggled so far and the problems she was going to face in the future, Yi Zhiqiu's face struggled a bit, and he was motivated again. No, he must find a way to put Qianren Shui on the throne. Besides, Qian Daolu had dared to be calculating with himself. Was this something Yi Zhiqiu could tolerate? He couldn't bear it. What should I do if I can't bear it? Of course, the granddaughter would pay for the debts owed by the grandfather. Yi Zhiqiu intends to soak up his granddaughter to see who suffers in the end. While Yi Zhiqiu was thinking about these things, Xue Qinghe looked up at the little halo shot down through the dense branches and leaves, and whispered, "It's dawn, let's go back first." Yi Zhiqiu nodded, stretched out his right hand on Xue Qinghe's shoulder, and used the third spirit ability Flying Thunder God. The red light flashed in place, and the two of them were gone. There was only the body of a holy light unicorn left that had been dead for a long time, symbolizing that someone had been here. Heaven Do Imperial City. In the palace of the side hall of Xue Qinghe. As soon as the two of them emerged, Xue Qinghe hurriedly came to the front of the mirror, took care of the folds of clothing, and then walked out the door, leaving only one sentence. "I'm going to be in charge of politics, feel free to do anything but be careful not to reveal your identity." Seeing Xue Qinghe walking away from the back, Yi Zhiqiu shrugged, and skillfully pushed open the bedroom door. He took off his shoes and tilted his body and laid down on the soft big bed. With his hands resting on his head and thinking about how to achieve his goal without affecting the reputation of Xue Qinghe, let Emperor Shui make a will, and then let Emperor Shui pass away quietly. Yi Zhiqiu kept thinking while smelling the faint fragrance around him and fell asleep leisurely. Yi Zhiqiu slept beautifully until noon. If Xue Qinghe hadn't come back, he might still be able to sleep. Xue Qinghe, who came back from a meeting, looked for Yi Zhiqiu for a long time, and finally saw that Yi Zhiqiu was lying in his bed and sleeping so happily, that his face turned dark. No other man had ever laid down in his bed, or it was better to say that no other man had ever laid down on her bed. "Do you think that you are this familiar with me?" You climbed up my bed without even asking. Get up, Zhiqiu said with a black face. Just 2 more minutes, Zhiqiu murmured, turned over, and continued to sleep on his stomach. Zhiqiu suddenly felt his chest hurt by anger. Do you think of this as your home? Looking at Zhiqiu's slightly cocked butt, Zhiqiu didn't even think about it and slapped it up. After the slap, Zhiqiu's sleepiness disappeared immediately, turning his head and squinting at Zhiqiu. For some reason, when Zhiqiu saw Zhiqiu's slightly narrowed eyes, he suddenly felt that something bad was going to happen. A woman's hunch had always been very accurate. The next moment, Zhiqiu suddenly jumped out of the bed. Zhiqiu was a little flustered when he saw that the situation was not good. He wanted to turn around and run but didn't able to. The next moment, Zhiqiu fell from the bed. When he tried to turn away, Zhiqiu was 1 step ahead of him and pulled him. Zhiqiu, who had just gotten up a little bit, was pushed back on his back by Zhiqiu. The upper body was bearing the weight of the 2 men, and half of his head was sunk in the soft bed. Zhiqiu's flustered hands slammed for a while. And almost didn't flash to his waist. His upper body was almost unable to move under the pressure of Zhiqiu. Only his legs could flop a few times. He noticed the strength gap between the 2 sides, and he certainly didn't feel comfortable. With the opportunity to break free gone, Zhiqiu couldn't help but looked a little nervous and said, "What are you doing? I tell you this is Heaven-Do Imperial City, if I shout." "You are going to shout soon," Zhiqiu rolled his eyes. "Dare to spank my ass, I think you don't want your ass anymore." Zhiqiu gave a weird laugh, turned his head, and looked at Zhiqiu's round ass raised because his upper body was stuck in the soft bed, and he slapped it up with his backhand. "Bah! How dare you to spank my ass? Bah! My mother has never spanked my ass, so how dare you spank me? Bah! Don't think I won't punish you. Bah! Don't forget I saved your life." Zhiqiu muttered dissatisfiedly almost every time he slapped, and Zhiqiu, who was sitting under him, was a little stunned. "I just slapped you once and I didn't use much strength. You've hit so many times and due to the force my ass is a bit swollen. My dignified prince image is completely ruined. Asshole, let me go, or I'll call someone. I'm calling someone." Zhiqiu turned his head and stared at Zhiqiu in shame. "Huh?" Zhiqiu slapped his butt again and smirked. "You can shout, let's see if anyone comes to rescue you. Oh, I forgot to say, this room has been sealed with my spirit power, so you could try your fullest to ask for help." Zhiqiu. "I'm just talking about it, I don't dare to shout, how'll face everyone if someone sees me in this shameful state." Seeing that the hard way was not working, Zhiqiu could only come up with a soft face, and said with a solemn expression. "Holy Sun, do you think what we 2 big men are doing is appropriate? After all, everyone doesn't know the reason behind what you are doing, right? People may think the Saint Sun is interested in males, you are a person with status, and you need to pay attention to your demeanor." Chapter 212. After listening to Zhiqiu's words, Zhiqiu lowered his head and thought for a while, seeming to wonder if the 2 of them were doing something inappropriate. Zhiqiu's eyes showed a trace of excitement as if what he said was making sense. "Asshole, what else are you thinking about? Let me go." "Hey," Zhiqiu looked at Zhiqiu's expression that was clearly happy and was thinking that he was about to be saved and suddenly gave a smirk. He decided to continue to tease the arrogant prince a bit. "How did your Royal Highness know that this Saint Sun is not interested in males? Maybe I am interested." "Zhiqiu. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's over, this prince's purity is gone. Bah, this Saint Sun seems to be playing big. I won't lose my virginity because of wrong words today." Seeing Zhiqiu's somewhat collapsed look, Zhiqiu laughed and got up and got out of bed. "I am teasing you, there are so many beautiful women in the world waiting for me to pamper them, I am not going to do something to you a man while leaving the women waiting." Zhiqiu put on his shoes and walked out of the room after he said it. His spiritual consciousness had already seen a large table of food in the dining hall of the palace. He hadn't eaten since last night, and he was a little hungry. "My chastity is preserved." Looking at Zhiqiu who went out, Zhiqiu rubbed his ass with grinning teeth, and also got up and walked out of the bedroom. It was dinner time. He had originally planned to ask Zhiqiu to eat with him, but he searched for him everywhere and finally found him in his bedroom, and after which all this happened. By the time Zhiqiu came to the restaurant, Zhiqiu had already cleaned up several dishes. Needless to say, the royal chefs made dishes that were delicious in color, fragrance, and flavor. Zhiqiu looked a little unnatural in his moments and when he wanted to sit down opposite Zhiqiu. As soon as his buttocks touched the chair, there was a fierce pain, and he almost jumped up. Zhiqiu couldn't help but took a look at Zhiqiu, the initiator. Zhiqiu seemed to have not seen it and continued to eat and drink, but the smile in his eyes was a little bit unconcealable. Why is your Royal Highness standing and eating? Yi Zhiqiu deliberately asked with a surprised expression. Xueqing's face twitched. Don't you know why I am standing and eating? You dare to ask it after what you have done to me? Eating standing is convenient for picking vegetables. Xueqing bit his silver teeth, took a bite of the fried greasy green vegetables, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed hard. He looked at Yi Zhiqiu as if want to say, treat this vegetable as you bastard. I will kill you. Kill you. That's right, but His Royal Highness still needs to eat more meat. How can you grow your body by only eating vegetables? It's not good for your breast muscles to be too soft. Xueqing's chewing on the vegetables became more vigorous, and Yi Zhiqiu could hear the clash of teeth. Be careful to not bite your tongue, Yi Zhiqiu kindly reminded. Yi Zhiqiu had just finished speaking when Xueqing's tooth collision stopped abruptly. His mouth was tightly pressed, his eyes moist. Bastard, I really bite my tongue, you devil mouth. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Xueqing's expression in amazement. He just said it casually and didn't expect him to bite it. What I said just now was for your benefit. Let's be careful to listen to my advice from now on. Yi Zhiqiu smiled and shook his head. After lunch, Xueqing went to manage the politically related stuff again. It was really hard for him. He had to go for kingdom duty during the day, and only had time to cultivate at night. Even so, Xueqing's spirit power level still had not fallen. This was probably the horror of the innate 20th level talent. Yi Zhiqiu was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the bedroom, but this time he didn't plan to sleep but waited quietly with one hand on his chin. After a short while, a figure suddenly appeared in the bedroom. Red clouds on a black background, white hair and white beard, and a ruddy complexion. Regardless of his clothes and those eyes, probably everyone would think that this was an ordinary kind, old man. Bai Shaoxing, the chief executive of the Akatsuki organization, had arrived. Yi Zhiqiu seemed to have known that he would come a long time ago. There was no surprise, and he directly said. Arrange a few more clones to come over at night and do something in the Imperial City. It is best to attract all the high-end combat power. I am going to give the Emperor a little work. You buy me time with the support of those high-level spirit masters. Bai Shaoxing nodded, and after another flying thunder god silently disappeared. Yi Zhiqiu squinted his eyes slightly. He thought about how to control the Emperor Xueye's writing of the will. The illusion seemed to be a very good choice. Although he did not have illusion-type spirit skills, he wanted to confuse him with the Sharingan and his powerful spiritual consciousness. Xueyi, an elderly spirit king with more than 50 levels, shouldn't be too easy. If it didn't work, he would give him another month of study and torture until his consciousness collapses, and then use illusion control. After the Emperor Xueyi issued the edict, he continued to let the clone of the Akatsuki organization be attacked and killed, then everything could be pushed to the head of the Akatsuki organization. These things had nothing to do with Xueqing. He would win using the Xueye's will, and it would be logical to board the throne so that the nobles have nothing to gossip about. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but admire his wit secretly. But these things had to wait until the evening when the moon was black and the wind was high at night when the atmosphere and preparations were set. It was not wise to hurry now. Chapter 213. Suppressing the rest of the thoughts in his heart, Yi Zhiqiu sat up straight, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the green light clusters of the intermediate immortal human body. Under his active absorption from time to time in the past few days, this green light group had obviously made a small circle. Yi Zhiqiu could detect that his slowly rising spirit power was about to exceed level 46, and it would probably succeed in just a few days and a breakthrough would take place. Moreover, as the green light cluster absorbed more energy, Yi Zhiqiu could clearly perceive the changes in his body. As the breath of life in his body grew larger, he could feel that he was getting closer to the natural world. His body seemed to conform to a certain heaven and earth principle, and everything in nature could resonate with it. If it weren't for Yi Zhiqiu's deliberate suppression, it was estimated that the qi escaping from his body could make the Heaven-Do Imperial City directly transform into a sea of plants. And the flowers would bloom at the first thought. He was not even required to do anything. One more thing that even Yi Zhiqiu hadn't noticed was that as he absorbed more energy from the green light cluster, his physical appearance was slowly changing. This change was very subtle, and as the green energy source was absorbed slowly and not at once, it was a very unnoticeable change. It was like finding out that you were now 1.6 meters tall and then growing by 1 millimeter the next day. This change was obviously imperceptible to yourself. Yi Zhiqiu was in this state now. If you looked closely at his long black hair, you can find that after the green light group has been absorbed by Yi Zhiqiu for a few days, Yi Zhiqiu's hair was already slightly purple, and the skin on his body was much whiter and softer than before. It was just that Yi Zhiqiu hadn't noticed this yet. Maybe he would not be able to notice the changes in his appearance until he had absorbed all the green light masses and turned into a real intermediate level fairy human body. An afternoon passed with Yi Zhiqiu's absorption of green light clusters. After having a happy dinner with Xue Qinghe as usual, Yi Zhiqiu greeted him and went out alone. He didn't tell Xue Qinghe his tonight's plan. After all, members of the Akatsuki organization would also participate. Yi Zhiqiu wanted to accomplish all this without telling anyone. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky was full of stars, and the moon was particularly bright. This was not good weather to do things, but Yi Zhiqiu didn't care anymore. Above the gate of the Heaven Do Imperial City, 5 figures stood side by side, all dressed in black robes with red clouds. Their whole body was surrounded by 4 soul rings of purple, black, and red. The terrifying power of the 600,000-year-old soul ring was no longer hidden, covering all directions. In a restaurant, Poison Douluo Dalu was standing by the window on the 3rd floor, looking a little solemnly at the 5 figures above the Imperial City. In the Heaven Duo Imperial Academy outside Imperial City, the 3 spirit doula headed by Meng Shinji noticed this breath, their expressions changed, and after a glance at each other, they quickly swept towards the Imperial City. The enemy is attacking," the guards patrolling the wall of the Imperial City screamed harshly. At this moment in the Heaven Do Imperial City, the ancient bell rang, spreading far away. There were a large number of spirit masters flocking to the city gates everywhere in the Imperial City. A variety of martial spirits were revealed. Looking at it from a high altitude, it was full of colors. The streets were crowded with civilians watching with excitement, and spirit masters also stopped on the rooftops and watched. The 5 members of Akatsuki's organization had not yet taken action, and they had attracted great attention from inside and outside the Imperial City. Yi Zhiqiu looked at everything that happened with his spiritual consciousness, and couldn't help but smile faintly. The great Shui was in his bedroom at this time, listening to a report from enshrinement with a calm expression. Beside him, there was another imperial enshrinement for personal protection. Outside the palace, a large number of Imperial City guards watched their surroundings with sharp eyes like eagles. None of the Imperial City guards who could protect the side of Emperor Shuya had a spiritual power of less than 30. They were the elite troops of the Heaven Do Empire. There were also 2 spirit masters with at least a spirit saint level for personal power. Yi Zhiqiu didn't see what level of spirit master these 2 were, but the aura in them was not weaker than that of Zhao Wuji. Don't talk about spirit saint, even title Douluo can't keep you today. Yi Zhiqiu smiled faintly, teleported for the first time, and instantly approached within 50 meters of Emperor Shuya's bedroom. This was a corner. Yi Zhiqiu was facing the room, and walking a few steps forward, he would be exposed to the guards of the Imperial City. But Yi Zhiqiu didn't mean to be entangled with them. After feeling the surroundings, Yi Zhiqiu opened 6 doors in an instant, sealing off the non-stop overflowing breath of his body with his spiritual sense. The guards of the Imperial City in the distance could only see a green light flashing in this corner, but they didn't know what happened. A figure wearing silver armor, like a leader, waved vigilantly at the 2 people next to him, motioning them to go and check. Chapter 214. When the 2 soldiers came to check, there was no one there. Inside the Emperor Shuya's bedroom, behind a worshipper, Yi Zhiqiu lowered his head like a ghost. And suddenly appeared silently. The first time he entered the bedroom, Yi Zhiqiu blocked the voice transmission in the bedroom with his spiritual consciousness. And then the Murasama, the spirit bone he got which could change shape, I named it this, in his hand swept across the consecrated neck of the spirit master that hadn't reacted to him with his back facing him without any hindrance. A human head flew up, and the headless corpse twitched and fell to the ground slowly. Blood gushed from the broken part of the throat like a small fountain. The flying head's eyes were wide open, and there was some doubt in it. 8 gates and thunder flying god were 2 skills that when used simultaneously increased the speed tremendously. Under Yi Zhiqiu's sneak attack, he instantly killed a more than 70-level spirit saint. The plain face of Emperor Shui finally changed at this moment, and due to his instinct, he took a few steps backward. How did this person skip the hundreds of royal guards who were standing outside and come here? Emperor Shui couldn't understand at all. Your Majesty, be careful. The pupils of another spirit master beside Emperor Shui shrank, and after a loud shout, he blocked the front of Emperor Shui, and a pale golden light lingered around his body. And a lion phantom suddenly condensing behind him, 7 spirit rings of yellow, purple, black and black also rose from under his feet. His reaction speed was very fast. Almost at the moment when another spirit master was sneaked and killed by Yi Zhiqiu, he called out his martial spirit and entered a state of combat. His shout also made the royal guards guarding the door take notice. No, it was primarily meant to ask for support, because, from this young man, he was perceiving danger. That feeling was very strong. Even though this young man had only 4 rings, the 2 shining 100,000-year-old spirit rings were very conspicuous. And the terrifying coercion emitted made him, the 79th level spirit saint, a little breathless. It's a pity, Yi Zhiqiu murmured slightly and slowly raised his head, the hexagonal windmill in his eyes turned slightly. The brow of the spirit master with the lion martial spirit frowned, and he looked at the young man who appeared suddenly. Above the main gate of Heaven-Do Imperial City, the 5 figures standing in the sky moved at the same time as if they had been ordered. Like meteorites, they scattered and spread, falling to the 5 places in the lower Imperial City where spirit masters gathered the most. It's the culprit of Akatsuki. That's Jiaodu, I was robbed of money by him, fuck. The one who made that person is Oshawan. Attack, attack. Numerous spirit masters cursed, the colorful light on the city gate burst, and the surrounding area turned brighter. Countless spirit abilities went from bottom to top and smashed towards the 5 fallen Akatsuki members, including the powerful spirit abilities of several high-level spirit masters. Shenluo Tianjing. The 5 voices were spat out from the 5 people almost simultaneously. The terrifying repulsion centered on them, erupting towards the surroundings, the spirit abilities that attacked them had suddenly bounced away, and the 5 people had pushed 10 meters away from all things. Seeing those spirit abilities that bounced back, many spirit masters under the smash were evasive in a hurry. They had not expected their attacks to be used against them and thus were unprepared, and to cast another defensive spirit ability immediately caused these spirit masters to suffer a lot. Boom! 5 explosions sounded at the same time. The moment the 5 members of the Akatsuki organization landed, 5 big pits were formed. There was no dust in the Heaven-Do Imperial City, but at this time, the battlefield was filled with dust and chaos. Amidst the chaos of form, no one noticed that one of the 5 members of Akatsuki's organization suddenly disappeared. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes slowly turned in the Emperor Shuya's bedroom, looking a little strange. The 79th level spirit saint was enshrined, staring at his blood-red eyes somewhat solemnly. If anyone who knew about Naruto world was here, he would definitely shout that you are a fool, as you dare to stare at the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's a pity, originally you could have a chance, but who knew you will do the mistake of staring in my eyes? Yi Zhiqiu smiled sadly, his eyes widened suddenly. Tsukuyami. Because the 79-level spirit master was not familiar with the Sharingan's ability to create illusions and other genjutsus, he stared at Yi Zhiqiu's eyes and was instantly hit. Under the blood-colored world, this Heaven-Do Empire spirit master woke up, and he found himself tied to the cross in a cruciform shape. He suddenly struggled violently. The ordinary thick finger chain that was binding him shouldn't be able to lock his spirit saint power at all and could be broken easily. But this time, no matter how hard he exerted his strength, the blood-colored iron chain remained motionless, as if it were made of the hardest material in the world. Welcome to my world, where you will have 3 days of a happy time. Maybe you would last only 1 day. Yi Zhiqiu's figure appeared in front of the spirit master. He smiled softly, like a naive boy. His hand did some strange moments with the same naive expression on his face, and a long sword suddenly appeared and suddenly thrust into the spirit saint's chest inch by inch. The pain was so obvious. The spirit master of the Heaven-Do Empire had his eyes wide open, and his consciousness was very clear. But it was because of the clear consciousness that he realized the uncomfortable feeling that made people want to die immediately. In the world of Tsukuyami, death seemed to have become a luxury. Chapter 2:15. Outside, at the moment when the spirit master was drawn into the Tsukuyami world by Yi Zhiqiu. A middle-aged, long-haired man with a gloomy expression suddenly appeared here. He was holding a pheasant sword in his hand that looked almost the same as his sword. The rapier easily cut off the head of the Heaven-Do Empire spirit master, which was still being punished in the world of Tsukuyami and did not have the slightest resistance. When he died, the illusion was naturally relieved. The 2 guards and spirit master of the Heaven-Do Empire were all resolved, and only Emperor Shuyi and Yi Zhiqiu were left at the scene, as well as the clone called Deshiwan who was called by Yi Zhiqiu to kill the spirit master. Good cooperation. There is a titled Douluo outside. It is Dugubo. You go and stop him. Be careful not to get poisoned. Yi Zhiqiu was looking at the panicked Emperor Shuyi with a calm expression. His head didn't turn and he said casually. His clone grinned, and with the other clones acted out, at the top of a hall, intercepting Dugubo who was rushing towards the palace. This path is blocked for time being. Deshiwan smiled, his voice was a little hoarse. Dugubo. In the bedroom of Emperor Shuyi, Yi Zhiqiu frowned when he looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground. Yi Zhiqiu used Amaterasu to cremate both corpses and nearby bloodstains and calmly walked to the side of Emperor Shuyi, found a chair, and sat down. The great Emperor Shuyi looked at the decisive young man next to him and smiled bitterly. He knew that he would not be able to live anymore. Since he couldn't live, he might as well die decently. The complexion of Emperor Shuyi calmed down. After adjusting his clothes, he sat down opposite Yi Zhiqiu. If the Emperor's guess is correct, Your Excellency should be the Saint Son of Spirit Hall. Emperor Shui glanced at the Saint Sun crystal crown on Yi Zhiqiu's head and said lightly. That's right. Yi Zhiqiu nodded indifferently and continued. I don't have much time. If you don't want to die too painful, please make an edict. After you die, you will be succeeded by Prince Shuiqinghe. Emperor Shui was stunned and showed a clear expression. With a wry smile, he took the rice paper and a pen from the desk next to him, and while writing the edict, he sighed and said. That kid is indeed perfect to become the emperor, material, cruel and decisive, and very keen on national affairs. Unfortunately, he was eager to achieve success, and he was not afraid that he would become a chess piece in your spirit hall hand. Emperor Shui shook his head and sighed with emotion. Yi Zhiqiu rolled his eyes. You think so much. Forget it. For the sake of your cooperation, I won't hit you anymore, just let you think so. If Yi Zhiqiu told the truth to Emperor Shui, it was estimated that he would not write this edict even in death. After all, Shuiqinghe was still surnamed Shui, and the Heaven Duo Empire was still in the Shui family's hands. This gave Emperor Shui a bit of comfort. If Yi Zhiqiu told him that his son died early and his bones were gone, and now Shuiqinghe was someone from the side of our spirit elder hall, then Yi Zhiqiu thought that he would have to spend some time using illusions to get the edict. After a while, Emperor Shui wrote down, stamped the emperor's seal on the rice paper, and sighed, before I die, I wonder if the Holy Sun can solve the emperor's confusion. Say, Yi Zhiqiu raised his eyelids and said lightly. Akatsuki organization, is it the dark hand supported by your spirit hall? The great Emperor Shui seemed to have let go of any chances to live. When he was dying, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he wanted to have a chat with Yi Zhiqiu, who was going to kill him and was the saint child of the spirit hall. Yi Zhiqiu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, the Akatsuki organization does not belong to any power, and no power is qualified to mobilize them, not the spirit hall, let alone your two empires. After Yi Zhiqiu finished speaking, Emperor Shui became even more confused. After all, he felt that Yi Zhiqiu had no need to deceive himself. But if the Akatsuki organization didn't belong to the spirit hall, why would they listen to Yi Zhiqiu, the saint son of the spirit hall? After all, he used a commanding tone toward the soul master who was wearing a red cloud robe on the black bottom of the Akatsuki organization. At this point, Emperor Shui was sure that he would not be wrong. But for this question, Emperor Shui was destined to be unable to think of an answer. In the next moment, the great Emperor Shui felt that his consciousness began to be a little unconscious as if he was about to fall asleep. His eyes were darkened in the dimness. Yi Zhiqiu observed the Emperor Shui in front of him for a while. And after confirming that he was already amid illusion, he stepped forward and took off the storage soul guide in his hand. It was a gold flower-studded. The purple jade wrist looks very elegant. The treasure house of the Heaven Do Empire contains some ordinary treasures. Although the quantity was large, the truly valuable things, such as some soul guides, royal treasures, etc., were all in the hands of the master of the family. This was not only the case in the Heaven Duo Empire. Basically, every big family was like this. The purple jade wrist that Yi Zhiqiu took from the hands of Emperor Shui contained the most precious thing in the Heaven Do Empire. The space inside the purple jade wrist was about 20 cubic meters, which was half the size of the black jade bracelet. There were not many items stored. There weren't any gold soul coins. They were all kinds of soul guide objects. Chapter 2:16. Yi Zhiqiu also found a piece of black 10,000 years right leg spirit bone, whose function was temporarily unknown. In addition to these, when Yi Zhiqiu saw a light blue transparent small prism-like object, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Vast sea cosmic shroud, this thing was Yi Zhiqiu's goal. As for that 10,000-year soul bone, it could only be considered an extra joy at best. He casually put the purple jade wrist on the edge of the black jade bracelet, and after covering it with his sleeve, Yi Zhiqiu found a place to sit down and wait quietly. He was waiting for several of his clones to hit this side, and it would be best to attract everyone. At that time, he only needed to kill Emperor Shui in front of everyone by the clones, and everything was almost done. Tonight's Heaven Do Imperial City was destined to not be peaceful. In addition to the clone of Akatsuki who entangled the poisonous Douluo Dalu, the other four clones were Akatsuki Ryuzura Hikura, Akatsuki Itachi, Akatsuki Yahiko, Akatsuki Haiden. Although it bore the names of four people, except for the Itachi clone, the other clones were different in ability from the original owner. It was only because of the similarity in personality that the identity is arranged in this way. There was no title Douluo present. How could these spirit masters with the highest spirit power of more than 70 levels be able to withstand the attack of the four pairs of Sharingan eyes? The advantage of the crowd was useless. Countless figures had been dismantled by his clones, but they didn't kill anyone as Yi Zhiqiu didn't want to kill the innocent spirit masters. Outside the Imperial City, you could hear the sound of screaming. Yi Zhiqiu, who was inside the bedroom, withdrew his spiritual consciousness and didn't want to see this cruel scene. At this moment all four of his clones attacked at the same place. Inside the Heaven Duo Imperial City, on the large square at the entrance, a large circular pit with a diameter of more than 200 meters was exposed at this time. The deepest part of the pit was more than 20 meters, and all the surrounding buildings in contact with the large pit were as if they had never appeared before, they just evaporated out of thin air. On the edge of the big pit, countless spirit masters looked sluggish, and deep in their eyes, there were fortunate and fear, and the joy of the rest of their lives, all kinds of tastes filled their hearts. They were already a little scared. Is this the power that people can use? The Imperial City that originally screamed, was silent at the moment, in sharp contrast with the previous one. Is this the real strength of the Akatsuki members? Xue Qinghe stood at the top of his bedroom, looking at the terrifying pit in the distance, with a solemn expression. At the top of a hall, four clones stood silently, and the clone of Yahiko looked at the Haiden clone and said dissatisfied, "You have used a lot of strength and damaged several buildings and dozens of people, and that should be out of line." "Don't care about these details," Haiden grinned and said. "Let's go in the direction of Emperor Shuiye's bedroom. The master's mission is the first. Now those spirit masters should have no guts to stop us." The remaining three clones were silent, all using the means of repulsive force to float towards the position of Emperor Shuiye's bedroom. The speed was not fast. And they didn't fly high, but as the Haiden clone said, there was indeed no spirit master who dared to stop in front of them again. These spirit masters only dared to hang slowly behind them. After all, no one wanted to waste their life. Originally they thought that there were too many people, even if they were injured. They would not necessarily die, and most of these Akatsuki organization members just bounced people away, not beat them to death. Under this circumstance, these empire-raised spirit masters naturally dared to attack unscrupulously. But after the avatars used the spirit ability that could create a 200-diameter pit, the spirit masters raised in the empire were all shocked. Right now, there were probably only soldiers from the Royal Guards Regiment who dared to move forward without fear of death, but most of them were spirit masters of relatively low level, with no enthusiasm left. The four of them flew unimpeded to the sky outside the palace of Emperor Shuiyi and stopped. Haiden took a step forward in the void, and said loudly, "Shuiyi, you dare to place a wanted order against this uncle. Today I will follow my orders to educate the two monkeys of Spirit Hall and Heaven Duo Empire royal family." Haiden's voice was embedded with spirit power, and it spread far away, and the whole Imperial City could hear it clearly. The lively civilians and the spirit masters outside the Imperial City understood the cause and effect. Akatsuki members are here just for this? Do they come to attack Heaven Duo Imperial City for it? It's too fierce. Those spirit masters in the Imperial City were also speechless for a while. If you guys stole things, wouldn't you be wanted? It's too arrogant. Just because I got a wanted I will kill others. But thinking about it carefully, Akatsuki had the qualifications to be arrogant. Audacious, they are too arrogant. In the distance, the three Heaven Duo Imperial College elders headed by Meng Shinji finally arrived, and the three turned into three streams and started approaching the Akatsuki members. Douluo also came to the top of a nearby hall, standing with his hands behind him. Opposite him, the clone smiled coldly. The order he received was only to stop Douluo. At this time, Douluo did not move, and he was naturally happy and relaxed. Inside the palace, Yi Zhiqiu's mouth was slightly raised, as the spirit masters with a bit of status were almost there, and the others were dispensable. It was time. The Emperor Shuiyi, who was sitting quietly without a care of the world, got up slowly under the influence of illusion and walked slowly towards the gate. Chapter 217. Creak, the door of the bedroom opened, and Emperor Shuiyi, dressed in a gorgeous golden robe, walked out from inside, holding a holy edict in his right hand. Because Emperor Shuiyi had always kept his head down, no one saw his somewhat soulless eyes. He came out of the door and opened the edict in his hand, his lips moved slightly as if he wanted to speak. At this special moment, what does Emperor Shuiyi want to read? Everyone held their breath. Haiden was smiling insidiously, and the other clone who seemed to be confronting Poison Douluo suddenly disappeared at this moment. Douluo was taken aback, reacted instantly, and suddenly looked towards Emperor Shuiyi. Behind Emperor Shuiyi, the Haiden clone appeared with a grinning smile, and the sword in his hand was thrust into Emperor Shuiyi's throat without warning. This scene happened too fast, and the people had no time to react before it happened. The great Shuiyi, whose throat was severed by a sword, naturally woke up from the illusion. He seemed to want to say something, but his throat could only make a sound of ha ha. He can still speak. Haiden's eyes were cold, he turned the sharp sword in his hand, drew horizontally, sneered, and pulled back. The throat of Emperor Shuiyi was almost cut off by this blow, leaving only a layer of skin attached to his head and body. Blood poured out from the wound, and Emperor Shui's eyes were dim, his body slowly fell, and the edict in his hand also fell to the ground. This sudden change made everyone too shocked to react. It was really a great opportunity created by Zhiqiu. Basically, everyone was still waiting. When they wanted to see what Emperor Shui wanted to say, the clone of Zhiqiu would suddenly teleport over and put the sword in his throat. This sword directly rewrote the fate of the Heaven Do Empire. The emperor died just like this. The emperor of an empire, so sometimes life is so fragile. Before Meng Xinji and others roar in anger, the 5 clones disappeared at the same time. Using the thunder gods. The anger that had just risen in their hearts, at this time, there was not even a person who could vent it to. The 3 elders of Heaven Duo Empire Royal Academy couldn't help but feel tightness in their chests. Xue Qinghe was standing at the top of the dormitory, silently looking at the scene in the distance. Zhiqiu silently appeared beside him and looked at everything that made the sound in the distance. Come. Is the matter finished? Zhiqiu nodded in confusion. Xue Qinghe seemed to have known that he would come. Is this deliberately waiting for himself here? Your father is dead, don't you want to see him? Zhiqiu said lightly as if the death of Emperor Shui was just a trivial matter. Xue Qinghe sighed slightly, turned his head slightly, and looked at Zhiqiu calmly with his eyes. Aren't his deaths in your arrangements? Do you think I don't know? Zhiqiu was taken aback. Did Xue Qinghe discover something? His Royal Highness suspects that this saint child has colluded with the Akatsuki organization to assassinate Shui. Zhiqiu's eyes were calm, with a faint smile on his face, and he asked back. Xue Qinghe stared at Zhiqiu's eyes for a long time before turning his head leisurely. Maybe, after all, it was a coincidence that the Akatsuki organization came, and their purpose was also too clear. When the great Shui died, they retreated directly. During this time, the saint's son was missing again. After the matter is over, the holy sun suddenly appears. Say, is Qinghe wrong in suspecting that all this has something to do with you? Although the Spirit Hall and Akatsuki organization are not hostile, the relationship is not very good either. How did you forget that I am the saint son of the Spirit Hall? It is not good for the Crown Prince to openly suspect and disrespect me, as it could be disastrous for you. Zhiqiu squinted his eyes, faintly opened his mouth, and spoke calmly. Xue Qinghe nodded. In that case, Qinghe will not be suspicious. Now that Emperor Shui is dead, the situation has become more complicated. My plan can't keep up with the changes. Xue Qinghe sighed, revealing the heavenly swan martial spirit, and flew towards the direction of Emperor Shui's palace. Akatsuki organized 5 people to enter the Heaven Do Imperial City and kill Emperor Shui, which could not be concealed. The news seemed to have grown wings, and it spread quickly to the surrounding cities. He believed it would not take long before it would be known to the whole empire. Fortunately, before his death, Emperor Shui seemed to have set a will. And Tiando Prince Xue Qinghe inherited the throne, but he didn't have time to read it, and he was cut off by the wanted criminal of Akatsuki's organization. This scene was seen by a lot of people that night. Seen by the top experts of the empire. 3 days later. In Xue Qinghe's bedroom, Zhiqiu and Xue Qinghe were sitting opposite each other. I will officially ascend the throne today. Do you really want to leave? Can't you stay? Xue Qinghe looked at Zhiqiu with a faint smile on his face, with a complicated expression. As soon as the saint's son came, everything seemed to be a matter of course for him, and the smoothness was beyond imagination. How can there be so many coincidences? It was just like someone was secretly planning for him. Xue Qinghe was not stupid. How could he not have a doubt? Why will I stay here? There isn't even a woman in this mess. Woman? Xue Qinghe was stunned, and said in a huff. Wait for me to become the emperor, and find a chance to stabilize the condition of the Heaven Do Empire. By then, you could choose any and as many women as you want. Oh. Zhiqiu nodded slyly, and suddenly said with a smirk. I can pick anyone, so what if I say I want to pick you? Chapter 218. Xue Qinghe suddenly became dead silent. Zhiqiu leaned forward slightly, grabbed his face, and smiled. I hope that the next time we meet, Emperor Qinghe can change his appearance. Although this man's face feels good when it is pinched, it doesn't look very good. As Zhiqiu finished speaking with a smirk, his figure slowly faded and eventually disappeared. Only a somewhat stunned Xue Qinghe was left in the same place, and he touched the cheek that had just been pulled. His expression was a little shocked and a little bit ashamed. His identity, when was it revealed? If it was a long time ago, then that was deliberate. No wonder he was so intimate with himself, and sometimes felt that he was way too intimate with him while being a male. Xue Qinghe almost thought that this saint's son really had someone watching him. Does he pass this news to Grandpa? Or, forget it, I have been busy with the enthronement recently, and I will think about this when I have time. Spirit City, the Supreme Pontiff Palace. In the room dedicated to Saint Sun, Zhiqiu appeared silently. He had been away for almost a week, and the green plants in the room could not be moisturized by the vitality. At this time, they looked awkward, and there were already a few scattered leaves on the ground. Zhiqiu saw the situation, smiled lightly, and unlocked the blockade of the qi in his body. Those stubborn leaves start to stand upright, visible to the naked eye, and they looked much fuller, and the dying flowers in the courtyard were also rejuvenated. In the next room, Hulayina had only cleaned the room a few days ago. She noticed that there was something wrong with her room, and she woke up from her practice and meditation. When she opened her eyes, she couldn't help being a little speechless. The furniture I just changed a few days ago, why are there all green plants again today? Wait, this kind of scene, is it because my junior brother is back? Listening to the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door, Zhiqiu dispelled the idea of cultivating in the room to absorb the green light clusters in his body and decided to first go to see Bibi Dong and report on the situation. Hulayina, who was about to knock on the door, saw that the door opened by itself. Seeing Zhiqiu's figure behind the door, Hulayina happily stepped forward and gave him a tight hug, placing Ziqi's face between her assets. Little brother Chiu, welcome home. Yesterday I heard the news from Heaven Duo Empire. I guess you will be back soon, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Zhiqiu nodded indifferently, stretched out his hand to put on Hulayina's shoulder, and with Flying Thunder God teleported to the meeting hall dedicated to the upper level of Spirit Hall. Before, his spiritual sense observed that 8 people were sitting there. Except for Bibi Dong and Gue Mei, the other 5 were all titled doyuos from the side of the Elder Palace, and Qian Daolu was also present. Of course, these titled doyuos were not the only ones in the Spirit Hall. Some of the others were cultivating, and some were doing other tasks. If Zhiqiu hadn't watched them talk about himself when they were discussing just now, he would not have used Flying Thunder God to come here in such a hurry. After title Douluo who was present saw the faces of the 2 who suddenly appeared in front of them clearly, several of them had chilling expressions. Zhiqiu and Hulayina, do you know where this is? You dare to trespass, when did you become so bold? A middle-aged man with short hair and squinted eyes stood up, his chubby belly almost torn from the special robes of the Elder Hall. This Elder Zhiqiu knew him. And his title seemed to be Porcupine Fish Douluo. His figure was too abnormal. He ranked first in weight among the fat people Zhiqiu had ever seen. Such a character with characteristics, he would never forget it once he saw him. After seeing the surrounding scene, Hulayina heard the scolding Porcupine Fish Douluo again. Her face turned pale. She didn't expect Zhiqiu to be bold enough to bring her here. Only the Elder of Spirit Hall could enter the conference hall. Zhiqiu ignored the titled Douluo who had uttered the scolding words. He took the somewhat vague Hulayina to the side of a vacant chair and pressed her shoulder to let her sit down. On the other hand, he was sitting on the armrest of the chair, leaning back on the back of the chair with his arms folded. His posture was indecent but arrogant enough. Hulayina was a bit like sitting on pins and needles. This was the position where only the titled Douluo could sit. Although she was not of low status, she could only be regarded as a junior. Now she was sitting directly on par with many titled Douluo. It was an understatement to say that she didn't panic. She didn't even know what medicine Zhiqiu took the wrong today, so he would suddenly do such a bold thing. How courageous! The Porcupine Fish Douluo saw that Zhiqiu not only ignored him but also took Hulayina to sit directly on the chair that only high-level people could sit on. His face flushed uncontrollably. His pregnant belly fluctuated. It wasn't until the Porcupine Fish Douluo made a sound for the second time that Zhiqiu, who was sitting on the armrest of the chair, raised his eyelids, and said indifferently, the weaker you are, the more nonsense you will spout. The Porcupine Fish Douluo's face turned purple. He wanted to teach this ignorant junior, but the location here was wrong. His Royal Highness, don't care about your good apprentice? A cold-faced middle-aged man sitting on the right side of the Spearfish Douluo said silently. He contrasted sharply with the Porcupine Fish Douluo. He was thin as a bamboo pole. Zhiqiu, don't be rude. Bibi Dong had a smile in her eyes and reprimanded him, but anyone could hear it. There was no reprimand at all. Good teacher, I haven't seen you for a few days, but I miss you very much. Zhiqiu smiled lightly and spoke slowly. Chapter 219. Am I wrong? I just told the truth. Sea Turtle Douluo looked at Zhiqiu coldly, and glanced at Bibi Dong. He pointedly said, what a holy son of Pope Hall, he didn't put us elders in his eyes at all. Sea Turtle Douluo's expression was extremely hard. Tsk, you're wrong. Zhiqiu calmly got up from the chair, clasped his hand behind his back, and said contemptuously. I don't mean to ignore all the elders, you have a 94-level spirit power. You also can't represent all the elders in the Spirit Elder Hall. And for the 4 of you, I'm sorry, I really didn't pay attention to it. Level 91 and 94 rookies came out and jump every day. Does it really matters if I really give you a face, and as you deserve to be at the bottom of the elder hall? You, see Turtle Douluo's nostrils and ears were spraying white smoke, pointing at Zhiqiu's chest violently ups and downs, and his eyes were cold. If it weren't for the conference hall, he would probably kill him directly. What about me? Zhiqiu rolled his eyes. Looking at the comparisons of the four of you, one is uglier than the other, and the other is weaker than the other. Was your brain kicked by a donkey when you were born? Look at this Saint Son, I am so handsome, look at my master and sister, both are beautiful like a fairy. If you can't do it yourself then I will show you the mirror, you look like an ugly old bastard who had stuffed all the food and can't do anything well. Porcupine Fish Douluo. Hulaina of all people standing behind Zhiqiu was petrified, as his junior brother cursed so badly. Wait, this doesn't seem to be the point. The point is that he actually cursed 4 title Douluo in the conference hall, it's over. Now the teacher will not be able to protect him. Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo glanced at each other happily, their hearts were refreshed, and they wanted to laugh. It's just that when they looked at Zhiqiu, they also had some worries in their eyes, as Zhiqiu was impulsive this time. Porcupine Fish Douluo gasped heavily, suppressing the impulse to slap Zhiqiu to death with a slap in his heart, glanced at Zhiqiu viciously, and turned to look at Qian Daolu with a cold face. Elder, I apply to hold the Elder Hall, all members should vote to rule that Zhiqiu should be removed from the position of Saint Sun and expelled from the Spirit Hall. Seconded. 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 The other title Douluos made a cold expression at the same time. If Zhiqiu was still the Saint Son of Spirit Hall, they couldn't do anything against him because of the rules, but it would be different if he was removed from the Spirit Hall. You could pinch as you want. Qian Daolu was silent for a while, and nodded, yes. As a great elder, he couldn't favor anyone, even if he was optimistic about Zhiqiu's talent, even if he had been troubled by these titled Douluo these days, and the rules of the Spirit Hall should still be followed. Zhiqiu broke into the conference hall without permission and insulted the 4 title Douluo in public, which was not a small matter. Qian Daolu also had no reason to favor him. Sea Turtle Douluo glanced at Zhiqiu with a sneer, revealing a trace of pride, and walked towards the outside of the hall. Summoning the rest of the elders, as he only needed to order others to ring the ancient bell of the Douluo temple, this time he wanted to kick Zhiqiu himself. Bibi Dong sighed, got up and walked gracefully to Zhiqiu, raised her hand to rub his head, and whispered softly, this time you are impulsive, if ordered by the Elder Palace is passed, you will no longer be my disciple. Saying this, Bibi Dong's lips moved slightly, and the voice wrapped in spirit power sounded directly in Zhiqiu's ears, if the order is passed, you remember to run first with the teleport spirit ability, be careful later. Zhiqiu's heart warmed, and he smiled slightly, teacher, don't worry, my position is not so easy to change, I haven't been enough as your apprentice, how can I leave at this time? Just watch and see. Hulaina looked at Zhiqiu's unhurried look, put aside her worry a little, and asked, Brother Chiu, do you have any means of hiding? He has a way to hide after this fart, the Porcupine Fish Douluo laughed disdainfully. Bibi Dong stared at him with some cold eyes, retracted his gaze, and sat down next to Zhiqiu, without returning to her Pope's position. In this position, she could directly take action if something happens, and the meaning of protecting the calf was already obvious. Ding! 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 3 melodious ancient bells echoed. After a while, the door of the conference hall opened, and 4 title Douluo came together. Except for the sea turtle Douluo who went to ring the ancient bell. The other 3 were twin middle-aged men. They were all exactly the same regardless of whether they were dressed or face. They were honest and morale, and there was no leakage of the breath of spirit power from them. But if someone underestimates them because of this, he was afraid that they would suffer a big loss. These 2 people were Qian Jun Douluo and Conquering Demon Douluo, both of which were level 96 Super Douluo. They could use their martial spirit fusion skills to fight the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Another middle-aged man with short blonde hair and a rough face was Golden Crocodile Douluo. He raised his head and took a step forward. His spirit power was domineering and leaking. From his aura, anyone could tell that he was a master who did things straightforwardly. As for the other title Douluo, it might be that they were not in Spirit City and had not been there. Chapter 220. After everyone had found a place to sit down, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Conquering Demon Douluo, and the Qian Jun Douluo who had just come, all looked at Zhiqiu curiously. I've heard everything on the way here, such an interesting thing has happened, so let's talk about it in detail and let the 3 of us listen to both sides, Golden Crocodile Douluo grinned and said with interest. The Porcupine Fish Douluo rolled his eyelids angrily. Are you joking? It's better to declare the guilt directly and vote for the final verdict, the Porcupine Fish Douluo looked at Qian Daolu and urged. Qian Daolu raised his eyelids. When people are old, their hearing is a little unclear and they had a lot of time. Porcupine fish Douluo, I might as well let you speak for this old man. Everyone. 99 level limit. Douluo was saying that he was old and a little confused. You know that when spirit power level goes up, and every time you level up, you could live an extra 100 years. Qian Daolu was only about 150 years old now. If there was no accident, he would live for 8 or 900 years. Okay, then I will pronounce the sentence for everyone to hear once again. Seeing Qian Daolu's obvious meaning to be muddy, the porcupine fish Douluo gritted his teeth and said in an angry voice. The three titled Douluo who had just arrived all watched this scene with great interest. They were too strong and sometimes it was quite boring. Now that they had something fun to watch, it was naturally good. The porcupine fish Douluo cleared his throat and said with a serious face, the holy son Zhiqiu of the Pope's palace, without being notified, took the holy child Huliena of the Pope's palace into the conference hall. This is the first sin. Wait, Zhiqiu suddenly interrupted the porcupine fish Douluo, which made the other title Douluo look a little unhappy. Saint Sun has anything to say, golden crocodile Douluo said lightly. I think the words of the porcupine fish Douluo are wrong. Zhiqiu smiled confidently. As the saint son of the spirit hall, the future elder of the elder hall, senior sister Nana is also the future pope of the spirit hall. Why are not we eligible to enter the conference hall? In terms of status, I feel that I am not inferior to him, the elder with the lowest spirit power 92nd level spirit master. In terms of strength, it is not that I look down on him but he is inferior to me. If you doubt it then you could check it yourself. May I ask the porcupine fish Douluo, except for being older than me, in what ways is he better than me? So if he can sit in this conference hall, why can't I? Zhiqiu's words made the rest of titled Douluo a little stunned. What Zhiqiu said was quite reasonable. What should they do now? With this, he resolved one of the biggest delegations put on him by porcupine fish Douluo. Fuck, the porcupine fish Douluo cursed with a black face on the spot. Zhiqiu folded both of his hands in front of his chest and raised his eyelids, glanced at him disdainfully, and said lightly. Go on, we can also go out and fight after if we're done here. If you are not satisfied, don't you dare to fight with this young master, I could handle you with one hand. Everyone. You are too crazy, alright. Porcupine fish Douluo's face flushed in anger, and he patted the armrest of the chair. Okay, I will play with you afterward, and see how you can handle it with one hand. Bibi Dong furrowed her eyebrows, watching this scene without speaking. Little stars appeared in Huliena's eyes. Although she knew that his junior brother might be bragging, she couldn't stand his handsomeness. He was too domineering. Haha, it's interesting, I'll take a good look afterward. If you can beat the porcupine fish Douluo with one hand, little guy, I will agree with you as the elder of the spirit hall. Golden crocodile Douluo laughed. Second. The porcupine fish Douluo had a dark face, and he squeezed a few words from his teeth. He just wanted to let this voting decision end soon. And then go out and kill this kid, after all, while doing this kind of thing. Sometimes it's normal if you couldn't keep your hands in control and seriously injure or even kill your opponent. Second, the holy son Zhiqiu of the Pope's hall has been insulting the four elders of the elder hall many times in the conference hall. Do you have something to say about this crime? The porcupine fish Douluo looked at Zhiqiu angrily. Of course, Zhiqiu smiled indifferently, looked around the crowd, spread his hands, and asked honestly. Excuse me, elders, is there anything wrong in telling the truth? Is it wrong to tell the truth in our spirit hall? Why can't I tell the truth? I said the four elders, the sea turtle Douluo, porcupine fish Douluo, snake lance Douluo, and ghost leopard Douluo present here before are shameless. Aren't they? The arrogant elders promised me to be the future elder of the elder hall if I finished my tasks. And after I finished my task and appeared here they started to blame me randomly. Is it not shameless? The four of them ridiculed my teacher's self-esteem through me. Are they not shameless? Even if I don't become a senior elder, it's not in their power to tell me about seniority. Golden crocodile Douluo and Qian Daolu, don't you think that they are trying to take your place by ordering others like they own the place? The big belly of the porcupine fish Douluo was moving up and down, and white smoke was emitting from the top of his head. His mind was a little out of control at this time. Ghost leopard Douluo said viciously, then what you said before about our appearance, you should have nothing to against this allegation. Chapter 221. Zhiqiu rolled his eyes, I'm just telling the truth. You look at the golden crocodile Douluo, he is tall and mighty and has a domineering personality like the dragons and tigers. The same could also be said for Qian Jun and Jiang Long. Looking at the four of you, which one of you could even compare to them? One has a big belly and the others all have some problem or another. Did I make a mistake about your looks? If I looked like this, I would be embarrassed to go out and meet people. I would just drain myself in a bucket of water. Puff, Hulaina couldn't help but laughed. Bibi Dong also raised her mouth slightly, trying to maintain the Pope's grace. Golden Crocodile Douluo was holding his belly and laughing happily, looking at Zhiqiu with some appreciation. He found that this kid was particularly in line with his appetite, he was crazy enough, and knew how to advance and retreat. When ridiculing the four of title Douluos, he was still trying to win over himself and Qian Jun, and he had his brain. If what he said was true and he could really handle the porcupine fish Douluo with one hand. The 92-level title Douluo, then Golden Crocodile Douluo had decided to fully support Zhiqiu's ascent to the position of the Great Elder. He himself did not want to be a Great Elder. It would only bring him more headaches than he needed. After all, he was close to the last level, he was the next limit Douluo. For Golden Crocodile Douluo, cultivation was the most important. Qianjun and Jianlong, the two title Douluo, also had a faint smile on their faces, but there was nothing wrong with it. Both of them had calm personalities and belonged to the honest type. Qian Daolu looked at Zhiqiu with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This baby deserved to be the one he was looking for. He insisted on saying that he was only saying the truth, thus escaping any blame. On the contrary, the porcupine fish Douluo had nothing to say. His mouth was really good. It was good for someone aiming for becoming a great elder. It was a pity that he was too reckless with his boasting. His character still needed to be tempered. Qian Daolu sighed and shook his head. After all, he didn't think that Zhiqiu, a spirit ancestor, could really handle the porcupine fish Douluo with one hand, as he was a 92-level title Douluo, and his bragging could not be worse than this. Porcupine fish Douluo's lips trembled by Zhiqiu's words, and he couldn't speak without pointing at him. The other three title Douluo also had pale expressions, and they wished to slap Zhiqiu to death in this chamber of discussion. Voted, Bibi Dong said with a smile. The porcupine fish Douluo cursed secretly. Looking at the expression on Golden Crocodile Douluo, he knew that he would definitely not agree to expel Zhiqiu from the spirit hall now. It was hard to say what Qian Jun and Jianlong would do, but their eyes obviously didn't show any dissatisfaction with Zhiqiu. Qian Daolu, not to mention, had to give up his position for Zhiqiu's as promised. We brothers abstained from voting, Qian Jun and Jianlong said in unison. Hey, Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled and said. I think this kid is good, and he has kept it well. It is now needless to talk about the matter as we can easily see what other title Douluos think. Bibi Dong looked at the porcupine fish Douluo and said coldly. This situation was a draw, 4 votes to 4, and 2 abstentions. Everyone looked at Qian Daolu, who hadn't spoken out, as his last vote would play a decisive role. Qian Daolu sighed silently, it was really hard for him. If he threw Zhiqiu out of the spirit hall, then he would dissatisfy the Pope's side along with the 3 title Douluo, and if he kept him in the spirit hall he would dissatisfy porcupine fish Douluo and the other 3 title Douluo. Let's do this, didn't Zhiqiu say that he can handle the porcupine fish Douluo with one hand? He could try it, and then I will conclude based on the situation. How about it? I have no opinion against it, the porcupine fish Douluo sneered first. Bibi Dong was silent, without saying anything. Wait, I think we can add some bargaining chips, otherwise, it would be too boring to test my power and waste my precious time, Zhiqiu suddenly said with a light smile, with a little arrogance on his face. What bargaining chip do you want to add? If you don't dare to fight, just say it straight, don't play any tricks, the porcupine fish Douluo laughed, but his eyes were very cold. Zhiqiu glanced at him speechlessly. I really don't know where your confidence comes from, is all the food you eat has gone to your brain and had blocked your thinking capacity. I think that if you could only think this much with your food-filled brain, then it is really not enough for you to fight against me. Don't the 4 of you like looking for each other? Just serve them together, the young master will beat all 4 at once. He wants to fight, the 4 of them at once. The people present were all dumbfounded. Are you going to challenge the combination of 4 title Douluo at once? Although in comparison to another title Douluo present there they only had about 92 spirit power, they were also title Douluo. Even if Zhiqiu was a spirit Douluo. Even if his combat power was really against the sky, it was the limit to deal with one, right? Wasn't he looking for death when he said this? Even your teacher Bibi Dong dares not say this, right? Who gave you the courage? Chapter 22. Bibi Dong's expression became a little uneasy, and her expression was a little harsh. If Zhiqiu told her that he could handle a title Douluo, Bibi Dong might still believe it, but if Zhiqiu tells her, Teacher, I can handle 4 title Douluo. She didn't believe that she could handle 4 title Douluo without giving her all and using most of her trump cards. If he could really fight 4 of them as easily as he said, then she wouldn't have anything to teach him as her teacher. Zhiqiu smiled and turned his head to give Bibi Dong a reassuring look. Originally, he thought it would be enough to give a reassuring look. There must be a tacit understanding between the two of us. Who knew that Bibi Dong was no longer as calm as before, and she hurriedly got up from her seat and ran over, grabbing Yi Zhiqiu's ear. Ouch ouch teacher, it hurts, please stop. Bibi Dong was titled Douluo and her hand's grip was strong. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly pulled away and gasped. Just fight with one, Bibi Dong said with a cold face. Yi Zhiqiu grimaced, teacher, you have to believe me, I can really fight for. Really? Bibi Dong stared suspiciously into Yi Zhiqiu's eyes, wanting to see what this baby was thinking about. Yi Zhiqiu looked directly at her pale pink pupils, his eyes calm and confident, teacher, I have already said it and as the future elder of Spirit Hall, I have to keep my words, so many people here are watching. Under the Pope's crown, since Saint Sun said that he wants to fight four of us together, then don't persuade him, maybe he can really fight us alone. The porcupine fish Douluo said strangely, his face was flushed, and finally, he couldn't help it, and started laughing out loud. The remaining three Douluos also sneered at the corners of their mouths, since you took the initiative to seek death, then no one can blame us. Why are you laughing? As far as fighting with the four of you is considered, do you really think you are more capable than me? This Saint Sun will not only fight the four of you but also defeat you badly. Although Yi Zhiqiu was caught by their sudden laughter, his momentum was not weak at all, cursing without any delay. This time, not only Bibi Dong was not calm, even Qian Daolu and Golden Crocodile Douluo felt that Yi Zhiqiu was fooling around, and Golden Crocodile Douluo regretted taking Yi Zhiqiu's side. What a shame! How did I vote for such a mindless kid? Did my mind break down before? Golden Crocodile Douluo started doubting his life decisions. Teacher, you have to believe me, have you ever seen me fooling around? I really didn't pay much attention to the four of them. Looking at Yi Zhiqiu's serious expression, Bibi Dong hesitated, let go of her hand, and said softly, he if can't beat them just teleport to behind me, no one will dare to harm you there. I can really fight them, Yi Zhiqiu murmured helplessly and looked at Qian Daolu. Great Elder, let's discuss the extra bargaining chip for fighting with the four of them together by myself, if I win, I will get the position of the Great Elder of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu rolled his eyes angrily, if you really can win, it doesn't matter what others say my old bone will abdicate on the spot, but, what if you lose? I can't lose, no one present here could defeat me, Yi Zhiqiu smiled lightly, confidently, and shamelessly. Qian Daolu took a deep look at him. This kid's teleportation spirit abilities seem to be really abnormal. If he wants to leave, it seems that no one will be able to stop him, unless there is a spirit ability that can block the space. If you lose, you will no longer be the Saint Son of our Spirit Hall, do you understand? Qian Daolu stared at Yi Zhiqiu and slowly spoke. Yi Zhiqiu nodded casually, we can't fight here, 200 miles outside the north gate of Spirit City, there is an empty plain, I'll be waiting for you there. After Yi Zhiqiu finished speaking, he held Bibi Dong with one hand and Hulayina with the other and activated the third spirit ability Flying Thunder God, and the three figures disappeared from the discussion hall in the blink of an eye. The few people left behind. The battle will be interesting, let's go and see. Golden Crocodile Douluo grinned and said to Qian Daolu casually. Let's take a look, Qian Daolu was also curious about this battle. The two titled Douluo Qian Jun and Jiang Long did not speak, but from their expressions, it could be seen that they were also quite interested in this battle. Gue Mei and Yu Guan's faces were a little depressed, we are also from the Pope faction. Why doesn't he take us? Many titled Douluo went out together, using various methods, one after another, soaring into the sky, turning into a beam of light, and flying towards the fighting location. The porcupine fish Douluo again flew with anger. As none of the four of us have reached level 95, so they couldn't fly far, they feel a bit resentful in their hearts, always feeling that Yi Zhiqiu deliberately chose the battlefield so far. 200 miles outside the north was a plain with lush vegetation. Only from a distance can you see a few slightly higher peaks sporadically. Yi Zhiqiu chose this place as the battlefield for this very reason. There was a lot of green everywhere here. For Yi Zhiqiu, who had immortal human body, this place was his home ground, where his immortal human body could exert its greatest power. And this was a wilderness, so there was no one around. The battle between him and the four titled Douluo was destined to be terrifying. Fighting here would not hurt the innocent. So he could fully get lost in fighting without caring about anything. Teacher, senior sister, don't show this expression, you have to believe me. Chapter 223. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Bibi Dong and Hulayina a little worried, their complexion was not so good, and he couldn't help but smile to comfort them. Do I look that weak? Bibi Dong glared beautifully, and reprimanded, you are so foolish, for titled Douluo, I dare not say that I can win against them, against the combined strength of the four how are you going to stand your ground? Before Bibi Dong finished speaking, Yi Zhiqiu stuck out his right hand, stretched out an index finger, and pressed it to Bibi Dong's lips. Yi Zhiqiu leaned forward slightly, blinked at Bibi Dong with a chuckle. Teacher, believe me, I can win. The two were very close, their faces were about to stick together. Their movements at this time seemed to be a little more ambiguous, not like a master and a student, but like two little lovers who were flirting. Hulaina looked at the movements of the two, her complexion a bit dull, her eyes widened as bright as autumn water. What is junior brother doing? Openly hitting on teacher. Bibi Dong was also shocked, rolled her eyes angrily, slapped Yi Zhiqiu's hand away with a pop, turned her head, walked a few steps away, paused, and turned her head slightly. Remember, if you lose, being a teacher I will let you know no matter what kind of punishment you will get, it will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Yi Zhiqiu touched his nose sadly but still smiled as if he didn't take Bibi Dong's words to heart. Teacher, there is a penalty if I lose, then is there a reward for winning? Yi Zhiqiu mischievously waved toward Bibi Dong's back and shouted. As long as it's not too much, Bibi Dong's calm voice floated in the wind. Is hugging you and sleeping together too much? Yi Zhiqiu smiled and thought secretly, but he didn't dare to say such things, otherwise, Bibi Dong would turn around and beat him up. Hulaina had weird eyes next to him, and she admired, Brother Chiu, you even dare to flirt with a teacher like this. What happened to you, Heavendo Imperial City? What changed you so much? Yi Zhiqiu smiled and said, take a guess. Forget it, Hulaina curled her lips, pretending that she did not care at all, but she reached out to hook Yi Zhiqiu's neck, pulled his head closer, and joked. The formerly paralyzed junior always make me so worried. I'll have you keep your current state well in the future. Do you understand? You also dared to flirt with the teacher. Why don't you flirt with this senior sister? Is your senior sister not charming enough? After finishing speaking, Hulaina blinked her eyes cutely at Yi Zhiqiu, showing a charming smile. Yi Zhiqiu's mouth twitched, his eyes cast a glance, and he looked towards Hulaina's chest. Sister, you are not as big as the teacher, so it's not attractive enough, Yi Zhiqiu said with stern politeness. Bibi Dong, who walked far away, staggered, turned his head and glared at Yi Zhiqiu viciously, and then hurried away. Hulaina didn't care much. After listening to Yi Zhiqiu's words, she covered her mouth and chuckled lightly and patted him on his head lightly. You are a kid who understands does not understand well just remember to win later. If you lose, run first, don't try to be strong, if you win, senior sister will reward you. Yi Zhiqiu put his hands on his chest, raised his head slightly, and said proudly, I won't lose, sister, go and watch the game with the teacher, remember to stay away from here, it will be very dangerous later. Hulaina smiled and nodded, and after running a few steps to catch up with Bibi Dong, she turned around and shook her fist to cheer. Looking at the two people who had left, Yi Zhiqiu's happy smile disappeared, and his expression became more serious. He made that gesture, as he just didn't want to worry the two of them too much. Not long after the two left, there came a boom sound from the horizon. Qian Daolu arrived first. He didn't even use Seraphim's martial spirit, and even then he left the rest of title Douluo far behind him. While in midair, Qian Daolu glanced at Yi Zhiqiu with a calm expression and then flew towards the hill where Bibi Dong and Hulaina stood. It was a good viewing position, about 10 miles away from Yi Zhiqiu. Above the ground. After Qian Daolu, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others also arrived. Like Qian Daolu, they took a look at Yi Zhiqiu in the air, and also went towards the distant hill. The audience was all in place, but the protagonist on the other side had arrived, and everyone started to wait for the opposition quietly. Yi Zhiqiu estimated that the fourth title Douluo would take some time to be there, so he just sat down and closed his eyes and meditated. He was thinking, what method should he use to beat the four shameless title Douluo? There are too many methods, and sometimes it is really an annoyance. Yi Zhiqiu shook his head with emotion. After Yi Zhiqiu was complacent for a long time, the four title Douluo arrived. I was just talking about you four, you are too slow, waiting for you for a long time was such a drag. Yi Zhiqiu slowly got up, his tone of voice looked down upon people. The porcupine fish Douluo was not angry this time, he looked at Yi Zhiqiu with a sneer. In their hearts, Yi Zhiqiu was no different from the dead. Although Qian Daolu and others were watching the battle, and it was not easy for them to kill Yi Zhiqiu directly, no one would say anything if he was destroyed. Even if Bibi Dong came, she couldn't fault them, after all, it was Yi Zhiqiu who provoked first. The spirit hall will not raise the waste person, let alone recognize the status of a waste person as a saint's son. After that, his fate would be determined by them. This was discussed on the road when the four title Douluo came. Chapter 224. Little fish, wait a few moments even if you want to die now, porcupine fish Douluo sneered. Yi Zhiqiu took this out of his ears indifferently, and looked at the four people indifferently. This is what I want to say to you. Recently, I created a new spirit ability, so I ask the four of you to be my training dummies. You all are titled Douluo, so you will at least last for some time before giving up. Zhiqiu's eyes were cold, and he sneered and patted his hands. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, and they wanted to see, what would Zhiqiu's self-created spirit ability be? Is this how he dares to challenge the four titled Douluo alone? Among the people present, Huliena was probably the only one who was a little daunted. Her strength was too low to hear the conversation between Zhiqiu and the porcupine-fish Douluo in the distance. Only their mouths moved. The next moment, Zhiqiu folded his palms on his chest. I will let you feel what true horror is. Zhiqiu smiled coldly, his eyes condensed suddenly. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. At the moment when Zhiqiu's words fell, everyone present felt the ground under their feet shake, and they suddenly felt a major earthquake at this moment. With Zhiqiu's location as the core, the surface cracked, and the earth started surging like a huge wave, just like something terrible was hidden below that will be born at this time. Even Bibi Dong and others, who were some miles away, could perceive the sensation of the spreading vibration. From time to time, they could see green objects surging like big dragons. Everyone looked shocked. What kind of spirit ability would trigger such power? On the surface behind Zhiqiu's body, countless giant hands were like an angry dragon that first broke through the surface. Then, just below the ground on which Zhiqiu's feet stepped, the head of a giant Buddha statue with closed eyes start rising slowly among countless boulders. Slowly breaking out of the ground, the rumbling sound was like a muffled thunderstorm. With his hands folded, the giant Buddha figure with kind eyebrows and benevolent smile sat quietly on the lotus platform. At this moment, he quickly lifted, leading Zhiqiu's body up. The porcupine-fish Douluo and the other three titled Douluo that were originally more than 20 meters away from Zhiqiu, were a little dazed and started retreating. They discovered that the giant Buddha statue was intentionally repelling them. The four of them retreated to more than 500 meters away and then stopped slowly. If they didn't step back, they really couldn't see the whole picture of this thing. Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu, and others watching the battle from a distance originally thought that 10 miles should be far enough, but they found that they seemed to be a little close. Thousands of hands, on top of the giant figure of the giant Buddha, broke through the smoke and dust that was raised on the surface, just like a sandstorm. If they hadn't used their spirit power to block the smoke and dust, they would have been extremely embarrassed. With their current distance, about a few steps forward, they could reach out and touch the base of the Buddha statue. At this time, the Buddha statue with thousands of hands on top had completely emerged from the surface. The huge body was more than 600 meters high. They couldn't even see the top at a glance. Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu, and others had to go back. Stepping back further, and bending a bit to try a look, and due to the innumerable big hands, even Zhiqiu could not be seen anywhere. The four titled Douluo along with porcupine-fish Douluo in front of the Buddha statue were completely shocked. What is this special thing? I have never seen such an outrageous spirit ability in my whole life, even when I am so old. The porcupine-fish Douluo and the other titled Douluo, in front of the Buddha statue, were almost as big as an ant. After changing the position and finally seeing the true face of the Buddha statue and Zhiqiu on the top, Qian Daolu, Bibi Dong and the others were also dumbfounded and just stood there as if they were carved on their spot. Thousands of hands, on top of the massive size of the Buddha statue, watching it from the front was more shocking than watching it from the back. It was more than 600 meters high and 600 meters wide. A statue sits quietly on a lotus platform. Behind the benevolent Buddha statue, there were endless big hands. This scene was really shocking. Such a huge spirit ability had never appeared in the history of the Douluo continent. Not to mention its power, the visual impact it brings to people was terrifying. Zhiqiu said this was his self-made spirit ability. What kind of brain should you possess if you are capable of creating this kind of spirit ability? Is it really capable of being used by human power? Above the Buddha's head, Zhiqiu folded his hands in front of his chest and smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth. He looked down at the four titled Douluos in the distance, and said loudly, "Although my spirit ability is a bit big, and it looks scary, it's not very powerful. The four of you don't need to show such expressions. You could at least try to fight it before admitting defeat." Huh, Snake Lance Douluo sneered stiffly and looked at the other titled Douluo. "Everyone, although this wooden statue looks scary, what's the use? Is it possible that it can survive the four of us? Jumping up and crushing us to death? This kid is just playing mystery, don't let you be confused by him." When he said this, Snake Lance Douluo himself didn't believe it, but at this time they had already sent the arrow on the string. After all, for titled Douluo teamed up and a wooden statue suddenly appeared, this news was bound to leak out, so everyone was bound to know it. Would they be able to show their face if they didn't even try to fight it? Snake Lance Douluo is right, it's nothing more than a larger piece of rotten wood, do you think it can scare us of all people? Ghost Leopard Douluo also sneered. Is it just a larger piece of rotten wood? Chapter 225. Bibi Dong, who was watching the battle from a distance, frowned. She knew Zhiqiu a little bit. She didn't think Zhiqiu would consume a lot of spirit power, just to condense a giant wooden figure that seemed useless. This wooden statue must have other functions. Bibi Dong was convinced of this, but she didn't know what the specific function was. Everyone, let's take down this wooden statue and destroy the kid, Ghost Leopard Douluo sneered and suggested. That's what he said, but he didn't have a hint of carelessness in his eyes. Instead, he was always on guard against this huge wooden figure. After all, this thing was too big, and it was no joke to be smashed down by it. 7th Spirit Ability, Martial Spirit Real Body. Sea Turtle Douluo roared first, and the spirit power on his body boiled. His spirit power condensed and formed an iron-like armor in a turtle-like shape without wings. As Sea Turtle Douluo used the Martial Spirit Real Body, the other 3 Title Douluo glanced at each other and also roared, and their 7th spirit ring lit up. Out of the Porcupine Fish Douluo, there came an ugly big fish nearly 15 meters long. The back of the big fish was covered with spikes and pustule-like green bumps. It looked a bit disgusting. The Ghost Leopard Douluo was wrapped around a 10-meter long, 7-8 meter high vigorous panther. His martial arts body looked the smallest, but his power was no less than that of the other Title Douluo. A faint black mist hovered around the ghost of the Ghost Leopard Martial Spirit's real body. Just looking at it in this way made people feel a sense of fear. Snake Lance Douluo's martial spirit body was not very eye-catching. The weapon's spirit body could be big or small. At this moment, his snake spear spirit was like an ordinary spear, held in his hand. After all, even if he turned his snake spear into the largest 20 meters long, it would seem that for the giant wooden statue not far away, it was just a small toothpick, he might as well save some soul power. As a Title Douluo, he still had this combat experience. Although the corners of their mouths expressed disdain for Zhiqiu on top of the Buddha statue, they had almost shown their trump cards before they formally confronted. Martial Spirit Real Body was the most important spirit ability for any spirit master, and it could play a role in deciding the outcome of any fight. A Title Douluo, after opening the power of the 7th spirit ability, could sometimes even exceed the power of the 8th spirit ability. This was the power of Martial Spirit Real Body. At the top of the big Buddha statue, watching the 4 Title Douluos all use their 7th spirit ability, Zhiqiu didn't panic at all, but smiled lightly. This is a bit interesting, otherwise if the battle ends too quickly, it would be too boring. Don't say I didn't remind you, I'm going to make a move, as I said before, I will defeat you just by using a single hand, this son will never break his promise. Zhiqiu happily raised his head and laughed, and slowly raised his palm. The eyes of the Buddha statue that were originally closed, were slowly opening at this moment. Nima. Does this huge wooden man actually come alive? The Porcupine Fish Douluo and others were a little stupid. The pupils of Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu, and others who were watching the battle from a distance also shrank. They had thought about the various functions of this giant wooden figure, the only thing they had not thought about was that this wooden statue would be alive. The next moment, something that made them even more shocked happened. They found that not only could the wooden statue open his eyes, but the large decorative hands behind the wooden people stretched out, and hundreds of them start to slowly move together. At this moment, they have some understanding of what Zhiqiu said about defeating them with a single hand mean. Well, with the help of these wooden hands he really didn't have to use anything else. The palm of the Buddha statue itself was not very big. Each hand was about 7 or 8 meters long and wide when compared to the overall visual impact of the Buddha statue. These palms were rather small. But don't forget that there were thousands of hands behind the Buddha statue that were made of wood release. Although these woods were far more tenacious than ordinary wood due to their spiritual power, they were not that strong in front of Title Doulos. But with the number of wooden hands, it was difficult to determine the final result. When these palms were lifted up one by one, each one was like a big tower shot instantly, suddenly becoming more than 10 times larger, reaching a length of nearly 80 to 90 meters. At this time, the big Buddha statue fully opened its eyes, and the 1,000 big hands behind his head suddenly lifted. 100 of them followed Zhiqiu's movements and pointed them in the direction of the 4 Title Douluo, including the Porcupine Fish Douluo. Porcupine Fish Douluo. Wait, is it time for me to run now? Chapter 226. Looking at the remaining 900 palms behind the Buddha's head that hadn't moved, the Porcupine Fish Douluo and the others' Adam's apples moved, swallowing, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Can anyone tell me why the wood statue can move? How could it even fight? These giant hands, even if we can avoid 1 or 2, it is impossible to avoid so many in a row. People are bound to make mistakes. If they make even a single mistake, they will have broken bones and warp. They will be slapped into the ground if they are slapped continuously. Zhiqiu stood on top of the Buddha and sneered, "For players, the game of mole smashing has begun, please try your best to hide, otherwise, it won't be fun." Hitting the mole. The porcupine fish Douluo was stunned. And as he understood the meaning of Zhiqiu's words, he felt that the sky had turned dark. A giant palm that seemed to be able to cover the blue sky, carrying infinite power, was pressing down against the four of them. Even though the four of them had already used the spirit's real body, and it was really huge, under the hands of this big Buddha statue, it still looked a little small. So this is what hitting the mole mean. Hurry and hide. The porcupine fish Douluo and others' pupils contracted for a while, and the spirit power in their body turned into 4 streams of light to flee in 4 directions. Boom! A tremor sounded like a missile explosion sounded, and the surrounding earth was trembling, and gravel shot from the sky, like a rain of stones, and the sound of crashing continued. The porcupine fish Douluo and the others, who had escaped from the area covered by the palms, looked back and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They saw that the arm of the big Buddha seemed to extend infinitely. The connected palm of the big Buddha was deeply buried in the ground, and the back of the hand could not be seen at all. This palm was probably taken more than 10 meters deep. Around the handprint, the ground was pulled up 3 or 4 meters out of thin air. "Hehe, you are hiding well." At the top of the big Buddha, Zhiqiu looked at them with admiration. But this sentence of praise, at this moment, the porcupine fish Douluo and the 4 who heard it were more uncomfortable than spraying them on their faces. It's not easy to avoid your casual blow. Why is this so like the seniors educating the younger generations? We are the seniors. Zhiqiu's disguised mockery made the porcupine fish Douluo look very ugly. For people, is it not challenging to hide with just one hand? Why don't we add a few more? Although it was difficult for him to directly kill the 4 of them, it didn't matter if he beat them hard. As Zhiqiu's voice fell, 3 more out of the hundreds of big hands were ready to go. One person, one hand. Zhiqiu folded his hands in front of his chest, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his heart was refreshed. Thousands of hands, topping the Buddha, was really a magical skill, forcing them this hard without using his own complete body, and it did not need to consume my power. With his spirit power reserves, it could be used almost at will. This was all due to the immortal human body, and his immortal human body's green light cluster had not been completely absorbed. It already had such power. If all of it is absorbed, what would happen? Zhiqiu slowly raised up his hands while he was thinking. 4 big hands were aimed in the direction where the 4 tidal Doulos were. In the next moment, the 4 big hands, carrying the airwaves visible to the naked eye, suddenly pressed down like a mountain. At this time, the 4 tidal Doulos, who were still in disarray, all used different methods to avoid them. Among them, Ghost Leopard Douluo was most easily. He was a tidal Douluo of the agility attack system. He was the fastest among the 4. Almost the moment when the Buddha's hand was pressed down, he escaped from the Buddha like a bolt of black lightning from the area covered by the handprint. Snake Lance Douluo and Sea Turtle Douluo's performances were also quite satisfactory. Among the 9 spirit rings of tidal Douluo, some spirit abilities that could increase speed were normal, and they were not very embarrassed to hide. Only the porcupine fish Douluo, with a fat body, was destined to be the slowest among the 4, and among his 9 spirit abilities, no one could increase the speed, so he was extremely slow to hide. At one point he was shot to the ground. After 4 rumblings, tens of meters above the ground, dust and smoke rolled everywhere. On the contrary, the air was fresh on the head of the Buddha where Zhiqiu was. Just as Zhiqiu was looking towards the position taken by the 4 big hands below, a black light suddenly lit up in a dense smoke center. The 8th spirit ability, Ghostly Thunder. From between the smoke and dust, Ghost Leopard Douluo's Black Panther's real body almost turned into a black light, like a laser. He attacked the wooden hand arm that was facing him before breaking it back into 2 sections. The cut surface was extremely flat and burned marks were visible. The lethality of Ghost Leopard Douluo's blow was not small. Even after the wooden hand was cut off, his figure didn't even mean to stop, and the power of his spirit abilities was not exhausted. The Buddha's hand of the nearest sea turtle Douluo was also swept up in the Ghost Leopard Douluo's attack. Under the surplus of his 8th spirit ability, it was cut in 2 from his wrist. With less than 1 breath, the Buddha statue lost 2 of its hands. Ghost Leopard Douluo stood on one of the truncated wooden palms and said loudly. "Don't panic, everyone, this big hand looks infinitely powerful, but it doesn't move fast. Just be careful not to be dragged by them, and then cut them off from the fragile wrist. It can be destroyed in minutes, turning it into waste wood." Porcupine fish Douluo and others could not help but curse secretly in their hearts. "So you think everyone is as fast as you and is not afraid of this big hand?" It's very difficult for us even to hide, so how can we have the time to cut their arms? Ghost Leopard Douluo, you are right, but if you can rely on your speed to directly defeat that kid, wouldn't it be better? Snake Lance Douluo shouted. Ghost Leopard Douluo's mouth twitched, and he glanced at the top of the big Buddha statue. Zhiqiu, who was holding his hands in front of his chest, looked at them indifferently. I also want to go up and beat him directly. An altitude of more than 600 meters can be reached in one breath at my speed. The problem is that really easy as it seems? Chapter 227. You want to come directly to the Buddha's statue head and attack me? Zhiqiu's smile was a bit weird. Does he eat something suspicious before coming here? Is he drunk? Are the thousands of hands behind me for display? It seems that just cutting off 2 hands made you overconfident. It is time to let you know the true power of the Buddha statue. If Ghost Leopard Douluo knew Zhiqiu's thoughts, he would definitely yell injustice loudly. It's okay to dream big and think that you could just come up and defeat me, but before that, do you still have time to break my arms? Zhiqiu sneered, raising his hands, and suddenly clasping them against his chest. Following Zhiqiu's movements, the figure of the big Buddha seemed to have completely changed at this moment. The big Buddha's original face with kind eyebrows and benevolent eyes became a bit serious, with folded palms on his chest. His left hand did not move, but his right hand was slowly lifted back, and his shoulder blades were bent back into an exaggerated arc. What are you doing? Is it possible that you don't want to use the hands behind your back and plan to use the statue's hands to attack? Is there really any difference between the two? The porcupine fish Douluo and the others were a little dazed and wary. Could the 2 hands of the statue be stronger than the hands behind him? At a certain moment, the right hand of the big Buddha seemed to be raised to the top. Amidst the vigilant expressions of the porcupine fish Douluo and the 4 people, it suddenly pushed out in their direction. The arms in front of the great Buddha were very short. They were just normal arms naturally. It was impossible to directly attack the porcupine fish Douluo from such a distance. The strange action of the Buddha statue made 4 of the titled Douluos stunned. That's it. However, the next moment, they were a little dumbfounded, and they even forgot to move. The hand of the Buddha statue, like a fuse signal, pushed out to the apex. The thousands of palms behind the Buddha statue, except for 2 that had been cut, moved at the same time. Nearly 1,080 or 90-meter wide palms worked at the same time. At this moment, the sky seemed to become dark. Layers of large handprints filled the sky, without the slightest sunlight. The big handprints covering the sky and the sun were majestic and deadly at the same time. In the shadows, the 4 titled Douluos appeared extremely small, like duckweed in the rain and a lone boat in the big waves. The pressure they were facing at this time was beyond imagination. With this blow, the semicircle nearly 1 mile in front of the Buddha was basically under the coverage area. The 4 titled Douluos had no way to hide, and Zhiqiu forced them to resist. Fuck. Run. At his speed, there might be a chance to escape the coverage of these countless large handprints. Ghost Leopard Douluo also didn't want to stay and wait for death. Stop it, Qian Daolu, who was watching the fight in the distance, hurriedly reminded. Bibi Dong's eyes were indifferent, and Gue Mei and Yuguan's eyes showed a sense of joy. The 3 of them had been upset with the porcupine fish Douluo. The golden crocodile Douluo and the other 3 Douluos were also showing shock on their faces. It turned out that these 1,000 big hands could really move at the same time. Why does this kid have so much spirit power? This doesn't seem to be the point is, the 4 titled Douluos seem to be going to be shot dead by Zhiqiu. If they die, the spirit hall will suffer heavy losses. The 4 titled Douluo are not so easy to train. Even if they are the lowest among the titled Douluo, they are still titled Douluo. Every titled Douluo is a powerhouse in the outside world. The foundation of the spirit hall. Numerous big handprints, even with Qian Daoliu's loud shout, did not appear to stop, but the speed was slightly reduced. At this critical moment, the ghost leopard Douluo was unable to escape the coverage of the countless large handprints as his speed was slow compared to the falling hands. And the other 3 titled Douluos knew that they could not run out of the range of Zhiqiu's spirit ability. Each started blasting a big hole under their feet with spirit power and jumped in. Snake Lance Douluo and Sea Turtle Douluo, their spirits were purely offensive. If there was enough time, they could blast a pit tens of meters deep, but now there was not enough time, so the biggest pit they could blast out was about 10 meters deep. The porcupine fish Douluo was not a pure attacking spirit master. His spirit abilities were mostly poisonous. And he was more inclined to be a semi-power attacking and semi-controlling spirit master. The pit he blasted out was not as deep as 2 people, only 7 or 8 meters. The moment when the 3 of them each jumped into the big hole, countless large handprints finally fell. Even if Zhiqiu deliberately used just a little bit of strength, with 1,000-handed coming from the top of the Buddha statue, the power was enough to ruin the ground. Even the people of the spirit city 200 miles away could notice the violent shaking of the ground under his feet. Not to mention the area where Zhiqiu and others were located. The earth seemed to have been pierced by this blow. The ground was jug more than 20 meters deep, and the surrounding earth and rocks were like ocean waves. The land that was bombarded by the Buddha's hands was rolled and spread to the distance. The gravel was shot 4 to 5 meters high. There were apocalyptic scenes everywhere. The green plains there seemed to have been turned over, but the rocks that were originally deep under the ground were now exposed, and the greenery that symbolizes life had been buried how deep.